The sudden breakup with her first love, along with the revelation that her biological father had turned into her adoptive one, and the suspicious circumstances surrounding her mother's death, all converged upon Munanyan like a deluge of misfortune. Would she succumb to despair? Such thoughts were misplaced. She swiftly forgot her ex-boyfriend, severed ties with her family, and embarked on a new chapter of her life. Chapter 1. Peculiar Interview Conditions. Hello, I am here for an interview. Upon hearing the voice, the receptionist lifted her gaze and was met with a delicately crafted vis-a-vis fair face adorned with bright almond-shaped eyes and lips painted with a soft pink gloss, exuding a vibrant allure. The standard oval face, complemented by a gentle smile, was truly captivating. The receptionist stared at her for a moment before regaining her composure and said, "Miss, please follow me." With that, she led the girl into the heart of the Dingxing group. The receptionist guided her to the elevator and remarked, "Miss, please take the elevator to the 32nd floor. Someone will be there to receive you." "Thank you," the girl replied with a nod before stepping into the elevator, ascending to the 32nd floor. Upon her arrival, she found herself amidst a throng of elegantly dressed young women, clustered in small groups, engaging in light conversation. Occasionally, a girl would emerge from the office, her expression betraying either sorrow or anger. "Look at her expression, it's clear she failed the interview," one remarked. "Don't be ridiculous, how could a casual candidate possibly catch President Liu's eye?" Another scoffed. That moment, the elevator chimed, and as the doors opened, curiosity drew everyone's attention to the entrance, where a girl clad in professional attire stepped out. Instantly, they returned to their conversations, dismissing her presence. Feeling out of place in her business attire amid the glamorous gowns of the other candidates, Munanyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Isn't this an interview? Did I come to the wrong place? Why do the others look like they are here for a beauty pageant?" Despite her reservations, she steeled herself and took a seat, awaiting the interview, for this was not merely her first internship opportunity in her senior year it represented. Her chance to break free from her troubled family background. With no retreat available, she surveyed the other girls, each preoccupied with their own preparations, some adjusting their outfits, others retouching their makeup. Directly across from her sat a woman exuding an innate air of superiority, alternating between fidgeting with her manicured nails and casting disdainful glances at her peers. Before Munanyan entered the waiting area, her eyes had swept through the other lounges, where numerous applicants awaited their turn. The Dingxing Group's recruitment for an assistant designer position offered not only industry-leading salaries, but also a limited number of openings, attracting a plethora of talented individuals. Having studied fashion design in college, Munanyan felt compelled to apply for the assistant designer role, drawn primarily by the prospect of working under the esteemed design director and the attractive salary. AS candidates continued to enter the office for interviews. The faces of those who emerged bore signs of disappointment, heightening Munanyan's anxiety. Is the interview truly that challenging? Though Dingxing Group is impressive, surely securing an internship position shouldn't be this difficult. While she pondered this, a woman dressed in professional attire and bearing a Dingxing Group ID approached, addressing Munanyan and the others. "You may enter now." Munanyan followed the other girls into the office. The Dingxing office was expansive, with merely a desk and a chair, resembling a makeshift workspace. A handsome man, impeccably dressed in a suit, lounged with his legs crossed, while a respectful assistant stood nearby, seemingly at his service. The man's gaze flickered over the four women as they entered, a hint of surprise crossing his features, yet he remained silent, focusing on the pen he was signing with. The assistant, understanding the president's unspoken command, promptly declared, "Those who have undergone cosmetic procedures or are not virgins may leave." The three girls beside Munanyan turned pale at the announcement, utterly blindsided by the immediate disqualification. They exited in silence, dejected. Munanyan, still processing the assistant's words, thought to herself, "What is this? Since when does an interview for an assistant designer exclude those who have had cosmetic surgery? And what does that have to do with experience? Surely, there are no hidden agendas at play." With a furrowed brow of confusion, she remained seated, having never undergone any cosmetic enhancements herself. As the other women departed, Liu Yiran lifted his gaze once more to Munanyan. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Munanyan," she replied. "You are quite different from the other women. They all dressed flamboyantly to capture my attention, while you opted for a professional outfit. Is this your strategy, to take the opposite approach?" "What do you mean? Isn't it normal to wear professional attire for an interview?" Munanyan struggled to comprehend his words, yet recognizing his authority as an interviewer at Dingxing Group, she dared not offend him and instead replied amiably, "Do you know what interview this is? Isn't this the interview for the assistant designer position?" "Miss, the assistant designer interviews are on the 27th floor. This is the interview for President Liu's wife," the assistant interjected appropriately. Munanyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh no, the receptionist never mentioned there were two interviews today. Why didn't she clarify? President Liu's wife? Could this man truly be President Liu? He is indeed quite handsome, but who in their right mind would find a spouse through an interview? Absurd. As she internally criticized the situation, she maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, "I apologize, President Liu, I must have taken a wrong turn. I will leave at once." With that, Munanyan turned to flee, eager to escape the awkwardness. Observing her hasty retreat, Liu Yiran found himself intrigued by her lack of desire to remain. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice interrupted. "Stop. Did I permit you to leave?" Munanyan halted, turning to face the man seated at the head of the table, offering an awkward smile. "President Liu, is there anything else you require? Marry me. During the course of our marriage, you will reside with me, and I will provide you with a monthly allowance, significantly exceeding an intern salary. After 1 year, we shall divorce, the contractual marriage. Indeed, I require a year of marriage to obtain what I desire. During this year, harbor no illicit intentions towards me, and you shall receive a substantial reward upon our divorce. You may consider it." My goodness, I thought contractual marriages only existed in novels. It is astonishing to discover such arrangements among the elite. Truly, art is derived from life, and everything has its origins. Munanyan mused inwardly, contemplating Liu Yiran's proposition. Chapter 2. The Past of Munanyan. As she contemplated this, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy flickered in Munanyan's eyes, yet it was quickly replaced by an unwavering resolve. "Very well, I agree." Liu Yiran was oblivious to her inner thoughts, but upon witnessing her rapid acquiescence, a hint of disdain crossed his gaze. And all prior fondness for her dissipated instantaneously. Indeed, women were all the same. "Tomorrow morning at 9, I shall await you at the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Certainly, Mr. Liu. I shall arrive punctually. You may leave now." With matters settled, Liu Yiran began to usher her out. Just as Munanyan was about to depart, she suddenly recalled the true purpose of her visit. Glancing at her wristwatch, she realized that an hour had elapsed since her scheduled interview. Arriving now would surely mean missing it. Embarrassed, she cast a glance at Liu Yiran, who was seated, her expression betraying her hesitation. "Is there something else? Mr. Liu, I came today for the position of design assistant." Munanyan contemplated requesting Liu Yiran's assistance in facilitating another opportunity for her interview, as the delay had been due to him. However, Liu Yiran completely misinterpreted her intent, assuming she sought his influence to bypass the interview process altogether. The thought only heightened his irritation toward the girl before him, yet he managed to suppress his annoyance, replying curtly,
Munanyan.
Believing she was merely being asked to return for a re-interview the following Monday, thanked him and exited without further contemplation. "Nanyan, did you see the trending topic today?" "What trending topic?" "I was at the interview and hardly checked my phone." "What happened?" "Let me tell you, the prestigious Liu family in the capital. Are you aware of them?" "Yes, I know. What about it?" As she spoke, Munanyan found a vacant seat, her patience renewed as she continued conversing with Tang Yutong. The young master of the Liu family, Liu Yiran, seems to be searching for a bride. Many girls have claimed to have attended the interview today. I wish I had gone too. So his name is Liu Yiran, Munanyan mused, only moments later recalling Tang Yutong's latter remarks. "You want to be Mrs. Liu?" The question rendered Munanyan even more awkward. She had never heard of Tang Yutong expressing an interest in Liu Yiran. If she were to discover that Munanyan would be obtaining a marriage certificate with him tomorrow, it would surely cause a stir. "What?" "I merely wish to catch a glimpse of the young master. Many girls online are raving about his looks, yet there isn't a single photograph. I am simply curious about his appearance. Besides, with my background, how could I possibly be a match for him? Surely, he would seek someone of equal standing when choosing a bride. It would be improbable for just any girl to wed him. However, it is quite peculiar that he is seeking a spouse online. He is only 26 after all. Why the rush to marry?" Tang Yutong rambled on with great enthusiasm. Munanyan, at a loss for words, refrained from disclosing the nature of her arrangement with Liu Yiran, given it was a contractual marriage destined to conclude in a year. After all, such prestigious families would likely not reveal the truth about a sham marriage. Perhaps they would even choose to maintain a clandestine union in the future. She had no desire to trouble Liu Yiran, and after enduring this year in peace, she intended to depart. Moreover, she wished to spare Tang Yutong any worries, which is why she refrained from mentioning the matter, treating it merely as idle gossip. Eventually, the two engaged in conversation for quite some time. As Munanyan realized they were nearing their destination, she concluded the call with Tang Yutong. Upon disembarking the bus, Munanyan made her way toward the Mu family villa. "Yanyan, have you hidden well? I'm here to find you." "Where could my Yanyan be hiding?" "Found you." "Oh, you're not here. Mommy can't find you. Please come out." Reflecting on the joyful moments spent playing with her mother, Munanyan felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as the poignant memories flooded back. At that time, She was merely 6 years old, an age meant for being nestled in her mother's embrace, free from worries. Yet, it was that very year her mother departed from her life forever due to a tragic accident. When she received the news, Munanyan locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. It was only through the unwavering support and comfort of her father, Mu Feng, that she began to emerge from her sorrow. Her father must have felt immense grief as well. It would only be the two of them from now on, and she resolved to be a source of companionship for him. Hello, Aunt Lin and Sister Yunshu. Hello, Yan Yan. I will treat you like my own daughter from now on. Hello, sister. At that moment, Munanyan was still oblivious, politely greeting them while Aunt Lin and Yunshu responded warmly. However, once they moved into the Mu household, everything changed. Initially, Aunt Lin was kind to her, and Yunshu was accommodating, never competing for attention, and even becoming good friends with Munanyan. Gradually, Yunshu began to turn against her, snatching her toys, and when she saw Munanyan wearing a beautiful dress that she did not possess, she would ruin those dresses with scissors. When her father was home, Aunt Lin displayed a gentle demeanor, showing concern for her studies and health. However, in his absence, she would become stern, sometimes even withholding food from her, frequently disparaging her in front of her father, and placing the blame for Yunshu's misdeeds squarely on Munanyan. This led to her father's growing disappointment in her. At that time, Munanyan could not comprehend the stark contrast in Aunt Lin's treatment of her. It was only when she was 10, eavesdropping on a conversation between Aunt Lin and Mu Feng at the staircase, that she uncovered the truth. Yunshu was Mu Feng's biological daughter, merely 1 year her junior. It was then that Munanyan realized her esteemed father had long been unfaithful, and from that moment on, she distanced herself from him, feeling like an outsider while they formed a true family. Chapter 3. Tomorrow, I shall go with him to register our marriage. Subsequently, Mu Feng frequently took his younger daughter and wife to various gatherings, where he received compliments on his good fortune for having such a beautiful wife and an obedient daughter. It seemed that everyone had forgotten his first wife, Xin Yi, and that he had an elder daughter named Munanyan. Even Munanyan refrains from revealing her identity as the daughter of the affluent Mu family at school, as her attire amounts to merely a few hundred yuan, which hardly suggests her noble lineage. Regrettably, Munanyan is currently too fragile. She must feign ignorance to ensure her safety within the Mu household. Otherwise, given Lin Wan and Mu Yinshu's attitudes towards her, she would have been expelled from the family long ago. Perhaps Munanyan has concealed her true self too effectively over the years, leading them to believe she is a docile individual, easily manipulated and disregarded. Father? I have something to discuss with him. What could you possibly want from Dad? He is not at work today, he is in the study. Upon hearing that Mu Feng was home, Munanyan turned and ascended the stairs, heading straight for the study on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Seeing Mu Feng so amiable, Munanyan instinctively frowned, a troubling sensation stirring within her. What is it? Aren't you about to start your internship soon? You'll be working after graduation, and I thought it might be too arduous for a girl like you. How about I find a man for you to marry? Someone who can take care of you? Upon hearing this, Munanyan felt a sense of relief. She knew her father, who rarely paid her any mind, would not suddenly act so warmly without ulterior motives. Since you suggest it, I assume you already have someone in mind? Who is he? Noticing Munanyan's lack of a strong reaction, Mu Feng assumed she was in agreement and adopted an even more cordial demeanor. He opened the drawer of his desk, retrieved a photograph, and presented it to her. Here, this is him. He is the young master of the Qin group, and he will eventually manage the company. Marrying him would ensure a life of comfort. I would never steer you wrong. You might want to think it over. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? You merely wish for me to engage in a business marriage to secure your own interests. Munanyan silently derided him before taking the photograph to scrutinize the man's features. The more she looked, the more familiar he appeared, as if she had encountered him before. After gazing at the photograph for a while, she recalled that Tang Yutong had mentioned this man to her and even shown her his picture. Chen Qixian, the heir of the Qin group, notoriously known as a debauched playboy, had gained notoriety for his reckless escapades. Tang Yutong brought up this individual precisely because their reckless behavior with women had made headlines, tarnishing their reputation to the point where even daughters of prestigious families were reluctant to marry them. I knew my father could not possibly be so benevolent, suggesting I marry into a good family. In reality, it's because no one dares to marry him, and he is pushing me into a pit of fire. Munanyan internally scoffed again, although her exterior remained composed. It seemed Mu Feng assumed she was oblivious to the realities of their social circle, especially since she had not attended any high society gatherings since her mother's passing. How could she possibly be aware of such matters? This audacity to present the photograph so openly and feign concern for her well-being was astounding. Seeing that Munanyan remained silent after examining the photograph for some time, Mu Feng inquired, "What do you think of him?" "He is quite handsome. Father, if you find me a suitable partner, I shall surely be at ease. Please hand me the household registration book. I will obtain the marriage certificate with him when I have the time." Munanyan spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing her immediate agreement, Mu Feng was overjoyed, harboring no doubts whatsoever, for in his eyes, Munanyan was still the obedient and compliant daughter, easily maneuvered. "Very well. You shall stay at home tonight. I will give you the household registration book tomorrow morning." Considering she needed to pack some belongings, Munanyan did not decline his suggestion. As the matter was settled, she prepared to leave the study, but just as she reached the door, Mu Feng called her back. "Wait a moment, Yenner. Did you not come to me for a reason? Why are you leaving without saying anything?" "It's nothing, just bring me the household registration book in the morning," she added. "By the way, if I marry Chen Xiao, I will transfer my household registration." As she spoke these words, her palms grew clammy with sweat. Anxiety gripped her.
Firen Mu Feng's disapproval.
Yet, Munanyan's worries were unfounded. Mu Feng was indifferent to her household registration's location. "If you marry, transferring your registration to the Chen family is acceptable. It is your decision to make." Hearing this, Munanyan finally exhaled in relief. She could finally leave this home with rightful justification.
"All right.
"Sister, wait a moment. What is it?" Munanyan involuntarily clenched her fists, struggling to control her temper. The first floor of the villa typically housed the servants, and they had moved her belongings there, occupying the room her mother had previously decorated for her.
Now,
her mother's only remnant was taken from her. Chapter 4, Signing the Prenuptial Agreement. The more Munanyan thought about it, the angrier she became. Yet she reminded herself that she would soon depart from the Mu family. It was best to avoid any conflict at this time. "I understand."
With that,
Munanyan swiftly turned and descended the stairs, fearing she might lose her temper with Mu Yunshu. Watching Munanyan's retreating figure, Mu Yunshu smirked with derision. "What a so-called young lady, truly feeble, without an ounce of spirit. I have claimed her room, and she doesn't even get angry. Pathetic." After this incident, Mu Yunshu regarded Munanyan with even less esteem, convinced that she was no different from a servant. Munanyan found her bedroom on the first floor, a mere 20 square meters, furnished only with a bed and a wardrobe, with everything else packed away in boxes strewn across the floor. Alone in her room, she could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You three are truly intolerable. On one hand, you expect me to assist in the Mu family's alliances for your gain, while on the other, you seize my room. How utterly shameless. It seems you wish to extract the last vestiges of my worth before casting me from the Mu family. Your schemes are as loud as the clattering of your abacus. But I shall not grant you your desires." Wiping her tears, Munanyan composed herself and began to sort through the belongings she would take with her the next day. She retrieved a suitcase and opened it, placing her mother's diary and the toys her mother had given her inside, leaving behind all her clothes. The following morning, Munanyan gradually awoke, glancing at her phone to check the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Just right for her to prepare and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After washing up and tidying herself, she stepped out of her room, where Mu Feng was already waiting for her in the living room. Upon seeing Munanyan emerge, Mu Feng cheerfully remarked, "Yan, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night?" "Quite well," Munanyan replied nonchalantly. Mu Feng handed her the household registration book from the coffee table. "Here is the household registration you requested. I contacted Mr. Chen last night. He said to pick up the certificate at 3 this afternoon. Make sure you're not late." "I understand," she replied. "Are you leaving? Aren't you going to have breakfast?" "I have things to attend to. I don't have time for breakfast," Munanyan said, making her way towards the front door of the Mu residence. Mu Feng, realizing that Munanyan was soon to marry Mr. Chen, felt a surge of optimism regarding their future collaborations and chose not to pursue her further. Munanyan hailed a cab at the entrance of the Mu house, heading straight for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Upon arrival, it was already nearing 9 o'clock, but fortunately, she was not late. After stepping out of the car, she spotted a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the bureau, where Louis Ran was leaning against the car, smoking, clearly having waited for a while. Munanyan approached him. "Greeting, Mr. Liu." "Let us go," Louis Ran replied, striding into the Civil Affairs Bureau, with Munanyan trailing behind him like a subordinate. Louis Ran had arranged for a dedicated staff member, thus avoiding any queues. Once inside, they began filling out the necessary paperwork. The official in charge of processing marriage certificates discreetly assessed the two of them. Could they be rushing into marriage? In the world of the affluent, it seems love is overshadowed by interests, the official mused internally, maintaining a facade of respect without revealing any thoughts to Louis Ran. Halfway through filling out the forms, Munanyan could no longer contain herself. She turned to Lu Iran and inquired, "May I transfer my household registration to your home?" Lu Iran glanced at her without responding. Fearing he might misunderstand her intentions, Munanyan hurriedly clarified, "Please don't get the wrong idea. I merely wish to move my household registration away from my family. However, to have an independent registration, I need to own property in my name. I haven't graduated from university yet and currently lack the funds to purchase a house. When we divorce in a year, I will certainly transfer my registration out." The official, feeling a bit anxious, thought, "What shocking news. It turns out these two are not familiar with each other at all, and they plan to divorce in a year. Are they entering into a contractual marriage? Is this something I should be privy to?" Pretending to be busy, the official stood up to refill his cup. "That's acceptable, but you must sign this," Lu Iran said, handing her a document. Munanyan glanced at the paper and saw the bold words prenuptial agreement. This man is remarkably cautious. Does he fear I might claim a portion of his wealth upon divorce? It is indeed ironic that one contemplates divorce immediately after marriage. Munanyan took the documents, opened them, and examined them closely. Following their union, she was to relocate to Yujing Tiancheng, with Lu Iran providing her with a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. After a year, should they part ways, he would grant her 5 million yuan as a divorce settlement, along with a complimentary apartment. Surprisingly, in marrying only to divorce, she would acquire both wealth and property, and even be able to change her residency status. It seemed she had not made a poor bargain. After perusing the documents,
Munanyan promptly affirmed her signature.
Seeing her decisiveness, Lu Iran breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this woman knew when to seize the moment. "There's no need for that, Mr. Lu. You may attend to your affairs. I can manage the move myself." "Very well. By the way, you must not disclose our marriage to others, nor can you act under the title of Mrs. Lu. You will need to cooperate with me in presenting a facade of affection before my grandparents. I won't contact you otherwise, and it's best if you refrain from calling me." "Understood, Mr. Lu." Observing her compliance, Lu Iran found himself less averse to her than before. It was the first day of their marriage, and he refrained from speaking too harshly, turning to leave. He entered his Rolls-Royce, which departed without hesitation. Munanyan watched the car fade into the distance, clutching the red booklet in her hand, feeling the sting of irony. She never imagined she would wed someone she did not love. Thoughts of her first love, the one she believed she would be with for a lifetime, surfaced. And her heart ached as she recalled his departure. Tears threatened to spill, and she quickly raised her head, fanning her face as if to ward off her emotions. "Munanyan, you must not cry. This time, it's just you. You must be strong," she silently encouraged herself. In truth, marrying Lu Iran had its merits. At least she would no longer have to endure the disdain of the Mu family. As Mrs. Lu, she would possess a noble status, and no one would dare to mistreat her. Remaining with the Mu family, her father merely viewed her as a pawn to solidify their family's position through advantageous marriage, while the mistress and her daughter continually conspired against her. Marrying Lu Iran ensured that even if they were to divorce in the future, she would still have a place to call home in this vast city. Chapter 5. I will no longer think of you. Perhaps I am simply unworthy of love. Those who cared for me have all departed. Marriage, after all, is but a matter of convenience. Alone at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Munanyan observed couples happily entering to obtain their marriage certificates, amplifying her sense of solitude. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to escape. Yet she found herself uncertain of where to go. It was Friday, and she would return for an interview at Dingsheng the following Monday, leaving her with 3 unoccupied days. She walked to the bus station, boarded the first bus she saw without caring where it was headed, and found a window seat. Gazing blankly at the scenery outside, she gradually succumbed to sleep. As she awoke, she realized she had been on the bus for over an hour, with the next stop being Longjing Cemetery, the final resting place of her mother. Perhaps this was fate. Even a random bus ride could lead her to her mother. Upon arriving at the cemetery, she approached the gravestone of Sheni, gazing at the exquisite visage engraved upon it, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Mother, I have come to see you. I miss you dearly. Do you know? I got married today. He is Lu Iran, the president of Dingsheng Group. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. I've been doing well. I'm in my final year and preparing for an internship. I have an interview at Dingsheng Group on Monday." Chattering about her recent life, she remained by the gravestone for an extended period before rising to depart. "Mother, I am leaving now. I will come to visit you again when I have the time." After bowing 3 times before the gravestone, she exited the mausoleum. It was July, and students from other grades had already begun their summer break. The seniors were actively seeking jobs and internships, with the school requiring them to vacate their dorms by the following Monday, leaving the campus nearly deserted. Last week, Su Muyang had invited her out for a meal, and with great enthusiasm, she attended, only to be met with his cold declaration of their breakup. Yen Yen, let us break up. When she heard those words, she felt as though her entire being had frozen, rendering her motionless. After a prolonged silence, she managed to utter, "Why?" She found it incomprehensible that Su Muyang would suddenly propose a separation, as he had always treated her with kindness. Su Muyang was gentle-natured, handsome, and exuded an air of elegance, akin to a courteous gentleman, and they had seldom quarreled during their time together. "I'm sorry," he said, marking the end of their 3-year relationship. Yen Yen sat in the restaurant for the entire afternoon, unable to articulate her emotions. As if she were reliving the anguish of losing someone dear, a pain unbearable. That evening, when she attempted to reach out to Su Muyang again, his phone was switched off, and thereafter, there was no news from him. He had seemingly vanished from her life. Throughout that week, Tang Yutong stood by her side. And from that moment on, Yen Yen lost her faith in love. Reflecting on the memories they shared, she still felt heartache and tears would flow once more. It seemed she had shed all her tears over the past week. Fortunately, today marked her departure from this place. After today, I will no longer cry for you.
Su Muyang.
I will not think of you again. Hello, Dad. Yen Yen. Didn't I tell you that you have an appointment with Chen Xiao at 3 o'clock to obtain the marriage certificate? Do you see what time it is now? Chen Xiao has been waiting for you, for an hour. Concerned, her father spoke with urgency, aware that upsetting Chen Xiao could jeopardize their collaboration, leading to a slight harshness in his tone. Munanyan remained remarkably composed. After all, her agreement yesterday was merely a means to acquire the household registration book. She had never truly contemplated marrying that Chen fellow. The collaboration of the Mu family could crumble without consequence to her. Ultimately, any profits would only serve to enrich that pair of mistresses. What could Munanyan gain from this? Why should she sacrifice her own happiness to adorn their lives? Father, I forgot to inform you that I visited the Civil Affairs Bureau this morning and obtained a marriage certificate. However, my spouse is not Chen. If you still desire a union between our families, perhaps you should send your precious daughter, Mu Yunshu, instead.
What?
Whom have you married? Who granted you permission to wed? Did you not promise me you would marry Chen? You truly are a splendid father. Do you think I am unaware of the kind of person Chen is? He has toyed with women's lives, and others are reluctant to marry their daughters to him. Yet you, in pursuit of a partnership, would push your own daughter into the flames. Is this how a father behaves? Munanyan could no longer contain her emotions. Her voice escalated to a shout, as if this outburst could release the injustices she had endured over the years. Chapter 6. You are not my biological father. Mu Feng was taken aback by her tone, struggling to reconcile it with the obedient and understanding eldest daughter he once knew. He realized he had been deceived last night. Munanyan was well aware of Chen's true nature. Her agreement to marry was merely a strategy to secure the household registration. Now, he had only alienated the Chen family, for if they were to learn of Munanyan's marriage, they would surely discard her. But how could Mu Feng allow Munanyan to marry without any benefit to himself? Whom have you married? Did the other party mention a bride price? As a daughter of the Mu family, I will not consent unless the bride price is no less than 10 million. At these words, Munanyan smirked disdainfully. This was her esteemed father, still hoping to extract money from his daughter. Even if a union with the Qin family was impossible, he still insisted on a 10 million bride price. His calculations were utterly transparent. Yet, how could Munanyan allow him to succeed? She had already moved out of the Mu family and transferred her household registration. She had nothing to fear. How could she still yield to him? Father, am I truly your biological daughter? From the beginning, you have shown no concern for whom I wed or whether I will find happiness. All you desire is wealth, seeking to know what you can extract from me. I am but a pawn in your game. While both are your daughters, Mu Yunshu enjoys the privileges of being the Mu family's cherished young lady, while I am left in obscurity. How many in high society are even aware that you have an eldest daughter? I am the true heiress of the Mu family, yet you allow me to be bullied simply because I lack a mother? As she spoke, Munanyan's voice trembled with emotion. She could not fathom why her father would treat her this way. She was his flesh and blood, and though he had once doted on her in her youth, everything had changed since Lin Wan and her daughter entered the Mu household. Upon hearing her words, Mu Feng felt a twinge of guilt, but it swiftly dissipated, replaced by a flicker of resentment. Why should he bear the burden of Shun Yi's mistakes, leading Munanyan to believe that he was the one who had betrayed her and her mother? He had harbored this secret for far too long and no longer wished to conceal it. Very well, I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer. In the Mu family villa, he continued, come with me to the study. I wish to show you something. With that, Mu Feng ascended the stairs. and Munanyan followed closely behind. Upon entering the study, he retrieved a document from the safe and handed it to her. Take a look. This is what I needed to share with you. You are about to graduate, and it is time you learn the truth. What could possibly warrant being locked away in a safe? Munanyan pondered, accepting the document with a sense of curiosity. As she examined it closely, she discovered it was a paternity test, dated 21 years prior. A sudden thought struck her. Could it be that she was not Mu Feng's biological daughter? Shocked by this notion, she pressed on, eager to uncover the identity tied to this report. When she saw the names listed under the tested individuals, Mu Feng and Munanyan, her complexion paled instantly. Upon reading the final conclusion, she staggered, barely managing to steady herself against the edge of the table. Conclusion. Based on the existing data and DNA analysis results, it does not support the claim that Mu Feng is the biological father of Munanyan. It took Munanyan several moments to process this revelation. She looked at Mu Feng. Disbelief etched across her face. You're not my biological father? Indeed, I am not. I only discovered this after your birth. When I learned of your mother's pregnancy, I was overjoyed, eagerly anticipating your arrival. However, you were born a month premature. Typically, premature infants are frail, yet you were remarkably healthy, rarely falling ill throughout your childhood. That raised my suspicions. It was only when you turned one and began to develop that I noticed you bore no resemblance to me, and only a slight resemblance to your mother. It was then that I discreetly underwent a paternity test behind your mother's back, only to learn that you're not my biological daughter. Do you know how heartbroken I was to receive such news? I had loved your mother dearly, yet she had been unfaithful to me with another man. In my despair, I sought solace in alcohol at a bar, and in a drunken stupor, I ended up in a relationship with another woman, Aunt Lin. Prior to that moment, I had never betrayed your mother. As Mu Feng spoke, tears streamed down his face unbidden. Witnessing her father's anguish, Munanyan felt a pang of guilt. She realized she had long misunderstood him, believing he had wronged her mother. But now, she recognized that he too was a victim in this tale of betrayal. Yet, confusion lingered in her mind. If her mother had been unfaithful and had borne her, why had she married Mu Feng? What had become of the man who had fathered her? Why had he abandoned her and her mother, leaving her to marry another? Do you know who my biological father is? I do not. I have asked my mother, but she refuses to tell me. Since then, she has ceased to act like a loving spouse towards you, and we have essentially been leading separate lives, only appearing normal in your presence. After my mother's passing, knowing I am not your biological child, why did you still keep me in the Mu family? This is a question that perplexes Munanyan greatly. Is it conceivable that a man would discover his wife's infidelity and that the child is not his, yet still choose to raise the child? Did he raise me merely to facilitate a marriage alliance for the Mu family? At this thought, the guilt that had just arisen in Munanyan dissipated entirely. After all, the harm Mu Feng had inflicted upon her was undeniably real. Yenner, I have watched you grow, although I am not your biological father. I have always regarded you as my own daughter. Even a pet nurtured for years develops an attachment, let alone someone I have raised. Mu Feng spoke with utmost seriousness. However, Munanyan found this reasoning utterly incredulous. It was true that he had raised her for over 20 years, but to claim he treated her as a daughter? How could he utter such words? Had he forgotten his indifference towards her over the years? Had he overlooked the times when Lin Wan and her daughter bullied her while he stood idly by? Had he forgotten the circumstances that led to her marrying a scoundrel? Chapter 7. The Home That No Longer Exists. Munanyan scoffed inwardly, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. After raising you for so many years, you wish to sever ties with the Mu family? Mu Feng's gaze towards Munanyan was tinged with resentment, as if to say, indeed, a child not of one's blood cannot be nurtured. Truly, an ungrateful wretch. Seeing the look in Mu Feng's eyes, Munanyan could not help but smile sarcastically. What is it that you desire? Munanyan observed him calmly, causing Mu Feng to feel somewhat unsettled under her gaze. Yet, for his own gain, he mustered the courage to reply, did I not mention it over the phone? As long as the groom's family provides 10 million for the bride price, I will consider the debt of raising you settled, and I will not seek you out again. Munanyan was both amused and infuriated by his brazen audacity. Over the past 20 years, she had only cost the Mu family around 1 million, and he shamelessly demanded 10 million. Setting aside the fact that her marriage to Louis Ran was merely contractual, hence devoid of any bride price, even if there were one, she would never give it to Mu Feng. Moreover, if Louis Ran genuinely provided such a sum, did Mu Feng honestly believe he would easily let her go? Knowing the wealth of the man she had married, he might very well demand even more later. Munanyan understood this man all too well. I married an ordinary person. He cannot possibly provide 10 million. I am aware that you wished for me to marry that scoundrel, which is precisely why I settled for anyone else. I cannot offer 10 million, but once I earn money in the future, I can repay the amount the Mu family has spent on me. Upon hearing this, Mu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. After raising her for so many years, it was clear he sought more than mere child support. He aimed for greater benefits. Now that Munanyan was married, her value to him had diminished, leaving him at a loss for what to do. However, he certainly would not simply let Munanyan off the hook. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "How about this? I will forego the alimony, provided you agree to 3 conditions of mine." "What are the 3 conditions?" she inquired. "I have yet to finalize them. Once I do, I shall reach out to you. Until those 3 conditions are fulfilled, you will remain my daughter, Mu Feng's daughter, and you must not disclose this matter to anyone."
All right, Munanyan readily acquiesced.
For she understood that her current marital status rendered her devoid of value to Mu Feng. As for the 3 conditions, she would have to confront them as they arose. She had no inkling of what demands Mu Feng might impose. After concluding her conversation with Mu Feng, Munanyan departed from the Mu residence. While she was there, she had been on edge, fearing that Mu Feng might utter something detrimental to her. Now, having relaxed her guard, she could properly reflect on the events that had transpired. It dawned on her that this place was truly not her home. Ever since her mother's passing, she had been without a true home. With her mother gone, her father's infidelity revealed, their home usurped by outsiders, and lacking the care of family, Munanyan thought her childhood had been sufficiently tragic. She had believed that adulthood would bring relief. Once, she had been optimistic. Despite the absence of familial love, she still had friendship and romance. She cherished her close friend Tang Yutong and the affection of Su Muyang. She envisioned a future where, upon graduating from university, she would marry Su Muyang, create a family of her own, and work diligently to forge a better life with her own hands. These dreams seemed within reach, and she believed happiness was imminent. Yet, the past month had unveiled the harsh reality that the beautiful life she had envisioned was but a fleeting illusion. The sudden disappearance of Su Muyang, a marriage born from convenience, her mother's premarital pregnancy, and the revelation that the man she had called father for 20 years was not her true father, such realizations rendered her existence almost laughable. It felt as though fate were conspiring against her. Anything she desired seemed perpetually out of reach. Perhaps Munanyan simply did not deserve love. As she observed the cars gliding past and pedestrians hurrying by, it appeared that they all knew their destinations, while she, Munanyan, found herself adrift in this vast metropolis, utterly aimless. Just then, she became aware of her phone ringing. She rummaged through her bag and discovered 2 missed calls from Tang Yutong. The phone continued to ring. Still Tang Yutong. She hastily answered the call. "Hello, Yutong," Munanyan began, only to realize her voice was barely above a whisper. Tang Yutong immediately sensed something amiss. Her usual exuberance was replaced by a cautious inquiry. "Yan, what's wrong? I've called several times and you didn't answer. Has something happened?"
Munanyan,
with only this one good friend left, did not wish to burden Tang Yutong with her concerns, for sharing her troubles would serve only to deepen someone else's sorrow. She composed herself and replied in her customary tone, "It's nothing. I'm outside and it's quite noisy. I didn't hear my phone ringing."
Is that so?
"If anything is troubling you, please don't hesitate to tell me." Tang Yutong felt a tinge of concern. Just moments ago, Munanyan's voice had sounded as though it were laced with tears. "I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? By the way, why did you call?" Munanyan hastily shifted the topic, fearing that if Tang Yutong persisted in her inquiries, she would be unable to maintain her composure. In times of sorrow, one can bear the weight of their own grief, yet when someone expresses concern, the urge to weep and voice all of one's grievances becomes overwhelming. Observing Munanyan's reluctance to elaborate, Tang Yutong refrained from pressing further and sought to divert her attention instead. "I have secured an internship. I received the offer today. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I would love to take you out for a celebratory meal. I must tell you, I'm splurging for this occasion. I'm treating you to a meal at Lianxiu Xiaozhu, which has become quite the sensation lately. I even reserved a private room, and I've heard each room boasts a unique view." Chapter 8. Signing the Cohabitation Agreement. Tang Yutong excitedly elaborated on the restaurant's merits. Yet Munanyan absorbed none of it, only registering that they would be dining together the following day. "All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow." After chatting for a while longer, they ended the call. Thanks to Tang Yutong's cheerful interruption, Munanyan's spirits were considerably lifted. It dawned on her that she needed to head to Yujing Tiancheng. Starting today, she would reside there. At least she would have a place to call home in this bustling city, a refuge of sorts. Yet, how long could she truly stay in this place? She summoned a taxi on her phone to take her to Yujing Tiancheng. By the time she arrived at Yujing Tiancheng, it was already 9 in the evening. This opulent enclave was the most luxurious area in the capital, predominantly inhabited by those of wealth and influence. Upon reaching the address provided by Louis Ran, she rang the doorbell, and soon a servant appeared to greet her. Upon seeing the lovely young woman, the servant inquired, "Who might you be?" "I am Munanyan." "Ah, it's you, young lady. We've been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The young master mentioned you would be coming today. We've been anticipating your presence all day. My apologies, I was delayed by some matters." The servant promptly took her suitcase and ushered Munanyan inside. As she gazed upon the opulence of the mansion before her, she could not help but marvel. The world of the affluent was indeed extraordinary. Could one person truly inhabit such a vast abode? Stepping into the living room, she beheld a man of distinguished elegance, clad in loungewear, lazily lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. This was Louis Ran. It was Munanyan's first encounter with him in such attire. A stark contrast to his composed demeanor during the day, he now resembled a charming rogue. Noticing the commotion at the entrance, Louis Ran turned to find Munanyan standing there and disdainfully curled his lips in a smirk. "I thought you might have gotten lost and needed me to find you."
Come here.
Louis Ran did not revisit their previous conversation, commanding her to approach. Upon seeing him in this manner, Munanyan could hardly recall her initial impression. He now exuded an air of authority, his presence formidable and intimidating. Louis Ran was indeed adept at issuing commands, for the thoughts of others bore no significance to him. All that mattered was obedience. Munanyan instinctively complied and approached him. "Mr. Liu, is there something you need at this late hour?"
Sign this as well.
Louis Ran tossed a document onto the tea table beside Munanyan, the paper making a soft sound as it met the glass surface. She settled onto the plush sofa, reached for the document, and began to examine it closely. What unfolded before her was a cohabitation agreement, evidently prepared in advance by Louis Ran. With two identical copies neatly arranged before her, the implication clear that each would retain one. The agreement was densely filled, occupying an entire page. Munanyan read it word for word, ultimately retaining three pivotal points. First, they were merely a couple in name, with no intention of sharing a bed. Louis Ran had specifically emphasized that she should harbor no inappropriate thoughts regarding his body. Second, their marriage was to remain confidential, with no disclosure to the outside world. Third, she was strictly forbidden from entering Louis Ran's bedroom or study, as if those were his sacred domains, impervious to intrusion. This agreement seemed designed to guard against any improper aspirations Munanyan might harbor towards Louis Ran, fearing she might leverage their physical proximity to solidify her status as Mrs.
Liu.
Although the notion of a concealed marriage and nominal partnership had been broached previously, Louis Ran's insistence on her signing yet another agreement revealed his deep-seated mistrust, perhaps a consequence of his habitual dealings with contracts, believing only in their reliability. Or perhaps due to his inherent disbelief in Munanyan's words. Munanyan, however, felt no anger. After all, a man like Louis Ran was hardly her type. Her initial decision to marry stemmed from a desire to escape the clutches of the Mu family, rendering her no worse off. She calmly concluded her reading and swiftly signed the agreement, handing one copy back to Louis Ran. "Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I shall adhere strictly to this agreement and will harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards you. Once the year is up, I will depart of my own accord." Louis Ran instinctively furrowed his brow, a sudden wave of displeasure washing over him, as though he were some particularly undesirable man, scorned by Munanyan, who seemed to view him as narcissistic. This was intolerable for the perpetually elevated president of Liu, who held a strong confidence in his appearance. It was worth noting that women would nearly leap at the opportunity to be in his presence. Louis Ran was, after all, the scion of the capital, the romantic ideal in the dreams of countless women. Anyone fortunate enough to converse with him would be overly eager to please. Yet this woman before him dared to disdain him. "From now on, you may reach out to Butler Wang for any matters here. He will ensure everything is arranged." With that, Louis Ran rose and ascended the stairs, choosing to disregard Munanyan further. Munanyan discerned his irritation but found it perplexing, silently expressing her grievances. What had she done to provoke him? Had she not merely followed his instructions? Was it not he who insisted upon the signing of the agreement? Truly baffling. She chose not to dwell on him any longer, for her indifference to him rendered his mood inconsequential. Under the guidance of the butler, Munanyan arrived at a guest room. "Madam, this room has been arranged by the young master for you. Henceforth, you shall reside here." "Very well, thank you. You have worked hard today as well. Do rest early. I can manage the remaining tidying myself." The butler acknowledged with a nod and departed, allowing Munanyan to survey the entire layout of the room. This chamber was twice the size of the one she had previously occupied, featuring a separate dressing room and bathroom. The decor embraced a minimalist style, which greatly appealed to her. After a brief arrangement of her belongings from the suitcase, she proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, upon completing her morning routine and stepping out of her room, she encountered Lu Iran, who was just emerging from the adjacent room. The sight of a man in her home upon waking still felt somewhat disconcerting. Perhaps this was the lingering effect of their hastily arranged marriage. After a moment of surprise, she managed to greet him awkwardly. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." Lu Iran responded curtly and descended the stairs, with Munanyan following suit. In the dining area, a lavish breakfast had been laid out, featuring both Chinese and Western dishes. The butler stood respectfully to the side, and upon seeing Lu Iran and Munanyan arrive, he promptly greeted them. "Good morning, young master and young mistress. Breakfast is ready." Lu Iran responded with a slight nod and took his seat at the head of the table, commencing his meal. Munanyan gazed at the array of dishes, astonished. "Is there truly enough for just the two of us?" The butler, seemingly aware of her thoughts, spoke up. "Madam, we prepared a variety of breakfast options. As we were uncertain of your preferences, please let us know what you enjoy, and we will adjust accordingly in the future." Munanyan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Back at the Mu family, her desires were often disregarded, sometimes even leading to her meals being neglected altogether. Here, although she and Lu Iran were merely a facade of a couple, he accorded her the respect she deserved, and the servants treated her with kindness, genuinely regarding her as the young mistress. "Thank you, butler. Please prepare a Chinese breakfast for me from now on." "Of course, young mistress. Enjoy your meal." With that, the butler withdrew, mindful not to intrude upon their breakfast. Seated at the head of the table, Lu Iran remained silent, sipping his coffee, as if oblivious to the entire scene unfolding around him. After much hesitation, Munanyan decided to express her gratitude to Lu Iran. "Mr. Lu, thank you." He raised an eyebrow, regarding her with curiosity. "What are you thanking me for? I know that had it not been for your guidance, they would not treat me this well." Lu Iran responded blandly, then added, "In the future, do not call me Mr. Lu at home. You must acclimate to your role as Mrs. Lu, as we will need to feign affection before the grandparents. If you persist in calling me Mr. Lu, what will happen then? What should I call you then?" Munanyan asked, bewildered and uncertain of how to proceed. Lu Iran chuckled at her perplexed expression, enjoying the moment. Yet, wishing to tease her further, he remarked, "We are officially married now. What do you think would be appropriate? Husband?" Munanyan instinctively blurted out a term of endearment. Only realizing her slip after the words had escaped her lips, her face instantly flushed crimson.
What on earth am I saying?
How could I ever refer to him as husband? I'm doomed. He won't misconstrue my feelings for him, will he? Meanwhile, Lu Iran, who was sipping his coffee, was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected address, nearly choking on his drink. Thankfully, he managed to regain his composure, as he certainly did not wish to lose face in front of this woman. Is she truly so audacious as to call someone husband so casually? In an effort to smooth over the situation, Munanyan quickly suggested, "Then I shall call you Mr.
Lu from now on."
After this exchange, an awkward silence enveloped the dining table, the atmosphere thick with embarrassment. Under such circumstances, Munanyan found the breakfast before her suddenly unappetizing. She hastily finished her meal and turned to Lu Iran, who was still engrossed in his coffee. "Mr. Lu, I have finished eating. Please take your time. I shall head upstairs now." By the time she descended the stairs, Lu Iran had already vacated the dining room. Not pondering the matter further, she hailed a cab to the Romantic Melody Lodge. En route, she received a WeChat message from Tang Yutong. "Yan, have you left? I'm already in the car." "Okay, let us meet at the entrance of the Romantic Melody Lodge." Upon her arrival, Tang Yutong spotted her immediately and excitedly rushed over to embrace her. "Yan, you finally made it. I was about to starve. You didn't eat breakfast again, did you?" "Of course not. I must save room for a delightful lunch." "Stop making excuses. You probably overslept." "Oh, why expose me? I only got up around 9.
Tang Du Tong chúc cờ ship xin.
She had hurriedly tidied herself up and applied some makeup, leaving no time for breakfast. "All right, let us head inside. I can tell you're eager." Together, they entered the restaurant, where a waiter approached them. "Good day, ladies. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, under Tang Yutong." After confirming their reservation, the waiter escorted them to a private room. Once they had placed their orders, the waiter left, and the two friends began to chat joyfully. Meanwhile, after finishing his breakfast, Lu Iran changed his attire and headed out. Despite it being the weekend, he had work commitments. He was scheduled to have lunch with Hua Shijiang, the president of Huasher Group, to discuss potential collaboration, with the meeting set at the Romantic Melody Lodge as well. Upon arrival, he surveyed the restaurant's ambience and discerned that the meeting was merely a pretense. The true intent was a date. As this establishment was a popular social spot primarily frequented by couples or groups of women, hardly a suitable venue for business discussions. Upon entering, he announced Hua Shizheng's name and proceeded to the private room, where she was already waiting. Mr. Liu, greetings. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. As she spoke, she extended her hand, her voice sweet and flirtatious. Were it any other man, he might have been captivated, but Liu Yiran found her demeanor only irksome. Hello, Miss Hua. However, Liu Yiran absorbed not a single word, for he was captivated by a familiar voice. Was it possible that it belonged to Munanyan? What was she doing here? Surely, she wasn't following me. Liu Yiran pondered, realizing that the adjacent private room was indeed occupied by Munanyan and Tang Yutong, separated only by a flimsy screen. The person behind him was Munanyan. At that moment, she and Tang Yutong were engrossed in lively conversation. Yan, let me show you a handsome guy. This is a new artist who just debuted. Isn't he quite dashing? Tang Yutong exclaimed, presenting her phone to Munanyan. After a quick glance, Munanyan conceded, he is indeed quite handsome, but you remain so superficial, drawn to those who are muscular when undressed yet appear slender when clothed. Of course. Who could resist a man with 8-pack abs? What if my future partner lacks them? Tang Yutong quipped. Impossible. I could never date someone without 8-pack abs. I hope you remember my words today. I will certainly remember, Munanyan replied. By the way, Yan, have you heard any news about Su Muyang? Chapter 10. Did the butler mistreat you? As Tang Yutong posed this question, she carefully scrutinized Munanyan's expression. Surprisingly, Munanyan appeared considerably calmer than before, leaving Tang Yutong uncertain whether she was merely feigning tranquility or had genuinely moved on. No, I haven't been able to contact him since that day, Munanyan stated, her demeanor so composed that Tang Yutong felt emboldened to speak more freely. You two were once so close. Who would have guessed that Su Muyang was a scoundrel? Vanishing without a trace? It's utterly irresponsible. I thought you would last. It's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it, Munanyan declared, lowering her gaze to her meal and dismissing Tang Yutong as probing. Yet, Tang Yutong noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in Munanyan's eyes. When she claimed that everything was in the past, it was evident that she still cared. Tang Yutong dared not mention Su Muyang again, opting instead for silence as they continued their meal. Meanwhile, Liu Yiran overheard their conversation with perfect clarity, not due to any eavesdropping tendencies, but simply because the two rooms were in such close proximity and their voices were unguarded. Are young women so candid in their private discussions? To speak so openly about men in public, even mentioning 8-pack abs. How shallow, he thought, as his opinion of Munanyan deteriorated further. Moreover, it seemed from the earlier exchange that she harbored feelings for someone who had vanished. No wonder she was so eager to marry me. She signed the agreement with such alacrity, all the while carrying feelings for another. Yet, should I not be more concerned that she might covet me? Mr. Liu. What is it? Liu Yiran responded, his gaze icy, as his aura plummeted to an arctic chill, capable of freezing anyone in their tracks. This demeanor startled Hua Wucheng. And nothing. I simply noticed you hadn't spoken, so I thought I'd call you. I'll just step out to the restroom. Please continue your meal. With that, Hua Wucheng rose and exited the room, coincidentally encountering Munanyan and Tang Yutong as they emerged after finishing their meal. The two groups crossed paths, exchanging glances yet remaining strangers, before continuing on their separate ways. As Munanyan passed by the door of the private room, she caught sight of Liu Yiran seated within. Liu Yiran? What could he possibly be doing here? It appeared he was alone. Was he on a date with the woman from earlier? Surely, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Xiao deign to visit such an establishment? It was perplexing how individuals like him operated. Despite having someone they cherished, they still sought to marry another, leaving a woman as a mere mistress. Was there truly a sense of accomplishment in such behavior? What a scoundrel he was. Fortunately, I do not harbor any affection for him. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would be utterly disheartening. Munanyan silently berated herself, further solidifying her resolve to avoid any feelings for Liu Yiran. Such a man was beyond a woman's control. Before leaving the restaurant, she glanced back at the woman, who was still loitering at the entrance of the private room, seemingly hesitant to depart. Hua Wucheng had no genuine desire to visit the restroom. She merely felt unnerved under Liu Yiran's gaze and sought an excuse to step outside for some fresh air. At that moment, as Munanyan turned her gaze, she found Hua Wucheng also looking towards the exit, their eyes meeting once more. Hua Wucheng glanced behind her, realizing she was alone in the corridor. Meanwhile, Tang Yutong and Munanyan, having exited the restaurant, decided to indulge in some shopping. Their previous attire was predominantly casual and comfortable, ill-suited for the workplace. Thus, they aimed to acquire a few professional outfits. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Munanyan approached the door and opened it to find the butler. Is there something you need, butler? She inquired. Feeling not the slightest bit hungry and reluctant to trouble the chef for a solitary meal, she declined the butler's offer.
No, thank you, butler.
Please rest early once you finish your tasks. I shall skip dinner tonight, as I am on a diet. Understood, young lady.
Coincidentally,
The design director of the Dingxing Group, Qili, was seeking a design assistant, and she was eager to attend the interview. The opportunity to learn alongside Qili, who had garnered numerous international awards and whose designs were nothing short of spectacular, was indeed rare. Munanyan had always regarded Qili as her idol, aspiring to one day achieve similar greatness. Engrossed in sketching her design drafts, Munanyan lost track of time, only realizing it was already 1 a.m.
Goodness.
It's so late. I must hurry to bed. As she prepared to wash up and retire for the night, her stomach suddenly grumbled audibly. Really now? Of all times to be hungry, where am I to find something to eat? She lamented. Despite her complaints, she resolved to venture downstairs to see if any food remained. Having been mistreated during her childhood by Lin Wan and others, often going to bed with an empty stomach, she developed a psychological aversion to hunger, making it difficult for her to sleep when famished. To ensure she could rest sooner, she decided to check for food. At this hour, the household staff and butler were mostly asleep, and the premises were devoid of any presence. She cautiously made her way to the kitchen, where she discovered ingredients still available in the refrigerator and decided to prepare herself a bowl of noodles. What are you doing? Suddenly startled by a voice. Munanyan turned to find it was Lu Yiran, and she sighed with relief. Mr. Lu, it's you. You nearly frightened me. How is it that you walk so silently? Don't you know that people can scare each other to death? I walk silently? Clearly, you were too engrossed to hear me. All right, I suppose that's my fault. But what brings you here so late at night? I didn't have dinner earlier, and now I'm quite hungry. I was planning to make myself some noodles. Is the butler mistreating you? Not feeding you? Chapter 11. The most delicious Yangchun noodles. No. I was hungry before. So I told the butler not to prepare dinner for me, who knew I would get so busy and end up feeling a bit hungry. Munanyan explained awkwardly. This was her first time alone with Lu Yiran, and the atmosphere felt peculiar. It was rather embarrassing to be caught sneaking a snack just 2 days after moving in. Lu Yiran responded nonchalantly. Seeing that she had been caught eating, Munanyan felt shy about indulging alone and politely asked, I'm about to make some noodles. Would you like some, Mr. Lu? In order to maintain his physique, Lu Yiran typically refrained from late-night snacks. However, having consumed mostly alcohol during dinner and feeling a bit unwell from the lack of food, he agreed.
All right.
You can sit for a while. I will prepare the noodles and call you when they're ready.
With that,
Munanyan busied herself in the kitchen while Lu Yiran ascended the stairs to take a shower. When he returned, he found Munanyan still diligently working in the kitchen. Leaning against the doorway, he gazed at her, and a surprising sense of contentment washed over him. Why does seeing her cook evoke such feelings? The chef has prepared meals for me before. It's perplexing. Lu Yiran thought to himself, realizing it was rather odd to feel warmth and satisfaction from merely watching a woman prepare a meal for him. Once Munanyan finished the noodles and was about to serve them, she spotted Lu Yiran standing at the door. Mr. Lu, the noodles are ready. Let me serve them for you. Please come and eat. Saying this, Munanyan carried the bowl of noodles straight out, placing it on the dining table, with Lu Yiran following closely behind. He looked at the bowl on the table. It was just a simple serving of Yangchun noodles, adorned with a few leafy greens and a poached egg, sprinkled with some chopped scallions.
it was quite appetizing.
It's rather late tonight, so I made the simplest Yangchun noodles. Do give them a try, Munanyan said before retreating to the kitchen to fetch her own bowl. Lu Yiran sat at the head of the table and took a bite, finding it surprisingly delightful. This might just be the best Yangchun noodles he had ever tasted. He hadn't expected her cooking to be so enjoyable. As he pondered this, he took another couple of bites. When Munanyan emerged with her bowl and saw him eating, she quickly inquired, "How does it taste?" Lu Yiran kept his thoughts to himself, simply responding with a casual, "It's decent. Then make sure to eat plenty." After finishing their meal, Munanyan took the initiative to wash the dishes and tidy the kitchen. After all, how could a pampered young master like Lu Yiran possibly wash dishes? He lounged at the dining table like a lord, perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt for leaving Munanyan alone downstairs. Thus, he silently sat beside her in companionship. However, Munanyan did not dwell on such thoughts. Once she had cleaned up, she noticed that Lu Yiran was still there and greeted him, saying, "Mr. Lu, I'm heading upstairs to sleep. You should rest early as well.
Good night."
She drifted into a dreamless slumber. The following morning, Munanyan woke up late, finding it was already 9 o'clock. She had never risen so late before and was puzzled by her unusual delay. Throughout the day, she remained indoors, but when fatigue from painting set in, she decided to stroll through the mansion's garden to familiarize herself with her surroundings. Having been there for a few days, she had yet to explore the estate properly. The mansion was even more expansive than she had imagined. It seemed to possess everything. She resided on the second floor, which was primarily composed of living quarters, while the third floor housed Louis Rana's study and a tea room. The fourth floor boasted an open-air swimming pool, and the basement featured a gym, a cinema, a game room, and an enormous wine cellar. The garden was vast and filled with a plethora of flowers, many of which Munanyan could not name. Yet they were visually stunning. On the next day, Munanyan awoke early, applied her makeup, and dressed herself. As she was leaving, she happened to cross paths with Louis Ran. "Good morning, Mr. Liu," she greeted. Louis Ran looked up at her. Today, with her makeup on, she appeared quite lovely. He noticed her cheerful demeanor, likely due to the fact that it was Monday and she was returning to work. Did one really feel such joy about going to work? And why the elaborate attire? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely responding with a faint The two then proceeded downstairs to have breakfast together. After their meal, they parted ways at the entrance. Given their secret marriage, appearing together at the company's entrance would undoubtedly attract the attention of employees. Louis Ran took his Maybach directly to the office, while Munanyan opted for a taxi. Once seated in the vehicle, she provided the address of the Dingxing Group and fell silent. Halfway through the ride, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she noticed an unfamiliar number. It was rare for her to receive calls from strangers, leaving her hesitant about whether to answer. Ultimately, she decided to pick up the call. "Hello? Hello? May I speak with Ms. Munanyan?" A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. The mention of her name surprised Munanyan further. "This is she. Who is this?" "Ms. Mu, I am the attorney representing your mother, Ms. Shen Yi. I apologize for the delay in reaching out, but I would like to meet with you before reading her will, if that is agreeable to you." Chapter 12. Shen Yi's attorney. Upon hearing the word mother, Munanyan felt as though her mind had exploded. For the first time in 16 years, she had heard her mother's name mentioned by someone else. "All right. I'm on my way. Where are you?" "I'll come find you. I'm near Wudong Avenue, at a cafe called Red. Please meet me here." "Understood." After Munanyan ended the call, she turned to the driver and instructed, "Sir, please take me to Wudong Avenue, to Red Cafe." "But we are just about to reach the Dingxing Group," the driver remarked, having already spotted the prominent sign of the Dingxing Group. "Just one more traffic light, and we will arrive. I must go to the cafe. It's urgent." "Very well." The driver, with no other option, signaled to turn and headed towards the cafe. Munanyan had intended to inform Louis Ran of her plans, but soon realized she did not possess his contact details. Nor did she have the means to reach the Dingxing Group. Hence, she decided against it. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a pang of regret. Yet she did not waver in her conviction. Nothing was more significant than her mother's affairs. Jobs could be regained, but news of her mother could not afford to be missed. Upon arriving at Red Cafe, Munanyan stepped inside. It was a Monday, and at this hour, with the workday in full swing, the cafe was relatively empty. She quickly spotted a middle-aged man, clad in a suit and wearing glasses, seated by the window. Sipping his coffee, she surmised that this must be the person she was seeking and approached him directly. The man noticed her and rose to greet her. "Miss Mu?" he inquired. "Yes, may I ask your name?" Munanyan replied, uncertain of how to address him. "I am Qin Sheng." "Hello, Lawyer Qin." The two shook hands before returning to their seats. Once the server arrived to take their orders, they resumed their previous discussion. "Lawyer Qin, you mentioned that my mother had made a will before her passing?" "Indeed, she reached out to me just the day before her death to assist her in drafting it." At this revelation, Munanyan found it difficult to remain composed. Her mother had been only 29 years old at the time of her demise. How could someone so young contemplate a will? Did her mother have a premonition of her own misfortune? As this possibility dawned on her, her face paled. She had always believed her mother's death was a tragic accident. Now it seemed increasingly likely that it was orchestrated. In that moment, Munanyan could not afford to dwell on her troubling thoughts and pressed Lawyer Qin for answers. "So, my mother's death was not an accident?" "I cannot say for certain, but it is indeed rare for someone of your mother's age to draft a will. You might want to investigate further, as I do not have much information regarding her case." As she spoke, Munanyan's demeanor grew somber. She lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts from those around her. Observing her distress, Lawyer Qin refrained from further comment and redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. "Miss Mu, your mother's will pertains to both you and your father, Mu Feng. Therefore, I am unable to disclose its contents without both parties present. The primary reason for our meeting today is to present you with an item." "What item?" At the mention of something being given to her, Munanyan lifted her gaze to meet Qin Sheng's eyes. Qin Sheng opened the briefcase he had brought, retrieving a card, a contract, and a USB drive, which he handed to Munanyan. Your mother purchased a fund for you at the time of your birth. Starting from your coming of age, you can withdraw 500,000 each year. The funds are deposited onto this card, and the password is your birthday. This is the contract for the fund and the bank card. You may take a look. Upon hearing this, Munanyan could no longer contain her tears. Her mother had meticulously planned all her future security at the moment of her birth, fearing that she might struggle to support herself later and worrying about her well-being. Perhaps this is the entirety of a mother's love for her child. Munanyan closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering gently. Tears swirled in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly forced herself not to let them fall. After holding back for considerable time, Munanyan finally spoke again. What is stored on that USB drive? Thank you, Lawyer Qin. It's nothing. This is what I ought to do. By the way, here's my business card. Once you have settled your affairs, you can contact me to announce your mother's will. With that, Qin Sheng retrieved a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to Munanyan.
Who accepted it?
Well, Miss Mu, I have completed what I needed to discuss with you today, but I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. All right, thank you, Lawyer Qin. Meanwhile, at the Dingshan Group, under Liu Yiran's arrangements, Munanyan was expected to report to work today. The director of the design department, Qi Li, had already received a notification from Liu Yiran's assistant. She was uncertain whether this was the president's directive or the assistant's initiative, yet she dared not offend either of them. Thus, she had been waiting at the company's front desk for Munanyan since early morning. Qi Li was already somewhat displeased with the nepotism surrounding this new hire, as she had already selected her design assistant during last week's interviews. Who would have known that someone would suddenly arrive without an interview? What competence could someone without a formal interview possess? Yet, her connections with President Liu and his assistant indicated she was not an ordinary individual. Qi Li was unsure whether she had gained an assistant or merely been assigned a troublesome figure. Now, having waited for 2 hours downstairs without sight of her, Qi Li's impression of her only worsened due to her lack of punctuality. As a distinguished design director and an internationally renowned designer, he had never endured such treatment. How could an intern dare to stand him up? Hello, Assistant Song, this is Qi Li. Song Rui was somewhat surprised to receive a call from Qi Li. Director Qi? Is there something you need? Didn't you arrange for someone to be my design assistant last week? She still hasn't arrived. And I wanted to inquire about the situation. She hasn't come yet? From Song Rui's perspective, Munanyan was a seemingly innocent university student, appearing quite approachable. She should not have been late based on their previous arrangements, and he had no idea what had gone awry. Indeed, I have been waiting downstairs for 2 hours, and she has yet to show up. You may continue with your work. I will inform President Liu about this matter and see how he wishes to address it.
All right.
I understand. Thank you, Assistant Song. After Song Rui hung up the phone, he proceeded directly to the president's office. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Liu Yiran responded calmly upon hearing the knock, looking up to see Song Rui and inquired, "What is it?" "President Liu, madam." "I have no such madam." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Liu Yiran interrupted Song Rui before he could finish his sentence. Noticing Liu Yiran's displeasure, Song Rui quickly adjusted his words. "Yes, President Liu. Miss Mu did not come to the office today." "Did not come?" "Yes, the director of the design department just called me, stating that she had not arrived. But she got up quite early this morning and looked splendid." "Did she not leave with me?" Liu Yiran pondered. How could she not come? Or was she never intended to come to the office at all? Is it to meet someone else? At this thought, Liu Yiran's expression darkened considerably.
Munanyan.
You truly are something. You were the one who sought this position for me, and now you simply do not show up. Do you think I, Liu Yiran, am a fool? How amusing. Liu Yiran was genuinely angry. He had not anticipated Munanyan to be such a person. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, addressing Song Rui. I understand. You may leave now. Song Rui, feeling somewhat perplexed, was unsure of the president's intentions, whether to keep the position vacant or to replace her. Although President Liu refused to acknowledge Munanyan's status, she was indeed Mrs. Liu now. If they were to truly become involved in the future, any decision he made hastily could lead to repercussions. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, he chose to remain silent and exited the office. Once Song Rui departed, Liu Yiran considered calling Munanyan, only to discover he did not possess her phone number. Quite an oversight. Young master, do you have any instructions? Is madam at home? The butler was taken aback by Liu Yiran's inquiry. Didn't he, the young master and young lady, leave together? How could she be at home? Not at home. Young master? The young lady left with you. After this exchange, Liu Yiran hung up the phone, dismissing the matter from his mind and returned to his work. Meanwhile, at Yujing Tiancheng, What is wrong with her? The butler recounted everything he had just witnessed to Luiran. All right, I understand. Keep a close watch on her. Understood, young master. After hanging up, Luiran was taken aback to hear that Munanyan was crying, for she had never shed a tear in his presence. Why would she cry? Had she gone out today to meet the man she fancied and faced rejection? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his suspicions, suddenly feeling as though he had been betrayed, which darkened his mood further. He promptly sent a message to Song Rui. Have Director Chi recruit someone anew. There is no need to retain the position. Understood, President Liu. At Yujing Tiancheng, all the pent-up emotions that had accumulated in the cafe erupted at that moment. After crying for a considerable time, Munanyan finally regained her composure. She was determined to ascertain whether her mother's death was an accident. After taking some time to gather herself, she stood up once more. She approached her drafting desk, settling down and retrieving the items she had acquired that day, placing them beside her. Taking out a pristine sheet of drawing paper and a sketch pencil, she began to inscribe and illustrate her thoughts. Determined to document everything she knew along with her myriad questions, fearing they might slip from her memory. The day after Lawyer Chin informed her that her mother had executed a will, an unfortunate incident befell her mother. Was there a connection between this incident and the will? Did someone wish her harm upon learning of the will's existence? Yet, the will had been confirmed, immutable. Any malevolent intent should have manifested before her mother's execution of the will. With this line of reasoning, Munanyan struck through that hypothesis. It was untenable. Did her mother anticipate danger, and thus sought to establish a will? But if she were aware, why did she not choose to protect herself, to alert the authorities, rather than merely drafting a will? This conundrum eluded Munanyan's understanding, prompting her to consider an alternative perspective. Was it possible her mother was unaware? Or was the accident truly an unforeseen event? Yet, it seemed implausible. Why would her mother have chosen to draft a will only to encounter an incident the very next day? At this moment, Munanyan found herself at an impasse, her thoughts ensnared, unable to find clarity. She gazed at her notes for a considerable time, ultimately directing her focus towards the word will. Why did her mother feel compelled to draft a will? As her only daughter, who besides herself could inherit her mother's assets. As a top student at Peking University, Munanyan possessed a fair understanding of inheritance law. Upon the passing of Shunyi, her primary heirs would be her spouse, children, and parents. Chapter 14, Inferring the cause of her mother's death. Munanyan inscribed these three categories onto the paper, subsequently listing the corresponding names. Mu Feng, herself. However, when she reached the section for parents, Munanyan hesitated, for she had never heard Shun-Yi mention her own parents, nor had she ever met them. She marked a question mark beneath that heading. Had her mother's parents passed away, or was her mother an orphan? Or was there another explanation? Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Munanyan's contemplation. She quickly rose to answer the door, inadvertently brushing against the desk, causing a USB drive to tumble into a box at the corner of her table, which was filled with plush toys her mother had previously gifted her. The USB made no sound as it fell, and Munanyan, oblivious, proceeded to the door. Upon opening it, she found the butler standing there. "Is there something you need, sir?" she inquired politely. The butler paused, taken aback by her appearance, scrutinizing her with an unusual gaze before responding. "Young mistress, it is now lunchtime. We have prepared a meal. Would you care to partake?"
Munanyan.
Lacking any appetite and disinterested in food, felt reluctant to refuse the butler's concerned expression. "Very well, I shall tidy up and be down shortly," she replied. Seeing her consent, the butler departed to finalize preparations, leaving her to her thoughts. Having recently shed tears, Munanyan felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and resolved to wash her face. Upon entering the restroom, Munanyan was startled by her reflection in the mirror. Gone was the radiant visage she had exhibited earlier that morning. Her makeup had entirely smudged, the eyeliner running down her cheeks like the markings of a panda. The foundation had been rubbed off, leaving her resembling a madwoman. It dawned on her why the butler had gazed at her in such a peculiar manner. Oh, how mortifying it was to have the butler witness her in this state. How could she possibly descend to dine in such a condition? In a flurry, Munanyan reached for the makeup remover, cleansing her face, and at that moment, she appeared significantly improved. However, the redness and swelling of her eyes, a testament to her tears, became all the more apparent post-removal. This would not dissipate quickly, and with no other option, Munanyan steeled herself to face her meal. She repeated to herself, "It matters not. If I cannot see them, then I am unaware. I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment lies with them." Having mentally prepared herself several times, she finally ventured downstairs, keeping her head lowered to avoid the gaze of the cleaning maid nearby. After navigating through the halls, she reached the dining room. where she promptly sat and began to eat, oblivious to her surroundings. Yet, the butler, stationed nearby, noticed her swollen eyes and concluded she had indeed been crying. Unfamiliar with the newlywed lady, he hesitated to approach, fearing he might offend her. With unresolved matters weighing heavily on her mind, Munanyan found her appetite diminished. After a few bites of food and a small bowl of rice, she set down her chopsticks. "Butler, I have finished eating. I shall retire now." Louis was somewhat taken aback by the call from the mansion. Rarely did he receive such calls during his busy daytime hours at the company. And this marked the second instance today. He frowned slightly, but answered the phone nonetheless. "Hello, Butler, what is it?" What did her troubles have to do with him? He instructed the butler not to contact him regarding her affairs in the future, as he was preoccupied with his work. After expressing his irritation, he hung up, feigning indifference while seething internally. His suspicions were only further confirmed. Her tears must be due to that ex-boyfriend of hers. To be so distraught over a man that she could scarcely eat. Munanyan, how deeply do you care for him? If you hold him in such high regard, then why did you so readily accept my marriage proposal? It was merely a means to procure financial gain for me. You desire everything without consequence. Such fortune is hardly feasible. Louis suddenly felt that marrying Munanyan had been a hasty decision. He ought to have investigated her background more thoroughly prior to their union. Perhaps everything she had shown him was merely a facade. She could very well be a woman enamored with superficiality, daring to maintain ties with other men during their marriage, thereby casting a shadow upon him. Louis ran. She had sought employment from him, only to neglect it and rendezvous with another man, all while feigning an inability to eat. Did she perceive him as a mere specter? At this moment, Louis harbored an intense loathing for Munanyan. Never had a woman dared to toy with him in such a manner. He once again seized his phone and dispatched a message to the butler. "Keep a close watch on Munanyan. She is not to leave the house without my permission." The butler, upon receiving this message from Louis was left utterly bewildered. His intention had been to encourage the young master to show more concern for the young mistress. Yet it seemed that his well-meaning efforts had backfired, as the young master appeared to be angered, even going so far as to contemplate imprisoning her. A pang of guilt washed over the butler. He was uncertain how to convey this to Munanyan. After some deliberation, he decided against speaking up, fearing it might exacerbate their already tense situation. He resolved to wait until Munanyan wished to venture out before addressing the matter. Silently, he tucked his phone away and resumed his work, wary of speaking out of turn. She gazed at the air depicted on the drawing paper. Apart from herself, only Mu Feng remained. Could this matter be connected to Mu Feng? Yet, Mu Feng's assets surely surpassed those of her mother. He would hardly covet such trivialities. Chapter 15. When will Mr. Liu return? Under normal circumstances, a spouse would inherit 1/3 of an estate, while children would receive 2/3. It appeared that Munanyan stood to gain more. Her mother had no need for a will. How, then, would her mother's estate ultimately be divided? Was it possible that her mother's inheritance had not been bequeathed to her? The more Munanyan pondered, the more perplexed she became. She could not fathom the intent behind her mother drafting this will. It seemed she would only uncover the truth upon its announcement. Her thoughts drifted back to Mu Feng's earlier remarks, and she retrieved a fresh sheet of drawing paper to reason through it all. After scrutinizing it several times, she finally discerned the source of her confusion. Mu Feng had fallen out with her mother. He was maintaining a relationship with another woman and his biological daughter. Yet he chose to keep Munanyan, his non-biological daughter, and his wife, who had been unfaithful to him, under the Mu roof. This arrangement made little sense. How could a biological father subject his own daughter to such indignities? Moreover, Mu Feng had supported his deceased wife and another man's daughter for over 2 decades. The more she considered it, the more she questioned Mu Feng's assertion that he treated her as his own daughter, which justified his years of care. If Mu Feng truly regarded Munanyan as his own child, how could he have severed ties with her due to her lack of blood relation? Why did Lin Wan and Mu Yinshu enter the picture? Why did Mu Feng insist on keeping her mother by his side, unwilling to let her go even when love had faded? Was there something concerning her mother that she remained oblivious to? Her thoughts fixated on why Mu Feng refused to divorce. She even contemplated whether, had Mu Feng and her mother divorced, the unfortunate incident might have been averted. Munanyan felt ensnared in a web, unable to escape or discern the truth. She set down her pen, rose from her seat, and began to pace around the room. Realizing she needed a respite to clear her mind, she recognized that all her conjectures had led her into a dead end from which she could not extricate herself. Ultimately, she arrived at a single conclusion. Mu Feng was indeed problematic, and he was undoubtedly concealing something from her. Munanyan resolved to first unravel the complexities between her mother and Mu Feng before investigating the circumstances surrounding her mother's car accident. However, prior to that, She felt compelled to ascertain the contents of the will to discern how her mother's final assets were allocated, for perhaps therein lay answers to some of her questions. Once everything was clarified, a sense of relief washed over Munanyan, and the oppressive weight on her heart began to lift. After relaxing, she felt as though she had forgotten something important. Though the specifics eluded her, it seemed trivial, so she dismissed it. Having just wept that morning and her mind burdened with contemplation, fatigue enveloped her. She decided to retreat to the bathroom for a shower followed by a brief nap. At 6 in the evening, Munanyan awoke languidly, and upon checking her phone, she was startled to discover the time. "I've slept for 4 hours. How will I manage to sleep tonight?" she lamented, feeling a surge of despair. She recalled setting an alarm, intending to rise after an hour and a half to work on her design sketches, yet here she was, having slept through dinner. Determined, she checked her alarm to ascertain whether it had gone off without her hearing it, or if it had not sounded at all. Her heart sank as she saw that her alarm, set for 3:30, was programmed for Saturday and Sunday. Today is Monday. She suddenly remembered. I was supposed to attend an interview. How could I have forgotten? With a jolt, she realized that it was too late. The office had long since closed, and she had already missed 2 appointments. The thought of being blacklisted by the Dingsheng group crossed her mind, a fear that was not unfounded. For in a fit of anger, Louis Ran had indeed placed her on the company's blacklist, forbidding her from working at Dingsheng or any of its subsidiaries. Never mind, I can't possibly ask Mr. Liu for another interview opportunity. This was truly my fault. Tomorrow, I shall have to explore opportunities elsewhere. However, I must explain the situation to Mr. Liu. It would be unfortunate if he misconstrued my absence. Descending the stairs, she searched for Liu Iran. But finding no trace of him, she approached the butler, who was preoccupied in the kitchen overseeing the chef. Upon entering the kitchen, the butler noticed Munanyan and promptly inquired, "Madam, are you feeling hungry? Dinner will be ready shortly. Please bear with us." Upon hearing Munanyan inquire about Liu Iran, a twinge of guilt flickered within the butler, leading to an awkward admission. "I'm afraid I don't have his number, but if you give me a moment, I can provide it to you." The butler reflected on the strained relationship between the couple, realizing that Munanyan did not even possess Liu Iran's contact information. Despite knowing he should not freely distribute Liu Iran's number, his remorse compelled him to comply, hoping that this call would mend their rift and perhaps lead to the lifting of her confinement, all while keeping Munanyan blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding her situation. However, the butler overthought the situation. After obtaining the phone number, Munanyan stepped out to call Liu Iran from the living room. Chapter 16. When can I go out? Meanwhile, Liu Iran was engaged in an international conference. Upon noticing an unfamiliar number calling, he instinctively terminated the call without a second thought, promptly blocking the number. After all, how could the esteemed President Liu entertain calls from strangers? It was merely a waste of time. Following this, he resumed his meeting, dismissing the incident from his mind. Munanyan, upon hearing the call connect only to be abruptly ended, assumed that Liu Iran was preoccupied with pressing matters and decided to refrain from calling again, planning to revisit the matter after dinner. The following morning, she rose early, preparing to continue her job search. With only about a week left before her required internship commenced, she needed to act swiftly. She was determined not to jeopardize her graduation by failing to secure a position. After breakfast, as she was about to leave, the butler appeared and intercepted her. "Madam, where are you headed?" "I'm going out to look for an internship." "Is there an issue, butler?" The butler hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to say, "Madam, it would be best if you rested at home for the next few days." Confused by the butler's words, Munanyan found it perplexing that she was being advised to stay home. Nonetheless, she patiently explained, "The internship period mandated by our school is about to commence. If I fail to find a position, it will adversely affect my performance. I cannot afford to remain at home." The butler recognized her urgency and understood the significance of her internship, yet he dared not defy the young master's orders. He clarified, "Madam, the young master has instructed that you are not to leave the residence without his permission for the next few days." After relaying this message, the butler broke into a cold sweat, aware that the couple had been quarreling without even seeing each other. It seemed that any frustrations would likely be directed towards him. The messenger, upon hearing that she was confined, Munanyan felt bewildered and internally lamented, "What is wrong with Liu Iran? I have not offended him. Why is he restricting my freedom? Has he lost his mind?" Desperate to understand the situation, she turned to the butler and inquired, "Why is he preventing me from going out? When did he say this?" "I am unaware of the young master's reasons for confining you, madam. This order was issued by him yesterday morning. It would be prudent for you to remain at home for now. Searching for a job can wait a couple of days. Perhaps once the young master's temper has cooled, he will allow you to go out. It is best not to oppose him during this time. You never know how he might react. The butler, wishing to provide some earnest advice, quickly made his exit. Munanyan pondered the butler's words. Yesterday morning? Everything seemed fine when we had breakfast together. The issue must not have arisen at home. Could it have been because of yesterday's interview? Yet it was merely an interview. Could he truly be so upset? And why must he prevent me from leaving? Previously, it was agreed upon that they would act as a married couple, refraining from interfering in each other's lives. What is his current intention? It is truly perplexing. Contemplating this, Munanyan felt that Ran was indeed capricious. Akin to a tyrant, for such a trivial matter, he imposed confinement upon her. Would that not mean her life would be dictated by him henceforth? Munanyan had no desire for such an existence. Thus, she promptly retrieved her phone, intending to inquire with Ran about his true meaning. The call could not be connected. Please try again later, the automated voice informed her. Munanyan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Ran's phone was malfunctioning? She had managed to reach him just yesterday. Undeterred, she dialed again. The same message echoed back at her. After several attempts, each met with the same disheartening notification. She arrived at a conclusion. She had been blocked. How absurd. What on earth was Ran doing? Did he realize that this phone number belonged to her, and thus decided to block her after her call yesterday? Surely this was excessive? She had merely refrained from attending an interview. Communication should not be so utterly obstructed. Munanyan was infuriated by Ran's actions. After all, when a death sentence is pronounced, at least some notice is given. Ran, however, had unilaterally declared her confinement, offering no opportunity for explanation. The financial implications of this predicament loomed large. Should Ran demand compensation, she would be unable to afford it. The thought of potentially incurring a massive debt due to a moment of impulsiveness, only to end up working for him to repay it, brought her back to her senses. As a mere contractual wife, she was already at his mercy. Should she become his employee, she would be subject to even greater whims. Resigned to her fate, Munanyan realized that unless this situation was resolved, she would be unable to leave the mansion, thus hindering her job search. Yet, with no means to see Ran or contact him, how could she possibly explain her situation? Upon observing Munanyan ascend the staircase, the butler sighed in relief. Fortunately, the young mistress did not attempt to force her way out. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to how to handle the situation. He hoped that the young master would soon calm his temper and allow her to leave, lest they find themselves embroiled in conflict. For the past 2 days, Munanyan had mostly remained in her room, devoting her time to contacting companies for interviews or working on design drafts, aside from meals and sleep. By the following evening, she deliberately descended to seek out the butler. Is there any word on whether I may go out tomorrow? She inquired. No, the butler replied, a hint of guilt lacing his voice. After all, Ran had not specified that her confinement would last only 2 days. Rather, he had stated that she was not to leave without his permission. The butler had presumed that the young master would confine her for a maximum of 2 days. Yet he had received no notification to that effect. Then may I go out? I am uncertain, madam. Perhaps you should try calling the young master yourself. I would, but he has blocked my number, and I cannot reach him. The butler found himself in a quandary. It appeared that Ran's decision to block her indicated a desire for distance. If he lent his phone to her, he might face repercussions himself. Yet he was also inclined to assist her. What a dilemma it was. He pondered for a considerable time before suddenly recalling that there was a landline in the living room. Surely, the eldest young master would answer a call made from the mansion. Young mistress, isn't there a landline by the sofa in the living room? You could use that. Someone suggested. Indeed, he has blocked my number, but I can use another phone to call him. Oh, dear, I can't believe I didn't think of that.
I will call him now, she replied.
Upon finishing her words, Munanyan rushed to the sofa, retrieved her phone, and began to dial the number. Before long, the call was connected. Hello, butler, what is it? When the line connected, Munanyan felt a surge of joy, but that quickly faded upon hearing Ran's voice. It's me, Munanyan. Ran was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her name. After 2 days without seeing her, he had almost forgotten about her.
What do you want?
Munanyan was utterly infuriated. What did he mean by asking? Did he not know? He had confined her without reason, frequently vanished, and even blocked her number. Yet now he inquired about her purpose. Ran, when will you allow me to go out? This was the first time Munanyan had addressed him directly by his full name. Upon hearing this, Ran suddenly recalled that he had indeed commanded her confinement just a couple of days prior. He had been so preoccupied with work that he had entirely forgotten about this matter. Do you realize your mistake? I merely missed the interview on Monday. Is that such a grave error? Even if my tardiness was my fault, what gives you the right to confine me? Do not forget, we are merely contractual spouses. You have no authority to restrict my freedom. Interview? Hadn't she previously sought a position from him? Louis Rand's fleeting sense of guilt dissipated as he recalled this. Then why didn't you attend that day? As Munanyan spoke, the accusatory tone was unmistakable, but she felt emboldened. After all, she was no longer seeking employment at Dingxin Group. She felt a newfound confidence in her words. Louis Rand, however, could easily perceive the implication behind her words, and his expression turned icy. This was the first instance someone had dared to point out his faults in front of him. Others might have known about his mistakes, yet who would dare to say so? Everyone else kept their grievances to themselves. But Munanyan was audacious enough to voice her opinions. When did you ever call me? About 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon, she replied. Louis Rand then recalled receiving an unfamiliar call on that day. He checked his call records and removed that number from the blacklist, noting it as Munanyan. Louis Rand was aware that he had mistakenly wronged Munanyan regarding this job issue, yet she had not clarified it was a personal matter, which left him still suspicious that she had met her ex-boyfriend. He abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Munanyan no opportunity for rebuttal. Munanyan was left bewildered by Louis Rand's words. When had she ever cheated on him? It was utterly nonsensical. This thought led her to reminisce about the scene she had witnessed at the Love Song Pavilion, where Louis Rand had been dining with another woman. This man truly embodies double standards. He has no idea how many women he entertains outside, yet he fails to recognize that he is also married while playing the field. Munanyan merely expressed a bit of dissatisfaction, harboring no significant thoughts. She cared little for his words, as long as it facilitated her departure. The following day, her interview proceeded with remarkable ease. Initially, she had aspired to learn from her idol during her internship. However, all her plans had been dashed. She no longer wished to pursue the role of a design assistant, but instead aimed to apply for the position of designer. This would afford her the opportunity to participate in a prestigious clothing design competition scheduled for the latter half of the year. A contest of considerable repute within the design industry. Munanyan had long desired to enter, but the competition stipulated that participation must be under a company's name. And as she was still a student at the time, she had been ineligible. She applied for a designer position at a mid-tier fashion company. Due to her outstanding academic performance and innate design talent, coupled with several accolades earned during her studies, she was quickly accepted into the role. On Friday afternoon, Louis Rand was engrossed in his work when the sudden ringing of his phone broke the silence. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his grandmother. He answered the call. Grandma. Louis Rand's tone shifted to one of respect, though it remained devoid of warmth, offering only a brief greeting. I understand, Grandma. Chapter 18. Is Munanyan home? Realizing he could not evade her, Louis Rand steeled himself to comply. In the Liu family, the matriarch held the utmost authority, having been cherished by the elder Liu, whose wishes the younger generation felt compelled to follow. Although the elder Liu had aged, his prestige remained intact, and he still wielded significant power within the Dingxin Group. Once the elderly lady received the answer she sought, she promptly ended the call, disinterested in conversing with her cold grandson. Her desire was simply to meet her lovely granddaughter-in-law. On the day of Louis Rand and Munanyan's wedding, the ancestral home received a photograph of Munanyan, and the grandmother had taken an immediate liking to her at first sight, eager to meet her. However, she wished for the couple to spend more time together, which is why she had postponed their meeting until now. Not long after, Louis Rand's car arrived at the mansion's entrance. He alighted, tossed the car keys to the doorman, and strode directly into the house, where the butler promptly greeted him. Is Munanyan at home?
What is she occupied with?
The young mistress seems to have found an internship recently, and has been quite busy. I didn't inquire further. So, I'm not entirely sure, the butler replied. Understood. With that, Louis Rand made his way to the living room and settled onto the sofa. The butler immediately summoned tea and fruit. Growing increasingly excited, he feared his expression might betray his emotions to the young master, prompting him to discreetly slip into the kitchen to observe the preparations being made by the chefs. Cautiously, the butler approached Louis Rand and suggested, Young master, perhaps you should have dinner first. The young mistress may be delayed by other matters. Indeed, Louis Rand felt a pang of hunger, yet his annoyance at Munanyan had entirely sapped his appetite. Yes, sir. This was Munanyan's first visit to such a place, yet she felt no aversion. It resembled a paradise on earth, with its vibrant drinks, deafening music, and frenzied dance steps, allowing her to forget the pressures of reality and the poignant memories that lingered in her heart. She yearned to indulge in a liberating intoxication that night. However, her allergy to alcohol prohibited her from partaking even a sip. Thus, she could only savor the joy of others, standing apart as the sole sober observer in this heavenly realm. Tang Yutong ordered her a glass of juice and chose a cocktail for herself. As a recent university graduate, Her tolerance for alcohol was limited, and she had come merely to unwind, wishing to avoid any mishaps, hence selecting a low-alcohol beverage. The two of them chatted and laughed, engrossed in the performances on stage, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Find out where Munanyan is right now. I need the answer within half an hour. Yes. Mr. Liu. With that, Liu Yiran ended the call. At that moment, Song Rue, who had anticipated a relaxing day off tomorrow, had just finished his shower and was ready for bed, only to be compelled to don his clothes and venture out to uncover Munanyan's whereabouts. The life of Assistant Song was indeed a challenging one. Chapter 19. You're investigating me? 20 minutes later, Song Rue called back, uncertain of how to convey his findings to Mr. Liu, fearing that Liu Yiran might unleash his frustration upon him. Mr. Liu, I have located Miss Mu. Where? Liu Yiran's tone was laced with displeasure, as if he were on the verge of anger. Song Rue steeled himself and replied, at the Amber Night Bar. Upon hearing the word bar, Liu Yiran's pent-up frustration erupted, and he hurled his phone against the ground with such force that it shattered upon hitting the corner of the coffee table. On the other end, Song Rue heard a resounding crash before the call was abruptly terminated. When he attempted to call back, he found the phone switched off. Suddenly realizing the nature of the earlier noise, his boss had smashed his phone. It seemed he would have to rise early the next day to deliver a new phone to Mr. Liu. Thus, it appeared that his weekend of leisure was now a distant dream. Not yet satisfied with shattering his phone, Liu Yiran overturned everything on the coffee table in a fit of rage. The butler, hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate, witnessing Liu Yiran in the throes of destruction. The butler was incredulous, as it was his first time witnessing the usually aloof and indifferent young master in such a furious state. He dared not intervene, fearing that he might incur the wrath himself. Munanyan, you are truly something else. As she entered the living room, she found Liu Yiran still impeccably dressed in his suit, seated in the midst of chaos. She was perplexed, noticing the broken phone beside the coffee table and the scattered fruits on the floor, deepening her curiosity. Who could have provoked him to such a degree that he shattered a phone? Wealthy individuals certainly had their own extravagant ways of expressing anger. What happened? Munanyan distinctly sensed that Liu Yiran's tone was somewhat off. However, after pondering for a while, she could not fathom what had provoked him. They had not seen each other for a week, nor had they crossed paths in any significant way. The butler, struggling to continue, eventually fell silent, believing that the young master was indeed having a rather unfortunate day. It was only when Munanyan heard this that she began to comprehend the situation, gazing at Liu Yiran and remarking. This statement left Liu Yiran momentarily speechless, as he found himself at a loss for a retort. Munanyan continued to observe him, adding, Indeed, young master. After the butler departed, Liu Yiran turned to Munanyan, his voice laced with coldness. Is it appropriate for you to frequent such establishments? How did you know? Have you been investigating me? Munanyan's irritation began to surface, feeling that her privacy had been violated. Liu Yiran, you previously stated that we are merely contractual partners and our lives do not intertwine. My personal affairs do not require your scrutiny. Why should it matter to you where I go? Upon hearing this, Liu Yiran's expression darkened further and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Despite the summer heat, Munanyan felt an inexplicable chill. Yet you remain my wife. Is it fitting for you to visit such places? I shall not permit my wife to entangle herself with other men, even if we have signed a contract. When have I entangled myself with another man? I merely went to a bar with friends for a couple of drinks. Liu Yiran, do not exaggerate. Munanyan regarded Liu Yiran as the epitome of tyrannical authority. She had done nothing wrong. Had she known he would behave this way, she would rather have never entered this marriage. What gives you the right to restrict my freedom? On what grounds? On what grounds do you ask? On the grounds that this is my home, and I am in charge. And because you currently hold the title of my wife. Liu Yiran's words rendered Munanyan speechless, realizing that she had seemingly fallen from one pit of fire into another. Chapter 20. Are you so happy to have me cook for you? Speak. What brings you to me today? Having been married for nearly half a month, this was the first instance in which Liu Yiran sought her assistance. Despite her lingering irritation from earlier, she hesitated to refuse, recalling how she had been indulged since their marriage. It seemed unreasonable not to comply, so she quelled her displeasure and replied, I understand. I will go tomorrow. Very well. The earlier atmosphere, thick with tension as if they were on the brink of a fierce argument, dissipated now that a matter had been settled. However, silence enveloped them, and the living room felt particularly quiet with only the two of them present. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed in the room. Munanyan searched the living area, puzzled by the source of the noise. Goo goo goo. The strange sound resonated once more, and Munanyan turned toward its origin, only to find Liu Yiran standing nearby, clutching his stomach, his face a portrait of embarrassment. Recalling the butler's earlier mention of Lu Iran waiting for her all night, she instantly grasped the situation. Are you hungry? Nonsense. Since I had my lunch around noon, I have yet to eat anything. Munanyan sighed inwardly, resignedly gazing at Lu Iran and inquired, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Upon hearing that Munanyan intended to cook, Lu Iran was immediately reminded of that bowl of Yangchun noodles from before. To be honest, he found himself rather nostalgic for that flavor. Despite her shortcomings, this woman possessed commendable culinary skills. He was about to suggest the Yangchun noodles, but then recalled how he had waited for her all night while she indulged herself outside, leaving him to starve at home. He was unwilling to let her off easily. Are you capable of making anything? As long as there are ingredients in the kitchen, I can manage, Munanyan replied confidently. She had always been interested in cooking various delicacies from a young age and even worked part-time in a restaurant during her university summer break, honing her skills during that time. As she headed to the kitchen to see what ingredients were available, Lu Iran followed her. Upon opening the refrigerator, Munanyan discovered it was brimming with ingredients. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to Lu Iran and said, President Lu, please place your order. I shall prepare it for you as compensation for making you wait so long today. I hope you can overlook this and forgive me, and refrain from putting me under house arrest. Although her tone held a hint of sarcasm, her words seemed to resonate with Lu Iran, who felt a surge of happiness, though he concealed it behind a nonchalant facade. At least you possess a semblance of conscience, he remarked lightly. Surveying the ingredients in the kitchen, Lu Iran began to order. Jingjiang shredded pork, kung pao chicken, oyster sauce lettuce, and let us also have a tomato beef soup. For the main dish, I would like the Yangchun noodles you made that night. Do you think you can finish all that? Besides, I want to be done until after 1 o'clock. Munanyan replied, sensing that Lu Iran was teasing her, although she had no proof. Lu Iran responded calmly, Aren't you in a hurry? Aren't you hungry? Munanyan glanced at his stomach, leaving Lu Iran at a loss for words, as he indeed felt quite famished. However, proud as he was, he would never admit it. Take your time. I'll go upstairs to shower and change. Watching Lu Iran saunter away, Munanyan felt an inexplicable annoyance. How dare he treat me like a servant? All her earlier guilt dissipated. Whether he had eaten or not was of no concern to her, as it was not she who made him wait. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her promise to cook for him had stemmed from an overflow of sympathy. Now, however, she had no choice but to fulfill her promise and busied herself in the kitchen. Half an hour later, after Lu Iran had finished his shower, he descended and stood at the kitchen door, observing Munanyan diligently at work. Suddenly, he felt that the mansion had taken on an air of warmth and vitality. Previously, the chef would cook here, but he had never experienced this feeling before. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. At this moment, Munanyan, with her back turned to the kitchen door, was blissfully engrossed in her culinary endeavors, oblivious to the presence of a person standing at the entrance. The sounds of the range hood and the sizzling of ingredients masked any potential distractions. For her, cooking was not merely a chore but a delightful indulgence. And her spirits had lifted considerably. She even hummed a few lyrics from a song every now and then. Lu Iran stood behind her, observing her joy with a sense of bewilderment. Was this woman truly so elated merely by preparing a meal for him? Had Munanyan known of Lu Iran's thoughts, she would have undoubtedly retorted, President Lu, do refrain from excessive self-admiration. Thus, Lu Iran remained at the doorway for nearly half an hour, surprisingly entertained by the sight before him. It was only when he noticed Munanyan preparing to cook noodles that he regained his senses, turning away from the kitchen and settling onto the sofa in the living room. Chapter 21. A return to the ancestral home. Lu Iran marveled at the length of time he had spent idly watching in the kitchen. It was a notion he found hard to believe. What was I doing? How could I have been so captivated by Munanyan cooking? I have never behaved this way before. Could it be that she has cast some spell upon me? Such a thought provided him with a plausible explanation. Before long, Munanyan had set the noodles and other dishes on the dining table and called out to the living room, Lu Iran, dinner is served. It was the first time someone had called him by his full name to join for a meal, and the fact that it was a woman stirred a peculiar sensation within him, as if something was subtly shifting. Yet Lu Iran brushed it aside, rising to take his seat at the dining table. As he surveyed the 4 beautifully presented dishes, bursting with color and aroma, he silently praised. This woman truly has a knack for cooking. The presentation rivals that of a 5-star restaurant. I wonder how it tastes. Quickly, taste and see how well I have cooked, Munanyan urged, her face alight with anticipation. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lu Iran assumed she was eager for him to savor her culinary creation. For what woman doesn't wish for the affections of her beloved to relish her home-cooked meals? He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the jing-jang rosu, Peking-style shredded pork. Slowly savoring the tender meat, rich sauce, and balanced flavor. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Louis Ran's dining mannerisms were refined, reminiscent of a gentleman stepping out of the pages of a novel, and his silence during the meal only added to the aesthetic pleasure of the scene. Munanyan found herself enchanted by his demeanor, only coming to her senses after a while to inquire, "So, how is it? Delicious?" "Quite delicious," he replied. With a hint of pride, Munanyan declared, "Of course, I am quite the professional when it comes to cooking." Though she relished cooking, Munanyan despised the lingering smell of oil on her clothes, and after finishing, she felt the need for a shower. "Are you not going to eat?"
she asked.
"You go ahead. I am not hungry," he replied, and with that, Munanyan ascended the stairs. Louis Ran gazed at the empty living room, suddenly feeling a pang of unfamiliarity. Even the delicious meal he had just enjoyed seemed less savory than before. It was just me left alone. Louis Ran was perplexed by his own emotions. He had lived this way since childhood, yet he found himself feeling melancholic. He continued eating, but the joy of savoring the flavors had vanished, reducing him to a mere machine for consumption, motivated solely by the need to fill his stomach. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Louis Ran resumed his indifferent demeanor and spoke slowly. "You should go to bed." "I'm too full to sleep. I'll rest for a while." "All right, then I'll head to bed. Good night." "Good night." After bidding Louis Ran farewell, Munanyan ascended the stairs, inwardly grumbling, "You deserve to be overstuffed. You had me prepare so many dishes, 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup could feed 3 people, and you managed to eat 2/3 of it. I've never seen you eat so much before." The following morning, despite having gone to bed late, Louis Ran woke up early, while Munanyan didn't rise until past 9. After freshening up, she descended to find Louis Ran seated on the sofa, engrossed in the morning's financial newspaper. She approached him and inquired, "Let us have lunch. After breakfast, please tidy up and change into the clothes on the coffee table. We'll leave around 10. "Why do you need to prepare clothes for me? I have my own." Louis Ran glanced at her bare-patterned pajamas and replied, "I don't want Grandma and the others to think I'm mistreating you. Those clothes of yours must have cost a few hundred. They're not suitable for meeting elders." She swiftly applied a light makeup and donned the dress Louis Ran had prepared for her. It was a chic little dress, and she styled her hair into a half-up ponytail, looking gentle and beautiful. To say that the outfit chosen by Louis Ran suited Munanyan perfectly would be an understatement. Once she was ready, she descended the stairs, her high heels clicking on the polished marble floor. Hearing the sound, Louis Ran turned to look, and he was taken aback by her stunning appearance. She wore a cream-colored dress, her hair cascading down her back, her slender waist accentuating her figure. Coupled with sparkling heeled sandals, her long legs were on full display, and her flawless beauty left him momentarily breathless, unable to tear his gaze away. Noticing Louis Ran's stare, Munanyan asked, "Does this look bad?" Louis Ran snapped back to reality, hastily turning his head, picking up the teacup on the coffee table to sip water and mask his embarrassment, before replying nonchalantly, "It looks good, just like that." Afterward, the two set off for the ancestral home. In the car, Munanyan turned to Louis Ran and asked, "Is there anything I should be mindful of at the old house today? Just pretend we're in love. Don't let Grandma and Grandpa realize our marriage is a facade." "Understood."
Munanyan nodded obediently.
Thinking to herself, "I should be fine as long as I act demure and sensible in front of the elders. I've been honing that skill for 16 years in the Mu family." Today, Munanyan appeared extraordinarily obedient and docile. A stark contrast to the spirited woman Louis Ran had encountered previously, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Were these mere pretenses before they had even arrived at the ancestral home? Where had the eloquent Munanyan, who had silenced him with her sharp retorts, gone? Louis Ran found himself unable to comprehend her. The Munanyan who had wept for another man, the one who frequented bars, the one who had rendered him speechless, and the one who had prepared meals for him, all within the span of a mere week. He had witnessed so many facets of her character. Yet, he could not discern which one truly represented Munanyan. Was it possible that all these were mere acts, crafted to capture Louis Ran's attention? Chapter 22. Is Louis Ran inadequate? At the Liu family estate, Louis Ran's Maybach came to a halt before an expansive and magnificent courtyard. As Munanyan alighted from the vehicle, she was taken aback by the grandeur of the ancestral home. It was no wonder the Liu family was regarded as the foremost aristocracy in the capital. The opulence was beyond comprehension. This residence not only symbolized power and wealth, but also epitomized artistry and craftsmanship. Nestled within a meticulously tended garden, it was encircled by towering walls and intricate wrought iron gates, resembling a secluded sanctuary where the clamorous world outside was gently shielded from view. Following Louis Ran into the Liu family estate, Munanyan was greeted by a long corridor paved with marble, flanked by an array of rare flowers and antique porcelain. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance, released from hidden precious spices, which invigorated the senses. At the end of the corridor, a grand crystal chandelier hung in the expansive hall, its dazzling light filtering through the translucent crystals, illuminating the space in a golden glow, reminiscent of a dream. At that moment, Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu were seated on a sofa, awaiting the arrival of Lu Iran and Munanyan. Munanyan, linking her arm with Lu Iran's, approached the elderly couple as Lu Iran introduced her. Grandfather, grandmother, this is your granddaughter-in-law, Munanyan. Nanyan, these are your grandparents. Munanyan flashed a sweet smile at Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu, greeting them. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. I apologize for coming to see you only now. Grandpa Lu, a figure of long-standing authority, though now retired, retained an air of dignity. To avoid intimidating Munanyan, he merely nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. In contrast, Grandma Lu was overjoyed at the sight of such a beautiful and polite granddaughter-in-law. Oh, how wonderful. Come sit beside me. I want to have a good look at you. Grandma Lu beckoned Munanyan over, and after receiving a nod of encouragement from Lu Iran, she took her seat. The more Grandma Lu observed her, the more pleased she became, turning to Lu Iran to remark, "You may not be much, but your taste in choosing a bride is indeed commendable." Lu Iran felt a pang of displeasure at his grandmother's words, taken aback that he could be overshadowed by Munanyan. Could this grandmother truly be his own? To audibly express such sentiments in front of Munanyan was quite unexpected. She could not help but stifle a laugh, pleasantly surprised by the old lady's wit. However, in this context, she felt it necessary to defend Lu Iran's dignity. Grandma, Iran is quite a good person. He treats me very well, she stated, feigning bashfulness and avoiding Lu Iran's gaze. Lu Iran, taken aback by Munanyan's defense, could not help but glance at her a few more times. In that moment, she genuinely appeared to be safeguarding the honor of her beloved, her bashful demeanor seemingly sincere. It was the first time he had witnessed Munanyan in such a light. Well, look at that. I haven't even criticized him, and yet you are already coming to his defense. I presumed your hasty marriage might not be harmonious. But it seems I was mistaken. You two seem to be getting along splendidly, remarked Grandma Lu, teasing the pair. Munanyan's cheeks flushed crimson, initially feigned, but this time genuine, not out of shyness, but from guilt over deceiving the kind-hearted elder. Grandma Lu, believing Munanyan's blush to be a sign of modesty, continued, "If you two are getting along well, I shall rest easy. Perhaps one day I might hold my great-grandchild." This further embarrassed Munanyan. She had not anticipated the elderly lady would bring up such matters on their first meeting. After all, her marriage to Lu Iran was merely a facade, and he would not even allow her near his room, let alone discuss having children. Lu Iran, you truly are something else. If you persist in this manner, do not expect me to be courteous. Munanyan's attitude shifted as she addressed the grandmother. Grandma, this matter of having children is not solely my decision. It also involves Iran. Her words trailed off, leaving an unspoken implication hanging in the air, which Grandma Lu misinterpreted. Turning to Lu Iran, she inquired, Iran, could it be that you are unable? That simply will not do. We must address any issues, as my lovely granddaughter-in-law's future happiness relies on you. If you cannot fulfill this, what will become of her? Grandma Lu continued her relentless chatter, almost ready to schedule a hospital visit for him, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Lu Iran's face. He glared at Munanyan, and had looks been lethal, she would have met her demise countless times over. Munanyan noticed Lu Iran's piercing gaze but felt utterly innocent. She merely sought to shift the blame onto him. She never anticipated Grandma Lu's boldness in broaching such topics. And she too felt helpless. Choosing silence, she feared that further commentary would lead to more errors. Seeing that Grandma Lu's remarks were becoming increasingly ludicrous, Lu Iran could no longer remain silent. Grandma, you misunderstand. Nanyan did not mean it that way. She meant to say that I am too busy with work, and besides, Nanyan is still quite young. We can discuss this after she graduates from university. Oh, so it's not that you are incapable? Then I shall rest easy, Grandma Lu responded. Madame Lu turned to Munanyan and remarked, Nanyan, you are indeed still quite young. Perhaps you should wait until after your university graduation to consider having children. With that, she took Munanyan by the hand and led her towards the dining room. However, Nanyan had only eaten breakfast before leaving the house and felt no hunger at all. Little did she know there exists a peculiar kind of hunger, one that elders perceive in their younger kin. Chapter 23. Lu family's big news. The four of them sat at the dining table, and the matriarch continually served dishes to Munanyan with a pair of serving chopsticks. The elder gentleman would occasionally inquire about her satisfaction with the meal, revealing their evident fondness for her. Munanyan felt a deep sense of gratitude, as it had been quite some time since she experienced the warmth of elder care. The last time she had felt such affection was during her mother's presence, a memory that had faded into obscurity. Witnessing the tenderness with which the matriarch treated her, Nanyan found herself growing closer to her. Initially, she regarded her merely as an elder deserving of respect, but now she considered her akin to a beloved grandmother. Though not hungry, Munanyan dutifully consumed all the dishes the matriarch offered, ultimately leaving her feeling quite full. Perhaps this was the essence of a sweet burden. A twinge of discomfort stirred within her, for she realized that the warmth of familial affection she was experiencing stemmed from her contractual husband, Louis Ran. She couldn't help but glance at him, only to observe that the grandparents seemed to shower her with kindness, while their attention toward their grandson appeared rather indifferent, lacking any genuine concern. Furthermore, she had anticipated meeting her in-laws today, only to find none present, which struck her as rather peculiar. Louis Ran noticed Munanyan appraising him with a strange gaze and met her eyes. The moment their glances locked, she promptly averted her gaze, focusing back on her meal. For his eyes brimmed with a warning that intimidated her. Overall, the meal was quite pleasant. After lunch, Louis Ran accompanied the elder gentleman to play chess while Munanyan strolled through the garden with the matriarch, aiding digestion. The garden of the ancestral home was indeed a veritable private paradise. On the lush green lawn, a few exquisite pets leisurely roamed. The meticulously designed fountain shimmered in the sunlight, casting rainbow-like reflections, while the soothing sounds of flowing water invigorated the tranquil space. In a corner of the garden, a charming greenhouse sheltered an array of exotic flora from around the world, a veritable springtime spectacle that was breathtakingly beautiful. As they wandered, Munanyan occasionally introduced the matriarch to the peculiar plants. Eventually, their conversation naturally gravitated toward Louis Ran, for today marked their first meeting, and he was their sole common topic. "My dear, let me tell you," the matriarch began. When Iran was a child, he was quite cheerful, but as he grew older, he became increasingly taciturn, often wearing a poker face, as if someone owed him money. Did he change suddenly? Munanyan could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. The matriarch sighed softly in response. It is not entirely so. Some matters are destined to come to light eventually. Today, I shall share with you some tales from Iran's childhood. Munanyan remained silent, patiently awaiting the elderly lady to continue her narrative. In truth, a significant part of Iran's current demeanor can be attributed to the actions of both myself and the old gentleman. Iran's parents were united through a marriage of convenience, devoid of any emotional foundation. Both were initially opposed to the union, yet the old gentleman and I deemed them a suitable match. Thus, the marriage was arranged against their will. On their wedding night, a fierce argument erupted, leading Iran's father to leave abruptly, leaving his mother alone in their home. Consequently, the two never re-established contact, engrossed in their respective careers. With their relationship in such disarray, one might wonder how Iran came into existence. Munanyan was astonished that her in-laws had reached such a tumultuous point. Perhaps even Lady Lu had not anticipated their transformation into a pair of resentful spouses. Simultaneously, she was curious about how, under such circumstances, Iran's mother became pregnant. Through in vitro fertilization, Lady Lu revealed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Munanyan was taken aback. How could their relationship have deteriorated to such an extent that they would opt for this method rather than share a bed? If they had reached such a state, why not simply divorce instead of bringing a child into the world? Confounded, Munanyan voiced her bewilderment. Grandmother, given the severity of their discord, why was divorce not an option, and why was a child still brought forth? Lady Lu composed herself and explained. Our family and the Gu family represent two of the most prominent clans in the capital, wielding considerable influence over its economic lifeblood. Our families are also long-standing allies. A union between us is perceived as a match made in heaven. Should news of their impending divorce surface, the bond between our families would be irreparably damaged, leading to detrimental consequences for the economy of the capital. The price of their divorce would be too great for either family to bear. Thus, for the sake of our family's interests, they ultimately chose in vitro fertilization to produce an heir. Iran is quite pitiable, having grown up devoid of parental affection, raised instead by a nanny. This lack of nurturing has shaped his reclusive and indifferent nature. Although he has lived among us, he has never felt close, believing himself to be an unwelcome presence in this world, a consequence of our actions. From a young age, he has been fiercely independent, with minimal emotional needs. His current position is a testament to his own perseverance. He was initially the sole heir of the Lu family, yet his father did not favor him, preferring his other son as the successor. For many years, they engaged in a subtle power struggle, but ultimately, the old gentleman intervened, stipulating that Iran would obtain his inheritance only after 1 year of marriage. It was then that Munanyan realized that Iran's quest for a partner online was motivated by the desire to secure his inheritance. However, she remained perplexed and inquired of Lady Lu, did the grandfather never consider granting the inheritance to that illegitimate child? Why not directly bestow it upon Iran instead? And why impose the condition of marriage for a year? Because we hope Iran can lead a life akin to that of a normal person. We fear that due to his parents' tumultuous relationship, he may grow to distrust love and remain unmarried for life. We do not wish for him to become an emotionless machine, solely focused on work. Madame Lu, upon stating this, gently patted Munanyan's hand and earnestly advised, Nanyan, although Iran may appear emotionally distant, he undoubtedly harbors feelings for you. Therefore, I hope you both cherish each other and communicate openly about any matters that arise. Chapter 24. Sharing the same room. Hearing Madame Lu's words, Munanyan felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. If only Grandma were aware that they were merely contractual spouses, she might not have spoken so. It seemed as though Lu Iran could marry anyone. Perhaps he chose her merely for convenience. Rest assured, Grandma Iran and I are doing well. He treats me kindly. As long as you are well, that is all I desire. I hope you become the one who heals Iran. After listening to Lu Iran's childhood experiences, Munanyan felt a pang of sympathy for him, recognizing that he had endured far more suffering than she. At least her mother had loved her, while Iran had never experienced affection from his parents, who were present yet emotionally absent. Although Munanyan felt a tinge of pity for Lu Iran, she doubted her ability to be the one to heal him. After their divorce, he would surely find a girl he genuinely cherished. Munanyan smiled at Madame Lu without uttering a word, and later, Madame Lu shared many amusing anecdotes, leading to a delightful conversation between the two. When Lu Iran emerged to find Munanyan, he observed the two women engaged in lively discussion on a park bench. This woman truly knew how to feign warmth, managing to amuse Grandma so thoroughly. He watched from a distance for a while before approaching them. Nanyan, I see you're leaving, he remarked, as Munanyan prepared to bid farewell to Madame Lu. However, Madame Lu promptly grasped her hand, preventing her from rising. Stay seated, my dear. Then she turned to Lu Iran and said, Where do you think you're going? It's the weekend tomorrow, and you won't be working. You and Nanyan are staying here tonight. We'll have breakfast together before you leave. I still have much to discuss with my granddaughter-in-law. Seeing his grandmother's firm stance, Lu Iran shifted his gaze to Munanyan, silently urging her to speak. He had no desire to remain in the old residence that evening.
Munanyan, noticing Lu Iran's gaze,
quickly averted her eyes to the surrounding flowers, as if the matter did not concern her. After all, it mattered little where she stayed, and she genuinely appreciated Grandma's kindness and wished to spend more time with her. Realizing that Munanyan remained unmoved, Lu Iran understood that he would not be leaving that night. Oh, you Munanyan, just wait and see how I deal with you tonight. His annoyance towards her intensified. This woman was utterly disobedient, constantly opposing him. With Grandma backing her, she seemed fearless and disregarded him entirely. All right, Grandma, then we shall stay here tonight. Please continue your conversation. I will retreat upstairs to handle some work. Always consumed by work, even when you finally have some free time. You don't think to spend it with Nanyan. Very well, go ahead. Madame Lu lectured Lu Iran before allowing him to leave. As he departed, he cast a fierce glare at Munanyan, a silent accusation for the predicament he found himself in. Munanyan expressed her bewilderment. I simply did not speak up for him. Is that such a big deal? I did not provoke him, so why is he glaring at me? If he has the courage, he should glare at my grandmother instead. Later, her grandmother took her to explore other areas of the old residence. It must be said that the old house is truly vast. An entire afternoon passed, and they had yet to finish exploring. Munanyan nearly lost her way. Overall, she found the day quite delightful. After dinner, she accompanied the elderly lady to watch a drama for a while Lu Iran silently remained by their side. After finishing an episode, the elderly lady turned to Munanyan and said she now found herself at a loss, only able to seek assistance from Lu Iran. However, he merely responded with a scornful smile before addressing the elderly lady. The elderly lady observed from behind, her eyes narrowing into slits from laughter. How could she not perceive the tension between the two? She had heard from the staff at Yujing Tiancheng that they had been sleeping in separate rooms, which was precisely why she had intentionally arranged for them to stay together tonight. Surely, after this evening, their relationship would grow closer. Weren't you the one who wanted to stay? Why the pretense now? Did you not wish to enter my bedroom and share the same bed? Munanyan was truly at a loss for words. After all, she had not supported Lu Iran at that moment. But she had not anticipated that they would be sharing a room. Unable to explain, Munanyan decided to disregard his words entirely and began to survey the bedroom, considering where she would sleep that night as a priority. Lu Yiran, feeling ignored, was incredulous. As the president of the prestigious Ding Sheng Group, who would dare to dismiss his words? Yet this woman before him was doing just that. Once he realized this, anger surged within him, his countenance darkening ominously. Nevertheless, Munanyan remained focused on inspecting the room, oblivious to Lu Yiran's presence behind her. The room was dominated by a deep, cool gray palette, adorned with several abstract artworks on the walls, each brushstroke imbued with profound emotion and exceptional taste, quietly revealing the owner's hidden inner world. At the center of the bedroom lay an oversized king-sized bed, the frame crafted from exquisite Italian hand-carved hardwood, draped in luxurious Egyptian long-staple cotton linens, which felt as smooth as silk and boasted a lustrous, jade-like sheen. In one corner, a refined private study nook featured towering bookshelves filled with a diverse array of literature, from classic novels to business management texts. Opposite the bedroom stood a vintage-style leather sofa, accompanied by a petite coffee table adorned with an assortment of tea sets. Chapter 25. Lu Yiran, Let Us Divorce. Finally, Munanyan's gaze settled on the sofa, realizing that she would have to sleep there for the night. Lost in her thoughts and unaware of her surroundings, she suddenly felt a tug at her. Her back collided with the wall, and Lu Yiran pressed forward, one hand pinning her arms against the wall. By the time Munanyan regained her senses, she found herself utterly immobilized. Munanyan was startled by Lu Yiran's demeanor. Her current state was undeniably embarrassing. This was their first time being so close in person, their breaths intertwining in an exceptionally intimate manner, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. Impatiently, she exclaimed, "Lu Yiran, what are you doing? Let go of me." She struggled a couple of times, but her strength was akin to that of a child against a grown man. To Lu Yiran, Munanyan's demeanor appeared as if she were playing hard to get. "What do you mean? We need to settle our accounts for today. You said I was inadequate? Shall I prove otherwise? Let you see for yourself my capabilities?" As he spoke, Lu Yiran placed his other hand on Munanyan's slender waist. The sensation of his touch sent shivers through her, a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. This unfamiliar feeling only deepened her discomfort. She genuinely feared that Lu Yiran would take advantage of her. Munanyan had never anticipated Lu Yiran would hold such a grudge, still recalling the events of the morning. She could only patiently explain. "When I said you were inadequate this morning, it was my grandmother's words, not mine. Moreover, Lu Yiran, we are merely contractually wed. I will not fulfill any marital duties with you. Contractually wed or not, you are still my legal wife. We have a marriage certificate," Lu Yiran retorted, intending to intimidate her. After all, Munanyan had been overly pleased with herself that day. He leaned in closer, almost on the verge of kissing her. Although Lu Yiran was merely feigning, as he approached, he caught a whiff of Munanyan's faint, delightful fragrance, distinct from any perfume worn by other women. This scent stirred something within him. Seeing Munanyan's unadorned, flushed face and her luscious lips, she appeared extraordinarily captivating, and Lu Yiran found himself kissing her directly. Munanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yiran had truly kissed her. She began to struggle violently, attempting to escape his grasp, but with each effort, Lu Yiran tightened his hold on her, rendering her almost entirely nestled in his embrace, the atmosphere charged with intimacy. Realizing her resistance was futile, she attempted to speak to interrupt him, but as she opened her mouth, it provided Lu Yiran with the opportunity he needed, as he boldly invaded her mouth, claiming her breath. Just as Lu Yiran was caught up in the kiss, he suddenly felt something warm drip onto his face. Awakening from his daze, he noticed that Munanyan had ceased to struggle. She lay quietly in his arms, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling a broken doll, staring at him motionlessly. The warm droplet he had felt was indeed Munanyan's tear. She was crying. It was at this moment that Lu Yiran comprehended the magnitude of his actions. He had forcefully kissed Munanyan, a revelation that astonished even him. Furthermore, he was surprised to find himself aroused by her. For the past 26 years, Lu Yiran has maintained a pristine reputation, untouched by the advances of women who sought his attention. Each time he encountered them, he felt a wave of revulsion, devoid of any desire for intimacy. Yet today, he found himself inexplicably stirred by Munanyan, a feeling he deemed utterly detestable. Confounded by his own emotions, he released her and retreated to the bathroom, believing a cold shower might restore his composure. Today, he felt utterly unhinged.
Munanyan, relieved by Lu Yiran's departure,
Exhaled a sigh of relief. She had been genuinely terrified. In her 3-year relationship with Su Muyang, they had not shared such intimate gestures, merely gentle kisses, nothing further. The fact that her first passionate kiss was forced upon her by Lu Yiran only deepened her disdain for him. It was only through this unsettling experience that she recognized her own vulnerability. Had Lu Yiran chosen to compel her, she would have been powerless to resist, lacking even the capacity to protect herself. Crouched in a corner, Munanyan hugged herself tightly, her eyes vacant and unfocused, lost in a daze while tears threatened to spill over. Upon finishing a shower, Lu Yiran emerged to find her in this state, like a frightened kitten seeking solace in the shadows. He realized that his actions today had terrified her, and indeed, he acknowledged his wrongdoing. He longed to approach her and offer support, but as he drew near, she recoiled in alarm. "Don't come any closer," she implored, causing Lu Yiran to halt in surprise at her vehement rejection. He had never anticipated such resistance from her, nor her fervent desire to distance herself from him. Stuck in place, he silently observed her, at a loss for words. Lu Yiran was utterly unversed in the art of comforting a woman. Even when he had treated other women with indifference, they still gravitated toward him, whereas he had no experience in soothing anyone. As he pondered how to assuage Munanyan's anger, she spoke up. "Lu Yiran, let us divorce." Her calm delivery of such a momentous statement caught him off guard. It hardly seemed like a jest. The mere mention of divorce caused his pupils to constrict, as he could scarcely believe that a kiss had prompted her to propose such an ultimatum. The realization of her aversion to his proximity pierced his heart like a fine needle, causing him an unfamiliar discomfort. Confused by the sensation, he instinctively rejected her plea. "No," he asserted. "Lu Yiran, you have breached our agreement. We had promised to not interfere with each other, and you agreed not to touch me," she countered. "This was an accident. I will not touch you again. Our marriage is not yet at an end, thus we cannot divorce." "Why not? You married me solely to secure your inheritance. How is divorcing me any different from marrying another woman? Why do you cling to me?" "I no longer wish to continue." Chapter 26. He knows you quite well. Lu Yiran was taken aback. He had not anticipated Munanyan to be aware of his motives for marrying her. Staring at her in astonishment, he inquired, "How do you know this?" As Munanyan finished speaking, Lu Yiran had already approached her, lifting her effortlessly and firmly grasping her neck. His gaze, once tinged with remorse, now radiated pure fury as he fixed his eyes on Munanyan.
Munanyan.
"Who do you think you are? Do you believe I require your sympathy? Should you dare to utter a word about my childhood, I will end you." In that moment, Lu Yiran resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, devoid of warmth, his eyes filled with a ruthless determination to annihilate Munanyan. The man standing before her was a stark contrast to the one who had just forcefully kissed her. Munanyan felt an overwhelming sense of estrangement, as if she had never truly known him. Lu Yiran's grip tightened incrementally, and Munanyan sensed the air within her lungs diminishing, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. Her instincts kicked in, prompting her to resist and struggle, yet Lu Yiran remained unmoved, maintaining his vice-like hold on her neck. Only when she was about to lose consciousness did he finally release her. Munanyan collapsed onto the floor, her body racked with violent coughs. Lu Yiran stood above her, gazing down as if she were but an insignificant insect, and he chuckled lightly. "Lu Yiran, you are nothing short of a madman," Munanyan thought, astonished by his extreme reaction to her childhood revelations. He was 100 times more terrifying than the Lu Yiran she once knew. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to remain ignorant, avoiding being ensnared in this turmoil. Now, with her desire to leave thwarted by Lu Yiran's obstinacy, despair washed over her as she stared at the ceiling above. She cursed herself for not contemplating the situation more thoroughly before hastily agreeing to marry Lu Yiran. Marrying into a prestigious family was no simple feat, especially one of such high stature. "Munanyan, you truly overestimated yourself," she mused sarcastically. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and made her way to the bathroom. She had not intended to spend the night here, having come unprepared, with no personal items at hand. Given Lu Yiran's fury, he would undoubtedly disregard her needs. Thankfully, she often kept makeup remover wipes in her bag, allowing her to remove her makeup and wash her face with water before collapsing onto the sofa to sleep. Lacking blankets or pillows, she resorted to using her hands as a makeshift cushion, utterly exhausted from the earlier confrontation with Lu Yiran. Curling up on the sofa, she quickly drifted off to sleep, completely oblivious to someone draping a blanket over her. That night passed without dreams. The following morning, when Munanyan awoke, she discovered a blanket covering her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted Lu Yiran's absence. He must have left. Glancing down at the blanket, she pondered, "Is this to ensure I don't freeze to death, leaving him to face my grandmother's wrath?" Having witnessed Lu Yiran's near-fatal aggression the previous night, she was far from naive enough to believe that his actions stemmed from mere goodwill. He undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. She neatly folded the blanket and placed it on the sofa before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. To her surprise, she found a disposable toothbrush, toothpaste, and facial cleanser laid out on the sink. Presumably, these were prepared for her. Munanyan could no longer dwell on such matters. After all, she had managed only a cursory rinse yesterday, leaving her feeling somewhat unsatisfied. She tore open the packaging and commenced her morning routine. Upon finishing her ablutions and emerging, she spotted Lu Iran standing at the door with his hands in his pockets. Following the tumult of the previous night, their encounter was laden with awkwardness, prompting Lu Iran to break the silence first. "Grandma wants you to come down for breakfast."
All right.
Despite their argument the day before, they both understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. After all, they would part ways after breakfast, and their paths would likely not cross again for the following week. When Grandma Lu saw Munanyan and Lu Iran descend together, her face lit up with delight. "Nanyan, come quickly. Look at all the traditional Chinese breakfast dishes I've had prepared for you." Munanyan hurried to her grandmother's side and smiled. "Grandma, how did you know I enjoy Chinese food?" "Iran told me. He said you liked it, and it seems he wasn't lying. He knows you quite well." Pondering how Lu Iran had acquired this knowledge, Munanyan cast a puzzled glance at him. However, he chose to ignore their exchange and walked straight to the dining table to eat. After some reflection, Munanyan recalled that during her first dining experience at Yujing Tiancheng, she had mentioned her preference to the butler, with Lu Iran present at the time. She was astonished that he still remembered such a trivial detail after all this time. With a polite smile directed at her grandmother, she refrained from further comment. "All right, let us enjoy breakfast before it cools."
Of course, Grandma.
The two proceeded to the dining area, where Munanyan took a seat beside Lu Iran and quietly began her meal. In that moment, she transformed into the obedient and endearing granddaughter, eager to please her grandmother. Lu Iran observed her demeanor and couldn't help but scoff internally. This woman is quite the actress. She would rather put on a facade before Grandma than do so in my presence. The mere thought of her obstinacy before him irked him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his frustration and finished his breakfast in silence. Chapter 27. I count as your half-son. Suddenly, a ringing phone shattered the tranquility. It was Lu Iran's call. He frowned, as weekends seldom brought forth phone calls. Checking his phone, he was taken aback by the name displayed before answering. "What prompted you to call me out of the blue?" Munanyan caught a glimpse of the contact name, Nanxing, clearly feminine, and the casual tone of his conversation suggested a close relationship. Could it be the girl she had encountered at the Lianxiu Xiaozhu? The thought of it piqued her curiosity. On the other end, the voice spoke, "Iran, go. My mother is in the hospital. Could you please visit her on my behalf?" "Which hospital?" "I'll go right away." As the car was relatively quiet, Munanyan could clearly hear their conversation. She had not anticipated that their relationship had reached a point where even their parents were involved. If that were the case, why was she being placed in the middle? Lu Iran must care for her, otherwise, why would he be in such a rush? Yet, why wouldn't he marry her? Munanyan found herself perplexed. "My mother is in the second hospital, room 2085. All right, I shall go now." "Thank you, brother Iran." The girl sweetly called out, the sound grating on Munanyan's ears. It seemed that boys must fancy that sort of charm. Lu Iran said nothing, directly hanging up the phone before instructing the driver to the second hospital. "Yes, sir." The driver promptly turned the car towards the hospital, leaving Munanyan slightly bewildered as she looked at Lu Iran. "I do not wish to visit a patient I do not know, especially considering that she is likely my rival's mother. It would be rather inappropriate," she thought. "You are coming with me." Lu Iran's voice brooked no argument, and he made his decision clear. This was the true Lu Iran, domineering and assertive, utterly indifferent to Munanyan's feelings. He was a stark contrast to the considerate Lu Iran who had remembered her fondness for traditional Chinese breakfast that morning. Recalling how he had nearly choked her the previous night, she ultimately acquiesced, not daring to offend him for fear of his wrath. Moreover, being in Lu Iran's territory left her with no opportunity to escape. After weighing the pros and cons, Munanyan consoled herself, thinking that she might as well treat this as a chance to witness an intriguing drama. At the second hospital, Lu Iran's Maybach came to a halt at the entrance. On the way, he had also purchased flowers and a fruit basket. Together, he and Munanyan alighted from the vehicle, flowers and fruits in hand, proceeding towards the inpatient department until they reached room 2085. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock, the woman inside called out, "Come in." Only then did Lu Iran push the door open. Munanyan observed a woman in her 50s lying on the hospital bed. She appeared to be a kind and honest person, somewhat familiar. Upon seeing Lu Iran at the door, the woman expressed surprise. "Iran, what brings you here?" With a smile, Lu Iran replied, "Lu Ma, I had to come and see you since you are unwell. Such a significant matter as being hospitalized should have been shared with me. Were you not busy with work? I did not want to disturb you, and it's nothing serious, just a minor fall." The doctor advised a month of rest. Please take care of yourself. I will visit whenever I have time. Alright, do come when you can. If not, it's no trouble to skip the hospital. Work is paramount. After Lu Ma spoke, she noticed the beautiful young woman following Lu Iran and turned curiously to him. Iran, who is this? This is my wife.
Munanyan.
We just left the old residence, and then Nanxing called to inform me of your hospitalization, so I brought her along. Munanyan smiled at Lu Ma, acknowledging her presence, though she was somewhat astonished by Lu Iran's introduction of her as his wife. Had she misjudged the situation? Was the girl named Nanxing not the one Lu Iran cherished? However, why does Lu Iran appear to have such a close relationship with this woman named Lu Ma? You are married, yet I have never heard you mention it. Nanyan and I are in a concealed marriage, thus the outside world remains unaware. I see. Your marriage is quite commendable. It ensures that you have someone to care for you in your life. Munanyan could genuinely perceive that Lu Ma spoke with sincere concern for Lu Iran. She found herself perplexed by the nature of their relationship. Lu Iran responded with a faint acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate on their marital status, and Lu Ma, sensing this, deftly shifted the conversation. Nanxing is truly something. I never anticipated she would call you. It's nothing, Lu Ma. It is only fitting for me to visit you. I consider myself half your son. By the way, how is Nanxing faring abroad? Indeed. Lu Iran and Lu Ma continued their conversation, yet Munanyan absorbed none of their words. Her mind preoccupied with deciphering the intricacies of their relationship. Lu Iran had referred to himself as Lu Ma's half-son, which logically should imply a son-in-law status. However, upon hearing that Lu Iran was married, Lu Ma did not seem disheartened. Instead, she expressed joy for him. Munanyan grappled with her confusion, pondering whether Lu Iran had an affair with the girl named Nanxing, unbeknownst to Lu Ma. Munanyan scrutinized the woman in the hospital bed, who appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged lady without any distinguishing features. She was baffled as to why Lu Iran treated her with such kindness. Perhaps due to the girl named Nanxing sitting beside them, Munanyan observed their conversation for an extended period, only departing as noon approached. Just as she exited the hospital room, she voiced her thoughts. Are you so eager to leave? I hardly know Lu Ma, making it rather awkward, wouldn't you agree? I am half her son, and you are half her daughter-in-law. We shall have to meet eventually. Chapter 28. You are actually married. Munanyan regarded him with a look of bewilderment. Lu Iran, our marriage is concealed. You only need to take me to meet your grandparents to fulfill that obligation. There is no need to introduce me as your wife to anyone else. Munanyan was genuinely puzzled as to why he felt the need to introduce her to his friend's mother. However, the words that Lu Iran uttered next astonished her. She is closer to me than my grandparents. I do not wish to deceive her. Otherwise, I would not have brought you here today. Munanyan could hardly fathom that Lu Iran considered Lu Ma to be closer than his own grandparents. The nature of their relationship eluded her, prompting her to ask directly, what is Lu Ma to you? Do you not recall the stories from my childhood? Can you not deduce this? What is your mind for? It was the first time Munanyan had been accused of lacking intellect, leaving her speechless. A top student from Peking University, she never imagined she would be questioned about her cognitive abilities. Isn't she the mother of the girl who called you before? I assumed she came to visit out of consideration for that girl. Munanyan offered a simple explanation, acknowledging that she had not thought in that direction. Initially assuming it was a visit to an elder, unaware of Lu Iran's assertion that Lu Ma was closer to him than his grandparents. It appears that there is a misunderstanding regarding the order of our acquaintance. I first met Lu Ma, my caregiver since childhood, and only later did I come to know Nanxing. Now I comprehend the situation. Upon hearing that Nanxing is the daughter of a maid, Munanyan's previous confusions were instantly clarified. It seems Nanxing is not the same girl I encountered at the Love Melody Cottage. What brings you here? I asked. Can't I just come to hang out? The weather is splendid today. Let us go play some ball. What does the pleasant weather have to do with playing billiards with you? All right, I shall come right away. With that, Lu Iran ended the call and turned to Munanyan, saying, You may go inside. I have matters to attend to. Are you not going to eat first? It's already noon. No need, Lu Iran replied, turning to leave. Munanyan paid little mind to it. Her inquiry was casual, and his absence was preferable to avoid any awkwardness between them. Have the young master and mistress quarreled again? She sighed. Lu Iran parked his Maybach at the entrance of the club, tossed the car keys to the doorman, and walked straight in. The Supreme International is the most renowned club in the capital, where all manner of dining, drinking, and entertainment is available, typically favored by the affluent for gatherings. The call Lu Iran had just received was from Chu Xiai, the enigmatic owner of the Supreme International and Lu Iran's longtime confidant. As soon as Lu Iran entered the club, he spotted Chu Xiai and Shi Mubai lounging on the sofa in the lounge, awaiting his arrival. He approached them directly. You finally made it. We've been waiting for you. For quite some time. Let us head upstairs for a meal first, then we can play some ball downstairs. Sounds good. Both Lu Yiran and Shermubai replied in unison. The three of them were close friends, each with distinct personalities. Lu Yiran was aloof and reserved, preferring silence. Shermubai was strikingly handsome, exuding elegance and gentlemanly charm, with a gentle demeanor, while Chu Si was the quintessential playboy, having established the club primarily to attract women. Any girl he fancied was unlikely to escape his grasp. He was the most talkative among the trio, which facilitated their camaraderie despite their differing natures. They ascended to a private booth on the upper floor, and once the waiter had taken their order and exited, Chu Si began to gossip.
Iran.
Were you previously looking for spouse online? What was the outcome? Did you find someone who satisfies your desires? Lu Yiran thought of Munanyan. Unsure how to articulate his feelings, finally responding, I am already married, but we have signed a contract to divorce after a year, so her character is of little consequence. What matters is that she can assist me in obtaining my inheritance.
What?
You're already married? Yet. What difference does it make if your marriage is akin to being unmarried? It seems you hold no affection for her. Why did you choose her in the first place? I can only say she is exceptionally skilled at concealing her true self. One can know a person as appearance, but not their heart. It appears she is a scheming woman, Chu Si remarked, having frequented circles of women and seen all sorts. Upon hearing Lu Yiran's description, he assumed she was a manipulative individual, a notion Lu Yiran did not refute. Almost anyway, once I obtain my inheritance from the old man, I shall proceed with the divorce. My interactions with her will be minimal, and after the divorce, I will provide her with a sum of money, thus severing all ties between us. Initially, I intended for you to bring her out for us to meet. I was curious to see what kind of woman could ensnare you. To my surprise, it seems she is not the one. When you find someone you truly adore, do make sure to introduce her to us. Rest assured, I will certainly do so. Upon hearing Lu Yiran's affirmative response, he turned his gaze back to Shermubai. And you? How are things progressing with your significant other? Why are we discussing my affairs when you should be sharing your own gossip? Chu Si was completely oblivious to Shermubai's attempt to change the topic and began to speak about himself. What is there to share? I change girlfriends weekly. Just yesterday, I severed ties with one and am now on the hunt for a new target. If you have any lovely ladies around you, do introduce them to me. As he spoke, Chu Si winked at Shermubai. Shermubai owned an entertainment company with numerous beautiful starlets, which is precisely why Chu Si sought his assistance. You better not think of poaching my employees. With your weekly rotations, if one were to jump off a building over you, wouldn't I be courting trouble? Not at all. My former girlfriends are quite compliant. A little financial incentive suffices to send them on their way. As for your employees, best leave them be. If I were to encounter any complications, it would only serve to create more trouble for us. Where might my next girlfriend be? As he pondered, Chu Si fell into deep thought. Lu Yiran and Shermubai exchanged glances, then looked at Chu Si in exasperation. He seemed as though he could not survive without a woman. Chapter 29. The Billiards Girl, Shen Qi. Soon, a server arrived with their dishes. And the trio abandoned their previous topic, for should their gossip reach the public, it would surely make headlines. The food was promptly laid out, and the server departed. Let us eat. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. After we finish, let's head to the billiards. Today, I am certain I can defeat you. As if you have already triumphed over me. At 3 p.m, the three arrived at the basement level of the Prestige International, a vast billiards hall. They entered a private room equipped with 2 billiard tables and a lounge area. A woman was already waiting for them inside. Upon seeing her, Chu Si said, Ah, Miss Shen has already arrived.
Zhu Shao, Lu Shao, Si Shao.
Shen Qi greeted them as she rose, addressing each in turn. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Shen Qi, with her voluminous waves, donned a form-fitting, sleeveless gown, accentuating her figure and adorned with striking makeup, looked exceptionally beautiful. Were it anyone else, Chu Si would have approached her without hesitation, yet he recognized that Shen Qi had eyes for Lu Yiran. He had long since discerned this and naturally would not vie for a woman against his brother, even though Lu Yiran did not necessarily reciprocate her affections. Miss Shen, please entertain Mubai for a while. I wish to challenge Yiran to a game.
Certainly.
Shen Qi cheerfully agreed, moving to one of the tables and picking up her personal cue to dust it with chalk. Chu Si gazed at Lu Yiran and declared, Come now, witness my victory today. I observed the exchange, noting that Chu Si was clearly speaking in jest, yet Lu Yiran responded as if it were a foregone conclusion that Chu Si would be bested. Shermubai, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, relishing the banter between the two, for Chu Si was often left speechless by Lu Yiran's retorts. Lu Yiran, just you wait.
Today,
my luck shall surpass yours. I've been playing daily, honing my skills considerably. How long has it been since you last played? Indeed, I shall wait. Lu Yiran replied nonchalantly, clearly unconcerned with Chusi's bravado. He picked up his cue and began applying chalk. Chusi found his demeanor infuriating. Were it not for the disparity in their skills, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Lu Yiran a lesson in humility. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Who will break? I will. If you clear the table in one shot, what is the point of continuing? Chusi retorted, fetching his cue in preparation for the break. Observing the commencement of their match, Shirmubai seized the opportunity to engage in a game with Shin-Chi. Shirmubai's skills were modest, as he seldom played. His presence at the pool table was merely to accompany the duo. Chusi's abilities were marginally superior to Shirmubai's, as he belonged to the category of those who enjoyed the game despite lacking expertise. His only path to victory against Lu Yiran lay in the whims of fortune. As Chusi approached the table, he circled around, meticulously searching for the optimal position. Since he was to break, he aimed not only to pocket a ball but also to set up the remaining balls favorably. This required a modicum of skill rather than pure chance. Eventually, he settled on a position that pleased him, bent low, and focused intently on the cue ball, adopting a stance to strike. With a swift stroke, the cue ball collided with the others, scattering them across the table, and a red ball along with a yellow ball fell into the pockets. Chusi beamed with pride.
See,
Yiran? I told you my luck was good today. Lu Yiran cast a glance at the table and simply replied with a smile, continue. Chusi resumed his concentration on the game. After several shots, he failed to pocket the last ball, which had appeared destined for the pocket but veered off, ricocheting off a corner. Alas, what a pity. I was convinced I could clear the table today. Your turn. With that, he stepped aside for Lu Yiran. Without hesitation, Lu Yiran took his turn and made an impressive shot, pocketing 2 balls simultaneously. Damn it, Yiran. How long has it been since you played? Surely, you haven't lost your touch? Chusi felt a pang of unfairness as Lu Yiran chuckled, remaining silent as he continued to play. In a few short turns, the table was cleared, leaving only the cue ball. I'm done playing with you. You're simply insufferable. Frustrated, Chusi retreated to the lounge area, where Shin-Chi and Shirmubai had just concluded their own game and took note of the unfolding situation. Shirmubai remarked, you know better than anyone the caliber of Yiran's skills. Competing against him is simply self-inflicted hardship. Shin-Chi chuckled, turning to Lu Yiran. Lu Xiao remains as formidable as ever. Shall we engage in a couple of rounds? It has been quite some time since I encountered a worthy opponent, and without Lu Xiao's presence, the game loses its allure. Shin-Chi was once a professional billiards player, having competed in international tournaments. However, due to an injury, she retired. Although her current skills may not match her former prowess, she is more than capable of enjoying a casual game. Ever since her first visit to this venue and her encounter with Lu Yiran, she has developed an affection for him. Upon discovering that Lu Yiran frequents this place, she decided to become a practice partner. Given her exceptional skills, Lu Yiran has consistently invited Shin-Chi to practice whenever he comes, leading to a growing familiarity between them. All right, let us play a few rounds, Lu Yiran said, and with that, he and Shin-Chi proceeded to the billiard table. Shirmubai moved to the lounge area to watch them play alongside Chusi. Hey, what do you think of Shin-Chi? As soon as there was a lull, Chusi's curiosity emerged, leaving Shirmubai somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? How about her being Yiran's girlfriend? What do you think? Is that what you're implying? I can't very well ask you how well she plays, can I? I am quite aware of her skills, Chusi replied, exasperated. You think she could be Yiran's girlfriend? What makes you think Yiran has feelings for her? I cannot speak to Yiran's feelings, but it's clear that Shin-Chi is fond of him. There are countless girls who admire Yiran. Are you really trying to play matchmaker? Besides, he is married now. Even if it is a sham marriage, we should wait for a divorce before attempting to pair them. What does it matter? Their marriage lacks emotional depth. She could still engage in a relationship with him. Perhaps you should consult Yiran about his thoughts on this matter before meddling in affairs of the heart. I understand. I was merely asking your opinion. Look at him, there are hardly any women around him, apart from business partners and Shin-Chi, with whom he seems to share a closer bond. Do you see any other women in his vicinity? Chapter 30. Accompanying Miss Shun home. That might be true, but I sense that Yiran does not harbor any romantic feelings for her. He likely values her billiard skills and just seeks a companion for play. With his current state, how long will it take for him to find a girlfriend? Instead of worrying about him, you should focus on your own life. I once believed Yiran would be the last among us to marry, yet here he is, quietly wed. Although it is a facade, they will have to coexist for a year, and who knows what may transpire after that. Moreover, among so many, he chose that particular girl, indicating she holds a unique place in his heart. Indeed, Let us wait until after his divorce. Perhaps his true soulmate will appear one day.
Hmm.
Just when the two were enjoying their conversation, Shurmubai's non-committal response abruptly ended the dialogue. He truly possesses the uncanny ability to conclude discussions. Chu Si, feeling slightly disheartened, shifted his focus back to Shurmubai. By the way, your recent business trip to Haicheng was for that particular person from your family, right? How are things progressing between you two? I meant to ask during dinner, but I got sidetracked. It has only just occurred to me. Things remain the same between us. On this trip to see her, she didn't even meet with me. It is not easy for you either. You say I am so fickle. While Lu Yiran possesses a rather aloof temperament, showing no interest in pursuing a girlfriend. How could there be a brother as devoted as you? Even after 3 years of separation, you still cannot forget her. I am equally curious. Perhaps it is simply a matter of unwillingness to let go, thus leading to such obsession. Subsequently, the two of them ceased their conversation, observing Lu Yiran and Xinqi engaged in a game of billiards. Their skills were evenly matched, creating a thrilling contest where neither could gain a clear advantage. Lu Yiran particularly relished challenging opponents of equal caliber. He found little excitement in assured victories, as only contests filled with uncertainty invigorated him. The manner in which Lu Yiran played now was starkly different from his previous games with Chu Si. With Chu Si, it felt like a leisurely pastime, a casual affair where victory came easily. In contrast, his demeanor with Xinqi was notably serious, as if negotiating a multi-million-dollar contract. Watching Lu Yiran's fervent performance at the pool table left Xinqi momentarily mesmerized. His earnestness was undeniably captivating. Even in defeat, she found herself admiring him wholeheartedly. They played 8-ball, and ultimately, the 8th ball found its way into the pocket, securing victory for Lu Yiran. Though Xinqi had lost, she felt genuine joy in Lu Yiran's triumph. Lu Xiao, you've won again. I am no match for you, she remarked. Lu Yiran responded with a knowing smile. You are quite formidable yourself. Playing with you is truly enjoyable. His smile rendered him even more handsome, radiating the warmth of a cheerful young man, devoid of any domineering demeanor. Xinqi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks under his gaze, overwhelmed by shyness. Chu Si, witnessing Lu Yiran's smile, was equally taken aback. Wow, Yiran, is it just a single game that has you so elated? I can't recall the last time I saw you smile, he exclaimed. At this remark, Lu Yiran's smile vanished instantly, his expression reverting to that of an impassive mask. You must have misinterpreted. When did I smile? He insisted, refusing to acknowledge it.
Chuchi.
Bemused by how swiftly Lu Yiran's demeanor changed, could only respond with resignation. It's all you. He even gave a thumbs up in jest. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Yiran replied with a hint of sarcasm. Chu Si found himself utterly speechless at Lu Yiran's audacity. Pray tell, was I complimenting you? A chuckle escaped from Shurmubai and Xinqi, amused by their exchange. Chu Si, you have known Yiran long enough to be aware of his cunning nature. Why do you persist in seeking your own torment? This is merely self-inflicted suffering, Shurmubai quipped. With no support from Shurmubai and only ridicule from his friend, Chu Si found himself at a loss for words. Unable to counter, he decided to join the fray. After a bit more play, they prepared to leave for dinner around 6 o'clock. Miss Shin, you must be getting off work soon. Would you like to join us for a meal? Chu Si extended a warm invitation, genuinely fond of Xinqi, and Lu Yiran did not object, hoping to foster a connection between her and Lu Yiran. Both Shurmubai and Lu Yiran remained silent, evidently in agreement. Is that all right? Would it be an imposition? Xinqi felt a surge of joy at the prospect of dining with Lu Yiran, yet she harbored a fear of intruding upon their moment, rendering her hesitant to join them uninvited. It's fine. We can simply dine upstairs, he reassured her. All right, Xinqi acquiesced, and the quartet departed the private room. As they exited, the billiards hall was bustling with patrons, many of whom were captivated by the striking presence of the handsome men and beautiful women among them. Those unaware might have mistaken them for celebrities enjoying a casual outing. Coincidentally, a paparazzo on the scene recognized the group and swiftly captured a photograph. In the image, Lu Yiran was seen engaged in conversation with Xinqi, both appearing animated and cheerful, while Chu Si and Shurmubai trailed behind them. The paparazzo examined the photo with satisfaction. However, as he looked up, the group had already vanished. Eager for more compelling shots, he hastily followed, only to witness them entering the elevator bound for the upper floor. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the elevator halt at the second floor, where an array of restaurants awaited, indicating they were likely to dine rather than leave. Individuals of Lu Yiran's stature would certainly opt for a private dining room rather than a public space, so the paparazzo resolved to linger outside the Prestige International, knowing they would eventually emerge. To his astonishment, encountering President Lu during his day off promised to secure him a substantial bonus this month. At 8 in the evening, Chu Xi was incessantly scheming to facilitate a connection between Lu Yiran and Xin Qi, even as their departure loomed. She remained determined to create opportunities for them to be alone together. Chapter 31. Lu Yiran trends on social media. Subsequently, the four of them departed in 3 separate vehicles. As they conversed at the entrance, the sight of Xin Qi getting into Lu Yiran's car was captured by the lurking paparazzo from a distance. Tomorrow's front-page headline will undoubtedly belong to our company. He chuckled gleefully, delighted by the photos in his possession. Following President Lu's public declaration of seeking a partner online, there had been a conspicuous absence of news about him, making this the first instance of him being seen in such close proximity to a woman. At Yujing Tiancheng, on Monday morning, Munanyan awoke early to prepare for her day. Today marked her official first day at work. Last week had been devoted to familiarizing herself with the company, and her supervisor had not assigned her any tasks. The reason for her late departures each day stemmed from the fact that, as a newcomer, she was often subject to the tutelage of seasoned colleagues. Though she frequently worked overtime assisting others, she was not a pushover. Her intention was merely to foster good relationships with her coworkers. After completing her morning routine and breakfast, she set out. Yujing Tiancheng, being a premier residential area, lacked public transit options, with its residents unlikely to use buses, except for her, Munanyan. She had been relying on taxis for her daily commutes, which she suddenly found rather costly. After booking a ride through a taxi-hailing app, she patiently awaited its arrival when her phone rang.
Dingling.
She glanced at her phone, surprised to see it was Tang Yutong. At this hour, she usually busied herself heading to work, making it rather improbable for her to have the time to call. Hello, Yutong, are you free today? I am already in the car, on my way to the office. What prompted you to call me all of a sudden? I have some time on my hands in the car just scrolling through Weibo. Guess what I stumbled upon? I assume it's some new gossip about your favorite idol. This time, it's not about my idol. Do you remember I told you about President Lu looking for a partner online? He was photographed with a woman. And it even trended.
Oh.
Munanyan didn't expect that Tang Yutong would bring the gossip back to her. She never checks Weibo. Her knowledge of such rumors relies entirely on Tang Yutong. If Tang Yutong hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have known at all. Yutong mentioned that Lu Yiran was photographed with a woman. Could it be during the time we went to the hospital together? They just got together yesterday. And today it's trending. No, if it were me, Tang Yutong would not have shared it with me in such a casual manner. Could it be someone else? Munanyan pondered this and directly inquired, who is that girl? I don't know her, but she seems quite beautiful, with cascading waves and wearing a fitted long dress. I never thought the young master of the Lu family would be attracted to this type. Alright, my car has arrived. I must end our chat here. Okay. I just wanted to gossip with you, and it seems I'm about to arrive. After finishing the conversation, Munanyan hung up the phone as the taxi stopped beside her. She opened the back door and got in. Driver, please take me to Pin's Hang Fashion Company.
Sure thing.
After speaking with the driver, Munanyan lowered her head to check her phone. Unable to resist, she downloaded Weibo, eager to see news about Lu Yiran. Once downloaded, she opened the app and the top trending topics were all about Lu Yiran. President Lu suspected of finding a marriage partner, exclusive. Over the weekend, President Lu dined with his girlfriend and close friends, exclusive. Munanyan didn't have much of a reaction to these headlines. She was merely curious about who the woman accompanying Lu Yiran was. She clicked through the posts, not paying much attention to the text but focusing on the images. The first photo that caught her eye was of Lu Yiran, laughing and chatting with a woman, and they indeed looked well-matched standing together. The second photo depicted 4 individuals conversing at the entrance of a prestigious establishment. The third showed the woman getting into Lu Yiran's car. Munanyan was certain these photos were genuine and not fabricated by marketing accounts for clicks. After all, Lu Yiran wore the same suit yesterday and drove that particular Maybach.
So,
he rushed out without having lunch yesterday just to meet this girl? It seemed they spent the entire afternoon together. Moreover, he even introduced her to his close friends. Their relationship must be significant. As Munanyan gazed at the photos of the woman, she recalled the girl from their date at the Romantic Melody Pavilion. Their styles were entirely different. One exuded a mature elegance, while the other was more demure and delicate. Munanyan found Lu Yiran increasingly perplexing. Had he broken up with the previous girl? Is it possible that Lu Yiran has numerous girlfriends, and these 2 are merely among the many? Wouldn't conflicts arise between them? With such a multitude of girlfriends, how could Lu Yiran possibly manage them all? Truly, he must be a master of time management. In Munanyan's heart, Lu Yiran is akin to other young masters from affluent families, indulging in the pursuit of women outside. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. She seemed to comprehend the reason behind Lu Yiran's desire to marry her. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that her thoughts were indeed accurate, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief within. Thankfully, I harbor no affection for Louis Ran, and our union is merely contractual, otherwise. Encountering a husband like him would truly be a stroke of misfortune. Munanyan couldn't help but think of Su Muyang. Although he vanished without a word, he had treated her exceedingly well before, without any ambiguous attachments. While others may have shown him interest, he consistently rebuffed them, offering no glimmer of hope. If only Muyang had not abruptly proposed a breakup, we would likely still be in a relationship, and how could I possibly be entangled with Louis Ran? A sharp pang of sorrow pierced Munanyan's heart. Miss, we've arrived. Miss, are you alright?
I'm fine.
Munanyan smiled at the driver, paid the fare, and alighted from the vehicle. Chapter 32. Autumn New Product Competition. Upon entering the company, Munanyan clocked in and proceeded to the design department. Some employees had already arrived, and she made her way directly to her workstation, powering up her computer. At that moment, a woman approached her, clutching a stack of documents. Nanyan, could you assist me by making copies of these materials? Seeing that it was the intermediate designer Chen Wenyue, Munanyan smiled, her expression appearing both innocent and sincere. Wenyue, why not ask your assistant to handle the copying? Last week, this woman had given her the most tasks, and as a newcomer, Munanyan found it difficult to refuse. However, she wished to focus on her own designs and could only politely decline. She hasn't arrived yet, and I'm in urgent need of this. It's still before working hours, so it's normal for her to be absent. If you're in a hurry, you could make the copies yourself. Wenyue, I still have sketches to finish, so I must apologize. Chen Wenyue was taken aback by Munanyan's refusal, as the previous week, Munanyan had been obedient, readily complying with her requests. Yet, this week, she was unyielding. Faced with Munanyan's stance, Chen Wenyue could say nothing further and reluctantly went to make the copies herself, her feelings towards Munanyan growing increasingly sour. When Munanyan first joined, everyone had been captivated by her beauty, showering her with attention. Young employees sought her out daily, and prior to her arrival, these privileges had belonged to Chen Wenyue. Before Munanyan came, she had been the most attractive in the design department, and at only 28 years old, she had achieved the status of intermediate designer, which was quite impressive in their company. Everyone had held her in high regard. After Munanyan's arrival, Chen Wenyue frequently summoned her for tasks instead of calling upon her assistant. Chen Wenyue found Munanyan relatively easy to manage and had not regarded her with much importance. However, now that she audaciously dared to refuse Chen Wenyue, resentment began to brew within her. As office hours commenced, the design director entered the workspace and addressed everyone. I would like to convene a meeting in the conference room. Upon hearing this, the others immediately set aside their tasks and proceeded to the meeting room, with Munanyan, being a newcomer, relegated to a corner seat at the back. The design director took his place at the head of the table and stated, "The purpose of today's meeting is to announce a significant matter, the Oriental Cup for Women's Fashion Design in Huagua. I trust you are all familiar with this esteemed competition?" "Indeed. It is the most prestigious contest in our design industry," exclaimed senior designer Yao Izhou with palpable excitement.
Correct.
This competition is set to commence in the latter half of the year, and our company has received an invitation to participate. However, there is only one slot available. Therefore, we must deliberate on who shall represent us. Must we even deliberate? The design department has only one senior designer, Yao, interjected Yao Izhou's assistant, his face brimming with smugness, as if claiming the title for himself. Hearing this, mid-level designer Xiao Wei felt displeased. This competition holds immense significance. Who wouldn't want to participate? Moreover, as designers, shouldn't our works speak for themselves? It is unjust to decide based on titles. I cannot accept that. Xiao Wei, a youthful 26-year-old, had successfully designed several hit garments over the past few years and harbored great confidence in his abilities. Indeed, I concur that our works should determine our fate. Let us compete. Whoever's design garners the highest sales should go to the competition. Chen Wenyue chimed in, eager to partake in the contest herself. Last year, Yao Izhou had been sent, yet his performance had faltered, preventing him from reaching the finals. It was unacceptable to allow him to go again this year. Very well. Since we are deliberating, let us proceed as suggested. The autumn collection has yet to be finalized, so we shall use this season's new designs as the basis for our competition. Whichever design achieves the highest sales will decide who represents us. The design director, Lu Dehai, made a decisive proclamation regarding the competition. Although he was the design director, his expertise did not stem from formal design education. Rather, he possessed an exceptional eye for aesthetics. At the age of 42, he had a knack for recognizing works that would become immensely popular, earning the respect of his colleagues. The deadline for submissions will be this Friday, and we will finalize our selection on Monday. Everyone who wishes to participate, including design assistants, is welcome to contribute. Munanyan felt elated upon hearing this. Having been with the company for just a week, she now had the opportunity to engage in the design of the autumn collection. If she triumphed, she could finally partake in the competition she had long yearned for. Satisfied with the enthusiasm displayed by the team, Lu Dahai smiled and remarked, "Well then, with the matter settled, you may return to your work. I hope everyone can create pieces that resonate with the market." At that moment, Chen Wenyu passed by her side. Noticing her engrossed in sketching design drafts, with a hint of sarcasm, she inquired, "Nanyan, you don't genuinely intend to participate in this competition, do you?" "Of course. Sister Yu, why not?" Nanyan replied. "What could a mere undergraduate like you possibly understand about design? Do you think this is an event open to just anyone? The design assistants have been with the company for a year or two, while you, a novice intern, should perhaps reconsider your ambitions. I doubt you could even create a complete outfit," Chen Wenyu retorted. Chapter 33. Withdraw the trending topic. Nanyan, with a touch of earnestness, responded, "Sister Yu, the director has stated that everyone is welcome to compete in a fair manner. It is precisely because I lack experience that I wish to give it a try. My designs may not compare to yours, but I simply wish to broaden my horizons. I've never participated in such a competition before." Nanyan's flattery seemed to please Chen Wenyu, lifting her spirits significantly. It appeared that Nanyan possessed a modicum of self-awareness. "Very well, if you wish to try, then do so. However, I assure you, you won't be selected," Chen Wenyu remarked before walking away, dismissing Nanyan entirely. A quiet scoff escaped Nanyan's lips. The outcome was not for Chen Wenyu to determine. Subsequently, she returned to contemplating her designs. Dingsheng Group. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Song Rue entered, holding a tablet. Observing him, Lu Yiran asked, "What's the matter?" "President Liu, you and Miss Shen were photographed at Supreme International yesterday, and today it has trended online." As he spoke, Song Rue handed the tablet to Lu Yiran. Lu Yiran took the device and perused the trending topics, noting that the top entries were all related to him. Just as Song Rue was about to inquire about how to address the situation, Lu Yiran's phone rang. The sound of the ringtone echoed. Upon checking, Lu Yiran saw it was his grandmother calling. It was unusual for her to reach out, and today's call was undoubtedly prompted by the trending news. He answered the call. "Hello, Grandma." "Oh, is that so? Why didn't you bring Yen along to meet them? She is your wife. Yet you left her alone at home. What do you think she would think upon seeing today's trending topic?" He felt no obligation to explain to Nanyan, yet he knew he couldn't express this to his grandmother. "Rest assured, Grandma, Nanyan and I are doing well. She was aware of my meeting with Mu Bai and the others yesterday. She mentioned feeling exhausted and opted to rest at home instead of joining me." "That is good to hear. Just ensure you resolve this trending matter promptly. As a married man, what would others think of you being involved in rumors with someone else?" "Understood, Grandma. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have work to attend to." Lu Yiran's patience waned, and he was reluctant to continue the conversation. His grandmother, perceptive as she was, recognized his excuse for what it was, but seeing her objective achieved, she chose not to prolong the discussion and ended the call. Once Lu Yiran concluded the call, Song Rue quickly inquired, "President Liu, about the trending topic." Originally, Lu Yiran did not wish to involve himself in the matter. But with his grandmother's intervention, he felt compelled to act. "Withdraw it," he instructed. "Understood, President Liu." Upon receiving the directive, Song Rue promptly set out to fulfill his duties. Lu Yiran held his phone, contemplating the words of the elderly lady he had just spoken to, pondering whether he should explain the situation to Munanyan. Ultimately, he set the phone down, refraining from calling her, as their relationship had not yet reached the stage of mutual reporting. Subsequently, Lu Yiran returned to his work. At the Beijing International Airport, a plane from the United States had just landed, and from it emerged a woman clad in a pink chiffon mini dress, her long, curly hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Shielded by sunglasses, her features remained obscured, yet her presence exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a refined young lady returning from abroad. After retrieving her luggage, she made her way to the airport exit and hailed a taxi, directing it to the hospital. At Beijing's second hospital, the girl pushed open the door to the ward and was taken aback by the sight of her mother lying in the hospital bed. Her eyes immediately welled with tears as she removed her sunglasses and approached the bedside. "Mom, I've missed you so much,"
she exclaimed.
She longed to leap into her mother's embrace and indulge in a moment of affection, but upon witnessing her mother's illness, she hesitated, fearing she might cause her pain. Wang Ilio, surprised by the sudden appearance of her daughter, expressed her delight. "Xiang Nanqing, it's been years since we last met. You've changed so much. You've lost weight but have become more beautiful, and your demeanor has improved as well. If you hadn't called me just now, I might not have recognized you at all." Previously, during video calls, Wang Ilio had only seen her daughter's face, and while she sensed some change, it was not until now that she fully appreciated the transformation. Her daughter seemed much more confident, a sign of progress during her years abroad. Once an ordinary girl with a lackluster appearance, dressed in hoodies and jeans, and somewhat socially anxious, Xiang Nanxing had blossomed into a confident, cheerful, and gracious young woman. Radiating beauty and poise, she was almost unrecognizable. Has there been a significant change? She mused. I believe so. Exposure to new experiences abroad has broadened my horizons and naturally transformed me. I must also thank Brother Iran for encouraging me to study overseas. Without him, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. By the way, Mom, I called Brother Iran yesterday. Did he come to see you? Yes. He visited and kept me company for most of the morning before leaving around noon. That boy truly has a kind heart. Isn't it only natural for Brother Iran to visit you? He has been by your side since childhood. I, as your biological daughter, have not been granted such privilege. One might expect Xiang Nanxing to harbor resentment towards Liu Iran, considering he had taken her mother away from her. Yet, upon encountering him, she found it impossible to feel any animosity. Moreover, Liu Iran had always treated Xiang Nanxing well, assisting her with various matters. He had taken care of her study abroad procedures and expenses, further solidifying her gratitude towards him. Chapter 34. He is married. Nanxing, do not speak in such a manner. Iran does not owe us anything. Even if it were not me at the beginning, there would have been others willing to care for him. It is already commendable that he remembers this kindness and has arranged for you to go abroad. He truly need not have done any of this. Wang Ilio was quite sensible. She understood that the attention she received from Liu Iran was solely due to his benevolence. Otherwise, he might have never concerned himself with the affairs of a nanny. Oh, I am aware. I am merely expressing this in your presence. I know that Brother Iran possesses a wonderful character. As she spoke, Su Nanxing's cheeks unwittingly flushed, revealing a shy demeanor typical of a young girl. Wang Ilio could not possibly miss the thoughts running through her daughter's mind. Nanxing, could it be that you have feelings for Iran? Su Nanxing was taken aback by her mother's direct inquiry, her face reddening further, yet she ultimately conceded. Wang Ilio was astonished to discover that her daughter had already developed feelings for Liu Iran. She had previously been oblivious to this fact. Now, however, the situation was complicated by the fact that Liu Iran was already married, and she could not allow her daughter to become involved in an affair. Nanxing, you should relinquish this notion. We are not from the same world as Iran. How could the Liu family ever consent to him being with the daughter of a nanny? But, Mother, you are no longer a nanny for the Liu family, and I have yet to even attempt to pursue this. What if Brother Iran harbors feelings for me as well? Seeing that she could not reason with her daughter, Wang Ilio resolved to speak plainly. She could not permit her daughter to jeopardize another's relationship. That would ruin her life. Very well, I shall tell you directly. Yesterday, when Iran visited me, he brought along a girl. Before Wang Ilio could finish, Su Nanxing interrupted her. Mother, what girl? Does Brother Iran already have a girlfriend? Wang Ilio could easily discern that Su Nanxing was deeply saddened, but she could not allow her to entertain any false hopes. It was imperative to sever her feelings for Liu Iran. Not a girlfriend, but a wife. He is already married.
What?
That cannot be. How could Brother Iran marry without informing me? Su Nanxing was increasingly incredulous. Such a significant event as his marriage could not possibly have escaped public knowledge. Nanxing. It is true. He affirmed it in person when he visited yesterday, stating that the girl is his wife, but they are in a hidden marriage, which is why no one knows. I believe that girl still appears to be a student, perhaps to avoid disrupting her life. Mother, did you ever hear Brother Iran mention any girl he liked? Not at all. He only revealed his marriage to me yesterday, and it seemed he was not very familiar with that girl. When I brought up their relationship, he appeared reluctant to elaborate. Not very familiar? Is it possible that they are not genuinely in love? No, I must get to the bottom of this. Su Nanxing resolutely refused to accept that someone could have captured Liu Iran's heart in such a short span of time. There must be some hidden truth.
With that,
Su Nanxing prepared to leave, but Wang Ilio stopped her. Nanxing, where are you going? I wish to visit Yujing Tianqing to see what kind of person that girl is, who can become Iran's wife. Nanxing, they're already married. You should refrain from meddling in their affairs, regardless of the reasons for their union. If you approach them now, you would be seen as a mistress. Nanxing, do not stray down the wrong path, for it could ruin your life. Wang Ilio patiently advised, hoping her daughter would refrain from making foolish decisions. Su Nanxing was taken aback by her mother's perception of her. Mom, what are you saying? I would never play the role of a mistress. I merely wish to strive for my love. If Iran and that woman are truly in love, I will regard Iran as my brother for life. However, if their feelings are not genuine, I shall fight for my love. Wang Ilio felt relieved upon hearing Su Nanqing's words. It seemed she wouldn't rest until she sought clarity, which could ultimately sever her attachment to Iran. Su Nanqing glanced at herself, and then at the suitcase beside her. Carrying all these belongings was indeed inconvenient, especially after spending over 10 hours on a plane. She felt quite fatigued. After sharing some heartfelt words, Su Nanqing accompanied Wang Ilio for dinner before departing. Mom, rest early. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning.
All right.
At the Pins Hang clothing company, Munanyan was preoccupied with her design drafts but found herself dissatisfied with several sketches, feeling that something was missing. As the end of the workday approached with no satisfactory result, she decided to leave early, hoping a change of scenery might spark inspiration. She carelessly left the unsatisfactory sketches on her desk, deeming them as waste, and tidied up her workspace before taking her bag and exiting the company. Just as she stepped outside, her phone rang. The only person likely to call her at such a time was Tang Yutong. She assumed it was an invitation for dinner to continue their morning gossip. Chapter 35. Announcement of the inheritance tomorrow. However, upon retrieving her phone, she discovered it was not Tang Yutong but Lawyer Qin Sheng. She promptly answered the call. Hello, Lawyer Qin. Is there something you need? Miss Mu. I wanted to inquire if you have decided when to announce the will. A week has passed without a word from you, so I thought I would check in. I apologize, Lawyer Qin. I've been rather busy lately and forgot to inform you. Please contact Mu Feng. I wish to know the details of the will as soon as possible. However, I am currently interning and will only be available after work. Understood, Miss Mu. I will arrange a time and notify you. Thank you. After ending the call, Munanyan realized she had nearly forgotten this significant matter amidst her work and dealing with Liu Iran. Noticing that Tang Yutong had not called her, she decided to reach out. Hello, Yan Yan. Munanyan heard Tang Yutong and sensed that she seemed quite busy at the moment. She inquired, haven't you finished work yet?
Not yet.
A foreign client suddenly arrived at the company today, and I was pulled in as a translator. I have no idea when it will end, Tang Yutong replied. Well, I was hoping we could have dinner together. Another day. I'm pressed for time today. I can't talk now. They're urging me. Munanyan and Tang Yutong met at Jingdao University. Their personalities complemented each other perfectly, and as roommates, they shared a strong bond. However, they were not in the same major. Munanyan was studying design, while Tang Yutong specialized in languages, mastering 7 tongues. Both excelled in their respective fields, a testament to the notion that exceptional individuals naturally gravitate towards one another. Munanyan ordered a ride through an app and waited quietly, reflecting on her recent taxi expenses, which were becoming increasingly extravagant, exceeding 100 each day. She contemplated purchasing a car, envisioning the convenience of driving herself to work. Having saved some money and inherited a fund from her mother, she realized she had amassed over 2 million. It struck her that she had unexpectedly transformed into a little heiress. She intended to keep her mother's money untouched for the time being, planning to use it later to establish her own design studio, which would require substantial funds. Beyond her mother's inheritance, she had a monthly allowance of 100,000 from Liu Iran and her own savings, making the prospect of buying a vehicle worth over 100,000 quite feasible. Living in Yujing Tiancheng, her only significant expense was the taxi fare. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that buying a car was a sensible decision. And she planned to visit a dealership over the weekend. As Munanyan mulled over her thoughts, her taxi arrived. She got in, provided her destination, and settled quietly in the back seat, gazing at the scenery outside.
Dingling.
Her phone rang again. She glanced at the screen. It was a call from Mu Feng. She knew Lawyer Qin must have contacted him already. Just as she was about to answer, a message arrived. Miss Mu, I have scheduled an appointment with Mr. Mu for 7 p.m. tomorrow at the Mu family villa to announce the will. All right. Thank you for your efforts, Lawyer Qin. Hello, Dad. What's the matter? Yan Yan. Today a lawyer named Qin called me, saying something about announcing a will. Are you aware of this? Yes, he reached out to me earlier. Wasn't your mother's inheritance settled long ago? Why is there still a will? Do you recall how it was divided back then?
Mu Feng hesitated,
Feeling a twinge of guilt. When your mother passed, you were still very young, so her belongings have remained with me. But rest assured, I won't withhold anything that rightfully belongs to you. I'm already 22, it's been so long. And you've never mentioned giving me anything of my mother's. Suddenly, Munanyan seemed to grasp something profound. Before the lawyer reached out to her, she had not considered that she might inherit anything from the Mu family. However, the matter of her mother's share had never been mentioned by Mu Feng, leading her to suspect that he had never considered bestowing it upon her. Years have passed, and I have nearly forgotten. Once I arrange your mother's estate, I will certainly allocate your share to you. There is no need for the involvement of lawyers in our family matters, is there? Mu Feng assumed that this lawyer Qin had been engaged by Munanyan, who, upon discovering she was not a daughter of the Mu family, sought to claim her mother's inheritance. After all, he had painstakingly acquired everything that belonged to him. He would never willingly relinquish it, as long as lawyers were not involved. He could easily assert that her mother possessed no real assets and settle her with a mere few $100,000. Munanyan recognized Mu Feng's misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify. She stated, "Since a lawyer is already involved, there is no need for you to exhaust yourself, father. We shall discover the extent of my mother's inheritance tomorrow." Seeing Munanyan's determination to engage a lawyer, Mu Feng could no longer contain himself. "Yan, I founded the Mu Corporation. Your mother devoted herself to caring for you after your birth. She had no time to work. Even if she once held shares in the Mu Corporation, they were granted by me. The corporation has expanded significantly since then, and her previous shares have long been diluted. Therefore, your mother possesses no substantial assets. If you desire money, you need only ask me. There is no need for a lawyer. Father, after my mother's passing,
You raised me.
even if you are not my biological father, I am aware of your nurturing kindness. Regardless of your intentions behind raising me, I do not hold it against you. Thus, I have never sought a penny from the Mu family, nor do I believe I am entitled to it. I simply wish to uncover the truth behind my mother's demise, and I must ascertain the details of her assets." Upon hearing Munanyan's final words, Mu Feng's heart sank. After all these years, why was she suddenly investigating that matter? The truth of your mother's death? Wasn't the police conclusion an accident? What more could there be? Furthermore, how did this relate to her mother's assets? Was she overthinking it? "Perhaps I am overthinking," he replied. "I am currently in the car, and it is inconvenient. Let us discuss this further tomorrow." With that, Munanyan abruptly ended the call. Chapter 36. I fear embarrassment. Munanyan reflected on Mu Feng's reaction. Sensing that he knew something and seemed reluctant to involve a lawyer, she dared not engage him further, fearing she might reveal her thoughts. If Mu Feng had indeed intended to seize her mother's estate, it was clear to her why her mother had established a will. If that were the case, Mu Feng might very well be the perpetrator of her mother's demise. With this thought, her hand instinctively clenched. However, all of this remained mere speculation. She would only uncover the truth after the inheritance was announced the following day. At the Mu Corporation, Mu Feng sat in his office, his countenance dark after hanging up with Munanyan. Why had she suddenly begun to question her mother's death? After so many years, was there anything left to investigate? As he pondered this, his expression softened slightly. It seemed he would need to probe Munanyan tomorrow to discern what she truly knew. What perplexed Mu Feng was the sudden decision of Munanyan to enlist a lawyer regarding her assets. Initially, when he had yet to disclose that she was not his biological daughter, she seemed devoid of desires, content with the modest living allowance provided each month. Yet now, she was clamoring for a share of the family fortune. Could it be that Munanyan, upon learning the truth of her origins, sought to claim her mother's inheritance and sever ties with the Mu family? Had he known this would transpire, he might have chosen to remain silent about her lineage. Reflecting on this, Mu Feng felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps had he said nothing, allowing her to believe she was indeed a Mu, she would not have harbored doubts. Back then, Munanyan had been so obedient, requiring little financial support, and now that she was employed, he need not provide any assistance at all. Concealing the truth might have been the more prudent course. Upon arriving at the destination, Munanyan noticed Liu Yiran's car parked behind her. As Liu Yiran exited his vehicle and approached her, she instinctively uttered a remark that, upon reflection, seemed slightly misplaced. The moment Liu Yiran heard her words, his expression darkened. It appeared the woman still cared. Her tone suggested she was reproaching him. Yet his mood lightened somewhat, and his demeanor improved. Munanyan sensed this shift but found it utterly baffling. This man was truly mercurial. "Why did you suddenly stop halfway?"
Munanyan inquired.
Liu Yiran turned to face her, observing her rub her forehead in a somewhat endearing manner, reminiscent of a child. Despite this thought, he maintained a facade of indifference, fixing her with a cold gaze as he replied, "It was you who failed to pay attention and bumped into me. Do you really believe you have a valid argument?" Munanyan was aware she was at fault, yet she argued that it could not be entirely blamed on her. Had Liu Yiran not abruptly halted, she would not have collided with him. "Oh," she sighed, unwilling to engage in further debate. The incident had already occurred, and what good would arguing do? She simply circled around him and entered the living room. Seeing Liu Yiran follow her inside, Munanyan directly inquired, "Did you see the trending topic this morning?" Liu Yiran had been pondering how to broach the subject, but was taken aback by her straightforwardness. He responded candidly, "Did you see the trending topic this morning?" "Yes," she affirmed. "And what are your thoughts?" he pressed. "I have no particular thoughts. Rest assured, I do not possess such strong possessiveness as you do. Our marriage is merely a facade. I will not interfere in your private life, as long as our relationship remains concealed. You may indulge in rumors with whomever you choose. Louis Ran was astonished that Munanyan seemed entirely unconcerned. It appeared he had been overthinking. This woman was devoid of sentiment. The notion that her husband was entangled with others and she remained unfazed suggested a lack of affection on her part. If our relationship were to be exposed, would that prevent you from spreading rumors?
Why is that?
He asked, perplexed. I fear the embarrassment, she explained. I wish to keep my marriage a secret, as my husband is unfaithful and I cannot bear the judgment of others. Louis Ran never anticipated that Munanyan's insistence on his fidelity was rooted in her desire to preserve her dignity. How could his name, Louis Ran, ever be associated with disgrace? He, the scion of a prominent family, found it unfathomable that he could be looked down upon. His expressions soured instantly. Rest assured, the concerns you harbor will never materialize, for you shall never attain the status of Mrs. Liu. With that, Louis Ran departed, leaving the residence.
Munanyan,
Perplexed by his abrupt exit, paid little heed to his words, as she had no desire to be Mrs. Liu. Yet, she could not comprehend the source of his anger. Chapter 37. The Announcement of the Will. The following morning, Munanyan arrived at the office early. After a night of rest, inspiration struck her, compelling her to hasten the completion of her designs. Upon reaching her desk, she noticed that the sketches she had carelessly left there were missing. She dismissed the thought, assuming the cleaning staff had tidied up. Sitting down, she began to draw, oblivious to the bustling activity around her. When she finally lifted her gaze to check the time, she was astonished to find it was already noon, and her colleagues had all departed for lunch. To her surprise, Chen Wenyue had not sought her out to cause trouble today. Could it be due to her flattery the previous day? What a remarkably effective tactic. Munanyan neatly organized her designs, placing them beneath a file, and then headed out for lunch. At the Mu family villa, she walked straight in. As she entered the living room, she was greeted by the sight of Mu Feng, Lin Wan, and Mu Yunshu seated together on a sofa, exuding an air of familial unity that deeply pained her. Upon noticing her arrival, Qin Shen quickly rose to greet her. Miss Mu. Lawyer Qin, my apologies for arriving late. No, not at all, I just got here myself. They exchanged pleasantries, while the trio on the sofa offered no warmth, treating her as a stranger. Mu Feng did not even acknowledge her presence, for today she was there to discuss the distribution of assets, and it would be unusual for them to be cordial. Munanyan chose to ignore them. Had it not been for the necessity of having all parties present for the will's announcement, she would not have visited the Mu family at all. Politely addressing Qin Sheng, she said, Lawyer Qin, shall we begin? Certainly, Miss Mu. After responding, Qin Sheng retrieved a briefcase and produced a document. Ms. Shun Yi established a will 16 years ago at our law firm, stipulating that it be disclosed only after Miss Munanyan reached adulthood. Now that Miss Mu is over 22 years of age, and with her consent, we shall proceed with the announcement of Ms. Shun Yi's will. Upon hearing that it was Shun Yi's will, Mu Feng's complexion drained of color, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Shin Yi had actually drafted a will? How would she allocate her assets? Years ago, I meticulously endeavored to acquire all of this. Must it now all slip away? The more Mu Feng contemplated, the more fear enveloped him. He dreaded the revelation of his past misdeeds and was even more terrified that all he had schemed to attain would ultimately amount to nothing. When Lin Wan heard the name Shin Yi, her expression soured as well. The two exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a shared panic. Munanyan, seated nearby, had been observing Mu Feng's demeanor and noticed the disquiet between the two. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Yet silence prevailed as they awaited Qin Sheng to announce the will. Ms. Shun Yi possessed 35 of the Mu Group shares, with Ms. Munanyan inheriting 30 and Mr. Mu Feng inheriting my remaining shares. Due to Ms. Munanyan's minority status, Mr. Mu Feng will temporarily manage her inheritance until she reaches adulthood.
Ms.
Shun Yi also owned a villa located at 135 Huanqing Avenue, Beijing, which Ms. Munanyan shall inherit, independent of her spouse.
Furthermore, Ms.
Shen Yi had a bank card with a deposit of 3 million, which will likewise be inherited by Ms. Munanyan, with the password being her date of birth. Thus concludes the reading of Ms. Shun Yi's will. The necessary procedures for asset inheritance can be completed in the coming days. After announcing this, Qin Sheng turned to Munanyan and remarked, Ms. Mu, I have finished declaring the will. I will approach you in a couple of days to sign some documents, after which you shall receive your mother's inheritance. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Munanyan, still somewhat dazed, instinctively replied, all right. Qin Sheng gathered his belongings and departed from the Mu residence, leaving the family matters to them. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to remain. Munanyan was taken aback by the extent of her mother's assets. Realizing the villa was under her mother's name and that she held 35 of the Mu Group shares, facts she had never anticipated. Mu Feng was equally astonished that Shen Yi had bequeathed him 5 of the shares. However, upon reflection, he surmised that this allocation was perhaps intended to ensure he would care for Munanyan and assist her in managing the company. The thought that all his hard work for the Mu family over the years had culminated in merely serving as a means for Munanyan's benefit incensed him. He had not expected Shen Yi to have such foresight. For years, Mu Feng had kept Munanyan away from the elite circles, fearing she might discover her mother's prior stake in the company and mistakenly believe she was entitled to nothing. Now all his efforts seemed in vain, and he could not reconcile himself to that outcome. He gazed at Munanyan, preparing to appeal to her emotions. Yan, let us have a conversation. Munanyan, indeed perplexed, was inclined to engage Mu Feng in a serious discussion. All right, she replied, and together they proceeded to the study. Meanwhile, Mu Yinshu could no longer remain still. Comforted by Lin Wan's words, she finally felt a sense of relief. In the study, Munanyan regarded Mu Feng with a composed expression. What is it that you wish to discuss? Speak freely, she said. Mu Feng felt a flicker of uncertainty under her gaze, but feigned composure. Do you understand why your mother possessed such considerable wealth? He inquired. I too am eager to know, she responded. These items were all given to your mother after I married her. At that time, my love for her was profound. We purchased this villa together, and I felt as though we were a family, so it mattered little in whose name it was registered. Hence, I only inscribed your mother's name. Even in the company, I allocated the majority of the shares to her, while I possessed merely 15 of them. Chapter 38. You have no right to take it. Upon hearing this, Munanyan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Mu Feng's expressions of love for her mother were indeed genuine, for he would not have bestowed such gifts otherwise. So, what do you wish to convey? Those possessions were intended for your mother. If you were my biological child, I would have no objections to her distribution of assets, for eventually my wealth would become yours. However, you are not my biological daughter, and thus, you possess no right to these items. Munanyan understood this principle as well. If these possessions were genuinely given to Shen Yi by Mu Feng, she indeed had no claim to them, as she had no ties to the Mu family.
You may speak.
I am open to all that you wish to reveal. Do you know when my mother established her will? How could I possibly know? If you hadn't summoned a lawyer today, I would remain oblivious to the existence of such a will. It was the day before my mother passed away. What a coincidence. Indeed, such a coincidence. My mother was still quite young at that time. Why would she consider drafting a will? How could I know? Perhaps your mother suddenly felt inclined to do so. During that period, I was consumed with company affairs and scarcely saw your mother. How could I discern her thoughts? Mu Feng continued to vehemently deny any involvement, striving to dissociate himself from the matter. But why did my mother bequeath all her assets to me, leaving you only 5 of the shares? Do you know the reason? Let me ponder. You are aware I am not your biological daughter. Yet you have kept me within the Mu family for so many years. What do you seek? Is it this meager 5 of shares? This was the only rationale Munanyan could conceive for Mu Feng's years of nurturing her. Perhaps he intended for her to mature and form a union to solidify the Mu family's position. However, at that time, Munanyan was merely 6 years old. She found it hard to believe Mu Feng could envision such long-term plans. Moreover, if Mu Feng truly wished for her to engage in a union, he should have acknowledged her status as the Mu family's eldest daughter, enabling her to marry into affluence and assist him, rather than excluding her from high society. Did I not mention before that I regarded you as my own daughter? Your mother was someone I once cherished. You were alone and vulnerable, which is why I chose to raise you alongside me. Furthermore, I was unaware of your mother's will. How could I possibly know about this 5 of shares? As Mu Feng spoke, his eyes darted about restlessly, revealing his guilt. His words were undoubtedly insincere. Yet, Munanyan refrained from pressing further. For Mu Feng's ignorance about the will seemed authentic, deepening her suspicions about his true intentions in keeping her within the Mu household. Can you tell me where my mother intended to go on the day of her accident? Typically, when I attended school, she remained at home. Why did she venture out that day? I am at a loss. I arrived at the company early that day and did not encounter your mother. How could I possibly know her sudden whereabouts? So, you are utterly oblivious? I truly am unaware. Mu Feng wore an expression of innocence, deliberately cultivating an image that distanced him from the accident. One last question. You are aware that I am not your biological child, and your mother harbors no affection for you. Why do you not divorce her? Mu Yinshu is your biological daughter, is she not? Why did you not part ways with her earlier, only allowing them to enter your life after your mother's demise? In that moment, Mu Feng found himself bereft of a suitable justification, unsure of how to respond. Finally, in a moment of desperation, he deflected all blame onto Shen Yi. Adopting a troubled demeanor, he stated, "My mother disapproved. Did you agree to it? Divorce is a mutual affair. If she refuses to divorce, I am powerless." Munanyan sensed that every word from Mu Feng's lips was a fabrication, yet she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal and chose to acquiesce. It appeared that uncovering the truth about her mother from him would be a formidable task, compelling her to seek alternative means. "Very well, I understand." With that, Munanyan prepared to depart, but Mu Feng promptly called out to her. "Yan, I have divulged everything you wish to know. As for your mother's inheritance, I cannot grant it to you. However, I can ensure that everything remains as it is for the time being. You may continue to reside in this villa, and you will manage the company shares, but the dividends from these years must be paid to me in full. Before the circumstances surrounding her mother's untimely death are clarified, she will not take action against them. However, should it be revealed that Mu Feng is implicated, he will undoubtedly face consequences." Mu Feng found this arrangement tolerable. As long as Munanyan did not harbor intentions against the company, he could accept a monetary exchange. Agreed. After finalizing their arrangement, Munanyan exited the villa. Mu Feng exhaled deeply, feeling that he had performed admirably. Munanyan should no longer suspect him of being involved in her mother's accident. As long as she refrained from suspicion, he believed she could not uncover anything after all these years. She was quite familiar with her mother, who, in her recollection, was a person of clear principles. What belonged to her was hers, and she would never take what was not. The shares and the villa were marital property. Even if Mu Feng had initially given everything to her, her mother would certainly retain half for Mu Feng, never granting it all to Munanyan. There had to be more to the story. Moreover, today, when Lin Wan heard her mother's name, she distinctly appeared flustered. Following her mother's passing, she became the primary beneficiary, directly assuming the title of Mrs. Mu. This matter was undoubtedly entwined with her as well. Munanyan refrained from confronting them to avoid raising alarms. She would feign ignorance, allowing them to lower their guard. Once her investigation concluded, she would ensure they faced repercussions. Chapter 39. Miss Su has arrived. Upon alighting from the taxi, Munanyan spotted the butler waiting at the entrance, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. "Butler, is something amiss?" "Miss Su is here," announced the butler.
Miss Su, who is she?
"Do I know her?"
Munanyan inquired.
Her curiosity piqued as she made her way to the living room alongside the butler. "You may not be acquainted with her, but she has come to see you today," he replied. "I don't know her. What could she possibly want from me?" Munanyan's confusion deepened. Before the butler could clarify, she had already reached the threshold of the living room, where she beheld a young woman seated comfortably. Dressed in a flowing blue chiffon gown from Chanel's latest haute couture collection, her long, wavy hair cascaded casually, framing a face adorned with exquisite makeup. She was leisurely sipping tea while perusing a magazine on the coffee table, exuding an air of languid contentment, as if she were the true mistress of the house. Hearing the commotion at the door, Su Nanqing turned her head and locked eyes with Munanyan. Rather than feeling awkward, she boldly scrutinized Munanyan, who was clad in a simple high-waisted short-sleeve top paired with jeans, an utterly ordinary ensemble. Su Nanqing, after a prolonged gaze, could not identify the brand of her attire. Suspecting it might have cost only a few hundred yuan, she appraised Munanyan from head to toe, concluding that aside from her attractive visage, there seemed to be no other remarkable qualities. Su Nanqing could not fathom what had drawn Iran to her. Feeling uneasy under Su Nanqing's scrutiny, Munanyan changed her shoes and approached her. "And you are?" "I am Su Nanqing." "Oh, it's you. What brings you here today?" Munanyan queried, her demeanor calm despite Su Nanqing's evident surprise. "You know me?" "I do not, but I have heard of you. A few days ago, when I visited Aunt Lu with Louis Ran, your name came up." "Ah, I see. So, what is the reason for your visit today, Miss Su?" Munanyan maintained her composure, while Su Nanqing appeared increasingly astonished. "I was simply curious to see what kind of woman could capture Iran's attention. So, I came to take a look at you. I waited for you all afternoon, and you expect me to entertain you?" Su Nanqing expressed disbelief, taken aback by the woman's lack of manners. She truly could not comprehend what Iran saw in her. "And what else should I do? We are not well acquainted. You have seen me. Am I obliged to invite you to dinner? Treat me this way, and Iran will not forgive you. Then go seek him out. I bid you farewell." Munanyan's mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of her mother, leaving her little inclination to deal with a woman connected to Liu Iran.
Su Nanqing,
noticing her indifference, began to doubt. "You truly do not care about Iran's feelings at all. Do you genuinely have feelings for him? Who told you that I like him?" Upon hearing Munanyan's retort, Su Nanqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You do not like him? Then why are you marrying him? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Munanyan quickly attempted to cover her tracks. Who said I do not like him? Su Nanqing suddenly recognized that she had been playfully teased, and her irritation surfaced. Is this amusing to you? Liking someone is straightforward. Why the pretense? Having married him. Do you think I harbor feelings for her? Why such a strong reaction to my words? Do you, perchance, hold an affection for Lu Yiran? With a swift revelation, Munanyan exposed Su Nanqing's hidden thoughts. Su Nanqing, taken aback, failed to realize that Munanyan was diverting the conversation. Upon being unmasked, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly denied, I do not possess any fondness for Brother Yiran. He is merely a brother to me. Do not speak nonsense. I am simply curious and wish to see what you truly look like. Previously, Su Nanqing had regarded Munanyan as just an ordinary girl. But now she found herself utterly outmatched by a woman so eloquent. Oh, now that you have seen, may I take my leave? You and I are siblings of Brother Yiran. How can you treat me thus? You are his sister, not mine. What relation is that to me? Besides, are you not merely step-siblings? Are you his secret beloved? How can you utter such words? You are Brother Yiran's wife. You are unworthy of him in this manner. Yet, I am already married to him. Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. Why not suggest he divorce me? Isn't it true that you speak so boldly because Brother Yiran favors you? I do not believe you would dare to seek a divorce. And if I did? What if I did not? Su Nanqing was truly infuriated by Munanyan's demeanor. She could not fathom what it was that Brother Yiran saw in such a girl. Just you wait. With that, Su Nanqing stormed out of the mansion. Munanyan, observing Su Nanqing's retreating figure, found her rather amusing. Initially, from their phone conversation, she had assumed Su Nanqing to be a scheming woman, yet she appeared rather innocent, akin to an unsophisticated little girl. When Lu Yiran received a call from Su Nanqing, he presumed it was yet another issue regarding Lu Ma and answered promptly. Hello, Nanqing, what is the matter? Upon hearing Lu Yiran's voice, Su Nanqing's nose tinged with emotion, and she began to cry. Brother Yiran. Lu Yiran, recognizing her distress, initially thought something grave had occurred with Lu Ma, otherwise. Why would Su Nanqing be in tears? What is it, Nanqing? Speak clearly. I met that woman today. She is utterly unworthy of you. Why do you like her? Lu Yiran was bewildered by Su Nanqing's words. What woman? Who do you think I have taken a liking to? I am unaware of any such thing. Relieved that it was not about Lu Ma, he then inquired, what woman? Who did you meet today? Your wife, of course. I saw her at Yujing Tiancheng today. Lu Yiran was left utterly perplexed, failing to grasp the situation. Chapter 40. Their marriage is a facade. Su Nanqing recounted the events, struggling to find the right words to describe Munanyan, yet Lu Yiran understood her meaning. What did she say about you? I claim to be your sister, I said. Yet she retorted that I was merely your mistress, even going so far as to mention a desire for divorce. Yiran, my brother. What do you see in such a person? It seems she is utterly indifferent to your feelings. Lu Yiran never anticipated that Munanyan would so openly disregard him, even going to the extent of ousting Nanqing and uttering such harsh words. Could it be that she truly considers herself the mistress of Yujing Tiancheng? Nanqing, our marriage is a facade, so you need not concern yourself with her. She is of no significance compared to you. You're in a sham marriage? Upon hearing this revelation, Su Nanqing's tears abruptly ceased, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, she is merely a woman I casually chose. I will certainly divorce her in due course, so you need not pay heed to her words. I understand, Yiran. Su Nanqing's spirit soared, as the previous grievances dissipated in an instant. Then Yiran, if I were to quarrel with her, you would stand up for me, wouldn't you? Of course. You are my sister. Very well, I shall not keep you. I have matters to attend to and must hang up now. All right, sir. Yujing Tiancheng. Su Nanqing disregarded the butler's inquiry and directly asked, where is Munanyan? The young mistress is dining in the restaurant. At this, Su Nanqing's expression soured instantly. How could Munanyan still have the composure to dine while she had been so infuriating? Su Nanqing stormed towards the dining room. Munanyan was quietly enjoying her meal when she suddenly heard the sound of high heels clicking against the marble floor, indicating a visitor, and it was a woman. Puzzled by the number of visitors today, she turned to see Su Nanqing's furious face. Munanyan, I am well aware of the situation between you and Yiran. Stop pretending. Yiran holds no affection for you. He told you that? Of course. Su Nanqing spoke with an air of pride. While Munanyan was taken aback that Lu Yiran had confided this to her, despite their agreement to keep the marriage secret. Had it only been her, Munanyan, who was barred from speaking. What does it matter that you know? Are you here to eat? Have the butler fetch another set of utensils. Upon hearing this, the butler hastily retreated to the kitchen, eager to escape the brewing conflict. Su Nanxing was incensed by her air of superiority. What pretense is this? You previously expelled me, yet now invite me to dine as if you are the mistress of his house? Let me inform you, Iran has assured me that he will eventually divorce you. You are merely a temporary tenant. Munanyan remained unperturbed by her words, recognizing the truth in them. Yet it stung her to realize that these were the very sentiments Lu Iran had shared. When she first arrived, he had ensured that the butler and servants treated her with utmost respect, as though she were the mistress of the house. However, with Su Nanxing's arrival, her status had become tenuous at best. It was evident that the one who is loved can act with impunity, emboldening Su Nanxing to speak so brazenly. Nevertheless, Munanyan forced herself to maintain an air of indifference. I am aware, and there is no need for your reminders. What is this attitude of yours? I advise you to treat me with a bit more courtesy. Brother Iran has mentioned that if you engage in an argument with me and provoke my ire, he will stand up for me. To him, you are insignificant. When Zunanxing uttered these words, her arrogance was palpable. Munanyan, observing her, felt a tumult of emotions welling within her. For a moment, she found herself envious of Zunanxing. Having someone to back her up must be rather comforting. Yet, she was devoid of such support. Ever since her mother's passing, she had faced the world alone. Even the person she had married seemed to prioritize this so-called sister over her. In the eyes of Lu Iran, she was indeed inconsequential. Suddenly, Munanyan lost her appetite entirely. A wave of emotion surged, and tears threatened to spill, but she held them back, unwilling to weep before Zunanxing. She feigned composure and spoke. You go ahead and eat. I am full. I shall head upstairs first. With that, she turned her back on Zunanxing and ascended the stairs, tears streaming down her face as she made her way alone. Zunanxing, witnessing her retreating figure, felt a sense of vindication. It was no longer she who was left speechless by Munanyan's retorts, and inwardly, she reveled in her triumph. The butler emerged from the kitchen, spotting only Zunanxing at the dining table, the dishes largely untouched. He placed the utensils at her spot and inquired, Miss Su, where is the young mistress? Zunanxing, irritated by the butler's reference to her as the young mistress, replied sharply, Do not refer to her as the young mistress. What right does she have to that title? Sooner or later, Brother Iran will divorce her. If you continue to call her that, it will surely distress Brother Iran's future wife. The butler discerned that Munanyan had likely been driven away by Zunanxing's provocation, sensing that the dynamics within the household were shifting. He responded, Understood. We shall refer to her as Miss Mu from now on. That is much better, Zunanxing declared, then proceeded to enjoy her dinner, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. In fact, her appetite was particularly robust that evening, as she devoured an additional half-bowl of rice. Chapter 41. The young girl has grown up. After a moment of hesitation, the butler stated, The eldest master no longer resides at Yujingtian. He is staying at another villa. Zunanxing's spirits lifted at this revelation. It appeared that Brother Iran truly disdained this woman, opting to live elsewhere. It seemed that a divorce was imminent, and perhaps this would open a door for her. With this thought in mind, Zunanxing resolved to seek more opportunities to spend time with Lu Iran, hoping to showcase her merits. Knowing that Lu Iran would not return that evening, Zunanxing decided to leave, hailing a cab. Once Zunanxing had departed, the butler exhaled a sigh of relief. He then recalled how little Munanyan had eaten during dinner and made his way upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of a knock, Munanyan composed herself and opened the door, finding the butler standing there. Is there something you need? She asked. Miss Mu, I noticed you hardly touched your dinner. Would you like me to have the kitchen prepare something for you? How could Munanyan possibly fail to notice the butler's change in address towards her? Yet, she remained uncertain whether this shift reflected Lu Iran's intentions or Su Nanxing's. Did it truly matter whose intent it was? Regardless, Su Nanxing had Lu Iran's unwavering support. No. I am not hungry. Please rest early, she replied, promptly closing the door to her room. As she surveyed her surroundings, memories of the butler's demeanor and Su Nanxing's words flooded her mind, evoking a profound sense of dislocation. It felt as though she were merely a guest in the Mu household. No place felt like home. Her heart had grown utterly desolate. She yearned to rely on no one, for trust had become a fleeting illusion. Only by becoming self-reliant could she ensure she would no longer be subjected to the whims of others. Her singular focus now lay in diligently working to earn enough to purchase her own home, to possess a space that was unequivocally hers, liberating her from the life of a dependent. After completing her evening routine, she retired to bed early. At the second hospital of the capital, Su Nanxing headed straight to the hospital after leaving Yujing Tiancheng, eager to visit her mother. Upon arriving at the hospital room, she spotted a man dressed in a suit seated by the bedside. Louis ran. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open and entered, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Iran." "Naxing?" "Yes, Brother Iran. It's me, Naxing." Louis Iran was taken aback by Su Naxing's transformation. She was no longer the young girl he remembered from years past. She now exuded elegance and beauty. Su Naxing noticed the surprise in Louis Iran's eyes and smiled. "Didn't he expect such a change, did you? Have I dazzled you?" "Indeed. The little girl has grown up," Louis Iran replied, his initial astonishment quickly giving way to indifference. To him, Su Naxing was merely a sister figure. His bond with his own grandparents was tenuous, let alone with a sister lacking blood ties. He felt obliged to care for her only out of respect for Aunt Lou. "Brother Iran, it's wonderful that you came to see Mom today. Thanks to you, everyone has been very kind to me. By the way, I'm graduating from university soon and looking for a job. May I come work at your company?" Su Naxing gazed at Louis Iran with hopeful anticipation, realizing that joining Dingxin Group would afford her more opportunities to connect with him. She sensed his aloofness, likely a result of their years apart, and she was determined to prevent that distance from growing. "If I recall correctly, you attended Deplos Academy, one of the finest universities in the United States. Your qualifications should be impeccable. Once you decide where you wish to go, let me know, and I will have Assistant Song assist you," Louis Iran responded, surprising Su Naxing with his swift agreement. A wave of joy washed over her. Perhaps there was a place for her in Brother Iran's heart after all. "Could I work alongside you? I don't have a specific department in mind yet, but being in the president's office would allow me to familiarize myself with various departments. I would like to explore my options before making a choice." Louis Iran did not hesitate and readily agreed. After all, her educational background was indisputable, and she was the daughter of Lu Ma, thus such a favor was warranted. At that moment, Wang Ilio suddenly interjected. "Iran, you shouldn't indulge him so much. She has just graduated and lacks any work experience. You wouldn't want her to become a source of trouble." Wang Ilio was certainly aware of her daughter's intentions. Her claim of seeking employment was merely a facade, as her true desire was to remain close to Louis Iran. Su Nanqing was also taken aback by Louis Iran's consent, only to hear her mother voice her opposition. She cast a resentful glance at her mother and said, "Mom, Brother Iran has already agreed, and I can learn despite my lack of experience. Who is proficient right from the start. My learning ability is quite strong." Lu Iran, wishing to avoid any quarrel between them over this matter, interjected. "Lu Ma, it's all right. The executive office has other secretaries. Even if Nanqing makes a mistake, there are others to support her. You can rest assured and focus on your recovery. There is no need for you to worry about anything else." "All right, then Iran. I will trouble you to take care of Nanqing." Wang Ilio, seeing that Louis Iran had already spoken, refrained from further objections, planning to counsel her daughter once he had departed. "Luma, what are you saying? Nanqing has grown up with me. She is like a half-sister to me, so it is only right that I look after her." Although Su Nanqing felt delighted by Lu Iran's defense, the mention of her being regarded as a sister dampened her spirits slightly. She did not wish to be seen as Louis Iran's sister. Yet she was acutely aware that without this designation, she would not receive such privileges. Thus, she remained silent. Louis Iran prepared to leave, addressing Wang Ilio. "All right. Take care on your journey."
"Understood, Yuma."
Wang Ilio turned to Su Nanqing, saying, "Nanqing, see Iran off." As Su Nanqing was about to rise to accompany Louis Iran, he stopped her. "No need, Luma. Let Nanqing keep you company. I can go down by myself." Chapter 42. You cannot be with Iran. Take good care of Luma. "I will, Brother Iran." "Mom, why did you say that just now? I am your mother. Do you think I am unaware of your feelings?" Wang Ilio looked at her daughter with a hint of helplessness and advised, "Did you not go to see that girl today? You should have met her. Iran is indeed married, so you ought to abandon any inappropriate thoughts. Brother Iran is married, but their marriage is a sham." "A sham? Who told you that?" "Today, when I was leaving Yujing Tiancheng, I called Brother Iran, and he told me himself. Besides, that girl is utterly unworthy of Brother Iran." "He really told you that himself?" Wang Ilio found it hard to believe that their marriage was a pretense. However, recalling the couple's demeanor that day, it did not resemble that of newlyweds at all. Newly married couples should exude sweetness, yet their interaction was entirely unfamiliar. "Given the circumstances, I concede to your employment at Iran's place. However, you must refrain from pursuing a relationship with him until after his divorce." "Why, you may ask." Su Nanqing looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. "The reason is this. Their emotional discord leading to divorce is their affair. Yet if you engage in a romance during Iran's marriage, it will render you a third party. Regardless of your innocence, others will perceive you as the cause of their separation, tarnishing your reputation. Furthermore, the Liu family will undoubtedly reject your identity as my daughter. Gaining acceptance from the Liu family is already a formidable challenge. Adding this complication would make it exceedingly difficult for you. I understand, mother. Su Nanqing realized her mother spoke out of concern for her well-being, and she felt a surge of gratitude. I shall interact with brother Iran solely as his sister. Although she longed to break the barrier between them, the current situation necessitated her continuation of this facade. With this designation, she could appear openly beside Liu Iran without raising suspicions. In the following days, Su Nanqing remained at the hospital, attending to her mother. Occasionally, Liu Iran would visit Liu Ma. Munanyan had been diligently working on her design drafts, and on Wednesday, she signed the inheritance contract, not having seen Liu Iran since. They had become akin to strangers with no ties. On Friday, Munanyan submitted her design drafts to the director's office and then left work, anticipating the results would be revealed the following Monday. Upon exiting the company, she called Tang Yutong. Hello, Yutong. Yan, what's up? Have you finished work? Just got off. Were you hoping to take me out for dinner? It was evident from Tang Yutong's tone that she was delighted. They hadn't seen each other in nearly a week and were in dire need of a proper gathering. Indeed, let's go out for dinner. It's my treat tonight. Such generosity today. Has something good happened? You could say that. Let us discuss it when we meet. All right. Where shall we dine? At Time Restaurant. Okay. With that, Tang Yutong ended the call. Munanyan hailed a taxi directly to Time Restaurant. Upon her arrival, Munanyan found Tang Yutong had just arrived as well. They entered the restaurant together, guided by a server to their seats. After placing their order, the server departed. Now, tell me, what good news do you have? I can now consider myself a minor heiress. I plan to purchase a car from the 4S dealership tomorrow. Did you win the lottery? How did you become a wealthy lady in just a week? Munanyan had never disclosed her family circumstances to Tang Yutong, believing there was little to share. However, given the recent events, she felt it was vital to confide in her dear friend. Otherwise, she would surely face reproach later. Are you familiar with the Mu Group? Of course, what about it? Wait, the Mu Group? You share the Mu surname. Could it be your family's company? Tang Yutong gazed at Munanyan in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her features. She cast a glance at Munanyan's attire and continued, but that doesn't make sense. We've known each other for 3 years, and I've never seen you wear any designer brands. The Mu family is a publicly listed company, so if you truly are, then you must be a wealthy heiress. How could you possibly wear clothes that cost only a few hundred? As doubts swirled in her mind, she decided to search for information about the Mu Group on her phone. The results revealed that the legal representative of the Mu Group was Mu Feng, married to Lin Wan, and they had a daughter named Mu Yunshu, who bore no relation to Munanyan. Confused, she turned her gaze back to Munanyan, who took a moment before responding. Mu Feng has a first wife named Xinyi, who is my mother. So you truly are a daughter of the Mu family? But why has the Mu family never mentioned you or your mother? My mother passed away when I was 6, and then Mu Feng married Lin Wan. Munanyan began but was abruptly interrupted by Tang Yutong, who rushed over to embrace her. Yan, you don't need to say anymore. I understand now. How have you been these past years? They say that when a stepmother comes along, a stepfather does too. They must not treat you well. Upon hearing Munanyan's revelation, Tang Yutong's imagination conjured a dramatic narrative, an affair leading to the demise of the first wife, with the daughter being sidelined. Her previous readings had conditioned her to expect such tropes, and Lin Wan seemed far from benevolent. It was hard to imagine her treating Munanyan kindly. Munanyan hadn't anticipated that her brief disclosure would lead Tang Yutong to grasp part of her story, though not entirely. She patted Tang Yutong's shoulder and said, Yutong, Mu Feng is my stepfather. He is not my biological father. Tang Yutong, ready to offer words of consolation, found herself momentarily speechless, her expression shifting to one of deeper confusion. What do you mean? He isn't to your biological father? Munanyan replied earnestly, yes. My mother married Mu Feng only after becoming pregnant. I do not even know who my biological father is. Chapter 43. Accompany me to look at cars. As Tang Yutong regarded Munanyan, her heart ached for her friend. How had Yan endured all these years? With her adoptive father having a biological daughter, how could he still care for one who was not his own? No wonder the Mu family had never mentioned Mu Feng's first wife and daughter. Was Yan now left as an orphan, bereft of both parents? Feeling uncomfortable under Tang Yutong's gaze, Munanyan said, Please don't look at me like that. To be honest, I am quite satisfied with this outcome. It's far better than having Mu Feng as my biological father and treating me poorly. The fact that he is not my biological father and has neglected me all these years is something I can come to terms with. Not wishing to dredge up painful memories for Munanyan, Tang Yutong quickly shifted the topic. When my parents married, my father was deeply in love with my mother. He transferred shares of the Mu Group and the villa to her name. Before she passed away, my mother made a will, leaving all her assets to me. My father has since transferred over a decade's worth of dividends to me, amounting to nearly 10 million. Munanyan found herself grappling with certain matters that seemed difficult to articulate. Uncertain of how to convey the distressing news of her mother's demise to Tang Yutong, and wishing to spare her any unnecessary worry, she chose to remain silent on the subject. Tang Yutong, with her carefree disposition, did not dwell on it either. She was simply taken aback upon learning that Munanyan had come into a fortune exceeding 10 million. 10 million yen. You have truly become a wealthy lady, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ever since childhood, I fantasized about having a rich best friend, so I could cling to her for support. Who would have thought that dream would come to fruition? Munanyan chuckled at Tang Yutong's exuberance. Once you find yourself short on funds, I shall certainly take you under my wing.
How can you say that?
It dampens my motivation to work with such remarks. You truly undermine my enthusiasm, Tang Yutong retorted playfully. With a smile, Munanyan replied, all right, enough banter. Let us dine. In the midst of their conversation, the server had already brought forth their dishes, and Tang Yutong, momentarily subdued, picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. By the way, Yen, I heard you plan to buy a car tomorrow. What prompted this sudden decision? My current residence is quite distant from my workplace, and there is no public transport available. I find myself taking taxis daily, which feels like a waste of money. It would be far more convenient to own a car. You, a wealthy lady, concerned about waste? Taxis cost but a pittance compared to your millions. It's mere pocket change. Those funds are reserved for a purpose. I intend to keep them intact until I graduate from university, at which point I aspire to open my own fashion design studio and establish my own brand.
Well,
it seems you have a clear goal. I feel as if I'm merely drifting through life. Have you not contemplated your future endeavors? Indeed. I have secured this internship as a translator. Our company primarily liaises with foreign clients, yet I feel it lacks substantial technical challenge. I plan to coast through until the end of my internship. Why not embark on a venture together afterward?
you could focus on fashion design.
But I lack the expertise. We can divide responsibilities. I will handle the design aspect, while you assist in managing the studio. After all, you have minored in business administration, haven't you? But you have also minored in it. Surely you can manage on your own. I only enrolled to accompany you, and I am not genuinely interested. My focus must remain solely on design. Tang Yutong, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing a hint of humility in Munanyan's words. Yet she had no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. You accompanied me in taking business administration, yet excelled to the top. Is this what you call disinterest? I heard that a student majoring in business administration was reprimanded by her advisor, lamenting that a minor was outperforming her. I merely studied casually, and, to my surprise, I ended up topping the class. Fearing that Tang Yutong might continue with her teasing, Munanyan swiftly shifted the conversation. Regardless, even if you choose not to join me, I will seek others. Together, we can surely thrive. Let us discuss it later. Our internship has just commenced, and who knows? I may discover my true calling in due time. Tang Yutong gently declined, having witnessed too many instances online where partnerships between friends led to discord and ultimately fractured relationships. She wished to avoid a similar fate with Munanyan. Understanding her concerns, Munanyan chose not to press the matter further. Well, it ultimately depends on your own wishes. If you decide you no longer wish to work, I shall support you, she reassured. Very well then. I shall have to cling tightly to the leg of my affluent friend, Tang Yutong quipped. Oh, and remember to accompany me tomorrow to view the car. I nearly forgot the important matter at hand.
Certainly.
It seems you are recruiting me as your labor. I had hoped to indulge in a leisurely morning. But now I must add 2 more dishes. I cannot let you off easily. Feel free to add as you wish. After we view the car, I shall treat you to a meal. The privileges of becoming a little wealthy are quite delightful. Tomorrow, I shall insist on dining at an upscale restaurant I have long desired to visit, but have hesitated due to its cost. Then, let us go there tomorrow. How wonderful! Nanyan, you are truly too kind to me. On Saturday morning, Munanyan rose early, completed her morning routine, enjoyed breakfast, and then ventured out. I am preparing to leave. I have just awakened. I may be a bit late. No worries, I will wait for you at the dealership. After messaging Tang Yutong, Munanyan hailed a taxi to the dealership. They had agreed to meet at the entrance, and upon her arrival, Tang Yutong had yet to arrive, so she waited briefly. The dealership had opened, and 2 staff members noticed her standing at the entrance and promptly approached. Miss, are you here to purchase a vehicle? Well, I will look later. I am waiting for my friend. Please come inside and take a seat while you wait. After a moment's contemplation, Munanyan followed the staff member inside, who led her to a sofa before fetching her some water. Chapter 44. What brings you back? Suddenly, the door to a lounge within the dealership swung open, and a casually dressed man stepped out. Upon spotting Munanyan seated on the sofa, her hair styled in a bun and clad in a mid-length white dress, he found her pure and enchanting. Captivated, he approached her directly. "Hello, beautiful, are you here alone?" Hearing his voice, she lifted her gaze to meet him. His attire resembled that of a sunlit youth, and though he was quite handsome, his manner of speaking bore an air of roguishness. Not wishing to engage in excessive conversation with a stranger, Munanyan replied coolly, "Don't be so aloof, lovely. Are you looking to purchase a car? The owner here is my friend. I could persuade him to offer you a discount." "No, thank you." Munanyan maintained her distant demeanor, pushing him away. Ironically, her reticence only piqued his interest further. He was intrigued by a woman who seemed unattainable, and this was the first time he had been rebuffed in such a manner. Yet, he chose not to press further, opting instead to sit quietly beside her, absorbing the silence. The atmosphere around Munanyan suddenly fell into a profound silence, leaving her somewhat disoriented. She turned her head to glance at the man beside her, her lips parting as if to speak, when suddenly she heard someone calling her name. Yan. Turning, she beheld Tang Yutong rushing toward her. "How long have you been here? I hope I didn't keep you waiting," she inquired. "Not at all. I just arrived myself," Munanyan replied. "Have you looked at the cars yet?" "Not yet. I wanted to wait for you to arrive, so we could explore together." Originally intending to leave directly, the man decided to remain seated on the sofa, observing the two women as they selected their vehicles. Yan, what's your budget for the car?" he inquired. "Depends on the situation. I'm thinking of something around 100,000, just enough for commuting to work. But we're already working now, and you'll need to use the car frequently. If you buy something inexpensive, you'll just have to replace it later. Why not invest in something of better quality? After all, you're not short on funds." After contemplating, Munanyan recognized the validity of this argument and nodded in agreement. "All right then, let us take a look." The two of them wandered around the dealership, and Tang Yutong was captivated by a striking purple car. Yan, this car is stunning. I think its design is quite appealing." Munanyan, also taken with the automobile, smiled and responded, "It is indeed beautiful." The nearby salesperson, noticing their shared enthusiasm, promptly interjected. "You both have excellent taste. This Xiaomi SU7 is quite popular among the youth and has been flying off the shelves lately. The standard and pro versions are already sold out. This is the last available max version in our inventory." Both Munanyan and Tang Yutong found themselves enamored with the vehicle, yet hesitated, wishing to explore other options. They continued to browse until Tang Yutong pointed out, Yan. This Porsche 718 looks promising as well." In truth, neither of them possessed much automotive knowledge. Their choices were largely based on aesthetics. Munanyan approached the Porsche, scrutinizing it before commenting, "Wouldn't a sports car be too ostentatious? Moreover, isn't a Porsche rather expensive? I don't think it suits me." "That's true. How about the Xiaomi SU7 we just saw? I think that is a good idea." They then sought out the salesperson again, delving deeply into discussions about the car's performance and pricing. The more they learned, the more satisfied they became, ultimately deciding to purchase the car. The salesperson assisted them with the paperwork, and they finalized the deal for a total of 260,000. Inside the office, a man was seated, attending to his affairs. Hearing the door open, he assumed it was a salesperson entering without knocking and was poised to reprimand them, only to find Shangyu stood before him, visibly astonished. Without ceremony, Shangyu plopped onto the sofa, crossing his legs as he addressed the man. "I just saw two girls outside buying a car. Could you find out the name of the girl who just made a purchase?" "What? Have you found a new target? Didn't your last one just end a week ago?" "No. She simply seems quite intriguing." "All right, I'll look into it for you. What car did she buy?" "The Xiaomi SU7. Shangyu rose from the sofa, moving to sit at the desk, his gaze fixed on the information displayed on the computer screen. Munanyan, aged 22, possesses an intriguing charm. Having only recently graduated from university, she astonishingly managed to purchase a car outright, suggesting her family enjoys considerable wealth. Yet, her attire appears rather unremarkable. A puzzling contradiction. Shangyu took a closer look at the clothes adorning Munanyan. They bore no notable brand, and she seemed like an ordinary college student. However, the fact that she could afford to buy a car in full raises questions. Perhaps her boyfriend financed the purchase. Yet that seems unlikely, if she had a boyfriend. Why would she be accompanied by a friend to the dealership? Shangyu chose not to dwell on the matter and addressed the man. "I must take my leave. Please remember to deliver my Lamborghini to my home." "Understood." Meanwhile, Munanyan, now behind the wheel, was preparing to take Tang Yutong out for lunch. Yan, this car is truly splendid. Its exterior is striking, and I adore the interior. When I buy a car, I want one just like this. Sure. We can both have the same. The two friends chatted merrily en route, eventually arriving at the Moonlight Restaurant, a place Tang Yutong had expressed a keen desire to visit. The Moonlight Restaurant was once quite popular, adorned in a celestial theme as beautiful as its name suggests. Its dishes, however, were exorbitantly priced, catering primarily to the affluent, with ordinary patrons seldom gracing its doors. Upon entering the restaurant, Munanyan spotted a familiar face and considered feigning ignorance to pass by unnoticed. Yet, the individual called out to her. Munanyan. Reluctantly, she halted, turning to meet the gaze of the speaker, her tone nonchalant as she inquired, "Is there something you need? What's wrong? Can I call you unless there's a reason? We ought to exchange pleasantries, given our acquaintance." Chapter 45, An Unexpected Encounter with Su Nanqing. Yan. Who is this? Do you know her? Not well. Su Nanqing dismissed Munanyan's response and directly questioned, "What brings you to such a place? Is this somewhere you can afford to dine? I hope you're not using Brother Iran's money. My dining here is none of your concern. Whether or not I spend his money is a question you may pose to him." Munanyan wished to avoid mentioning Lu Iran in front of Tang Yutong, skillfully sidestepping the name. Once, she appreciated Su Nanqing's spirited character, but witnessing her repeatedly flaunting her connection to that man left her feeling less fond of her. Having made her point, Munanyan attempted to exit. She had no desire to entangle herself further with Su Nanqing. Their acquaintance was already tenuous, and now, embroiled in a conflict over a man, she found it rather trivial. Moreover, with so many women surrounding Lu Iran, she could not fathom why Su Nanqing was fixated on her. Such a mystery. Thoughts of divorce surfaced in Munanyan's mind. Her initial willingness to marry Lu Iran stemmed from the prospect of saving on rent, but now, with her financial independence, she saw no need to become entangled in such complications. Xiang Naxing was taken aback by Munanyan's blatant disregard for her, as she simply walked past without a second glance. Watching the retreating figures of Munanyan and Tang Yutong, a swell of anger surged within her. She lingered in the Moonlight Restaurant for a considerable time before finally departing. As she stepped outside, she dialed Lu Iran's number. Once the call connected, she exclaimed, "Iran Gij." "What is it, Naxing?" he inquired. "Today, I encountered Munanyan at the Moonlight Restaurant. It had been ages since they last met, and she did not expect to hear Munanyan's name from elsewhere. And then, Iran Gij. How could a penniless university student like her afford to dine in such an extravagant restaurant? Her entire outfit cost no more than 800 yuan. Yet she chose to spend in a place where the average expenditure exceeds 10,000. Did you provide her with the funds? Did she go alone? Not quite. She was accompanied by another girl, dressed similarly, suggesting they are friends." Lu Iran recalled the previous encounter at the Love Song Cottage, where he had overheard her conversing with another girl. It was likely the same person. Although he had no idea what she looked like, their dialogue indicated a close relationship. "All right, I understand," he replied before ending the call. He harbored no suspicions regarding Munanyan. Previously, he had committed to providing her with a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan, and this month's funds had already been transferred through Song Rui. He merely found it surprising that she would spend money in such a manner, but ultimately, where she allocated her funds was of no concern to him. Weren't they at odds? Wasn't there a lack of affection? Why should Iran Gij continue to support her? On what grounds? The more Xiang Naxing pondered, the more irate she became, yet she felt powerless to voice her grievances, as they remained legally wed. In the end, she stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, Munanyan and Tang Yutong settled into a booth after ordering their meals, initiating a conversation. Tang Yutong observed her curiously, asking, "Who was that person just now?" Her attire seemed reminiscent of a socialite. "Surely, she cannot be someone connected to your father?" In Tang Yutong's mind, the only way Munanyan could know such individuals would be through the Mu family, as they belonged to entirely different worlds, seldom intersecting. However, since the Mu family often excluded Munanyan from such gatherings, how could she possibly be acquainted with them? Indeed, that person is a close friend of Mu Yunshu. She visited our home once, which is how she knows me, though we are not well acquainted, Munanyan explained. As Tang Yutong earnestly continued her inquiry, Munanyan felt a pang of guilt for keeping secrets from her friend. She ought to confide in Yutong. After finalizing her divorce, she would reveal the truth. When their dishes arrived, they began to eat together. The exorbitant prices of the restaurant were justified by the exquisite cuisine. Both Tang Yutong and Munanyan indulged to their heart's content. Upon settling the bill, which amounted to over 30,000 yuan, Tang Yutong felt as though her heart were bleeding. Though the meal was undoubtedly worth it, it was exceedingly expensive. She resolved never to return. "It is of no concern. I am currently affluent. Should you wish to visit again, feel free to reach out. Munanyan felt quite at ease. For Louis Ran indeed provided a generous sum each month. She suddenly realized that receiving 100,000 yuan monthly for doing nothing was rather splendid. It was a gift, after all. Moreover, with women like Su Nanqing constantly troubling her, she thought it only reasonable to accept this money, spending it with a clear conscience. Yan, you are too kind. Once I earn a fortune, I shall treat you to exquisite delicacies. And when will you amass your fortune? What a question. I shall strive diligently, all for the sake of treating you. Have you not worked earnestly before? Hee. Tang Yutong chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging her moments of idleness. The current job, devoid of technical challenge, allowed her to complete a day's workload in half the time, leaving her free to surf the internet. Eventually, the two departed the Moonlight restaurant, their spirits high. It was just past 1, and with ample time remaining, they ventured to a nearby shopping district to stroll and digest. The items in this vicinity were rather pricey, and Munanyan and her companion had no intention of purchasing anything. They merely sought to pass the time. As they approached the entrance of a clothing store, they fortuitously encountered Su Nanqing, burdened with numerous shopping bags. Fate had indeed brought them together. Munanyan, keenly attuned to fashion, recognized Su Nanqing instantly after their earlier meeting. While it was Tang Yutong's first encounter with her, and she remained oblivious, especially as Su Nanqing wore sunglasses. Unperturbed, she pulled Munanyan towards a nearby accessory shop. Chapter 46. Announcement of competition results. Munanyan had no desire to engage with Su Nanqing and thus remained silent as Tang Yutong led her away. She anticipated Su Nanqing might call out to her, yet Su Nanqing remained silent, merely observing them as they entered the accessory shop, carrying her shopping bags. Su Nanqing headed in the opposite direction, her primary aim being to win Louis Ran's heart. This woman posed no threat to her, and she merely needed to bide her time until their divorce. Once inside the accessory shop, Tang Yutong began adorning Munanyan with various attractive hairpieces, believing many suited her well. Yan, this white clip complements your outfit beautifully. How lovely it is. With a face both innocent and beautiful, Munanyan possessed a beguiling charm. Yet her personality was far from demure. She typically eschewed such adornments. You would look splendid wearing it as well. Let me try it on you. As she spoke, Munanyan removed the clip and placed it upon her own head. Does it truly look good? Yan. Tang Yutong realized she had been deceived once more and retrieved the clip to seek out Munanyan. On Monday morning, Munanyan rose early, for it was the day the results of the design competition would be announced. If her design advanced, she would have the opportunity to participate in the Huaguo Women's Clothing Design Competition. The mere thought filled her with excitement. She arrived at the company, only to coincidentally encounter Chen Wenyue, who had also just arrived. Their parking spots were adjacent. Once Chen Wenyue parked her vehicle, she stepped out of the car.
Munanyan,
wishing to avoid a confrontation, initially planned to wait until Chen Wenyue departed before exiting her own vehicle. However, Chen Wenyue lingered nearby, refusing to leave. With no alternative, Munanyan steeled herself and greeted Chen Wenyue. Good morning, Sister Yu. Chen Wenyue was taken aback to see Munanyan emerge from the car. She glanced at the new Xiaomi SU7, then back at Munanyan, her expression one of incredulity. This car is yours? Yes. What is the matter, Sister Yu? You? A mere intern. How could you possibly afford a car? Chen Wenyue had long admired the Xiaomi SU7, having always desired to purchase one herself. Yet, she deemed it too costly and ultimately settled for a vehicle worth merely over 100,000. After years of working, she still could not afford it, leading her to question how Munanyan could have such means. It was purchased by my family, Munanyan replied, not wishing to elaborate further. Sister Yu, I must head inside now. With that, Munanyan departed. Chen Wenyue watched her leave, disbelief etched across her features. She found it implausible that Munanyan's family could be affluent, considering her clothing was only a few hundred yuan. Surely, she must have relied on her alluring looks to entice an older man. The more Chen Wenyue pondered, the more she convinced herself of this theory. Her disdain for Munanyan growing. Subsequently, she proceeded to the design department. As the workday commenced, design director Liu Dehai summoned everyone to the conference room. Today marked the finalization of the autumn collection, a day everyone had eagerly anticipated. I won beat around the bush, he began. After discussions with upper management, we have decided to adopt designs from 3 designers for this season's new collection. The first is Yao Yizhou, the second is Chen Wenyue, and the third. Liu Dehai paused, scanning the room filled with anxious faces. Only 3 designs would be chosen, and while the first 2 were a foregone conclusion, one being a senior designer and the other a mid-level designer, speculation swirled regarding the identity of the third. Could it be mid-level designer Xiao Wei, or perhaps another design assistant? The suspense created a palpable excitement among the assistants, if one of them were chosen, it could lead to promotions and raises.
Munanyan.
When Lu Dahai uttered her name, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. How could Munanyan, who had only been with the company for a mere fortnight, be involved in the new design? All eyes turned towards her, filled with envy, jealousy, admiration, and, most predominantly, disbelief. I can't believe it. Munanyan has just joined the company. There must be some hidden agenda here. Xiaowei was the first to voice his skepticism, shocked that his design had been overshadowed by that of a newcomer. Once the first dissenting voice was raised, others quickly followed suit. Yes, we too are skeptical. We demand to see the design drafts. Indeed, he is yet to graduate from university. What does he truly understand about design? Let her present her design sketches for us to scrutinize, at least to illuminate where we faltered. The crowd exchanged remarks, yet Munanyan remained largely unfazed. After all, the illustrations were her own creations, and she triumphed with integrity. Lu Dahai recognized that involving a newcomer in the design process was indeed challenging for the team to accept. Once the chatter subsided, he declared, "Very well, do you not wish to see Munanyan's design sketches? Allow me to present them to you." Upon this, the assistant to the design director activated the multimedia system in the conference room, connecting the computer to the display, which promptly unveiled a design sketch. The moment the attendees beheld the creation, astonishment graced their faces, for the design was truly captivating, diverging from traditional autumn attire. The women, upon glimpsing the sketch, without even seeing the actual garment, instantly developed a fondness for the piece. Wow, it's stunning. How I wish to don it this autumn.
Indeed.
It is beautiful. Director, will this be available at an internal price? If I presented this to my girlfriend, she would undoubtedly adore it. Even the male colleagues expressed their admiration for the garment, and a sense of consensus enveloped the room. The design was undeniably exquisite, especially considering this was merely the first image revealed. By now, it should be apparent to all why they experienced defeat. The realm of design does not hinge on seniority. It thrives on the infusion of fresh perspectives. With prolonged tenure, one's creative approach can become rigid, leading to designs that are often strikingly similar. When I first encountered Munanyan's work, it was as if a light had been ignited before my eyes. As Lu Dahai spoke, his gaze shifted towards Munanyan, his praise unmistakably evident. He then diverted his attention to Chen Wenyue, stating, "This time, your design is commendable, though it feels rather distinct from your previous styles." Chen Wenyue felt somewhat intimidated under Lu Dahai's scrutiny, but mustered her courage to respond. One must always strive for progress. Hence, I sought to challenge myself with a different aesthetic. Sister Yu, what does your design entail? I am eager to see. Yes, do share with us. What is this new style? The crowd clamored for a glimpse of Chen Wenyue's latest creation. Lu Dahai instructed his assistant, "Let everyone have a look. It may serve as an opportunity for learning." The assistant maneuvered the computer, revealing another design sketch on the projection. After witnessing Munanyan's work, this new sketch, while still commendable, appeared less striking. Yet, attendees noted a surprising similarity between the two sketches. Is this the trending style this year? Both Sister Yu and Nanyan have embraced it? That cannot be. Should there not be a variety of styles? However, Sister Yu's previous designs predominantly embodied an aristocratic flair. Why has she shifted to a more glamorous style? The murmurs of discussion continued as Munanyan gazed at the design projected before her, disbelief washing over her. For it was indeed one of the discarded sketches she had created just this past Monday. She had always believed that those discarded drafts were taken away by the cleaning lady and had not paid them much heed. How could they suddenly reappear here? Chen Wenyue was a mid-level designer. Why would she steal my design drafts? Munanyan suspected she might be mistaken. She stood up and addressed Chen Wenyue, "Sister Yu, did you design this draft?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyue felt a twinge of guilt, yet she remained confident. For she knew that neither Xiaowei nor Yao Izhou could produce such garments. The drafts she had found must belong to the design assistants. Even if they realized their work had been plagiarized, they would not dare to speak up, as Chen Wenyue was a seasoned member of the company. Offending her could jeopardize their future careers.
It was drawn by me.
What of it? Is it not permissible for me to change my style? Munanyan chose not to continue speaking with Chen Wenyue, but instead turned to the design director, Lu Dahai. "Director, may I see Sister Yu's other design drafts?" "Of course." Lu Dahai replied, and as soon as he finished speaking, his assistant had already retrieved several of Chen Wenyue's other drafts. Munanyan focused intently and realized that they were all the designs she had created that day. Any designer would abhor plagiarism, even if it concerned their discarded work. Anger welled up within her as she glared at Chen Wenyue and said through clenched teeth, "I ask you one last time, did you draw this draft?" Everyone in the conference room stared at Munanyan, perplexed as to what had transpired that had caused her to suddenly become enraged, especially towards her senior. "Chen Wenyue, growing impatient, retorted, "I've already said it was drawn by me. Munanyan, what do you intend to achieve?" Munanyan was taken aback. Even at this point, Chun Wenyue was still lying. Realizing she could not communicate with her, she turned once more to the design director. "Director, the work submitted by Chun Wenyue are all my drafts. She has plagiarized my work." This revelation left everyone astonished. How could Chun Wenyue, a mid-level designer, possibly plagiarize a newcomer's work? It seemed absurd. Yet, the disparity in Chun Wenyue's current style was indeed significant. As they contemplated, everyone formed their own judgments. Upon hearing Munanyan's accusation, Chun Wenyue was equally shocked. She had not anticipated that the drafts she picked up were actually Munanyan's. However, she could not admit this. Rising to her feet, she glared at Munanyan, adopting a victimized demeanor, and exclaimed, "Munanyan, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a mid-level designer. How could I possibly plagiarize your work? You truly lack self-awareness. Do you think you are someone of importance? I could just as easily claim that you plagiarized my designs. I now seriously suspect that your garments in this style were inspired by my work." Munanyan found herself both infuriated and amused by Chun Wenyue's audacity to turn the tables on her. Surely, everyone can discern whose design is superior. Is it not clear who is plagiarizing whom? The design drafts you see before you were created by me on Monday, and I found myself rather dissatisfied with them. Consequently, I have decided to discard them. These drafts were essentially my discarded efforts, which I carelessly left on my desk after work on Monday. Upon my return to the office the following morning, I discovered they had vanished, and I assumed they had been taken by the cleaning staff. Munanyan briefly elucidated the situation, and her logical explanations convinced everyone present. Moreover, her designs were indeed superior to those of Chun Wenyue, leading the others to trust Munanyan's account, casting disapproving glances toward Chun Wenyue. After all, as design students, they harbor a deep disdain for plagiarism. And the fact that Chun Wenyue had not only copied but outright appropriated someone else's work was unacceptable. Naturally, Chun Wenyue could not ignore the judgmental stares directed at her. Yet she could not concede to the accusations. Doing so would spell the end of her career in design. How can you prove that these designs are yours? You claim to have lost your drafts, but who can vouch for that? How can you demonstrate that these drafts are indeed the ones you misplaced?
Munanyan.
I have been with this company for many years. You have only just arrived. If I were to plagiarize, why would I not choose to emulate Ijo's designs? He is a senior designer, and I have no reason to steal your designs, which belong to someone who is essentially unknown. Chun Wenyue's pointed inquiries left Munanyan speechless, for she had merely sketched those designs without marking them as her own. Being new to the company, she had yet to forge close relationships with her colleagues, and she had not mentioned to anyone that her drafts had gone missing. Nor was there anyone to corroborate her claim. Furthermore, she was baffled as to why Chun Wenyue would choose to plagiarize her work, especially when her own designs were presumably more refined. Chapter 48. How could it be him? Munanyan realized that apart from her own knowledge of the design's ownership, she possessed no evidence to support her claim. Was she destined to swallow this bitter loss alone, burdened with the accusation of slandering a colleague? The others, following Chun Wenyue's reasoning, began to see her point. It appeared that Chun Wenyue had no compelling motive to plagiarize Munanyan, and her designs might have faltered simply because she was attempting a style that was new to her. The situation abruptly reached an impasse, leaving everyone uncertain as to whom they ought to believe. Finally, the design director, Lu Dehai, spoke up. "All right, I will report this matter to the higher-ups. The results of today's competition will be nullified. Once the investigation is concluded, I will announce the results again. For now, you may all return to your duties." The crowd understood that, even if the outcome changed, they likely would not have another opportunity, prompting them to leave and concentrate on their work. Just as Munanyan and Chun Wenyue were about to exit, Lu Dehai called them back. "You two, wait a moment. Come with me to meet the president."
Munanyan.
Having been at the company for quite some time, had never seen the president before. It was unexpected that her first encounter would be under such troubling circumstances as an accusation of plagiarism, leaving her feelings rather conflicted. She and Chun Wenyue followed Lu Dehai to the president's office on the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A deep, resonant voice responded as Lu Dehai pushed open the door to the president's office. Upon entering, Munanyan and Chun Wenyue beheld a middle-aged man seated in the presidential chair, engrossed in signing documents. The man turned at the sound, noticing the three individuals entering, and inquired, "What is the matter?" "President Xiang, today marks the finalization of the autumn new designs from the design department. The new design drafts were initially confirmed, but an incident has arisen that requires your judgment. What has occurred?" "This is our new intern designer, Munanyan. She claims that the intermediate designer, Chun Wenyue, has stolen her design drafts. and the drafts submitted by Chen Wenyue are merely discarded sketches that Munanyan had previously lost. Plagiarism? Zhang Zikuan's expression grew serious. Copying and theft are grave taboos in the design industry, and such a thing occurring in his company was unacceptable. He turned to Chen Wenyue and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" With unwavering confidence, Chen Wenyue declared, "I shall accuse her of defamation. That design draft is my own work. After all these years at the company, why would I steal her design drafts? What value does an intern's work hold for me to covet?" Zhang Zikuan found some merit in Chen Wenyue's argument and then addressed Munanyan. "Do you possess evidence to substantiate her theft of your design drafts?" Munanyan clenched her fists tightly, glaring at Chen Wenyue with gritted teeth. "No." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenyue felt a surge of joy. It seemed Munanyan had fallen into a trap, daring to offend her. She relished the thought of how to deal with her once this matter passed. Zhang Zikuan found the situation increasingly complex. Both women stood firm in their claims, yet with no evidence. How was he to resolve this? He leaned forward, massaging his temples as he pondered the predicament. "Father, what is happening?" At that moment, a clear, vibrant voice broke the tension. Munanyan recognized the tone as familiar and turned to see Xiangyu, clad in a gray tracksuit. "Why is he here?" Munanyan realized that this was the man she had encountered while purchasing a car on Saturday. He, too, recognized her and greeted her warmly. "Nanyan, we meet again. I spotted your car while parking and thought I might have mistaken it. I didn't realize you worked at my father's company." Xiangyu spoke with an affable tone, as if they had known each other for ages. Chen Wenyue stood by, astonished. How did Munanyan know the president's son? How could he know her name? Munanyan felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from questioning him, merely offering a smile in response. Zhang Zikuan observed his son, sensing that he rarely visited the office without cause. "What brings you to the company unexpectedly? Am I not allowed a visit if there's nothing pressing? Has something occurred?" Xiangyu swiftly redirected the conversation, prompting Lu Dahai to succinctly recount the events. "Nanyan claims her design drafts are missing. We should check the surveillance footage to ascertain who took them." "Indeed, I had completely forgotten about this matter. Director Lu, please accompany them to review the surveillance footage. Xiangyu and Munanyan are friends. It would be best for them to go together. I entrust this matter to your capable hands, as I have other pressing issues to attend to." "Very well, Father, I shall take care of this. You focus on your work." After saying this, Xiangyu led the three individuals out to the monitoring room. "Nanyan, do you recall when your design drafts went missing?" "I believe it was after work last Monday. I had placed them on my desk, and upon returning the next day, they were gone." "All right, let us examine the footage from after last Monday's work hours." The video reveals that, indeed, Munanyan had left several sheets of drawings on her desk when she departed. The image was too small to discern the details, and shortly thereafter, Munanyan exited the office. The subsequent footage played at double speed, showing no one approaching Munanyan's desk until nearly 6:30. When the cleaning lady arrived, she opened the window next to Munanyan's desk, cleaned the outside glass, tidied up the litter on the floor, and then departed without disturbing anything on Munanyan's desk. Chapter 49, Termination Proceedings. After viewing the footage, Munanyan turned to Chen Wenyue and said, "What further explanation do you have? You took my design drafts." Chen Wenyue, recognizing the undeniable evidence before her, could no longer evade responsibility and resorted to a feeble defense. "I found them in the hallway. How was I to know they were your drafts? Even if you were unaware they belonged to me, did you not think to inquire when your colleagues arrived the next day? You should never have appropriated my designs as your own. That is nothing short of plagiarism." Chen Wenyue, I am profoundly disappointed in you. After all these years at the company, do you not realize that such actions are most despised here? Your previous designs have always been commendable. Why resort to using someone else's work now? Having started her career at Panshang Fashion Company, Lu Dahai had witnessed her gradual ascent to the position of mid-level designer. She had always worked diligently, so it was perplexing why she would engage in such deceit, jeopardizing her entire career. "Director Lu, I recognize my error. It was a moment of foolishness. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? I promise I shall never repeat this mistake." Chen Wenyue pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. Her previous arrogance entirely vanished. "This matter is beyond my purview. The authority to decide now lies with President Zhang." Lu Dahai's words served as a clear reminder to Chen Wenyue that he could no longer intervene, and it was now up to Xiangyu's judgment. Chen Wenyue understood the implication. If President Zhang chose not to pursue the issue, she might escape punishment. However, given Xiangyu's acquaintance with Munanyan, it was unlikely he would assist her. Filled with uncertainty, Chen Wenyue realized her only remaining hope rested with Xiangyu. "President Zhang, I apologize. I understand my mistake. I am willing to withdraw from this new product design. Could you please reconsider my termination?" The one who ought to apologize is not me, but rather Munanyan, for she is the aggrieved party. Should she choose to forgive you, the company may refrain from pursuing the matter further. Xiangyu was not particularly concerned about the issue. He merely wished to observe Munanyan's reaction. Having assisted her this time, he hoped she would not continue to keep him at arm's length. Upon hearing his words, Chen Wenyue's expression soured. She could apologize to the director and the son of the CEO, but why should she offer an apology to Munanyan? After all, she had only recently joined the company. If others were to find out, how could she maintain her dignity? She remained standing, silent and motionless. Munanyan perceived Chen Wenyue's reluctance to apologize and shared her sentiments. Rather than seeking an apology, she desired to see Chen Wenyue face consequences. If she could plagiarize her work now, what further transgressions might she commit in the future? Their relationship had irreparably soured. And if Chen Wenyue continued to remain in the company, how could she expect to live peacefully thereafter? Even prior to this incident, Chen Wenyue had been subtly antagonizing her. She was well aware of it. Mr. Xiang, if Chen Wenyue is unwilling to apologize, let it be, she remarked. After all, even if she did, I would not forgive her. If it were not for your assistance, I might have been unjustly accused of defaming a colleague. She would never admit to it willingly. Since Munanyan has spoken, let us proceed, Director Liu. I suggest we terminate her employment and issue a public announcement in the design community to inform everyone of the reasons for her dismissal, so that no other company would dare to employ her. Xiangyu spoke these words casually, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet those seemingly inconsequential words effectively severed Chen Wenyue's career. Lu Dehai wished to defend Chen Wenyue, but upon meeting Xiangyu's gaze, he promptly fell silent and mustered the courage to say, "Yes, I understand." At this point, Chen Wenyue began to panic. She approached Munanyan, grasping at her clothing, and earnestly pleaded, "Munanyan, I realize my mistake. Please, do not let Mr. Xiang dismiss me. This job is of utmost importance to me. I cannot bear to lose it. I implore you, speak on my behalf. I promise I will never err again. I swear." Chen Wenyue was nearly on the verge of kneeling before Munanyan, yet she remained unmoved, tearing Chen Wenyue's hand away and coldly stating, "I had previously offered you a chance. In the conference room, I asked you twice if this design draft was yours. Had you simply acknowledged it then, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Moreover, if I were to let you off the hook, would you ever extend the same courtesy to me? Chen Wenyue, you know well that only one of us can prevail. If you do not depart, I shall be the one to go." Xiangyu, listening from the sidelines, was taken aback by the severity of their discord. It appeared that Chen Wenyue was not a person of integrity, having clearly targeted Munanyan in the past. Very well, the matter is settled. Given that the truth has come to light, and that Chen Wenyue's design draft is indeed Munanyan's, we shall credit it entirely to her name. Thus, the autumn collection for this year is confirmed. With that, Xiangyu made his final decision and exited the monitoring room with Munanyan, disregarding Lu Dehai and Chen Wenyue entirely. As Xiangyu and Munanyan departed, Lu Dehai finally spoke. "You truly are perplexing. With your capabilities, securing a position in this autumn's new product competition should have been effortless for you. I have always held high hopes for you, yet I never anticipated you would resort to such actions. If you continue along this path, you may struggle to survive in this industry, for the design realm cannot accommodate those who indulge in plagiarism. Perhaps you should consider a different profession." Having said that, Lu Dehai prepared to leave, but Chen Wenyue called out to him, "Director Liu, I am sincerely sorry for disappointing you. I never intended to copy anyone else's work. However, after discovering those design drafts on Monday, I found my own creations lacking in comparison. As the submission deadline loomed ever closer, anxiety overwhelmed me, and in a moment of desperation, I resorted to using those drafts. I truly apologize for betraying the trust you placed in me over the years. Nevertheless, Director, I have dedicated 4 years to this field and spent 6 years working here. It has taken me a decade to achieve the results I have now. Could you possibly intercede with President Xiang on my behalf? Please refrain from issuing a public announcement. I am willing to leave pins hang, but I wish to continue in this industry as my passion for design remains unwavering. Grant me another chance, I implore you." As Chen Wenyue spoke, her eyes reddened and tears brimmed, rendering her a poignant sight. Lu Dehai found himself somewhat moved. After all, Chen Wenyue was like a student to him, and he had witnessed her struggles throughout her journey. "Very well, I shall advocate on your behalf, but you must not engage in such behavior again. Next time, no one may come to your aid." Chapter 50. A desire to share the burden. Upon hearing Lu Dehai's agreement, Chen Wenyue's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. As long as she was not blacklisted by the entire industry, her current qualifications would allow her to secure a position at another company. "Thank you, Director, thank you," she exclaimed, bowing deeply. Lu Dahai helped her rise, saying, "All right, go collect your belongings and process your resignation. From this point forward, we may find ourselves as competitors." "I understand," Chun Wenyue responded, following Lu Dahai out of the surveillance room to gather her things. As her colleagues observed Chun Wenyue packing, they realized that she bore the brunt of the blame in this matter. They expressed their sentiments, for many regarded her as an idol. And the revelation of her plagiarism of a newcomer's work was shocking. "I appreciate everyone's support over the years. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this situation. And I wish you all a brilliant future. May our paths cross again." After bowing, Chun Wenyue exited the office with her personal belongings and proceeded to the HR department to finalize her resignation. Let this incident serve as a wake-up call for Chun Wenyue, so that such a misstep does not occur again. On her way to HR, she spotted Munanyan and Xiangyu standing on the small balcony outside. With Munanyan's back turned, Chun Wenyue could not discern her expression, but the adoration in Xiangyu's gaze towards Munanyan was unmistakable. If anyone claimed they were not involved, it would be hard to believe. She took out her phone and captured this moment. "Munanyan, even if you cast me aside, I shall ensure you do not find solace." She tucked her phone away and proceeded to the Human Resources Department. Meanwhile, Munanyan was led to the balcony for a respite by Xiangyu. Upon arrival, she freed herself from Xiangyu's grasp. "What purpose do you have in bringing me here? I just assisted you, and you do not even extend a word of gratitude?" "Thank you for today," he replied. "Is a mere thank you sufficient to absolve everything? At the very least, treat me to a meal." Xiangyu gazed at her in disbelief, causing Munanyan to feel a twinge of embarrassment, realizing her request might be somewhat excessive. "Very well, when shall you find the time? I shall treat you." "I am never lacking in time," he replied with a hint of a smile, which made Munanyan feel a tad uncomfortable, prompting her to change the subject. "How did you come to know my name? I don't recall sharing it with you last Saturday. I mentioned earlier that the store is owned by a friend of mine. After you purchased the car, it was easy to find out." Xiangyu spoke with such nonchalance, as if it were of no consequence. "Wait, he investigated me? How can he speak of it so casually? Isn't that an invasion of customer privacy?" Munanyan mused internally, struggling to comprehend Xiangyu's character. She had scarcely acknowledged him that day, yet he was willing to aid her now. What was his true intention? "Of course, it is only fitting. Since I have assisted you, we ought to consider ourselves friends. How about we exchange WeChat?" Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with fondness. This girl was truly intriguing. Initially, he was merely captivated by her appearance, seeking a chance to converse. However, today's events revealed another side of Munanyan, calm in the face of adversity, unyielding in problem-solving, which greatly appealed to him. Considering the future meal she would treat him to, having WeChat would facilitate contact. So she complied and presented her WeChat QR code for him to scan. "Very well, you have plenty of time. So, shall I await your invitation for dinner?" "That works. Just don't forget." Xiangyu decisively pulled out his phone and added her on WeChat. "Am I the kind of person to forget? Rest assured, I shall remember what I promise. With your assurance, I feel at ease." "Indeed." Xiangyu watched her depart before heading to the CEO's office. He ascended to the top floor and entered without knocking. "Son, don't you know to knock before entering?" Zhang Ziquan looked at Xiangyu with exasperation. He never knocked, displaying a distinct lack of decorum. "I am your son. Should I be worried about seeing something I shouldn't? You wouldn't be engaging in an office romance behind my mother's back, would you? You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? My relationship with your mother is strong. Cease your attempts at sowing discord. I am aware of your strong bond. Since you are unafraid of my catching you in the act, why should it concern you whether I knock?" Realizing he could not win this argument, Zhang Ziquan sighed internally, feeling helpless against his one and only treasured son.
"Now,
"What brings you to me?" "Today, I came with no particular purpose. I merely passed by and decided to take a look. By the way, I have resolved the issue of plagiarism. It was that individual named Chun Wenyue who appropriated Nanyan's design and misused it. I have dismissed her from her position. Director Liu has just informed me about this matter. Speaking of which, how do you know Munanyan? She isn't your new romantic interest, is she?" "Not at this moment. As for the future, who can say? You mentioned that both you and your mother are devoted individuals. Yet how did you manage to produce someone like me? Let me tell you, if you wish to pursue a relationship, do so earnestly. Do not meddle with my employees. If they encounter any problems due to you, I will not let you off easily." Perhaps that is the case. Zhang Ziquan realized that his son was quite articulate, and he was no match for him. "Well, I shall cease this conversation. Father, I suddenly feel the urge to work at the company. Could you arrange a position for me? You previously refused to come help at the company, and now you suddenly want to work? I suspect your intentions are not entirely pure." I merely want to assist you, seeing how hard you work. Furthermore, if I find my girlfriend while working, wouldn't that be a double benefit? Wouldn't you agree? The more Shang Zikuan contemplated, the more delighted he became, readily agreeing to his proposal. Very well. You shall come to the company tomorrow. Once you familiarize yourself with the environment, I will directly hand over my position to you.
Father, what are you saying?
I have no intention of usurping your position. Simply assign me a leisurely role, one that requires minimal effort yet still connects with the design department. Chapter 51. Can your son's judgment truly be poor? Shang Yu spoke so plainly that if Shang Zikuan still did not comprehend, he would be a fool. Evidently, Shang Yu was solely focused on pursuing the young lady at the company, completely disregarding the well-being of his biological father. He gazed at his son with displeasure. Was this truly his offspring? How could he possess no filial piety, being so preoccupied with thoughts of a girl? However, upon reflection, he realized he, too, often thought about his wife, and perhaps they were indeed cut from the same cloth. No wonder he was his true son. Shang Zikuan's irritation with his son diminished. After all, they were made from the same mold. It is quite remarkable that you are willing to work at the company for a woman, but how long can you sustain this? Do not abandon your responsibilities if things do not work out between you. Father, rest assured, I have not even begun to pursue her. Even if we were to part ways in the future, I would certainly continue working at the company. Oh, so, there is someone you can't win over? It seems she is not interested in you. Perhaps you have met your match. Shang Zikuan looked at Shang Yu with a smirk, while Shang Yu felt somewhat speechless. Am I truly your son, considering how you ridicule me? You are overthinking it. My nemesis has yet to appear, and I am confident I will win her over. That young lady is quite impressive. Although she has not yet graduated from university, her designs are exceptional. In a few years, she is sure to achieve remarkable success. Indeed. Can your son's judgment be poor? Shang Yu spoke these words with pride. I recall your judgment being rather poor in the past. Shang Zikuan cast a sidelong glance at Shang Yu and continued, You speak as if she is your girlfriend. Until you win her over, refrain from boasting. The two exchanged witty banter, neither yielding an inch, until the skirmish concluded with Shang Yu leaving the company. At the prestigious Dingxing Group, today marked Su Nanqing's first day at work. Over the weekend, she had indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring numerous new outfits, all in preparation to present herself in the finest light before Lu Yiran. Upon her arrival at the company, she spotted Song Rui waiting in the lobby. He greeted her politely. Miss Su, President Lu asked me to come down to escort you. Let us proceed. I will assist you with the onboarding formalities. Thank you. Assistant Song. Not at all. It is my duty, he replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Song Rui escorted Su Nanqing to the 23rd floor Human Resources Department via the presidential elevator. This scene was captured by a receptionist, who promptly shared it in the internal employee chat group. Look, who is this girl? She is being personally escorted by Assistant Song to complete her onboarding paperwork. And I just overheard them mention it was the president's request. This girl is stunning and possesses such elegance. Could she possibly be the president's wife? Is that even plausible? We're not sure. She was addressed as Miss Su by Assistant Song. Could she be a wealthy heiress? Would a wealthy heiress surpass the Lu family? If President Lu were indifferent, would he care about her lineage? True, there was once a wealthy heiress who pursued President Lu to the company, only to be expelled by security. Regardless, this woman is undoubtedly extraordinary. We should not offend her. We ought to cultivate a good relationship with her. Who knows? She might become the president's wife, and our rapport could lead to promotions and raises. Indeed, let's see if the HR department can divulge which department she joins. Rest assured, once she completes her paperwork, I will inform you immediately. Awaiting news. On her very first day, Su Nanqing made quite an impression at Dingxing Group. After completing her onboarding procedures in the HR department, Song Rui took her on a tour of various departments to familiarize her with the operations, and her colleagues greeted her with warm smiles and friendliness. Su Nanqing felt somewhat puzzled by their peculiar gazes. Their demeanor, while cordial, bordered on overly attentive, with everyone eager to engage her in conversation. Following the tour, she and Song Rui ascended to the top floor, where the area was designated for the president's assistants. Su Nanqing proceeded directly to Lu Yiran's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A deep, magnetic voice resonated, causing Su Nanqing's heart to race uncontrollably. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lu Yiran was engrossed in his work, his head bowed over documents. As she entered, she beheld the handsome man diligently at work. His focus lent him an air of maturity and composure that sent her heart into a frenzy. Lu Yiran heard a voice and turned to look, spotting the elegantly adorned Su Nanqing. Their gazes met momentarily before Su Nanqing hastily averted her eyes, fearing that Lu Yiran might detect her unease. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. Lu Yiran pondered for a moment, realizing that he had yet to host a welcoming gathering for Su Nanqing. Since he had no engagements that afternoon, he readily agreed. Very well, let's proceed. Upon hearing his affirmation, a gleam of joy illuminated Su Nanqing's face. Then it settled. A new French restaurant has opened next to our company. Let us dine there. Lu Yiran replied nonchalantly, returning to the documents in his hands. Observing his busyness, Su Nanqing felt it inappropriate to linger and prepared to take her leave. If there is nothing else, I shall exit now. With that, she left the office and headed to her workstation, ready to commence her tasks. Meanwhile, the internal employee chat was abuzz with excitement. Miss Su has just joined our department. I sit by the entrance. And she is even more beautiful in person than in her photos. Really? Do you have any pictures? I'd love to see. The previous one, didn't he capture her face clearly? I don't. Who would dare take a photo in front of her? That would be courting disaster. Does anyone know which department she belongs to? I might feign a reason to pass by. Not sure, she just came to our department. I thought she was one of us, but she simply strolled around before leaving. She also came to our department. Indeed, she is stunning and possesses an exceptional demeanor. She clearly exudes the charm of a socialite. Given that she visited several departments, but didn't he stay, could she be a newly appointed superior here to inspect operations? That seems unlikely. She appears quite young, likely just graduated. Oh, stop speculating. Someone from HR, please step forward and clarify. HR Xiao Wang, Xiaoli. We're here. She has joined the president's office as the president's secretary.
What?
She is in the president's office? Wow. I recall that all the president's assistants are male. He rarely hires female secretaries. I remember a friend who wanted to interview for the position. They didn't even get to interview and were passed over immediately. Is President Lu making an exception for Miss Su? There must be something going on between them. Surely it's an exception. The minimum educational requirement for the president's secretary is a graduate degree, and Miss Su is only 23, having just graduated. However, her credentials are impressive. She graduated from the prestigious DePaul University's Business Administration program in the U.S. It's said that many graduates from there either start their own businesses or are recruited with high salaries by Fortune 500 companies.
Wow.
DePaul University is renowned in the U.S. No wonder Miss Su, with her beauty and impressive qualifications, has captured President Lu's attention. What exactly is their relationship? Mr. Lu has surprisingly placed her right by his side. Could it be that he is embarking on an office romance? Isn't this just like a scene from a novel? The domineering CEO falling in love with me. Oh, it reveals the truth. This couple is simply delightful. Perhaps before long, we will be celebrating the sweet tidings of the boss and the boss's lady. The group was fervently discussing this, and on her very first day at the company, Su Nanqing had already become universally acknowledged as the boss's lady. However, the parties involved remained blissfully unaware. Who would dare utter such words in front of the boss and his lady? When lunchtime arrived, Su Nanqing gathered her belongings and made her way to the president's office to find Lu Yiran. This time, she did not knock. She simply entered. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all the staff in the president's office, instantly solidifying her status in their minds. After all, Mr. Lu despised it when someone entered his office unannounced. There had been instances where someone caught in a rush forgot to knock and was met with a fierce reprimand from him. Lu Yiran was engrossed in the documents at hand when he heard the office door open. His brow furrowed involuntarily, and just as he was about to express his displeasure, he heard Su Nanqing's voice. Brother Yiran, it's lunchtime. Shall we go for a meal? Wait until I finish this document.
All right.
Su Nanqing settled onto the sofa in the reception area, placing her bag on the coffee table. As she waited for Lu Yiran to finish, she pretended to be engrossed in her phone, secretly capturing a profile shot of him. A man deeply immersed in his work is indeed captivating. Once Lu Yiran had reviewed the document and affixed his signature, he closed it and set it on the desk. Grabbing his car keys, he prepared to leave. Let us go eat. Brother Yiran, there's no need for the car keys. The restaurant is just next door. A short walk will suffice. Very well. Lu Yiran thought little of it, tossing the keys onto the desk as he departed the president's office with Su Nanqing. By the time they exited, everyone in the office had already left. They took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, where employees preparing to head out for lunch witnessed Su Nanqing walking alongside their president. Many who were unaware of her identity were taken aback. This was the first time they had seen their CEO dining with an employee. Once Lu Yiran and Su Nanqing had stepped outside the company, the whispers began. Who was that just now with the president? I saw her with an employee badge, but I don't think I've seen her before. The receptionist, possessing the inside scoop, launched into a detailed account. She is a new employee, personally welcomed by Assistant Song this morning, and her position is secretary to the president.
Ah.
so it seems quite normal for her to go out with the president. The receptionist couldn't help but roll her eyes at the others. So, you only heard one part of my explanation? Did you just ignore the earlier details? Is that polite? Shouldn't the focus be on Assistant Song personally receiving an intern? The president hired a female secretary? Your language skills must have been taught by a math teacher, only capable of seeing the end result.
Indeed.
Assistant Song is quite a busy individual. How could he possibly take the time to personally greet an intern? It is evident that this task was assigned directly by the president. Does this not imply an extraordinary connection between the two? One colleague, unable to contain his thoughts, interjected, "Finally, you are aware. In this day and age, are you still using a 2G network? We have all been buzzing about it in the group chat. It would be wise to keep an eye on the messages when we have free time, lest you inadvertently offend the boss's wife without even realizing it." At this, the man retrieved his phone and began to check the chat, only to discover that the message count had soared to 999. With a hint of embarrassment, he scratched his head and admitted, "Previously, when you ladies chatted about cosmetics and handbags, I had no interest, so I set the group notifications to do not disturb."
Ha.
The girl shot him a glance before leaving the company lobby to grab a bite to eat. Su Nanqing and Lu Yiran made their way to a nearby French restaurant. She pointed to a table by the window, her face alight with anticipation, and said, "Brother Iran, let us sit outside. Since it's just the two of us dining, that spot has a splendid view. Let us sit there." Lu Yiran initially hesitated. He typically preferred a private booth for meals, wishing to avoid distractions. However, today he was hosting Su Nanqing, the true guest of honor. After surveying the restaurant and noting only a couple of occupied tables, he finally relented. "Very well." Su Nanqing beamed with delight, fully aware that Lu Yiran never dined in the main area, and she had prepared herself for the likelihood of a booth. Yet, his agreement signified a distinct change in their dynamic. Once they settled at the windowside table and placed their orders, Su Nanqing took the initiative to spark a conversation. "Brother Iran, my mother has been recovering quite well recently. The doctor said she would be discharged in a few days." Lu Yiran's expression softened at the mention of her mother. "Is that so? Please inform me when Aunt Lu is discharged. I shall be there to pick her up." "All right," Su Nanqing replied joyfully, knowing that mentioning her mother invariably improved Lu Yiran's demeanor. Chapter 53. Hosting and Reciprocity. Even if she refrained from directly addressing their relationship, the people at the company would undoubtedly speculate. Ultimately, how this situation would unfold would be beyond her control. She remained attentive to the passers-by outside, smiling at Lu Yiran whenever she spotted a girl discreetly taking photos, as though their conversation was particularly delightful. The girl who captured the photo promptly shared it in the company's internal chat. "Oh my, what am I seeing? Could it be that I am mistaken? That must be President Lu. He is actually dining out with a girl. I recall President Lu never dines outside. Paparazzi have never captured him at a restaurant, save for photos of him leaving. Indeed, after so many years at the company, this is the first time I have witnessed President Lu appear in the company lobby during lunchtime. Previously, he would always take the exclusive elevator directly to the underground garage for social engagements. Not only at noon, but I have not seen President Lu at any other time either. I have been with the company for a year and have never encountered him in person. All I have seen are his photographs online. I share the same sentiment. I never anticipated seeing President Lu in person today. It is quite astonishing that President Lu and Miss Su are openly entering and exiting the company together, even dining in the restaurant lobby. Could it be that President Lu is acknowledging her status? I believe that is indeed the case. President Lu likely wishes to announce to everyone that he has a girlfriend. This could be considered quite the scoop. If reported to the media, it would surely yield a handsome profit. You are truly one to seek profit in every situation. I advise against it. Be cautious, as this could jeopardize your job. President Lu has a strong aversion to employee gossip. If he were to find out, it would spell trouble for us. Let us keep our discussions within the group and refrain from spreading it further. Indeed, do not involve me in this. I captured that photograph, and if President Lu were to learn of it, I might very well lose my job. Everyone was apprehensive about being implicated in this matter, leading to a sudden silence in group chat, which had previously been buzzing with excitement. Nevertheless, curiosity prevailed, and some could not resist the allure of financial gain. Discreetly contacting the media with the photograph. "Everyone, please pause your work for a moment. I have an important announcement," said Lu Dahai, the design director. He continued, "Regarding the results of this morning's autumn new product design competition, our upper management has conducted an investigation, and it has been confirmed that the plagiarism allegations are valid. Consequently, the decision has been made to terminate Chen Wenyue's employment. Since Chen Wenyue's submitted design was also that of Munanyan, the final design for the autumn collection will incorporate the works of Yao Yizhou and Munanyan, with Munanyan's design taking precedence. Everyone had already suspected the outcome when they saw Chun Wenyu packing her belongings, but they were surprised that Munanyan's design emerged as the leading choice. Not only had she triumphed over the intermediate designer Chen Wenyu, but she had also outshone the senior designer Yao Yizhou. Once the sales figures for the autumn collection are released, it is likely that Munanyan will represent the company in the upcoming fashion design competition. Alright, let us focus on our work. Who participates in the fashion competition will ultimately depend on the final sales data. Lu Dahai concluded before exiting the office area to return to his own office. With the autumn collection finalized, the design department would not have any particularly important tasks ahead, save for creating sample garments and coordinating production with the manufacturers once the designs were approved. As Munanyan considered her lighter workload, she resolved to invite Xiangyu to dinner after work, eager to repay her social obligations promptly, as she detested being in someone's debt. Just as she prepared to message Xiangyu, her phone buzzed with a notification. Upon checking, she saw it was a message from Tang Yutong. Yan, are you free tonight? Let us go out for dinner. Is there anything happening today during our meal? Tang Yutong inquired. Can I reach out to you if there's nothing going on? Yan, have you stopped loving me? She added, sending a crying emoji. Munanyan, feeling somewhat helpless, relayed a brief account of the day's events at work to Tang Yutong. Oh my, I can't believe such a thing occurred. You mean that boy we encountered at the dealership before? Why do I have no recollection of him? Tang Yutong exclaimed. Munanyan replied, we barely exchanged a few words. Who would have thought he remembered me? He happened to help me today, and I thought it courteous to invite him to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Understanding Munanyan's character, Tang Yutong recognized that if she didn't allow her to reciprocate the favor, it would linger on her mind. Thus, she consented. Alright then, you go have dinner with him. We can reschedule our time together. Our team leader mentioned treating us to dinner today, so I will join them instead. Munanyan replied, I knew you were the best. Yutong. Next time, I will definitely dine with you. She sent a cute love you emoji. Okay, off you go, Tang Yutong said. Munanyan responded. With that, their conversation concluded. Munanyan opened Xiangyu's WeChat chat box, where the message lingered at the friend verification stage. After much contemplation, she finally typed a message and sent it. Mr. Xiang, do you have time this evening? I would like to invite you to dinner. At that very moment, Xiangyu was out drinking with Zhong Xiao. A smile crept across his face as he said to Zhong Xiao, you can drink this on your own. I have something to attend to. He picked up his jacket draped over the chair, preparing to leave, but Zhong Xiao called out to him. I'll treat you another time. Today, a beautiful lady awaits. The thought of Munanyan's face made Xiangyu involuntarily smile. Chapter 54, The Leaked Email. Zhong Xiao looked at him incredulously. He had never seen Xiangyu so enamored, not even during previous relationships. Didn't you just break up? Who is this new girl? He asked. It's the girl we encountered at your shop last time. I helped her today, and she invited me to dinner. Zhong Xiao, upon hearing this, was skeptical. He had reviewed the surveillance footage and acknowledged that the girl was indeed attractive, yet her demeanor had always been distant. How could she suddenly take the initiative to invite you to dinner? He questioned. Did she propose the dinner? Not exactly. It was my suggestion, Xiangyu clarified. Zhong Xiao cautioned him, don't get too excited. She probably has no interest in you. After taking a sip of his drink, Xiangyu paused at the door, turning to Zhong Xiao with a puzzled expression. How do you know that? He asked. Zhong Xiao replied, let me analyze this for you. You helped her today, but you were the one who suggested the dinner. This indicates that she had no intention of inviting you. Since you brought it up, she felt obliged to accept. Indeed. Is there an issue? The problem lies in the events that transpired earlier today. The fact that she proactively invited you to dinner this evening indicates her desire to repay you, to hastily treat you, thereby ensuring that after the meal, further contact may cease, and your relationship would conclude here. You have yet to meet her. How can you fathom her thoughts? Observing your eagerness to please, I can surmise the type of girl she is. Xiangyu, your previous girlfriends have largely pursued you, leaving you inexperienced in courtship. Encountering a formidable challenge right from the start has led to your downfall. Xiangyu finds it perplexing why his father and friends voice such opinions. He believes he merely harbors a slight affection for Munanyan, not an insatiable need for her. Yet, he still yearns to pursue her and, without retort, directly inquires, what should I do? She wishes to settle her debt of gratitude, yet you are rendering it impossible for her to do so, thus providing you with a continual reason to seek her out. Are you suggesting that I should refrain from going today? Indeed, once you can no longer delay, after dinner, you shall pay the bill, leaving her with no leverage. Very well, I shall not attend today. Xiangyu, apologies. I am out with friends today, and may not join you for dinner. Munanyan, no problem. We can arrange another time. Xiangyu, sounds good. With that, their conversation concluded. Munanyan initially intended to dine with Tang Yutong but, recalling her mention of a company gathering, decided against reaching out again. As afternoon arrived and work concluded, Munanyan gathered her belongings and departed the office. The other employees in the design department breathed a sigh of relief, engaging in discussion. Who would have thought Munanyan could be so formidable? Indeed, it is somewhat embarrassing that we, with years of experience, are outdone by a university student yet to graduate. We are merely design assistants. The most discomforting situation falls upon Yao Yizhou and Xiao Wei, who have not fared any better. The dynamics of our design department may soon shift. If Munanyan triumphs in this competition, she could potentially ascend to a senior designer role. Who would disagree? Designer Yao has labored for a decade to attain senior status. Should he be surpassed by Munanyan, his standing may be jeopardized. What is there to worry about? Designer Yao himself is unperturbed. Truly, the emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuchs are. Who would have thought that the company would dismiss Sister Yu over this matter? She had previously generated numerous successful products for the company. Surely, this incident isn't grave enough to warrant such action.
Indeed.
The company has dismissed a formal employee because of an intern. One wonders if it is due to Munanyan's exceptional talent or perhaps her influential connections. She is merely an intern. She likely lacks any substantial backing, and her attire hardly suggests wealth. Perhaps the company simply cannot tolerate this situation, for it has never occurred before. This is rather commendable, as it demonstrates our company's commitment to fairness and justice. Ding ding ding. Several computers resonated simultaneously, yet only emails dispatched by the company could trigger such a response. However, it was after hours. Who would be sending emails at this time? A young woman opened the email and was immediately drawn to a striking headline. A certain female intern and the boss's son engaged in ambiguous relations, collaborating to oust long-standing employees. As she scrolled down, she came across photographs of Munanyan and Xiangyu, laughing together on the balcony. Particularly telling was the gaze Xiangyu cast upon Munanyan. It was hard to believe that he harbored no romantic interest in her. The attire Munanyan wore in the photographs was identical to what she had donned that very day. Coupled with the headline, she felt a sense of understanding wash over her. Continuing to scroll, she saw Munanyan stepping into a Xiaomi SU7. The vehicle appeared to be newly acquired. Hadn't Munanyan just begun her career? How could she afford a car? After nearly a year as a design assistant, she commuted by subway. How could Munanyan suddenly possess the means to purchase a car? Could it be that the boss's son had gifted it to her? Or perhaps she had other benefactors? Initially, when she saw the photos of Munanyan and Xiangyu together, the girl's reaction was mild, but upon discovering that Munanyan had purchased a car, a twinge of iniquity stirred within her. Her perception of Munanyan shifted dramatically. Where she once admired her, she now believed that all of Munanyan's possessions were merely the result of her beauty. After reading the email, a male colleague remarked, "Is this true or false?" It must be true. Pictures reveal the truth. Just moments ago, he had felt that the company maintained an equitable environment, only to realize that Munanyan had powerful connections. Do you think she paid for that car herself?
Impossible.
How could an undergraduate afford a vehicle worth $300,000? I've been working for over 2 years and can't even cover a fraction of that. Chapter 55, Trending Again. Being beautiful is advantageous. She effortlessly acquires everything we desire through shortcuts. The sarcasm in the male colleague's words was unmistakable, and the other employees shared a similar sentiment. Their attitudes towards Munanyan had shifted. After all, who could admire someone who ascended through such means? Yet they remained silent. For who knew if she might become the boss's wife in a few years? It was a bitter irony, both detestable and unassailable. With some leisure time, Munanyan idly browsed Weibo, seeking the latest updates on a fashion design competition when a pop-up window appeared. Intending to dismiss it, she inadvertently clicked and was met with trending news about Liu Iran. Liu family heir dines with girlfriend, suspected official announcement. Below were photographs of Liu Iran and Su Nanqing in the company lobby, enjoying lunch together. Munanyan's reaction was subdued. After all, she had witnessed how tabloids often sensationalize stories. The previous incident with that girl had been similar, and she was aware that Su Nanqing was Liu Iran's sister. However, as she continued to scroll, her composure began to waver upon encountering the most liked comment from netizens. "A leaf knows autumn. I am an employee at the pinnacle of my career, yet I have never encountered the president of our company. To my astonishment, my first meeting was with Mr. Liu dining out with his girlfriend. The great sage eats peanuts. The handsome man and the beautiful woman are indeed a perfect match. When will their relationship be officially announced? Mysterious beautiful warrior. I have heard that Mr. Liu never dines in public. Yet it seems he has made an exception for his girlfriend. Could this be a public display of affection?
Oh.
Jean, this time, it must be genuine. They appear so blissful together. The sparkle in the woman's eyes is unmistakable. Upon witnessing these interactions, Munanyan found herself doubting her own judgment. Could it be that they truly are together? She recalled the words spoken to her by Su Nanxing, along with Louis Ran's indulgence and the butler's demeanor, which suggested that this development had long been foreshadowed. It seemed inevitable that Louis Ran would soon approach her regarding a divorce. He would certainly not allow Su Nanxing to suffer. Munanyan believed it would be preferable for Louis Ran to broach the subject of divorce, as she did not wish to provoke him further. The events of that night at the old residence had left her somewhat fearful of Louis Ran. With that thought, she turned off her phone and went to bed. The following morning, Munanyan resumed her regular work routine. However, as she entered the company, she noticed that all the employees regarded her with peculiar glances. She examined her attire and found nothing amiss, leaving her perplexed as to why everyone was looking at her so strangely. Upon entering the design department, she observed that everyone had arrived exceptionally early, and no one approached her to greet her. It seemed as if they were deliberately avoiding her. Confused by the situation, Munanyan longed to inquire about it. But she had no friends in the office, and thus the matter remained unresolved as she commenced her day's work. Today marked the return of Xiangyu to the company, and he opted for formal attire rather than casual wear, presenting a much more composed demeanor. As he arrived at the company entrance, he encountered Shang Zikuan's assistant, Wang Chen. He immediately inquired, "Oh, you're here quite early. What position has my father assigned to me?" Wang Chen, with a serious expression, replied, "Young Master Shang, the president requests your presence in his office." "Why has my father suddenly summoned me? Is he having second thoughts?" "No, it's regarding a particular incident." "What incident?" After a moment of hesitation, Wang Chen refrained from elaborating and tactfully suggested, "You should discuss this matter with President Shang." Recognizing Wang Chen's discomfort, Xiangyu chose not to press further and proceeded into the building. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and followed him. Xiangyu took the elevator to the top floor, and upon exiting, he headed straight for the president's office. Upon reaching the door, he pushed it open and entered. "Father, what is the matter?" Shang Zikuan looked at the entering Xiangyu with a sense of resignation. "Well, I can no longer expect you to knock." Xiangyu followed his father's gaze and noticed the open door, finally realizing what Shang Zikuan had meant. How delightful it is. Next time someone enters without knocking, you need not doubt. It must surely be your beloved son. Xiangyu chuckled as he sauntered to the sofa, gazing at Shang Zikuan and inquired,
"What brings you to me? How can you even say that?"
"I warned you against dating employees at the company, and now look what trouble has arisen." Shang Zikuan's irritation was palpable as he cast a forlorn glance at Xiangyu. Upon hearing him mention company employees, Xiangyu instinctively thought of Munanyan, concern etching itself upon his features. Has something happened to Munanyan? What is wrong with her? Look at your current demeanor. I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already fretting. Shang Zikuan wore a bemused expression, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Xiangyu was utterly exasperated. Did something not occur?
"How can you still jest?"
he retorted, impatience creeping into his voice. "All right, father, enough of the games. Pray tell, what has transpired?" "Yesterday, someone captured a photograph of you conversing with Munanyan on the balcony, claiming she is your girlfriend, and that you used your position to dismiss a long-standing employee. Now, everyone is buzzing about it, lamenting that the company has lost its compassion, and there is a palpable sentiment of discontent among the staff, who feel it is unjust to the veteran employees. But that is not the case. If we clarify the situation, it will be resolved. The dismissal of Chen Wenyu was entirely justified. What troubles the employees most is not the dismissal of the veteran, but rather your romantic involvement with an intern. They believe her current achievements are merely the result of her connections. By the way, did you purchase her a car?"
"What?
"Nonsense. I wish she were my girlfriend, but she is determined to sever ties with me. The car was bought with her own money. I happened to be at Zhongshao's shop that day."
"So,
"It turns out you are not even in a romantic relationship. But how could a mere intern afford a car?" "That I cannot say. Perhaps her family is well off?" "Indeed. How do you plan to address the situation?" "Simply issue a statement to clarify." Chapter 56. The frightening nature of fear. Xiangyu did not regard the matter as significant. He believed it to be mere gossip that could easily be dispelled. My concern is that even with an explanation, they might not believe it. After all, Munanyan is still an intern, and who would accept the notion of a mid-level designer plagiarizing an intern's work? Isn't there video evidence? If we present that, surely they will be convinced? I cannot believe I overlooked that. What a scatterbrained fellow I am. I shall arrange for someone to handle it. Father, there is no need to trouble anyone else. I shall take care of it myself. Are you jesting? There is no way I shall relinquish the opportunity to shine before Munanyan. With that, Xiang Yu exited, leaving Shang Zikuan no chance to object.
Brat.
Close the door. Shang Zikuan called after him, but Shang Yu's figure had already vanished from the penthouse. Alas, children grow up too fast, he sighed, resigning himself to close the office door. Pin Shang Design Department. Upon entering the design department, Shang Yu immediately spotted Munanyan, who was situated close to the entrance, diligently engrossed in her work. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Despite the tumultuous events that had transpired, she remained steadfast in her duties. It left him pondering whether she was oblivious to the gravity of the situation or possessed remarkable composure. As Shang Yu made his entrance, he drew the attention of his colleagues, yet Munanyan remained blissfully unaware of his presence behind her. The other employees in the design department scrutinized him, perplexed as to the purpose of his visit. Under their watchful gazes, Shang Yu approached Munanyan and gently tapped her shoulder.
Ah.
Munanyan exclaimed, startled. But her tension eased upon recognizing him. You nearly scared me to death. Do you not know that frightening someone can be perilous? Am I truly that intimidating? Shang Yu retorted, receiving a playful glare from her as she patted her chest to calm her racing heart. However, as she registered the curious stares from their colleagues, even more bewildered than those they had received earlier in the day, she swiftly turned to Shang Yu, her expression turning serious. Speak. What do you require of me? Shang Yu silently chided her for her rapid change of demeanor before responding, Step outside. I have something to discuss. After uttering this, he exited the design department, leaving Munanyan in a state of confusion, pondering what matter could prompt Shang Yu to seek her out. Nevertheless, she relinquished her files and followed him out. Once Munanyan departed, the colleagues in the design department began to whisper amongst themselves. Goodness, have they been discovered? And now they act without care? Of course. Just look at how little Shang personally sought her out. What could he possibly want with Munanyan? Most likely regarding that email from yesterday afternoon. I heard many in the company were quite displeased with the situation. Given the scandal, shouldn't they be avoiding each other? It's baffling how openly they are together. What do you expect? After all, Shang Yu will soon take the helm of the company. He is unlikely to be swayed by gossip. All right, enough of this gossip. Let us focus on our work. One of the colleagues interjected, prompting silence among the group, and the chatter ceased. Munanyan trailed behind Shang Yu until they reached the balcony on their floor. She inquired, What is it that you need to discuss with me? It pertains to the email from yesterday afternoon. What email? Munanyan asked, her expression one of utter bewilderment, entirely oblivious to what Shang Yu was referencing. Shang Yu gazed at her in astonishment. You mean you don't know? Should I be aware of it?
Munanyan replied tentatively.
With a hint of exasperation, Shang Yu offered a brief explanation. It concerns the dismissal of Chen Wenyu. Someone witnessed us conversing on the balcony and assumed you were my girlfriend. Consequently, when Chen Wenyu was let go, they believed you had influenced my decision. At last, Munanyan comprehended the peculiar glances she had received throughout the day. It was all due to this misunderstanding. So, knowing they have misconstrued the situation, you still called me out in front of everyone? Is this not tantamount to an admission? Munanyan gazed at Shang Yu with a countenance filled with sorrow, perplexed by his thoughts as the situation grew increasingly complicated. I merely wish to inquire how you intend to resolve this matter. Moreover, what do we have to hide? When one's integrity is intact, there is no need for trepidation. Isn't this merely a misunderstanding? Clarifying it should suffice, shouldn't it? Then I shall release the video of Chen Wenyu with your design drafts.
Ah.
So you have had a solution all along? He replied, having just descended from a conversation with his father. If you have a resolution, why seek my counsel? Munanyan felt that Shang Yu was stirring trouble, seemingly intent on igniting rumors between them. In truth, Shang Yu had approached her to convey that he had aided her in this predicament, hoping she would remember this favor, thus entangling her further with him.
Yet,
he would never admit it, instead feigning a heart-wrenching demeanor as he addressed her. Had it not been for me, you would remain blissfully unaware of how others might perceive you. You ought to be grateful, yet here you are, casting blame upon me? Truly ungrateful. Munanyan had never contemplated the issue from this perspective. Shang Yu's words suddenly resonated with a semblance of truth. To clarify the matter, she would indeed require his assistance, which made her feel somewhat remiss. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she said, Thank you for helping me once more. Not at all. Just remember to treat me to a meal. Now you owe me two, he quipped. Is treating to a meal so arduous? She responded cheerfully. Absolutely no problem. Are you free this afternoon? I shall treat you after work. That works for me. Today marks my first day at the office, so consider it a celebration. This company will soon be yours, and I wonder what there is to celebrate, she mused inwardly, yet maintained a smile on her face. Very well. I will send you the restaurant details once I have made a reservation. No need. We can head to the restaurant together after work.
Okay.
You attend to your matters. I shall take care of this. Chapter 57. Clarification email. Shortly after Munanyan settled at her desk, the computers in the design department chimed in unison, and her own screen lit up with a notification. Upon checking, she discovered an email from the previous day that she had overlooked, alongside a new message that had just arrived. She promptly opened the new email. To all employees of the company, in response to the false information disseminated via company email on July 26, 2024, we wish to clarify the following. The sole reason for the dismissal of Ms. Chun lies in her actions on the afternoon of July 19, 2024, when she inadvertently discovered the design draft of Ms. Munanyan left on her desk after work. Rather than returning it, she unlawfully appropriated it and, on July 23, 2024, submitted Ms. Mu's design draft under her own name to the design director. Such conduct constitutes plagiarism, an act that the company unequivocally condemns. We hope this serves as a cautionary tale for all, as the company is committed to fostering a fair, just, and harmonious work environment. The dismissal of a long-standing employee was not due to any unfounded reasons. Attached is the surveillance footage from the afternoon of July 19, 2024, which all may review. We urge everyone not to believe or propagate unfounded rumors. The email concludes here. Ms. Munanyan chose not to open the attached video, having already viewed it previously. Instead, she exited the email and opened one received the prior afternoon, which contained photos of her conversing with Xiangyu, including one of her entering her car. She found the person who took those photographs rather dull, bemused by the absurd claim that the car was a gift from Xiangyu. This reminded her of the incident on Monday, when Ms. Chun had seen her car. The clarity with which the dismissal of Ms. Chun was communicated suggested that only Ms. Chun herself was aware of the full circumstances. This email was likely sent by Ms. Chun, who, despite her termination, continued to engage in such petty antics. Thankfully, she was no longer with the company. Otherwise, who knows what further complications might have arisen. Having perused the two emails, Ms. Munanyan ceased to concern herself with the matter. She was indifferent to others' opinions, as long as her conscience remained clear. Ms. Mu resumed her work, while her colleagues, upon reading the email, became increasingly agitated. It was indeed confirmed that Ms. Chun had plagiarized Ms. Mu's work, and they realized they had misjudged her. Yet, what difference did it make? They had merely elucidated the reason for Ms. Chen's dismissal without addressing the relationship between Ms. Mu and manager Xiang. If Ms. Chun had merely been an intern, one might speculate that the company would not have resorted to termination, given Ms. Chen's contributions compared to those of an intern. It seemed improbable that such a trivial matter could lead to her dismissal. Clearly, manager Xiang's influence was at play. Moreover, who truly knew how Ms. Mu acquired her vehicle? Perhaps she had entangled herself with other older men. Alas, these young women seemed drawn to shortcuts. Everyone makes different choices, and we cannot pass judgment upon her. Besides, with manager Xiang's backing, it would be wise to tread carefully and avoid provoking her, lest we attract trouble. Indeed, it would be prudent to focus on our own work, as I have yet to fully comprehend my own matters. After exchanging a few hushed whispers, the group fell silent and resumed their tasks. Xiangyu had been appointed by his father to the technical department as the director, overseeing the finalization of sample garments. When Ms. Munanyan sought him out after work that afternoon, she discovered he had taken on the responsibility for the autumn collection. She approached the office of the technical director and knocked softly on the door.
Top.
Who is it? Didn't you say that matters concerning you should be decided by yourselves, without involving me? The voice of Xiangyu, laced with impatience and accompanied by the sound effects of a game, echoed from the office. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Nanyan, what brings you here? A chuckle escaped Munanyan as she found his demeanor amusing. Upon noticing her laughter, Xiangyu suddenly became aware of his previous actions. Scratching his head in slight embarrassment as he explained, I assumed it was someone from the technical department seeking me, not you. Look at the time. How could anyone still be looking for you? They've all clocked out. Xiangyu grabbed his phone from the sofa, only to discover it was nearly 6:30.
Well,
I've been engrossed in my game and lost track of time. Why are you at the technical department? You don't seem particularly interested in it. Our company is not just a clothing enterprise. My father wants me to familiarize myself with the garment production process, so he sent me here. Xiangyu would never admit that he had requested to come himself. Munanyan nodded in understanding before saying, let us go. I've already made reservations at a restaurant. We should dine. All right. Xiangyu picked up his jacket and walked out with Munanyan. The restaurant she had chosen was the Moonlight Restaurant, a place she had previously visited with Tang Yutong, concerned that someone of Xiangyu's stature might not be accustomed to the fare of smaller eateries. And in an effort to repay a favor and showcase her sincerity, she decided to take him somewhere more upscale. Upon arriving at the Moonlight restaurant and seeing Munanyan's car parked outside, Xiangyu was taken aback. He parked alongside her vehicle, rolled down the window, and inquired, "You're treating me to dinner here?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Munanyan looked at him in confusion. "You've only been working for half a month and just bought a car. How could you afford to treat me to dinner? Isn't the money my parents gave me sufficient? You don't think No. It's just that your attire doesn't exactly scream rich second generation," Xiangyu interjected, worried that Munanyan might misinterpret his words. Munanyan glanced at her outfit and conceded, "I don't really care about brands. I just wear what's comfortable." "All right then, since money is no object for you, I shall not hold back. There's no need to be modest." They conversed as they exited their vehicles and strolled towards the restaurant. "Young master, that person seems to be the young madam." Chapter 58. Dining with Xiangyu. Louis Ran furrowed his brow at this remark, finally opening his eyes to gaze in the direction indicated by the driver, where he spotted Munanyan entering the Moonlight restaurant alongside a man in a suit. This restaurant again? Where does Munanyan acquire such funds to dine here? And who is that man beside her? Louis Ran realized he was completely oblivious to Munanyan's social circle and instructed the driver. The car was brought to a halt on the road opposite the restaurant. "All right, young master," the driver responded. As he turned the steering wheel and directed the vehicle toward the restaurant, Louis Ran's gaze remained fixated on the establishment. He observed Munanyan and a man in a suit choosing a table by the window, where the gentleman graciously pulled out a chair for her, exuding an air of sophistication. Judging by the man's demeanor, he appeared far removed from the circle of acquaintances a mere university student like Munanyan would typically know. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop across from the restaurant, and Louis Ran remained silent, with the driver hesitant to break the stillness that enveloped the car. Louis Ran had no intention of exiting. Instead, he sat inside, watching Munanyan and the man dine together, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation, their rapport strikingly intimate. A wave of jealousy washed over him, and his countenance darkened progressively. Louis Ran commanded coldly, despite the outside temperature exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Rendering the air conditioning inside the car quite pleasant, the driver suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He had to feign ignorance as he turned the vehicle around, heading toward Yujing Tiancheng. Louis Ran retrieved his phone and promptly dialed Song Rue. Upon seeing his boss's name flash on the screen, Song Rue instinctively felt a sense of foreboding but answered the call nonetheless. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Please investigate who dined with Munanyan at the Moonlight restaurant this afternoon and ascertain their relationship." "Understood, Mr. Liu." He hung up, driving toward the Moonlight restaurant, eager to uncover who was responsible for his unexpected overtime. At the Moonlight restaurant, after entering, Munanyan and Xiangyu opted for an outdoor table to avoid excessive spending. Xiangyu pointed to a window-side seat and said, "Let us sit here."
"All right."
Following Xiangyu, Munanyan approached the designated table. Upon arrival, Xiangyu did not hasten to take a seat. Instead, he pulled out the chair opposite him, gesturing for Munanyan to sit. "Thank you." Munanyan, not overthinking it, expressed her gratitude and took her seat, after which Xiangyu settled into the chair across from her. A server approached, presenting 2 menus to them. "Xiangyu, you order first and choose what you like," Munanyan suggested. Xiangyu, not one to be coy, took the menu, glanced through it, and began to list his selections: matsuba crab, stonefish, aged duck soup with tangerine peel, and a seasonal vegetable. After finishing, he turned to Munanyan, asking, "Would you like anything else?" Munanyan shook her head. "No, it's just the 2 of us. Ordering too much would be wasteful. What would you like to drink?" He inquired. "Cranberry juice, please." "Very well, 1 cranberry juice as well." He handed the menu to the server, who accepted it and departed, raising an eyebrow. Munanyan looked at Xiangyu. "You seem quite familiar with this place." As he spoke, Xiangyu instinctively touched his nose. In truth, he had dined here several times with his ex-girlfriend, but he dared not disclose this to Munanyan, fearing it might tarnish her impression of him. "It turns out that way. The last time I dined here with a friend, I found their dishes quite delightful. Indeed, I just ordered their signature dishes. I wonder if you have tried them. You might want to sample them shortly. I believe they are quite commendable. My friend is allergic to seafood and did not order any last time, but this time presents an opportunity to taste it." The 2 engaged in light-hearted conversation, and before long, the dishes were served. They began to eat, chatting amiably, yet none of them broached the subject regarding the company. In the luxurious residence, a Rolls-Royce pulled into the garage and came to a halt. Louis Ran opened the car door and proceeded directly to the living room. The butler promptly welcomed him, bowing respectfully. "Yes," Louis Ran replied nonchalantly, making his way to the sofa in the living room where he sat for a while before inquiring, "Butler, has there been any unusual behavior from Munanyan in recent days?" The butler pondered for a moment before responding, "Miss Mu? Did you not previously refer to her as young madam? Who instructed the change in address? Louis Rand's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed an intense gaze upon the butler, resembling a scrutinizing judge. The butler, intimidated by this look, hastily explained, "It was Miss Sue who asked us to change it. The last time she visited Yujing Tiancheng to see young madam, she hardly ate and went upstairs." Miss Sue mentioned. As the butler faltered, unsure how to continue, it appeared that no matter how he framed his words, it would seem like he was stirring discord. Louis Rand's impatience grew, and his tone turned colder. What did she say? With no choice but to press on, the butler ventured. Miss Sue stated that the young master and young madam would inevitably divorce, advising us not to call her young madam, lest the true young madam learn of it and become upset. The moment the butler finished speaking, Louis Rand's expression darkened. He initially believed Munanyan was bullying Su Nanqing, only to find that it was Su Nanqing who had been mistreating Munanyan. Munanyan and I are legally married. Even if we lack affection, she is still Mrs. Liu. She deserves every bit of respect, and I will not tolerate any disregard for her position. Even if I consider Nanqing a sister, this matter is beyond her purview. I understand, young master. We will be more cautious moving forward. By the way, there is something else. What is it? Louis Rand inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on the butler, who was now sweating profusely, yet dared not wipe his brow. The butler spoke cautiously. After saying this, I hardly dared to look at you, fearing your anger might turn against me. Louis Rand, not comprehending the butler's words, directly asked, "What do you mean?" The butler wiped his forehead, his voice trembling as he replied. When the young lady first moved here, she delighted in exploring the surroundings, particularly on weekends when she would often wander into the small garden at the back, sometimes sitting there for an entire afternoon. She treated us with great kindness. However, as time passed, she began to spend most of her time in her bedroom, only emerging for meals. Perhaps Miss Sue's earlier comments and our attitudes had influenced her, leading her to speak less within the residence. Louis Rand recalled seeing Munanyan dining and laughing with another man today, and his temper flared. It infuriated him that she could smile so joyfully at another man, while she consistently kept him at arm's length. "I understand," he said tersely.
You may leave now.
Louis Rand found himself at a loss regarding his feelings for Munanyan. Just moments ago, he felt a twinge of guilt. But the thought of her dining with another man ignited his anger. The phone rang, and Louis Rand answered to find it was Song Rue calling. "Speak," he commanded. "President Liu, it's about the lady." Song Rue hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He felt as though he might perish from the weight of his own uncertainty. "Why can't you articulate your thoughts clearly? Do you wish to resign?"
No.
"President Liu, it's just that the news I have might require you to remain calm. Speak quickly. There's no time for pleasantries." Louis Rand's expression darkened. If Song Rue was so hesitant, it must be something serious, perhaps related to Louis Rand himself. After considerable mental preparation, Song Rue finally blurted out, "I went to the Moonlight restaurant and saw that man. I took photos and had someone investigate. The man is the son of the CEO of Pin's Hang Clothing, named Shang Yu. The lady is currently employed at that company. We inquired further, and the employees mentioned that they are in a relationship. Shang Yu even dismissed an employee for her sake. It seems everyone at the company is aware of their connection." As he spoke, Song Rue's voice dwindled, nearly inaudible. Louis Rand remained silent and abruptly hung up, throwing his phone to the ground with a resounding crash, scattering tiny components everywhere and cracking the edge of the coffee table. "Munanyan, you are truly remarkable," Louis Rand muttered through clenched teeth, feeling as if he might shatter his own jaw, yet he felt no pain. At the Moonlight restaurant, Munanyan suddenly sneezed. Shang Yu looked at her with concern. "Are you alright? You're not coming down with a cold, are you?" "I'm fine. As the saying goes, 1 is scolded, 2 reflect, and 3 catch a cold."
Perhaps someone is reprimanding me.
"You're so calm about being scolded? Isn't that normal? I'm not a currency note. I can't expect everyone to like me. There will inevitably be those who criticize me behind my back. You certainly have a broad perspective." Shang Yu regarded her with a playful expression, and Munanyan smiled back, choosing not to respond. If she were any less composed, she might have succumbed to frustration long ago. "Wait here for me a moment. I need to visit the restroom," she said. "All right, go ahead," he replied. With her bag in hand, Munanyan made her way to the restroom. Upon her return, she glanced towards their table, only to find it empty. She looked around. Over here, Shang Yu waved at her as she emerged. Noticing him, Munanyan approached. "Weren't you supposed to wait at the table?" she remarked, heading toward the cashier to settle the bill. Shang Yu caught her arm. "Let's go. I've already taken care of it." Confusion washed over her face. "Did you not say that this meal was my treat? What kind of man would let a lady pay for dinner?" "I still have my pride," he insisted. But you previously mentioned I should treat you to dinner as a favor. What becomes of that? No issue at all. You can treat me, and I'll cover the cost, he said, adopting a mischievous demeanor. Munanyan, speechless at his antics, conceded, for the bill had already been settled. She followed Xiangyu out of the Moonlight restaurant. It seems treating you to dinner as a favor is a bit challenging, she mused. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to ask. I will certainly help. That suffices. We are friends now, after all. I will definitely seek your help when needed, she replied, glancing at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Do you need a ride? She inquired, gesturing toward the 2 cars in the parking lot. Xiangyu pondered for a moment, acknowledging the logic in her suggestion. Very well. See you at the office tomorrow. Indeed, Munanyan said, turning to open her car door and sliding inside. She lowered the window and looked at Xiangyu. I'm off now. All right, he waved, his hand lingering in the air as her car passed him. She certainly departs in haste, he remarked playfully, before getting into his own vehicle and driving away from the Moonlight restaurant. Chapter 60. What exactly do you want? Madam, please hold on. I will summon a car to another villa, the butler said, promptly making a call to arrange for a driver to transport Liu Yiran's seldom-used vehicle, allowing Munanyan to park her own in the garage. Munanyan approached the butler. She found Liu Yiran's behavior perplexing. He had once supported Su Nanxing in bullying her, yet now he was her protector. What was his true intention? Did he feel guilty for wanting to be with Su Nanxing? If they were indeed together, he should not be referring to her as madam. What has gotten into Liu Yiran? Why is he suddenly so irate? Who could have provoked him? She mused, changing her shoes as she entered. Liu Yiran sat motionless on the sofa, and Munanyan looked at him, asking, "Why are you like this?" Regret washed over her as she uttered the words. She had inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts. Upon hearing those words, Liu Yiran could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly, striding towards Munanyan, and with both hands tightly gripping her neck, he glared at her with fury. Terrified by his actions, Munanyan desperately clawed at his hands, pleading for him to release her. Liu Yiran, what on earth do you intend to do? She was utterly bewildered. She had merely posed a question. Yet Liu Yiran seemed intent on choking the life out of her. Munanyan, are you so eager to divorce me? We are not even officially divorced. And yet you are so impatient to seek another man? Liu Yiran fixed his gaze upon her, and for a fleeting moment, he truly wished to extinguish the life of this ungrateful woman. What man? Munanyan felt the air within her chest slowly dissipating, and she was on the verge of suffocation. Only then did she realize that Liu Yiran was referring to Xiangyu, yet she had never been involved with him. She longed to explain, but found herself utterly speechless, the air escaping her in measured increments as she gazed at Liu Yiran with a dazed expression. Sensing that death was imminent, at that moment, Liu Yiran released her, and she collapsed onto the floor, erupting into a violent coughing fit. Liu Yiran stood nearby, surveying her as one might observe an ant, capable of extinguishing her existence at any moment. Cough, cough, cough. After a prolonged struggle, Munanyan finally regained her composure. As she lifted her gaze to meet Liu Yiran's, she was met with a chilling indifference and a hint of murderous intent, compelling her to lower her head once more. Avoiding his stare, she was genuinely terrified by Liu Yiran's demeanor. The thought of him wishing to kill her was far more alarming than her previous encounters with him at the old residence. Trembling uncontrollably, she huddled in the corner, wrapping her arms around her legs, and began to weep softly. Liu Yiran, witnessing her state, felt nothing but scorn. You dare to shed tears after bringing disgrace upon me? Munanyan, I have ensured that the housekeeper caters to you like a lady of privilege, and yet you have chosen to betray me. How can you justify your tears? The living room was enveloped in silence, save for Munanyan's occasional sobs. After what felt like an eternity, she gradually calmed herself, wiping away her tears and sitting in silence on the floor, lost in her thoughts or perhaps in a daze. The stillness was suddenly interrupted by a hoarse voice. Since you are aware, let us proceed with the divorce. After all, our marriage was merely a contractual agreement devoid of affection. You may wed Su Nanxing, that would be splendid. Munanyan spoke these words with an unsettling calmness. Having reached her breaking point, she believed that her gravest mistake had been marrying Liu Yiran. Liu Yiran turned to her, his eyes filled with sarcasm.
Munanyan.
You clearly wish to divorce and frolic with your boyfriend. Now you feign concern for me. How skilled you are at acting. Does it truly matter what the reason for the divorce is? Do you not wish to part ways? Have you not convinced yourself that I have already shared a bed with Xiangyu? You surely do not wish for me any longer, given that man is willing to don a green hat for himself. Munanyan, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions to provoke me into divorce. I assure you, I shall not grant you that satisfaction. With our situation having escalated to such a degree, what further discourse remains? You and Su Nanxing are already together. How dare you cast judgment upon me? Was it not her confidence derived from your support that emboldened her to trouble me here? It is evident that you desire this divorce yourself, yet you insist on attributing the blame to me. Lu Yiran, I have lost all respect for you. Munanyan fixed her gaze upon Lu Yiran, her voice frigid. Lu Yiran was thoroughly incensed, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was indeed he who had instigated Su Nanxing's harassment toward Munanyan. Chapter 61. I was deceiving you. Seeing Lu Yiran fall silent, Munanyan rose from the ground and seated herself on the sofa opposite him. With a calm demeanor, she stated, Lu Yiran, please let me go. Haven't you already found someone you cherish? Would it not be better for you to marry her? Why must I be an unwelcome presence between you? Who informed you that I am with Su Nanxing? I do not require anyone to inform me. My own eyes suffice. If she were merely your sister, you would not have allowed her to torment your wife. Furthermore, the internet is rife with rumors that you are about to make your relationship public. I am not blind. Her words inexplicably eased some of Lu Yiran's ire, and he regarded her with a bemused expression, asking, Are you envious?
Munanyan lifted her gaze.
Locking eyes with Lu Yiran and replied coldly, Lu Yiran, do you consider yourself a currency that everyone must cherish? Am I not worth more than mere money? Why would I not be liked? When Lu Yiran spoke those words, confidence radiated from him, as though not being favored by him was an egregious mistake. Munanyan found herself momentarily speechless by his audacity, ultimately retorting, I shall never develop feelings for a man who chokes me at every encounter, wishing for my demise. Lu Yiran gazed at Munanyan, rendered speechless. Her expression softened slightly, and she proposed, Lu Yiran, let us have an earnest conversation. What would you like to discuss? Let's dissolve our contract and divorce. Is it truly your desire to divorce? Yes.
Why?
Is it merely for the sake of your boyfriend? At this moment, Munanyan had no intention of clarifying her relationship with Xiangyu. Her sole focus was on obtaining a divorce.
Indeed.
I initially consented to our contract marriage because I was without a partner. Now that I have someone I hold dear, it is only natural that I wish to be with him. Do you not also have Su Nanxing? Would it not be better for us to divorce and allow each other to pursue happiness? Why should I facilitate your desires? Munanyan, I am your husband. But this union is a facade. We shall inevitably part ways. What harm is there in doing so now? You are well aware of the reasons behind my marriage to you. Until I secure my inheritance, you shall not divorce me. By divorcing me and marrying Su Nanxing, would you not also acquire your inheritance? It would merely be delayed by a month. I find it troublesome, Munanyan. Let me make myself clear. Do not entertain thoughts of divorce. Since you cannot control your affections and have developed feelings for another, you shall remain in Yujing Tiancheng from this day forth. During our period of agreement, I will not allow you to bring disgrace upon me. Are you planning to confine me here? Absolutely not. I still have to go to work. Munanyan stood up in agitation, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Lu Yiran. Yet Lu Yiran remained unperturbed, calmly responding, This is all of your own making. Your work has nothing to do with me. With that, Lu Yiran stood to leave, causing Munanyan to panic. The thought of being trapped here terrified her, and she immediately called out to him, Lu Yiran, I am not with him. I was just deceiving you. Please do not imprison me here. Lu Yiran halted, turning to face her. What did you just say? I said I was lying. I am not together with Xiangyu. We are merely friends. Lu Yiran approached her, lifting her chin with his hand, a mocking expression gracing his features. Knowing what kind of person I am, why do you still refuse to divorce me? You truly can be quite flexible when it comes to power. Lu Yiran, you actually allow your wife to betray you. How absurd. Munanyan's words ignited a fury within Lu Yiran. He gripped her chin tightly, as if intending to shatter her bones. Though pain coursed through her, Munanyan remained silent, simply gazing at him. With a forceful shove, Lu Yiran released her, causing her to stumble and fall, her arms and legs scraping against the coffee table, leaving her skin bruised. He stood by, observing the scene with an impassive expression. Munanyan, you will remain here. Do not think you can go anywhere. That man dares to have designs on you. I will not let him off easily. With that, he strode purposefully towards the living room exit. Munanyan, clutching her injury, shouted after him, What are you planning to do to him? He is innocent. I truly have no relationship with him. Please do not harm him. Panic rose within her. She was utterly alone, vulnerable to Lu Yiran's bullying. She could not let anyone else suffer because of her, especially since Xiangyu had helped her. You defend him so ardently while claiming there is no connection between you. Munanyan, do you take me for a fool? Am I so easily deceived? Must I never see him again? Let us not involve innocent parties in our affairs. Xiangyu has nothing to do with this. He merely aided me, and I treated him to a meal. That will depend on your behavior. With that, Lu Yiran's figure disappeared from the living room. Munanyan understood that he had acquiesced. As long as she did not meet Xiangyu, he would not trouble him. Yet, she found herself unable to leave, uncertain of Lu Yiran's true intentions, realizing that he would only be satisfied if she uttered those words. Munanyan clutched the armrest of the sofa, finally managing to rise to her feet. Her wrists and legs were scraped and bruised, making it impossible for her to go to work, even if she wished to. Slowly, she moved back to the sofa and sat down. At that moment, the butler emerged and addressed Munanyan. "Young madam, your injuries appear quite severe. Shall I summon the family doctor?" Munanyan smiled faintly and replied, "It's all right, butler. Is there a first aid kit? I can tend to myself." The butler shook his head in resignation and went to retrieve the first aid kit from another room. Chapter 62. The first friend after work. Initially, the butler intended to accompany Munanyan into the living room, but upon witnessing an argument between the two, he opted to remain outside, refraining from intruding. In truth, the eldest master harbored feelings for the young madam. However, regrettably, the situation she had created seemed destined to exacerbate their discord. The butler sighed internally. Having initially hoped for a union between Lu Yiran and Munanyan, yet now, it appeared increasingly improbable. Emerging with the first aid kit, the butler placed it on the coffee table and was about to assist Munanyan when she stopped him. "Butler, you may continue with your duties. I can manage the medication myself." "Young madam, are you certain you can handle it alone?" "Rest assured, I am quite capable."
Dingling.
As the butler stepped out of the living room, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lu Yiran and he promptly answered. "Hello, master. Come to the garage." "Yes, master." After the call ended, the butler hurried over. Upon seeing Lu Yiran, he quickly inquired, "Master, is something amiss? Where did this car come from?" Lu Yiran pointed at the Xiaomi SU7, having noticed it immediately upon his arrival. "When did such an inexpensive vehicle appear in my garage? I distinctly remember a Lamborghini was parked here before. Where has it gone?" The butler, facing the Xiaomi SU7, hesitantly replied, "Master, this car belongs to the young madam. I had the driver move the previous vehicle to your current villa." "Munanyan purchased this car?" Lu Yiran gazed at the butler in disbelief, who nodded in affirmation. How could a university student afford such a car? Lu Yiran questioned, puzzled. Although he had given Munanyan 100,000 this month, hadn't she just treated her friends to a meal? Where did she acquire the funds for a car? "You might want to ask the lady herself. I am not privy to the details." "Understood. No one is to allow her to leave here without my permission." "Yes, master. The young madam's injuries are quite serious. Yet she insists on handling them herself." "Very well." Observing that Lu Yiran had fallen silent, the butler took his leave. Lu Yiran pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the Xiaomi SU7, sending it to Song Rui. "Lu Yiran, find out how much this car costs." Song Rui. "Understood, Mr. Lu." Surprised to receive a message from Lu Yiran, Song Rui noted that the esteemed gentleman had not thrown his phone this time. "It is hard to believe. The last time I merely visited a bar, I stumbled, and now Miss Mu has strayed." How could he not be infuriated? "No, that cannot be right. It must be the spare phone I left in his car. Alas, I shall know the truth tomorrow at the office. For now, I must hasten to complete my tasks." Song Rui searched online for the price of the car and quickly found the information, sending a message to Lu Yiran. "Song Rui, Mr. Lu, the price of this car is approximately 2.53 million, but it depends on the configuration. Do you require further details?" Lu Yiran, "No need." Song Rui. "Understood, Mr. Lu." Gazing at the car, Lu Yiran felt an increasing sense of confusion. How could Munanyan afford a vehicle worth over 200,000? Where did she acquire such funds? Could it possibly be a gift from that man? He sent another message to Song Rui. "Lu Yiran, please investigate whether Munanyan purchased this car herself or if it was given to her by someone else." Song Rui, "I will look into it, Mr. Lu." Resigned, he redressed, tidied himself, and departed. He noticed that ever since the boss married the boss lady, his overtime hours had dramatically increased. Life had become increasingly unbearable. Lu Yiran, however, did not dwell on it. He drove away, knowing that once Song Rui uncovered the truth, all questions would be answered. "Munanyan, I may not be able to go to the office anymore. The design of the new products is nearly complete. Could you assist me in negotiating with the design department to allow me to work online?" "Xiangyu, what is wrong? Why can't you come to the office?" "Xiangyu, are you injured? Is everything all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? I can come to see you." Xiangyu's words were filled with urgency and concern, and Munanyan could not fail to notice. Yet, she could no longer afford the luxury of friendship with him. She must shield him from any potential repercussions. Munanyan, I am fine. There is no need for you to visit. My wounds have already been treated. Shangyu, alright. But how long do you anticipate working online? Munanyan, I am unsure. Some issues have arisen at home, and I might be unable to go to the office for a while. If the company objects, please assist me in resigning. Shangyu, you can trust that I will handle this. I will ensure you are not dismissed. Moreover, the design department has nearly completed most of its tasks, and there is nothing particularly urgent ahead. Munanyan, thank you, Shangyu. We have known each other for such a brief time, yet you are so willing to help. Shangyu, there is no need for such formality. We are friends after all. By the way, is your family situation serious? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Munanyan, it is not very serious, just a temporary situation. Shangyu, alright then, take care and rest well.
Munanyan, yes.
You too. Good night. Shangyu, good night. As their conversation concluded, Munanyan reflected on her exchanges with Shangyu, feeling a tumult of emotions. He was the first friend she had made since entering the workforce, yet due to Liu Yiran, she was destined to lose this friendship. Perhaps they would never meet again. Munanyan placed her phone upon the table, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the injuries adorning her wrist and knee. She sat in a stupor, oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 63. The young mistress fainted. The following morning, the steward had breakfast prepared by 7 o'clock, yet Munanyan did not descend. Assuming her injuries necessitated rest, he thought little of it. However, as the clock struck 10 and she still did not appear, concern began to creep into the steward's mind. He approached the door of Munanyan's room and knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. After several attempts with no response, he knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. Still, silence prevailed. Fearing that something may have befallen her, he retrieved a spare key and unlocked the door. Upon entry, he was met with a sight of Munanyan lying on the floor, prompting him to rush to her side. Madam, are you alright? He called. Yet Munanyan remained unresponsive. With no other recourse, he dialed for an ambulance. Hello, is this 120? There is someone who has fainted at Yujing Tiancheng Building 8. After concluding the call, the steward attempted to reach Liu Yiran. Beep, beep, beep. He dialed several times, but each call went unanswered. Reluctantly, he contacted Elder Liu. Hello, steward, what is it? Came the kind voice of the elder. Upon answering, the steward sighed in relief and hastily replied, Elder, it is dire. The young mistress has fainted. What? Yan has fainted? Have you called the doctor? The elder's tone turned urgent. I have called 120. The ambulance is en route. Which hospital? I shall go there immediately. Second hospital. Alright, please take good care of Yan. I will be there as swiftly as I can. With that, Elder Liu hastily hung up. The ambulance arrived shortly thereafter, and with the assistance of the paramedics, Munanyan was transported to the hospital. At the second hospital, by the time Elder Liu arrived, Munanyan had already undergone her examination and was placed in a VIP room. Following the room number provided by the steward, she found her way there, whereupon the steward quickly approached to assist her. Elder, please take care, he urged.
How is Yan?
The doctor stated that her fever was induced by an infection in her wounds, compounded by the fact that she had not eaten last night or this morning, resulting in low blood sugar, which caused her to faint. The doctor has redressed her wounds. With some rest, she should recover. The steward conveyed Munanyan's condition truthfully, hoping to alleviate Elder Liu's worries. However, upon hearing this, her concern deepened, her face etched with anxiety as she gazed at the steward. How could Yan have been injured? Why did she not eat last night or this morning? How have you been caring for her? Elder Liu's words were laden with reproach. Just weeks prior, she had seen Munanyan full of vitality. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? Had Yan been mistreated? Madame Liu, upon reflecting on the situation, found herself increasingly dissatisfied with the butler. Although she held a certain indifference towards her grandson, she harbored a fondness for his wife, a sweet and gentle young lady who was hard not to admire. Recognizing the butler's discomfort, she spoke candidly. Speak the truth. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility. The butler, realizing there was no evading the matter, reluctantly confessed. Hearing this, Madame Liu furrowed her brow. She recalled that the last time she had seen these two, their relationship appeared harmonious. What had transpired in such a brief interval? Where is Iran? She inquired. When the young mistress fainted, I called the eldest young master, but he did not answer. The butler replied, his voice dwindling in volume, fearing the wrath of Madame Liu. Her expression darkened. The elderly lady retrieved her mobile phone and dialed Liu Yiran directly. The line rang incessantly without a response, and her countenance grew increasingly grim. She subsequently called Lu Yiran's assistant, Song Rue. Madam Lu, Song Rue answered promptly, acknowledging her with respect. Where is Yiran? She demanded. The young master has not arrived at the company today. I ask you where he has gone. Today is the day Ms. Wang is being discharged. The young master went to pick her up. Who is Ms. Wang? Madam Lu's agitation escalated. Why would Lu Yiran personally attend to someone else's discharge while neglecting his own wife? He had truly become quite accomplished. She is the nanny Lu Ma, who previously took care of the young master. Madame Lu recalled Lu Ma, who had retired several years prior, surprised that Lu Yiran still maintained contact with her. It was perplexing how he could show such kindness to a servant while disregarding his own spouse. He is in dire need of a lesson, she thought. I understand, she declared before ending the call. After a brief moment of navigation on her phone, she dialed another number. The voice of the elder mister. Lu resonated on the other end. It's still early. I have something urgent to discuss. Send someone to bring Yiran to the second hospital. That insolent boy truly needs a reprimand. Yuzhen, do not be agitated. Your blood pressure is already high. Let us converse calmly. What has happened? That boy has laid hands on Yan. She is currently in a hospital room, and he is untraceable, yet he is attending to Lu Ma with great concern. Assistant Song said he personally went to escort Lu Ma. What? Lu Yiran has laid hands on Yan? Is this the manner in which I have raised him to treat his wife? It infuriates me. Yuzhen, do not fret. I shall undoubtedly confront that young man and demand an apology from him in front of Yan today. With that, the elder mister. Lu ended the call to arrange for Yiran's retrieval. Madame Lu stowed her phone away and approached Munanyan's bedside. Upon noticing the injury on Nanyan's wrist, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Oh, my poor child, how you have suffered. Chapter 64, Young Master Lu, please accompany us. Madame Lu clutched Munanyan's hand with one hand while wiping away her tears with the other. This poignant scene nearly brought the housekeeper to tears as well, revealing that there are indeed those who care for the young mistress. Meanwhile, Lu Yiran arrived at the hospital shortly after 9 o'clock. Finding that Su Nanqing had already gathered Wang Ilio's belongings, and Wang Ilio had changed into her own clothes. Upon seeing Lu Yiran enter, Wang Ilio joyfully exclaimed, Yiran. Lu Yiran responded with a smile, Aunt Lu, I have no pressing matters today, and I had previously arranged with Nanqing to come pick you up. Brother Yiran. Su Nanqing chimed in. Lu Yiran merely offered Su Nanqing a brief greeting, maintaining a cool demeanor, for he had yet to forget the things she had done at Yujing Tiancheng. It seemed he had indeed indulged her too much, otherwise. How could she have dared to speak to the housekeeper in such a manner? Aunt Lu, have you completed your discharge paperwork? Nanqing has just taken care of it for me. Please take care of yourself moving forward. You need to rest more, as your leg has not fully healed. Understood. Lu Yiran took hold of Aunt Lu's luggage and led them out of the hospital. He placed the belongings in the trunk and said to Wang Ilio, Aunt Lu, please sit in the front passenger seat. I recall you tend to get car sick, and it will be more comfortable up front.
All right.
Thus, Lu Yiran took the driver's seat, Wang Ilio occupied the passenger seat, while Su Nanqing sat alone in the back. As she gazed at the front seat, a mixture of emotions swirled within her. She had yet to experience the privilege of sitting in the passenger seat beside Brother Yiran. If it were not for picking up her mother from the hospital today, it surely would have been her in that seat. At the Shungan apartment, Lu Yiran parked the car downstairs. The three disembarked, and Wang Ilio turned to Lu Yiran, saying, Su Nanqing chimed in, Yes, Brother Yiran, please come up with us. It has been a long time since you visited my home. Just as Lu Yiran contemplated agreeing, he noticed several cars approaching, and a number of bodyguards descended upon him. Su Nanqing grew anxious at this sight, shouting at the guards, Who are you? Why are you surrounding Brother Yiran? Do you know who he is? However, the bodyguards paid her no mind, respectfully addressing Lu Yiran, Young Master Lu, we must ask you to accompany us. Does grandfather require my presence? Master Lu has requested your attendance. Beyond that, we were given no further instructions. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Very well. Please exercise caution on the way. If there are matters to discuss, let us do so amicably, without raising our voices. Brother Yiran, are you truly all right?
Su Nanqing inquired.
A hint of worry in her voice as she observed the intimidating number of bodyguards. All right. After Su Nanqing spoke, she led Wang Ilio into the complex. Lu Yiran watched them enter before retrieving his phone, realizing he had inadvertently set it to silent mode. To his surprise, he discovered a barrage of missed calls, some from the housekeeper at Yujing Tiancheng and others from his grandparents. It seemed something significant had occurred, prompting both parties to reach out to him. The only explanation he could fathom was related to Munanyan, and he was eager to uncover what mischief she was up to this time. Let us go. Lu Yiran put away his phone and settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Two bodyguards proactively approached, taking their places in the driver's and passenger seats. The engine roared to life as Lou Iran closed his eyes in the back, seeking solace. After approximately half an hour of meditation, he opened his eyes to the familiar scenery outside. This seemed to be the route from the hospital to the Shungan apartment. A frown creased his brow as he turned to the bodyguard in front and inquired, "What is the purpose of our visit to the second hospital? Who is unwell?" "We are unaware of the details. It was Elder Lou who instructed us to bring you here." Seeing that he could extract no further information, Lou Iran chose silence. His brow furrowed with a foreboding sense of unease. The car came to a halt at the entrance of the second hospital. Lou Iran disembarked alongside the bodyguard, followed closely by several other guards from the vehicles behind. "You need not accompany us further. These two will take me up," he asserted. Yet, lacking inheritance rights, even these bodyguards were not obliged to heed his words. He was merely an employee of the Lou family, appearing prosperous on the surface, while holding no real power within the family. Clenching his fingers discreetly, he vowed to secure his rightful authority in the Lou clan as soon as possible. Lou Iran followed the bodyguards into the second hospital, making his way directly to the VIP ward in the inpatient department. Upon reaching the door and seeing both Elder Lou and Elder Madam Lou standing there in good health, his confusion deepened. Why were they here? Were they visiting a patient? Yet, what need was there for him to be summoned, especially with such a contingent of bodyguards? He knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the noise, Elder Lou and Elder Madam Lou turned their gazes toward the entrance. Upon recognizing Lou Iran, their expression soured, and they approached the door, opening it. Elder Lou looked sternly at Lou Iran and commanded, "Come with me." They led Lou Iran into the adjoining lounge. As soon as the door closed behind them, Elder Lou's cane struck Lou Iran's back. Chapter 65. Munanyan is hospitalized. Lou Iran was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. This was the first time Elder Lou had ever struck him. His expression darkened. As the president of the Dingshun group, he could not fathom being struck by Elder Lou. Bewildered, he questioned, "Grandfather, why did you hit me?"
"Humph. How can you even ask that?"
"You are bringing shame upon the Lou family." Lou Iran, now even more perplexed, wondered what he had done to tarnish the family's reputation. What has transpired? Elder Lou gazed at him with a look of profound disappointment. "Lou Iran, have you lost all sense of manhood? You laid your hands on Nanyan?
How could you?
She is so much younger than you. Marrying you is already a concession. How dare you strike her? Has she reported this to you?" Lou Iran had not anticipated that the issue was indeed about Munanyan. However, he was taken aback that she had confided in their grandparents. How could she shamefully reveal to them that he had struck her? Truly, she was devoid of shame. What sort of expression is that? "I informed you, Lou Iran, that Nanyan's words do not reflect the truth. Are you aware that she has developed an infection and is suffering from a fever? She has been admitted to the hospital, and as her husband, you neglect your wife's well-being to attend to a servant. You infuriate me. How could the Lou family produce a man like you?"
To me?
"Luma has never been merely a servant. She has cared for me throughout my life. Have my parents ever shown me any concern? You cannot speak of her in such a manner. I have cherished a lifelong bond with your grandmother, yet you have learned nothing from it. Despite your parents' discord, your father has never laid a hand on your mother, whereas you have learned to resort to violence. Truly, each generation seems to descend further." Old Master Lou grew increasingly agitated, bewildered by how Lou Iran had come to this point. Lou Iran bore his own burdens, unable to divulge the true cause of the quarrel with Munanyan to his elders, for that would shatter the facade of a loving couple they had maintained for so long. Munanyan is hospitalized? So the patient in the adjacent room is Munanyan? A flicker of guilt stirred within Lou Iran, for her injury was, after all, a consequence of his actions. Yet, recalling the misdeeds she had committed, he believed her suffering to be justly deserved.
Who else could it be?
Old Master Lou was truly at his wit's end, sitting silently, unwilling to engage with Lou Iran. At this moment, old Madame Lou spoke up. For the sake of inheritance, he could not afford to sever ties with Munanyan. Thus Lou Iran was compelled to navigate the situation delicately. He addressed old Madame Lou with a gentle tone. "Grandmother, every couple experiences discord. Moreover, my acquaintance with Yan is still fresh. It is natural for us to need time to adjust to one another, and misunderstandings are to be expected. Furthermore, her injury was not inflicted by me. It was an unfortunate accident." "Is that truly the case? You did not strike her?" "Nevertheless, one cannot leave Yan alone at home out of anger. The housekeeper informed me that she has not eaten dinner or breakfast and has suffered from low blood sugar. Conflicts between spouses should be resolved through conversation. Arguing only exacerbates issues and can damage the relationship." "I understand, grandmother." "Very well. now that the matter has been clarified. Since Iran did not harm Yan Yan, we shall let this go. Iran, please go and check on Yan Yan. She has yet to awaken. Understood. Having spoken, Lu Iran turned and exited the lounge, proceeding to the adjacent hospital room. He pushed the door open and entered to find Munanyan lying quietly in the hospital bed, her face devoid of color. This was the first time Lu Iran had seen her asleep. Her eyes were firmly closed, her previously plump lips now parched. Even in slumber, her brow was tightly furrowed, suggesting discomfort that compelled one to reach out and smooth away her frown. He seated himself in a nearby chair, silently observing Munanyan. I am here only to put on a performance for my grandparents, not for you, Munanyan. Lu Iran engaged in self-justification, crafting a rational excuse for his presence as he continued to gaze at her. Madame Lu and Mr. Lu emerged from the adjacent lounge. Peering discreetly from the doorway, Madame Lu caught a glimpse of Lu Iran's profile. Witnessing the scene within the hospital room brought her a sense of solace. In a hushed tone, she remarked to Mr. Lu, my dear, I sense that Iran still harbors feelings for Yan Yan. Perhaps his childhood experiences have rendered him somewhat extreme in his expressions, leading to inappropriate methods of handling matters. With time spent together, I believe they will find their way. She sighed. Let us hope for the best. Mr. Lu recalled Iran's earlier words, recognizing his emotional depth. Even the nanny who cared for him since childhood received his unwavering kindness. However, he pondered whether Yan and Iran could truly endure. It would be beneficial for them to spend more time together, he concluded. Madame Lu agreed with her husband, and together they departed the hospital. Believing that the elderly couple remained next door, Lu Iran chose to stay put, quietly seated in the hospital room. With nothing else to occupy him, he began attending to company matters on his phone. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone broke the silence. Halfway through reading a document, he glanced at the screen and saw the name Runaway flashing before him. He answered promptly, Hello, what can I do for you? Mr. Lu, will you be coming to the office this afternoon? Lu Iran looked at his watch, realizing how swiftly time had passed. It was already 1 o'clock. I won't be able to make it today. If it's not of utmost importance, please handle it for me. Runaway, suppressing a chuckle, replied cheerfully, Understood, Mr. Lu. Is there anything else? You mentioned yesterday that you would look into a matter. I found that Miss Mu purchased her car outright, using her personal card. Got it. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Lu? Just as Lu Iran was about to respond negatively, his stomach grumbled, reminding him that Munanyan had not eaten all day. He added, Please arrange for 2 meals to be sent to the VIP ward at the second hospital. One should be light, suitable for a patient. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Iran resumed his focus on the documents. Unbeknownst to him, Munanyan stirred slightly on the bed. Her fingers twitched, and though he remained unaware, her eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes gradually opened. Confused, she gazed at the pristine white ceiling above. Where am I? After a moment of disorientation, she turned her head to the left and noticed the monitoring equipment, the scent of disinfectant wafting through the air. Is this a hospital? How did I end up here? As she gently moved, a wave of discomfort washed over her. A throbbing headache reminded her that she might be ill. And when her arm brushed against the bed's edge, pain shot through her, eliciting a wince. This was the first sound Munanyan made upon awakening. Hearing it, Lu Iran turned towards the bed and saw her consciousness returning. He approached her bedside and asked, How are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt? As she followed the sound of his voice, her eyes met Lu Iran's striking face, startling her. How did Lu Iran end up here? Am I hallucinating? The last person Munanyan wished to see was Lu Iran. His mere presence brought back memories of the moment he had gripped her throat. Lu Iran, noticing the expression on Munanyan's face, remarked with a somewhat displeased tone, Are you so astonished to see me? Munanyan soon realized this was no illusion. She opened her mouth to inquire about his unexpected presence, but found herself utterly speechless, her throat parched and hoarse. All she desired was a sip of water. Lu Iran perceived her discomfort, noting that her lips were even drier than before. Do you want some water? He asked. Munanyan looked at him with a hint of exasperation. As a patient with an injured hand, how could she manage a cup? With only the two of them in the room, she had no choice but to seek his assistance. In a feeble voice, she managed to utter, a straw. Her words were barely audible, requiring considerable effort to articulate. Lu Iran paused momentarily before comprehending her request. He rummaged through the drawer of the table, retrieved a straw, placed it in a cup, and brought it to her lips. His actions were awkward. It was his first experience caring for someone. After taking a few sips, Munanyan felt revitalized, the discomfort in her throat alleviated. Thank you. How did I end up here? You had an infection in your wound and developed a fever. The housekeeper brought you to the hospital, and I was summoned here by grandfather. Munanyan took a moment to process this information. She vividly recalled tending to her wound the day before. How could it have become infected? And the incident had even reached her grandparents. Where are grandfather and grandmother? They don't need to trouble themselves. I couldn't stop them from coming to see you. I didn't inform them about yesterday's events. You should pretend it's just a bruise and that we had a mere argument. Just be careful not to let anything slip. I understand. The recollection of the previous night's events still sent shivers down her spine. However, the thought of being unable to leave Yu Jingtian once she recovered filled her with unease. Now that she had the chance to speak with Lu Yiran, she felt compelled to seize the moment. Who knew when she might see him again? Lu Yiran, I promise I will never meet Yu in secret again. Please don't confine me. This internship is incredibly important to me, and I cannot afford to lose this job. Upon witnessing Munanyan's pitiful demeanor, Lu Yiran felt a flicker of compassion within him, but the thought of her connection with Yu rekindled his frustration. Why should I believe you want to meet with Yu? Everyone at your company claims you two are a couple. It's a misunderstanding. I've only met Yu once. He helped me with a minor issue at the company. An employee who was dismissed made that claim out of spite. I invited him to dinner yesterday, merely to express my gratitude. Munanyan hurriedly explained, speaking rapidly, her throat becoming increasingly uncomfortable as she coughed violently. Lu Yiran merely observed her, seemingly attempting to penetrate her facade, eager to ascertain the veracity of her words. It took Munanyan quite some time to recover. Upon noticing the scrutiny in Lu Yiran's gaze, she continued, What I say is entirely true. I have signed a contract with you. How could I possibly be in a relationship with someone else? Moreover, I do not harbor any feelings for Yu. Upon hearing her declaration of disinterest in Yu, Lu Yiran's mood brightened slightly. Let us discuss this once you've recovered. You cannot possibly return to work in your current state. A flicker of hope ignited in Munanyan's eyes. Lu Yiran had not outright rejected her, which meant there was still a chance. If she could manage to behave well over the next couple of days, Lu Yiran might indeed acquiesce. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile finally graced her face. And she gazed at Lu Yiran. He found himself captivated by her smile, despite her lack of makeup and evident frailty. There was a distinct lack of color in her face, yet to Lu Yiran, she appeared remarkably beautiful. It seemed to him that, after all their time married, this was the first instance of Munanyan smiling at him. I have yet to agree. I merely provided her with an ambiguous response. Is it truly cause for such elation? Just then, a sound shattered the silence of the room. Munanyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing to bury her head beneath the covers, however, immobilized, she could only awkwardly gaze at Lu Yiran. He turned his attention to the source of the noise. Observing Munanyan's sheepish expression. Chapter 67. What are you staring at? Are you hungry? Lu Yiran regarded her with a knowing look. Munanyan felt slightly flustered under his gaze but responded with an air of nonchalance. I haven't eaten anything since last night. Of course, I'm hungry. It's not as if I'm refusing to eat. Munanyan cast a bewildered look at Lu Yiran. Her lack of appetite was undoubtedly a consequence of his actions. Lu Yiran found her indignant yet silent expression amusing, his spirits inexplicably lifted. He ceased to tease her and, with a smile, reassured her. I've had someone bring food. It should arrive shortly. Just as he spoke, his phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket, recognizing it was a call from one of his subordinates, and answered promptly.
What is it?
Mr. Liu, the meal you requested has arrived. I'm currently at the door of the ward. Lu Yiran glanced towards the entrance, and indeed spotted a man waiting outside. Understood, he replied before ending the call. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and stood up, making his way to the door, while Munanyan lay on the bed, uncertain of his intentions. Lu Yiran approached the door, opened it, and accepted a large bag from the man outside before shutting the door behind him. He placed the food on the bedside table, adjusting it for Munanyan's convenience as she watched him intently. He then began to elevate her bed, making it easier for her to eat. Lu Yiran gazed at Munanyan and inquired, What are you staring at me for? It feels rather unusual. Munanyan, slightly puzzled, elaborated. Your current demeanor makes me feel estranged, almost as if I scarcely recognize you anymore. I, too, feel unfamiliar with this situation. It is my first time caring for a patient, Lu Yiran replied. Upon hearing this was his inaugural experience, Munanyan felt a stir of unexpected emotion. She was somewhat touched. Lu Yiran remained silent as he opened the meal box, removing its contents and placing them on the table beside Munanyan's bed. Upon observing the food on the table, and then glancing at Lu Yiran's meal, her smile faded. Why am I stuck with millet porridge and steamed egg while you indulge in shredded pork and Beijing sauce and tomato beef brisket? She lamented. You are currently a patient and cannot consume greasy food. Once you recover, you may request the butler to prepare whatever you desire, Luoyuan responded. Munanyan stared longingly at the shredded pork in Beijing sauce for an extended moment, but Luoyuan remained unfazed, enjoying his meal. Resigned, she muttered, fine. With her right hand injured, she could only eat with her left. Fortunately, her meal was a liquid one, allowing her to use a spoon with relative ease, albeit with an odd posture. Initially, she had felt quite hungry, but upon seeing her bowl of millet porridge, her appetite waned. She ate slowly. While Luoyuan beside her was completely unaffected, his eating motions elegant and deliberate, as he watched her with an air of nonchalance, almost as if flaunting his meal. This Luoyuan, feasting so lavishly while I am relegated to porridge, and doing so in my presence, truly feels like a cruel jest. Munanyan inwardly grumbled, casting him a disapproving glare, her lips pursed in indignation. Luoyuan found her vexed expression amusing, realizing she looked rather endearing when angry. All right, eat up. I'll have them bring you something delicious for dinner, he said with a hint of affection. A spark of excitement ignited in Munanyan's eyes as she exclaimed, really? Indeed, Luoyuan replied casually. Her spirits lifted instantly. The millet porridge suddenly seemed less unappetizing, and she began to eat with newfound enthusiasm. Yet, why was she so elated over a mere promise of good food? When did she become so easily satisfied? Luoyuan observed her, feeling as though he could not fully comprehend her. Previously, he had perceived Munanyan as deeply contemplative, resembling a mature and rational adult. Yet now she appeared as a carefree girl, delighted by the prospect of a tasty meal. Munanyan took out her phone to message the design director. Director Lu, I have been hospitalized for the past few days and may need to take a 2-day leave. Lu Dahai replied. Hospitalized? Is it serious? Munanyan responded. It's nothing serious. I have a slight fever and might need to stay for 2 days. Thank you for your concern, Director. Lu Dahai, Xiaoshang has already informed me about your situation. The company is not busy at the moment, so take a good rest. You may return once you have fully recovered. Munanyan, thank you, Director Lu. Upon receiving Director Lu's response, Munanyan let out a sigh of relief. She genuinely enjoyed working at Pinshang, believing that both the owner and the director were just individuals. At least in the matter of plagiarism. They did not show favoritism towards Chun Wenhua simply because she was a long-standing employee. Moreover, continuing her work here might present her with the opportunity to participate in a fashion design competition. Munanyan placed her phone on the blanket, intending to lie down for a brief rest. As she settled in, she turned her head and caught sight of Luoyuan, who was diligently engrossed in his work. His handsome profile captivated her, and she found herself staring at him in a daze. Although Luoyuan had a rather difficult personality, his striking looks were undeniable. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Luoyuan lifted his head, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. Without uttering a word, he looked at her with a profound expression. Realizing she had been caught staring, Munanyan felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly turned away, feigning sleep. Luoyuan continued to observe her back, finding it peculiar that he was spending such an extended time in the company of a woman. Previously, he had been here out of obligation to his grandparents. But now he found himself enjoying Munanyan's presence. After a while, noticing that she remained still, he concluded that she must have fallen asleep and returned to his work. Around 6 in the evening, Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu arrived with dinner to visit Munanyan. As they approached the hospital room, they spotted Luoyuan sitting on the sofa, perusing a magazine, while Munanyan lay on the bed, playing with her phone. Although the two were not engaging in conversation, the atmosphere felt quite pleasant. Upon entering the room, both Luoyuan and Munanyan turned to see Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu. Munanyan's face lit up with a smile. She had been on the verge of boredom throughout the day, and finally, someone had come to speak with her. Grandma. Oh, my dear Yan, how are you feeling? Is your health improving? Grandma Lu inquired with genuine concern as she approached the bedside. Chapter 68. You eat, I will diet. Grandma, I'm fine now. I don't think I have a fever anymore, and aside from my injuries, I'm basically alright. Perhaps I can be discharged tomorrow. How can you rush to be discharged? Yan, you must wait until you are fully healed before leaving the hospital. After all, our family is well off. You should rest comfortably here. Grandma, my injuries are not serious. I want to be discharged. Staying in the hospital is too uncomfortable. Munanyan pouted at Grandma Lu, genuinely fond of her despite having met only a few times. Grandma Lu treated her with such kindness, always considering her feelings. It was the first time in her life that Munanyan felt the warmth of an elder's love, making her instinctively want to act endearingly towards her. Luoyuan observed Munanyan with a bemused expression. It was the first time he had witnessed her speaking in such a tone. He had not anticipated this side of her personality. Munanyan felt a twinge of embarrassment under Luoyuan's gaze. Initially, she thought the situation was rather ordinary, but now, upon reflection, she felt a bit bashful, lowering her head and remaining silent. Yan, an infected wound can be quite perilous. What if you are discharged and the wound becomes infected again? Come now, let us stay in the hospital for a few more days. Grandma only wishes the best for you. Munanyan understood that old lady Lu had her best interests at heart and ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing her compliance, a smile spread across old lady Lu's face. By the way, Yan, how did you sustain this injury? Did that rascal Iran bully you? If he did, you must tell me. I shall certainly teach him a lesson. As she spoke, old lady Lu directed her gaze at Lu Iran, the implication of her warning unmistakably clear. Lu Iran felt somewhat exasperated. Was he not her own flesh and blood? Munanyan certainly knew how to please the elderly. And it had not taken long for old lady Lu to show her favoritism. Recalling Lu Iran's warning, Munanyan knew she could not divulge the details to old lady Lu. With a smile, she reassured the elderly woman, Grandma, rest assured, Iran did not bully me. It was merely my own clumsiness that caused the fall. Old lady Lu remained skeptical. Can a fall cause such severity? I accidentally bumped into the coffee table, that's all. I see. Do take more care in the future. Only then did old lady Lu feel reassured, realizing that Lu Iran had not misled her. The injury was indeed not his doing. He had previously explained the situation to them, but old lady Lu, wary of being deceived, sought confirmation from Munanyan once more. By the way, Yan, I brought you dinner. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something now? Grandma, I had a late lunch, so I'm not hungry yet. Have you both eaten? Yes. We had our meal before coming to see you. As the conversation continued, Munanyan felt increasingly shy. She was merely an imposter. A temporary granddaughter-in-law destined to part ways with Lu Iran in the future. The kindness showered upon her by the elderly couple tugged at her heartstrings. And she wished not to hurt their feelings. What? Are you trying to send me away as soon as I arrive? No, Grandma, that is not my intention. I'm just worried about tiring you out. You are our granddaughter-in-law. It is only right that we come to visit you. Besides, with nothing much to do at home. It's delightful to chat with you here. Very well. Noticing that Lu Iran had been there all day and that Grandma had come to check on her, Munanyan sensed an odd discomfort in sharing the same space with Lu Iran. Finally, she voiced her concern. Grandma is worried and has asked me to keep you company. But where will you sleep at night? There doesn't seem to be a suitable place for you here. Surveying the room, Munanyan realized that the only potential sleeping arrangement was the small sofa. However, given Lu Iran's towering height of nearly 6 feet, it would be quite a challenge for him to rest comfortably on such a diminutive piece of furniture. If Lu Iran at this moment still fails to comprehend the subtle implications of Munanyan's words, then he truly is quite foolish. With a sullen expression, he inquired, Are you trying to send me away? Naturally, Munanyan could discern that Lu Iran was upset, and she hastily fabricated a lie. How could that be? I merely worry that you might not rest well tonight. As she spoke, she offered him a smile. What a thankless wretch. Lu Iran chose not to engage with her words. How could he possibly be oblivious to Munanyan's little schemes? Rest assured, I will be staying in the room next door. There's a lounge there. Oh, Munanyan replied, her only concern being that Lu Iran would not spend the night in this room. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Lu Iran broke the tension, asking, Are you hungry? Yes. At such a late hour, with nothing else to occupy them, Munanyan nodded in agreement. Lu Iran approached the bedside and opened the thermal container brought by Grandma Lu, a smile threatening to escape as he beheld its contents. Noticing his expression, Munanyan inquired with curiosity, What's wrong? Nothing, just worried you might not have much of an appetite. What do you mean? Munanyan was further perplexed. Lu Iran, no longer playing coy, arranged the dining table and began to unveil the dishes from the thermal container, which astonishingly mirrored the lunch offerings, a steamed egg custard and millet porridge. Furrowing her brow at the sight of the meal, Munanyan gazed at Lu Iran in despair, exclaiming, Didn't you say there would be something delicious for dinner? Why is it still this? This is what Grandma brought. It has nothing to do with me. Munanyan felt utterly disheartened and remarked to Lu Iran, You go ahead and eat. I'm on a diet. Very well, I had intended to ask the butler to bring something else, but since you're on a diet, I suppose it can be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Munanyan's gaze towards Lu Iran shifted. He was being deliberately mischievous. Now she had no chance to backtrack. Nor could she bear to contradict herself by indulging right after claiming to be dieting. She could only swallow her pride and accept the situation. Lu Iran smiled, a smile rich with meaning. Unbeknownst to him, this was the day he had smiled the most. Previously, he had always worn a stern expression. As if someone owed him money, He had never felt inclined to jest with others, yet today he found himself teasing Munanyan persistently. Chapter 69. Where there is light, there is hope. The dinner Grandma brought for you. I wouldn't feel right eating it. If you won't eat, then just leave it be. It was only 7 o'clock, and with nothing to do in the hospital, Munanyan felt a tinge of boredom. Just then, her phone pinged with a WeChat notification.
Ding.
Munanyan picked up her phone to see a message from Tang Yutong. Yen Yen, are you busy today? Munanyan replied, I'm free at the moment. What's up? Munanyan continued. What are we playing? Honor of Kings? Are you sure? Tang Yutong responded, rest assured, I won't hold it against you. A new hero has been released recently, and I believe it suits you perfectly. Munanyan asked, what hero? Tang Yutong. This support character is particularly simple to operate. You just have to activate the skill when it lights up. Munanyan, but I always just activate whatever lights up, and I can't grasp it. Despite being an academic achiever, Munanyan struggles with gaming, proving to be an insurmountable challenge for Tang Yutong. Although Munanyan possesses remarkable learning abilities, she seems incapable of mastering the game. Previously, when Tang Yutong had attempted to guide her at school, the dismal record of 082 spoke volumes, leading Tang Yutong to refrain from inviting her to play games thereafter. Tang Yutong. Oh come on, give it a try. This hero is truly straightforward. Even many novice players can manage it. Munanyan thought that since she had nothing else to do, playing a game for a while could serve as a pleasant distraction. However, glancing at Louis Ran, who was seated on the couch, she hesitated before speaking. Louis Ran, would you mind if I played a game for a bit? Upon hearing her voice, Louis Ran looked up at her. By yourself? No, I'm playing with a friend. I might need to use the microphone, so I'm worried I might disturb you. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl, my university classmate. Munanyan realized that Louis Ran was rather suspicious. Could he be worried about her playing with Xiangyu? Then go ahead and play.
Thank you.
After thanking him, Munanyan picked up her phone to message Tang Yutong, only to find a flurry of messages from her. Are you playing?
Where are you?
Yan Yan? It can't be, we were just chatting and now you're gone? There's not a guy next to you holding your hand, is there? I just went to the bathroom. Aren't you supposed to be playing? Let us go. Tang Yutong. You scared me. Let us go, we're playing now. Munanyan, you might have to wait a moment. I haven't logged in for a long time. So, I probably need an update. Tang Yutong. I'm in the same boat. I only found out about the new hero today while scrolling through Douyin. Alright then, let us go. With that, Munanyan exited WeChat and opened Honor of Kings. As soon as she did, the familiar voice of Timmy greeted her. Hearing this, Louis Ren glanced at her, surprised that this young girl enjoyed such a game. He recalled that the game had been around for quite some time, and before he took over the company, he had also enjoyed playing it, though it had been a while since he last did. Once Munanyan completed the update, she teamed up with Tang Yutong to play. Before long, Tang Yutong's voice echoed from the phone. Yan Yan, when the game starts and you select your hero, choose Yao, alright? I'll play marksman alongside you. Okay. Just stick with me at the start.
Sure.
Walk slowly. Don't consume my minion waves. If you take them, I won't have any gold.
Oh, right.
Don't just stand there when I'm not around. Attack, or you'll get killed by the minions. Should I attack or not? Tang Yutong found herself at a loss for words with Munanyan. Suppressing her frustration, she patiently explained, just play when I'm not nearby. You can attack when I'm beside you. Why didn't you say that earlier? Isn't this the fundamental knowledge of the game? How long has it been since you last played? Have you forgotten everything? Hehe.
Munanyan chuckled awkwardly.
She had never played support before and was unaware of the numerous rules governing it. Once you reach level 4, use your ultimate.
Alright.
Quickly, retreat. The enemy is approaching. Oh, okay. You have been slain. Just as Munanyan intended to retreat, she was killed, leaving her utterly despondent. Why did you suddenly die? Yen Yen. Didn't I tell you to leave? Can you please focus on playing properly? I was playing seriously. Who knew they would arrive so quickly? I couldn't escape. Why did you? As a support, charge in like that? Your primary objective is to protect me. Never mind, once you respawn you'll be level 4. Just stick close to me.
Alright.
Munanyan truly struggled to comprehend the allure of this game. She felt no enjoyment whatsoever. After a while, she finally respawned and prepared to seek out Tang Yutong in the bottom lane. However, upon reaching the river, she could not spot Tang Yutong and directly inquired, Yutong, where are you? I can't see you. Hehe, I died.
Ah?
The enemy jungler and mage came down and eliminated me instantly. Alright, but the minion wave is here. Should I engage? Don't attack. Wait for me to arrive.
Okay.
Munanyan stood at the river's edge, allowing the minions to attack her and prevent them from advancing toward the tower. The minions continued to assault her while she remained motionless. Upon respawning, Tang Yutong saw Munanyan standing still, looking perplexed. Yan, what are you doing? Are you lagging? No, I'm just waiting for you. Why can't I move? Is it lagging? I've been trying to maneuver. Before Tang Yutong could respond, the screen displayed the message that the enemy minions had slain Yao. Tang Yutong was left speechless. Yan, you aren't lagging. You were controlled by Ho's ultimate and killed by the minions.
I am truly astounded.
I knew you were inexperienced, but I didn't expect you to be this bad. Chapter 70. Do you know what that ultimate is? In less than 5 minutes into the match, Munanyan had died twice, and even her teammates began to voice their frustrations. Support, can you even play? Who told you to go to the bottom lane alone? You can't even defeat a minion. If this continues, you should just quit and work in the factory. Munanyan felt utterly despondent, unable to voice her grievances. Wasn't it Tang Yutong who advised her not to clear the minion wave? Who knew the minions would hit so hard? Sitting nearby, Lu Yiran overheard the exchange between Munanyan and Tang Yutong and couldn't help but smirk. He never expected Munanyan to be so inept at gaming. When Munanyan noticed Lu Yiran laughing, she felt ridiculed, and all her grievances surged toward him. With indignation, she exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Who's laughing? I certainly am not. Yan, please don't slander me. I sincerely empathize with your demise." Before Lu Yiran could utter a word, the pretentious voice of Tang Yutong emanated from the phone. It was only then that Munanyan realized her microphone was still on, and she hurriedly muted it. Returning her gaze to Lu Yiran, "Did I just smile?" By the time Munanyan nodded and muted her microphone, Lu Yiran had already wiped the smile from his face, transforming into a stoic expression as if nothing had transpired. Munanyan found his audacity amusing. She had distinctly seen him smile moments ago. Yet now she lacked the energy to argue, for Tang Yutong was fervently calling for her. Yan, why did you mute? Hurry and come back. I can't win this one against two. Yan, you aren't really going to log off, are you? Don't mess around. Otherwise, we will truly lose. I need to defend the tower. Tang Yutong wore an anxious expression, and Munanyan, growing impatient from the noise, finally unmuted and replied, I'm coming. She shot a glare at Lu Yiran before resuming her game, though her glare lacked any real intimidation and instead appeared somewhat endearing. In that fleeting moment when Munanyan looked down, a smirk crept across Lu Yiran's lips. He listened to the two engage in their game, finding it surprisingly entertaining, having previously thought that those who were poor at gaming merely had a skewed mentality. Yet today, as an observer, he found it quite amusing. Yan, you've finally returned. Quickly activate your third skill and get on me. Heeding her words, Munanyan promptly dashed atop Sun Shangxiang, experiencing a sense of wonder at this novel sight. Just then, the enemy Guguzi suddenly approached their vicinity. She attempted to retreat, but her character remained stationary, spinning in circles, which left Munanyan flustered. Yutong, I can't move. Am I really lagging this time? Oh no, I'm definitely going to die again. Munanyan braced herself for the inevitable reprimands from her teammates. Knowing that dying thrice within 5 minutes was an unparalleled feat, however, at that precise moment, Sun Shangxiang executed a swift blink, and they both retreated to the tower. With a second skill, she severely injured Guguzi, who, realizing the situation, chose to flee instead of pursuing them. Once you're on me, you can't move. Just use your skill keys when you see me fighting someone. You don't need to reposition yourself. Oh, so that's how it works.
You scared me to death just now.
In a swift sequence, Sun Wukong unleashed his skills, obliterating her, while Yao stood still, casting her second skill. Only to be slain by a basic attack from Sun Wukong. First blood. Double kill. Tang Yutong silently witnessed this spectacle, utterly speechless. She felt that her most regrettable decision of the day was to have Munanyan accompany her in this game, with so many capable players available. Why did she choose Munanyan? What was so enjoyable about this game? Just as she thought she had narrowly escaped disaster, she met her demise once more. Munanyan was the first to voice her complaint, and Tang Yutong, devoid of hope, remarked, Why did you die? Do you not have any awareness of the situation? I was told to use my skills whenever I saw someone. As soon as Sun Wukong arrived, I unleashed my ultimate ability. Is this truly my fault? Munanyan wore an expression of disbelief. She felt no fault in her actions, having executed all her skills. Do you even know what your ultimate is? Not really. Didn't you say to activate it where it shines? Every hero I've played had powerful ultimates, she retorted, recalling how she activated her ultimate the moment Sun Wukong appeared. Tang Yutong was at a loss for words, realizing that Munanyan had followed her advice, yet Yao was fundamentally different from other heroes. Finally, with patience, she explained, Yao's ultimate allows her to attach to others and provide shields. If the shield isn't gone, don't activate that skill. Wait until the shield is about to expire before refreshing it, but refrain from using it in combat. How can I tell if the shield is still active? I have no idea. I stumbled upon this while scrolling through Douyin. I've never played this hero. Well, you could have mentioned that earlier. I had no clue. Tang Yutong was astonished at how clueless Munanyan was in the game. Wasn't she supposed to be quite adept at learning? Why was she so inept at gaming? Let's respawn and regroup. Don't leap off me again. Don't worry, I've got it now. I'll just use my first and second skills. The two revived together. And Munanyan immediately activated her ultimate, rushing towards Sun Shangxiang. She found the hero quite enjoyable, requiring minimal effort on her part. She merely had to cast skills upon seeing opponents, which felt remarkably relaxing. She placed her phone on the blanket, leaned back against her bed, and watched as Sun Shangxiang led her onward, casting skills upon encountering minions and enemies alike. The entire experience was harmonious. After over 10 minutes of gameplay, Sun Shangxiang guided her to the mid lane for a team fight. Sun Shangxiang maintained a position at the back, dealing damage while others protected her. As the opposing team dwindled in health, they surged forward, with Sun Shangxiang trailing behind. At that moment, the enemy jungler suddenly emerged, swiftly striking Yao down. Chasing after Sun Shangxiang, Munanyan remained oblivious, still counting down the seconds to her skill cooldown, preparing to unleash it. Chapter 71. Have you always been this terrible at gaming? Tang Yutong, realizing her imminent demise, called out anxiously, Yan, what are you doing? Come help me.
Huh.
I thought I was casting skills the whole time. Munanyan leisurely leaned against her bed, counting the seconds, finding this hero quite enjoyable and fitting for her, as she didn't have to maneuver herself. Look where I am. At last, Munanyan glanced at the center of her screen, realizing she had been standing still, casting skills while Sun Shangxiang had been chased to the riverbank. Only then did she comprehend that she had fallen behind and hurried towards Sun Shangxiang's position. First blood. Sun Shangxiang met her tragic end, and the screen echoed with the sound of Sun Wukong's victory over her. Meanwhile, Munanyan continued to rush towards that direction. Yan, don't come over, I'm already dead. However, at this moment it was already too late. Yao encountered Sun Wukong in the river, who was approaching her. He is coming to attack me. Munanyan swiftly turned and ran in the opposite direction. In an instant, Sun Wukong displaced himself beside her, casting a control skill, aiming to eliminate her in a single combo. Tang Yutong believed Munanyan was doomed, but just then, Yao unexpectedly transformed into a fawn. Despite several strikes from Sun Wukong, she remained unharmed, and Munanyan continuously pressed the movement key, evading him. What is happening? Why have I turned into a deer? Munanyan was utterly astonished. It was her first encounter witnessing a hero possessing dual forms, and it seemed Sun Wukong could not inflict any damage upon her. This must be your passive ability, or perhaps you were simply fortunate this time. Otherwise, you would certainly have perished. I must say, could you please take the game more seriously? You didn't even notice you fell. I was so focused on watching the skills that I failed to realize I had fallen, Munanyan replied with an awkward smile. Before they could respawn, the game concluded, with Sun Wukong pursuing the two of them. Their teammates had pushed straight to the high ground, leaving the opposing team, save for Sun Wukong, utterly defeated, truly a seamless victory. In this match, Munanyan and Tang Yutong had merely benefited from their teammates' prowess. Had it not been for their skill, they would have surely lost. Tang Yutong suggested, let us play another round. You should be familiar with this hero by now. In the next match, we will surely dominate. Just as Munanyan was about to agree, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. She looked up, puzzled, at Luiran. Who could it be at this hour? Luiran gestured towards her phone, and Munanyan understood his implication, promptly muting her microphone and inquiring, who is visiting so late? I instructed the butler to bring some food over. After you finish dining, you can resume your game, Luiran replied. Upon hearing of the food, Munanyan, feeling quite hungry herself, instantly cast aside the game and exited. Seeing this, Luiran went to the door to open it and brought in the food. He set up the table beside the hospital bed and began to arrange the dishes. Ding ding ding. Munanyan picked up her phone and noticed a call from Tang Yutong, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten to inform her. Hello, Yutong. Tang Yutong was exasperated with Munanyan, wondering why she seemed so off lately when she had not been like this before. I'm so sorry, Yutong. I forgot to tell you that I won't be playing anymore. I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm going to eat now. It must be said that Tang Yutong's intuition was quite keen, as she immediately sensed something was amiss with Munanyan. However, Munanyan would never admit to it. Fabricating, what could I possibly hide from you? I ordered takeout. I muted my mic to attend to the delivery. Oh, I see. You're eating so late today. All right then. Go enjoy your meal. By the way, will you play again after dinner? I'll see. I'm not sure. If I do play, I'll message you. Alright, then have a good meal. Tang Yutong hung up after speaking, evidently convinced by Munanyan's words, without a trace of doubt. Lu Yiran regarded her with a knowing expression. Is that takeout yours? Well, it's because of you. If it weren't for you, would I even lie? Lu Yiran pondered this. He had indeed forbade her from disclosing it to anyone, so he refrained from further comment, continuing to arrange the dishes on the table. The meal brought by the butler was quite sumptuous, featuring scallion fried base, tomato beef brisket tofu soup, shredded pork and garlic sauce, and steamed pumpkin ribs. As Munanyan beheld the spread, her appetite surged, and she suddenly felt particularly hungry. She looked at Lu Yiran and remarked, "Didn't I say I was on a diet? Why did you still have the butler bring food? I promised you at noon. I am not one to break my word. Besides, if you don't eat, I won't eat either. The food brought by Grandma is for you too," Lu Yiran stated, serving a bowl of rice before Munanyan and offering her chopsticks. Accepting the chopsticks, Munanyan replied, "In that case, I shall not be polite."
With that,
She began to eat, while Lu Yiran tidied up and sat down beside her. His manner of eating remained elegant and courteous, revealing his noble upbringing, exuding a sense of decorum. In contrast, Munanyan was less restrained. She ate swiftly, yet it did not seem gluttonous. Instead, her cheeks puffed adorably, making the food appear all the more appetizing, prompting Lu Yiran to indulge in a few extra bites himself. "Are you always this unskilled at gaming?" Lu Yiran could not resist initiating a conversation with Munanyan, recalling her earlier gaming performance, and asked outright. After swallowing her mouthful, Munanyan responded, "How am I unskilled? I just don't play much. I only downloaded this game to accompany Yutong." She would never concede to being bad at gaming, for she was an academic achiever, certainly capable of grasping the game. Even if it is your first time, you shouldn't play as poorly as you did. Who are you looking down on? I play quite well. Today was purely an accident. Chapter 72. I came to pick you up. As Munanyan spoke, her irritation began to surface, and Lu Yiran, wishing to preserve their rare, harmonious moment, swiftly shifted the topic. "Are you very close with that girl named Yutong?" "Yes, we are university classmates. She is the first friend I made after entering college, and now she is like my best friend." Lu Yiran chose not to pursue the matter further, and the room fell into silence, with only the sounds of their eating filling the air. After a day spent together, the relationship between Munanyan and Lu Yiran had softened a bit. Even in silence, it was not awkward but rather warm. Once they finished their meal, Lu Yiran called for someone to come in and clear the table before retiring to the adjacent room, leaving Munanyan alone in the ward. She glanced at the time. It was already past 9. After playing a game with Tang Yutong for a while, she finally set her phone down, preparing to rest. Munanyan had spent 3 days in the hospital. During the last 2 days, she did not see Lu Yiran again, however. He had sent the butler to bring her delicious food. These days had been rather pleasant for Munanyan, and whenever Lu's grandmother had the time, she would come to keep her company. As Munanyan's wounds healed, she prepared for her discharge. Rising early, she began to pack her belongings when Lu Yiran unexpectedly appeared at the door of her hospital room. "Have you packed your things?" Startled by the voice, Munanyan turned to see Lu Yiran leaning casually against the doorframe, quietly observing her. "How did you get here?" she asked, incredulous. "Grandmother told me you were being discharged today, so I came to pick you up." In truth, it was Lu Yiran's own decision to come. He merely felt embarrassed to admit it, thus using his grandmother as an excuse.
all right.
Once she had finished packing, Lu Yiran helped her carry her belongings. After Munanyan completed the discharge procedures downstairs, they left the hospital together. They made their way to the underground parking lot, with Munanyan trailing behind Lu Yiran in silence. Upon reaching the Rolls-Royce, Lu Yiran opened the trunk and placed her things inside. Munanyan proceeded to the rear seat, preparing to enter. After closing the trunk, Lu Yiran stood still, watching her intently. Noticing that he was not getting into the car and was staring at her, she curiously inquired, "Aren't you getting in? Are you planning to make me the driver?" Confused by his intentions, Munanyan glanced at her hand gripping the rear door handle and then at the driver's seat. It dawned on her that without a chauffeur today, Lu Yiran would be driving himself. If she sat in the back, it would indeed seem as though she was treating him as the driver. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she looked at Lu Yiran, uncertain of what to say. She had never sat in the passenger seat next to him and did not comprehend whether his remark implied she should sit there or if he expected her, a recently discharged patient, to drive. Seeing Munanyan standing there, motionless, Lu Yiran was at a loss for words. Wasn't his intent clear enough? Was her comprehension truly so lacking? Finally, he clarified, "Sit in the passenger seat. I have no intention of being your driver."
Oh.
Munanyan released the rear door handle and moved to the front passenger seat. She opened the door and slid inside. Thankfully, Lu Yiran still possessed some decency, refraining from asking her to drive. Otherwise, she would have truly been perplexed about who was discharging whom from the hospital. Lu Yiran then took his place in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove away from the hospital, heading towards Yujing Tiancheng. The silence in the car was peculiar, with neither of them uttering a word. Lu Yiran focused intently on the road ahead, his expression unreadable. Munanyan occasionally stole glances at him, relieved that their relationship had softened somewhat. Otherwise, she might have worried about him driving recklessly. A Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the mansion, and the butler promptly stepped forward to greet them. As Munanyan and Lu Yiran alighted from the vehicle, the butler addressed them, "Young master, young mistress." Lu Yiran replied nonchalantly, while Munanyan merely nodded in acknowledgement. He retrieved her belongings from the trunk, and together they proceeded to the living room, with the butler observing them from behind. It seemed their relationship had improved significantly. Unlike their previous encounters, there was no argument upon meeting. The butler felt a sense of relief in his heart. Upon entering the living room, Munanyan turned to Lu Yiran and said, "Please hand me my things. I need to tidy up a bit." Having been away for several days, her room remained unchanged. She placed the bag on the table, took her dirty clothes to the bathroom to wash, and neatly arranged her clean garments in the wardrobe. By the time she completed her tasks, it was already noon. When she descended the stairs, Lu Yiran had already left for work. Aside from a housekeeper tidying up, only the butler remained in the living room, waiting for her. Seeing her come down, he approached and inquired, "Young mistress, are you ready for lunch? The meal has been prepared." "All right, thank you, butler." "Not at all. It is my duty," he replied before heading to the kitchen to arrange the dishes. Once everything was ready, Munanyan asked, "Butler, where's Lu Yiran? With so many dishes, is he dining at home as well?" Surprised to learn he had gone back to the company, she thought about how busy he must be today. Yet he had taken the time to pick her up. A myriad of emotions surged within her. The butler, glancing at her, continued, "These dishes were specially requested by the young master. He mentioned your discharge from the hospital and asked the kitchen to prepare extra." "Young mistress, the young master truly cares for you. He never used to notice such things, but since being with you, he has begun to show concern for others." Looking at the table laden with dishes, each reminiscent of the ones Lu Yiran had ordered on the day he accompanied her, Munanyan was taken aback by his attention to detail, which starkly contrasted with the Lu Yiran she had previously known. Chapter 73. Dining together as she surveyed the spread before her, a storm of emotions swirled within Munanyan. She turned to the butler, saying, "I understand. You may leave now." "Very well," the butler replied, exiting the dining room, leaving her alone. Although they had been married for merely 2 months and their time together was limited, Munanyan had already glimpsed many facets of Lu Yiran. She was uncertain which version of him was the true Lu Yiran, but the events of the past few days felt undeniably real. Perhaps he had indeed begun to see her in a different light, leading to his newfound kindness. Sitting at the dining table, she quietly began her lunch. To her delight, the dishes were perfectly suited to her palate, prompting her to indulge in an extra half bowl of rice. The butler, respecting her solitude, busied himself with his own tasks. "How is your injury?" Munanyan inquired, glancing at her wrist and raising her hand for Lu Yiran to see. "Take a look for yourself. It's nothing now, and the wounds have scabbed over." Lu Yiran sat on the adjacent sofa, observing Munanyan's wrist, indeed noticing the scabbing. His gaze shifted to her knee, but the skirt she wore today concealed it, leaving him unable to discern the condition of her injury. Instead, he caught sight of her delicate, fair calf, which stirred an impulse within him to reach out and touch it. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, Lu Yiran hastily averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It was rather peculiar. Ever since that day he had shared a kiss with Munanyan in the confines of a room, thoughts of that moment had inexplicably lingered in his mind, and whenever he encountered her, other notions would arise. He had never felt such feelings even when women had stood before him in complete nudity. Noticing Lu Yiran's prolonged silence, Munanyan broke the quiet. "So, I won't have to dine alone anymore." Her face radiated joy, unmistakable despite her efforts to mask it. While Lu Yiran had been away, each meal had been a solitary affair for her. She had contemplated inviting the housekeeper to join her, but he had declined, citing a breach of protocol. At school, she would share meals with Tang Yutong, who would chatter endlessly, but dining alone felt particularly desolate, and it took her quite some time to adjust. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yiran felt a stir of emotion within him. Having dined alone for as long as he could remember, he had grown accustomed to it and hadn't thought much of it. However, Munanyan's observation made him realize that dining alone could indeed be quite lonely. Having company seemed rather pleasant. Very well. Neither of them brought up the events of the past, and in that moment, they resembled an ordinary couple, exchanging mundane conversations. as if they had forgotten any prior discord. Young master, young mistress, dinner is served. Please proceed to the dining area, the housekeeper announced at that moment. All right, let us go eat. Louis Ran responded mildly, leading Munanyan to the dining room. He took the seat of honor, while Munanyan sat beside him. They quietly began their meal, although Louis Ran was not particularly talkative. At least she had someone to share the meal with, unlike before when the housekeeper had stood by. Watching her eat alone, which had been rather awkward. As they ate, Munanyan recalled something. She sensed that Louis Ran seemed to be in good spirits today. And perhaps if she broached the subject now, he might agree. After a moment of contemplation on how to express herself, she hesitated. Louis Ran noticed her reticence and encouraged her, if you have something to say, just speak it. It's just that I've recovered now. And I wish to return to work. This job is incredibly important to me. Rest assured, I will maintain my distance from Xiangyu. So please do not confine me any longer. Louis Ran recalled her previous explanations regarding her relationship with Xiangyu, affirming there was nothing between them and that she did not harbor feelings for him. Perhaps he thought he should trust her this once. Thus, he replied calmly, all right. But you must remember your marital status. I do not wish for any rumors to circulate about you and others. How amusing. You are the ones spreading rumors. And yet you dare to criticize me, murmured Munanyan softly, careful not to let Louis Ran overhear her thoughts. However, Louis Ran, unable to discern her words, inquired, what did you say? Munanyan, unwilling to disclose her previous comments to Louis Ran for fear of jeopardizing the fragile détente they had achieved, thought it best to prioritize their escape over anything else. Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant to say that I will certainly maintain my distance from others, keeping in mind my married status. I understand. Chapter 74, No one is competing with you. After completing her morning routine, Munanyan descended the stairs, only to find Louis Ran seated at the dining table, enjoying a cup of coffee. Seeing him there first thing in the morning still felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, and she hesitated briefly before approaching him. Upon hearing footsteps, Louis Ran turned his head and spotted Munanyan clad in formal attire. Come and have breakfast, he beckoned. Coming. Munanyan walked over and took her seat, noticing that the breakfast spread before her remained untouched. Had Louis Ran been waiting for her since he arrived? She refrained from voicing her curiosity, choosing instead to pick up her chopsticks and start her meal in silence. Louis Ran began to eat as well. But after taking a bite of a sandwich, he glanced up and found Munanyan's cheeks puffed as she stuffed 3 dumplings into her mouth. He couldn't help but find the sight rather amusing. Are you hungry? He asked, his tone light. Huh. Munanyan looked up, only then realizing her predicament. She had unconsciously stuffed 3 dumplings into her mouth at once. Flustered, she attempted to respond, but with her mouth full, words escaped her. After a prolonged moment of chewing, she finally swallowed, only to be met with a sudden bout of coughing. Cough, cough. She had swallowed a bit too much, and the coughing fit ensued. Observing her distress, Louis Ran quickly poured her a glass of milk. Gratefully, she took it from him and drank it down, feeling revitalized. Embarrassment washed over her. She wished she could vanish into the ground, but alas, no such escape was available. Instead, she managed a sheepish smile towards Louis Ran and murmured, Thank you. You could eat more slowly. No one is competing with you, Louis Ran replied, an enigmatic expression gracing his face. Munanyan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze and hurriedly explained, If I said I don't usually eat like this, would you believe me? I just lost focus for a moment, that's all. Louis Ran remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. It dawned on Munanyan that he did not believe her, and feeling the weight of her embarrassment, she quickly finished her milk and declared, I must be off now. You enjoy your meal at your leisure. With that, Munanyan grabbed her bag and made a discreet exit, eager to escape the mortifying moment. Louis Ran remained at the table, watching her figure fade from view, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. After finishing his breakfast, he too set off for the company, the Dingxin Group. As Louis Ran stepped out of the elevator, he immediately spotted Runaway standing at the entrance, his face etched with concern. Calmly, Louis Ran inquired, What has happened? President Liu. There has been a minor issue with the chip that the Research and Development Department has been working on. The director mentioned that it might not be possible to complete the research today. Today marked the day for the R&D department to present their findings, and this chip technology was particularly crucial for Dingxin, as it would influence the company's future direction. Significant progress had been made previously, and it was anticipated that completion was imminent this week. Runaway had arrived early to prepare, but to his dismay, the director reported a setback with the chip's research. Feeling unworthy to approach Louis Ran himself, the director had entrusted Runaway with the news. Everyone in the company knew that Louis Ran was exceedingly stringent regarding work. Failing to meet deadlines could lead to severe reprimands, or worse, termination. Song Rui averted his gaze from Liu Yiran's expression, bracing himself to take the blame on behalf of the RD director. To his astonishment, Liu Yiran simply stated, "Give him 3 more days. If the task is not completed by then, he needn't come to see me." Song Rui stared at Liu Yiran in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. Not only had Liu Yiran refrained from expressing anger, but he had also granted an extension of 3 days. What was happening? Liu Yiran paid him no mind and strode directly towards his office, leaving Song Rui frozen in place. Why did it seem that Liu Yiran was in such a good mood today? Had the sun risen from the west? At Pin's Hang Clothing Company, Munanyan had just parked her car when she encountered Xiangyu, who had just arrived. His vehicle pulled into the parking space beside hers. Recognizing it as Xiangyu's, she initially intended to step out and thank him for requesting leave on her behalf. However, recalling her earlier promise to Liu Yiran, she suddenly felt uncertain about how to face Xiangyu. Despite their seemingly innocuous relationship, the rumors circulating within the company had complicated matters. Even a normal conversation between them could potentially be misconstrued, possibly reaching Liu Yiran's ears and jeopardizing her position at the company. Thus, she decided against greeting Xiangyu. Remaining in her car, Munanyan resolved to wait until Xiangyu departed before making her own way inside. Upon noticing that the vehicle beside her belonged to Munanyan, Xiangyu was surprised that she had arrived at the office so promptly. After stepping out of his car, he headed straight into the building, oblivious to her presence. Once Xiangyu had left, Munanyan let out a sigh of relief, opened her car door, and made her way to the design department. As she entered, a girl sitting next to her workstation remarked, "Xiangyu came looking for you just now. I told him you weren't here, and he left." "Thank you, I appreciate it," Munanyan replied politely before taking her seat at her workstation. She chose not to seek out Xiangyu or message him. Maintaining a degree of distance between them at the company seemed prudent. She did not wish for Xiangyu to incur Liu Yiran's ire due to her circumstances. Munanyan glanced at the girl beside her and inquired, "I have been away these past few days. Has the autumn collection been completed?" "It's already finished. It's early August now, and the autumn collection should be launched in the next couple of days. Congratulations in advance." The girl, Zhou Ruxuan, possessed a charming doll-like face. Having been with the company for over a year, she was merely a design assistant. She felt a tinge of envy towards Munanyan, who, despite her short tenure, was already involved in the design of new products, while she herself lacked even the qualifications to design. Munanyan humbly replied, "The success of the collection will ultimately depend on sales data. I am uncertain about the outcome. Everyone adored your design when it was showcased that day, myself included. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed," Zhou Ruxuan encouraged sincerely. "Thank you." Munanyan did not expect such optimism from her, and the genuine tone of her words struck her as refreshing, unlike the previous colleague Chen Wenyue who had consistently undermined her. Zhou Ruxuan's kindness stemmed from her own experiences of being bullied by Chen Wenyue when she first joined the company, having been a newcomer without any connections. Now that Munanyan had driven her away, Zhou felt a sense of gratitude, which fostered her affection for Munanyan, eager to see her designs come to life. Munanyan made her way to the technical department. Upon reaching the entrance of the design department, she encountered a male colleague and called out to him, "Hello, I am the designer for this autumn collection. Could you take me to view the samples?" The male colleague appraised her from head to toe, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hesitantly asked, "Are you Munanyan? You know me? Who in the company does not know you? You might very well become the boss lady in the future." Hearing this, Munanyan's expression soured. It was precisely due to such rumors that Liu Yiran had misconstrued her relationship with Xiangyu, resulting in their inability to even remain friends. "You're mistaken. I am merely a colleague of Xiangyu's and not his girlfriend," she clarified, feeling the necessity to address the misconceptions that she previously overlooked. "Is that true? Everyone is saying you are little Sean's girlfriend and that you got in through connections. Your involvement in this design is because of that." Munanyan interrupted her firmly. "The design for this new collection was selected through a competition within our department. If you have any objections, feel free to consult the design director." Her tone shifted to one of seriousness, a stark contrast to the warm demeanor she had just displayed. The male colleague, taken aback by her assertiveness, hesitated before replying, "All right, let us go. I will take you to see the samples." The male colleague led the way, with Munanyan following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a secluded room where a row of various fabrics hung to the left and a large workbench occupied the center, surrounded by numerous mannequin figures. To the right, a shelf displayed the latest sample garments. "This is the place. Feel free to take a look. But be careful not to damage anything." "Thank you," Munanyan replied. After expressing her gratitude, the male colleague departed, believing Munanyan to be easygoing. Little did he know how difficult she could be to relate to. Had he realized, he would have refrained from prying. If Munanyan truly became the boss, he feared for his job. However, Based on her earlier demeanor, it seemed they weren't truly involved, or perhaps she had been rejected by Xiangyu. He dismissed the thought, reminding himself that work was paramount, and returned to his duties. Munanyan approached the sample garments, examining a few pieces. She discovered that the quality was quite impressive, the fabric comfortable, and the colors they had selected were to her liking. The tailoring aligned perfectly with her design vision. If the finished products were to be produced with such quality, she believed these garments could sell remarkably well. Nanyan. Hearing her name, Munanyan turned towards the source of the voice and was taken aback to see Xiangyu, hands tucked into his pockets. She hadn't anticipated encountering him, having deliberately circled around the technical director's office to avoid a meeting. Yet here he was. Logically, Xiangyu should have been in his office, engrossed in a game. Why had he emerged unexpectedly? Realizing there was no escaping this encounter, she approached him with a smile. Xiangyu, it's been a while. Indeed. Didn't you mention it might be quite some time before you return to the office? It's only been a few days since you've resumed work. By the way, how is your injury? Xiangyu scrutinized her with concern, noticing the scabs on her wrist and the redness on her knee. Munanyan offered a polite smile. My injuries are nearly healed. You needn't worry. I saw your car when I arrived at the office this morning, and even went to the design department looking for you, but couldn't find you. Why didn't you come to greet me in the technical department today? It feels as if you are avoiding me. Xiangyu voiced his curiosity directly, and Munanyan realized it was futile to evade the topic. Furthermore, it was essential to clarify the rumors surrounding them within the company. Deliberately raising her voice, she stated, Mr. Xiang, we are merely colleagues, and I am genuinely grateful for your assistance in the past. However, the gossip about us has become quite rampant, and I believe it prudent to maintain some distance to prevent misunderstandings. After all, I am just an ordinary intern, and it would be inappropriate for us to grow too close. I hope you can understand. Her words reached the ears of the technical department staff, who exchanged glances. Hesitant to speak, all eyes fixed on Xiangyu's expression. Xiangyu was perplexed by Munanyan's sudden change in demeanor. It had only been a few days since they last met. Why had her attitude shifted so dramatically? Just the other day, when she asked him to help her take a leave of absence, everything seemed fine. What could have prompted this abrupt transformation? Moreover, Munanyan deliberately raised her voice, clearly intending for everyone to hear her words. Was this her way of severing ties with him? Countless questions swirled in Xiangyu's mind, yet no answers were forthcoming. With so many eyes upon him, he refused to appear weak. He possessed his own pride and would never relinquish it for the sake of a woman. Chapter 76. I simply feel I misjudged the person. Xiangyu gazed silently at Munanyan, taking a considerable time before speaking. Is this what you wanted to convey to me? The emotions in Munanyan's eyes were intricate. She understood that her previous remarks had effectively slapped Xiangyu in the face, potentially ending their friendship. This realization weighed heavily on her heart, yet she felt she had no alternative. This was her sole choice. Raising her gaze to meet Xiangyu's, she steeled herself and replied, yes. Xiangyu felt as though his heart had been pierced by a needle. He had not anticipated such callousness from Munanyan. He had always been there for her, yet she treated him so mercilessly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Munanyan stared at Xiangyu for 3 seconds, and seeing no reaction from him, she turned and exited the technical department. Once she left, silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak, fearful of inciting Xiangyu's wrath. In that moment, some among them envisioned a dramatic breakup scene, imagining and in turn dismissing the boss's son. What are you all doing standing around? Are you so idle? Is there not enough work to occupy you? Upon uttering these words, the employees hastily dispersed, leaving Xiangyu alone in the hall of the technical department. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? What time is it? Why are you calling me now? Shouldn't you be at work? Come to Supreme International and join me for a drink. Xiangyu hung up the phone immediately, leaving no room for Zhong Xiao to decline. Zhong Xiao stared at the terminated call in bewilderment. What was going on? Drinking in broad daylight? Had he experienced a breakup? The thought of gossip ignited his curiosity, prompting him to quickly change clothes and drive to Supreme International. Upon arriving at the private room Xiangyu had reserved, Zhong Xiao found him already downing a bottle of liquor. Is it really appropriate to drink so early in the morning? Hearing the voice, Xiangyu looked up and spotted Zhong Xiao entering. He grabbed a fresh glass from the side, filled it with liquor, and handed it to him. Come, drink with me. We shall not return until we are inebriated. What is wrong with you? Have you suffered a heartbreak? Who has suffered a heartbreak? You are the one heartbroken. I have never even been in a relationship. Then, what is the matter? Zhong Xiao settled beside Xiangyu, accepting the drink and taking a sip. It was indeed absurd to drink so early in the day, but here they were. Xiangyu downed another generous gulp of liquor before slowly responding, I merely feel that I have misjudged someone, and it troubles me somewhat. Misjudged? Who are you referring to? A man or a woman? Zhong Xiao, while speaking, took the wine glass from his hand, preventing him from drinking further. It's early in the morning. Why indulge in alcohol? No one is worth harming your stomach like this.
Munanyan.
Upon witnessing his cup being seized, Zhang Yu directly took the bottle and poured it into his mouth, gulping down a significant amount of wine. Munanyan, aren't you trying to pursue her? Have you not succeeded? Zhong Xiao snatched the bottle back again, placing it on the other side of the table. Zhang Yu, seeing that his drink had been taken, did not become angry. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa and said nonchalantly, I had been assisting her, but even that was not appreciated. She even stated in front of so many people at the company that we are merely colleagues, claiming her status does not merit friendship with me. I find her statement quite accurate. Were it not for her beauty, would you even have crossed paths with her? You are from entirely different social circles. Apart from her appearance, what else about her is worthy of you? Is worthiness solely determined by family background? Shouldn't it also reflect one's character and disposition? This is merely your perspective. How she perceives it is beyond my knowledge. Moreover, judging by her attitude, she does not hold affection for you. You are not genuinely interested in being her friend. It would be best for both of you to sever ties at this point. With your current circumstances, finding someone more beautiful than her should be effortless. Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me? I rushed over here right after waking up to accompany you for a drink. Thus, the two of them proceeded to the restaurant downstairs for breakfast, refraining from mentioning Munanyan again. After that, Zhang Yu ceased his attempts to find Munanyan and did not return to the Shang Fashion Company. He simply vanished from Munanyan's life, as if they had never known one another. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed. On this day, the design director, Lu Dehai, reappeared in the design department's grand office. He cleared his throat a few times, capturing everyone's attention. Lu Dehai unhurriedly announced, Everyone, please proceed to the conference room for a meeting. After his words, he directly walked towards the conference room. The staff exchanged glances before ultimately heading to the meeting room. Munanyan felt a twinge of anxiety as she had already surmised the purpose of the meeting. Once everyone found their seats, Lu Dehai began, I am pleased to announce that our sales have been outstanding, eliciting excitement among everyone who erupted into applause, the sound echoing throughout the conference room. As the noise subsided, Lu Dehai continued. The next topic I wish to address pertains to the upcoming clothing design competition for the second half of the year. This competition is about to commence, and today we will finalize the participants. It was previously mentioned that the selection for this competition would depend on the fall sales figures, and I currently have the sales data for each garment. Chapter 77, Receiving the Competition Invitation. Upon the director's declaration, the conference room fell into silence, everyone holding their breath in anticipation, particularly Yao Yizhou and Munanyan. Munanyan felt a bead of sweat on her palm. She had longed to participate in this competition. Yet she was uncertain if she would be chosen this time. Yizhou's designs had a total sales volume of 46,824 pieces, while Nanyan's designs achieved a total of 50,360 pieces. Consequently, it was Munanyan who would represent them in the upcoming fashion design competition. The revelation of this outcome surprised many, as Yizhou was a seasoned designer, and it was unexpected that he would be bested by an intern. The onlookers regarded Yizhou with sympathetic glances, yet he showed no significant reaction. Instead, he turned to Munanyan and said, Nanyan, congratulations. You truly possess remarkable talent in design. I hope you can help our company achieve stellar results in this competition. Nanyan was taken aback by Yizhou's graciousness. Not only was he unperturbed, but he also extended his congratulations. One could not deny the breadth of Yizhou's character. With a smile, she replied, Thank you, Designer E. I am still a novice in the design world and have much to learn from you all. I will certainly exert my utmost effort in this competition. Go for it. I have faith in you, he encouraged. Thank you. The two exchanged polite handshakes, and the other employees in the design department, witnessing the harmonious interaction between the two competitors, quietly fell silent. After all, if the two rivals were unfazed, there was little for the spectators to concern themselves with. Lu Dehai waited for the chatter to subside before continuing, All right, to the design director's office. Munanyan followed Lu Dehai into the office. He approached his desk, retrieving a document from the drawer. Noticing that Munanyan was still standing by the door, he gestured, Please take a seat. I would like to discuss the competition with you. Certainly, Director. Munanyan settled onto the sofa in the meeting area, while Lu Dehai joined her on the opposite couch, handing her the document. This is the invitation to the fashion design competition.
Here, take it.
The competition begins on the 15th of this month and lasts for a month, concluding around the 15th of next month. Munanyan accepted the invitation and placed it on the coffee table before her. Lu Dehai continued, I am aware of the details. I have reviewed the announcement on their official website. Very well. Since you are informed, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You will not participate in the design of our winter new products for now. Focus on preparing for this competition. It is of paramount importance for our company and a splendid opportunity for you to enhance your reputation. Make sure to seize it. Rest assured, Director, I will strive diligently. I have long wished to participate in this competition during my studies, but students were ineligible. Now that I finally have this chance, I will cherish it. Excellent. By the way, as previously mentioned, the winner of the competition will have the opportunity for a promotion. Although you have yet to receive your diploma, the company is unable to convert your status to a full-time employee. However, you'll be designated as a mid-level designer, and your base salary will increase from 7,000 to 10,000. Your sales from the autumn collection were commendable, and the company will grant you an additional commission, which should be credited to your account today. Please keep an eye on it. Thank you, Director. Munanyan never anticipated such generous treatment from the company. Initially, her decision to join this firm was solely motivated by her desire to participate in that competition. Now, with the opportunity to compete, a salary increase, and a promotion, she has achieved a trifecta of success. Put in your best effort. I have great faith in you. If you secure a ranking in this competition, your status in the design industry will soar, possibly leading you to become our company's chief designer. Munanyan merely smiled and remained silent.
Deep down,
she felt quite uncertain about the competition. Considering the multitude of talented designers in the country, she was merely a newcomer with numerous shortcomings. Her participation was primarily to gauge her abilities against those of her peers and to learn from her seniors. Regarding the director's lofty aspirations, Munanyan could only let the words flow in one ear and out the other. She was indifferent about becoming the chief designer, for she had already charted her own course. After obtaining her diploma, she intended to establish her own brand. Noticing her lack of engagement, the director shifted the conversation to other matters. By the way, it would undoubtedly be inconvenient for you to attend the competition alone. I will arrange for a design assistant for you. If you have someone in mind, feel free to suggest. Zhou Ruxuan's workstation is quite close to mine, so it would be convenient for work discussions. How about her? Thank you, Director. I've said all I needed to. You should prepare for the upcoming competition.
All right.
Munanyan replied, taking the invitation from the desk and leaving the director's office. Chapter 78. Would you like to work with me? Munanyan approached and gently knocked on Zhou Ruxuan's desk. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Ruxuan looked up to see Munanyan's beautiful face. With a smile, she inquired, Nanyan, what brings you here? Director Lu wants to see you in her office. Zhou Ruxuan, having been at the company for quite a while, had seldom visited the director's office. Why would the director suddenly summon her? Was something amiss? With a hint of concern, Zhou Ruxuan asked Munanyan, the director called for me? What could it be about? Munanyan was uncertain if Zhou Ruxuan would be willing to be her assistant. If she was reluctant, would it be inappropriate for her to convey that this was her intention? After much hesitation, Munanyan finally asked, Ruxuan, would you like to work with me? Sensing that Zhou Ruxuan might be shy to voice her true feelings, she added, just speak honestly. I wouldn't mind. Of course, I would. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Rest assured, if the director is calling you, it should be a positive matter. You will find out when you go. The director probably doesn't even remember me. How could something good come to mind about me? Zhou Ruxuan expressed disbelief. Having been at the company for so long, she had always felt invisible, seldom encountering the director outside of meetings. Oh, come on, just go. You can trust me. It's definitely not a bad thing. Munanyan took Zhou Ruxuan by the hand, guiding her toward the director's office. With no other option, Zhou Ruxuan reluctantly followed. As Zhou Ruxuan entered, Munanyan took her seat at her desk and began to contemplate new design drafts. She was determined to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming competition, aspiring to reach the finals. She scoured the internet for videos of past contests, seeking inspiration and determining which types of garments would be most suitable for her designs. While immersed in her work, Munanyan exhibited an impressive focus, filtering out the surrounding distractions. Thus, she remained oblivious to Zhou Ruxuan, who was nearby. After some time, when a spark of creativity ignited within her, she finally noticed Zhou Ruxuan, startling her in the process. With a hint of curiosity, Munanyan asked, "What is the matter?" Zhou Ruxuan grasped Munanyan's hands excitedly and exclaimed, "Nanyan, how wonderful you are! The director has appointed me to be your exclusive assistant, which means I might also have the chance to participate in the fashion design competition." As she spoke, her enthusiasm grew, and her grip on Munanyan's hands tightened, nearly propelling her into a jubilant embrace. Yes, you can participate in the competition," Munanyan replied, subtly withdrawing her hands, as Zhou Ruxuan's grip was surprisingly strong. "Thank you, Nanyan." The director just informed me that you were the one who requested me as your assistant. I genuinely appreciate this opportunity. I have a deep passion for fashion design, yet I feel I lack the innate talent. Despite being an assistant for so long, I still struggle to complete designs independently. I have always dreamed of entering the fashion design competition, but with my current abilities, I believed I would never qualify. I never imagined that one day I would actually have the chance to compete. Zhou Ruxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Munanyan, making it appear as though she harbored feelings for her. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under Zhou Ruxuan's gaze, Munanyan took a moment to respond. I'm glad you want to join. I hesitated to tell you earlier because I feared you might not want to be my assistant. I value our rapport in the design department, and I genuinely need your help this time. Together, we might achieve remarkable results. Nanyan, I believe in you. You are incredibly talented. You can definitely succeed. Indeed. Following this exchange, the two fell into a comfortable silence. Munanyan resumed sketching her designs while Zhou Ruxuan researched information regarding the competition, hoping to assist her friend. As the afternoon drew to a close, Zhou Ruxuan began packing her belongings, preparing to leave. Noticing Munanyan still engrossed in her sketches, she called out, Nanyan, it's time to clock out. There's still time before the preliminary round. Let us continue tomorrow. I'm fine. You can head out. I want to finalize the draft. I fear that if I wait until tomorrow, my inspiration might fade.
All right.
As Zhou Ruxuan observed the crumpled drafts littering Munanyan's desk, she collected them all and disposed of them in the trash before departing the design department. Not long after she departed, a casually dressed man stood silently at the doorway. Observing Munanyan as she diligently sketched, he remained there, voiceless and unprepared to greet her. After an indeterminate passage of time, his phone, nestled in his pocket, vibrated abruptly, prompting him to turn and leave, answering the call with a casual gesture. Where are you? Weren't you supposed to come to the office? I've been waiting for quite a while. Are you not yet here? The voice of Shang Zikuan resonated through the receiver, infused with vigor and tinged with impatience. I'll be right up, Shang Yu replied before ending the call and taking the elevator to the top floor. It had been quite some time since he last visited the office, and he had assumed that Munanyan had forgotten him after their prolonged separation. Yet, as he ascended from the underground parking garage, he found himself pressing the button for the design department, despite it being after hours, and the likelihood that she had already left. He felt an inexplicable urge to glimpse her workspace, even if only for a fleeting moment. To his surprise, Munanyan was still at the office. Upon catching sight of her profile, engrossed in her work, Shang Yu's heart skipped a beat. An unexpected revelation of the profound impact she had on him. Though their acquaintance had been brief, he could not help but fall for her.
Ding.
The elevator reached the top floor, and Shang Yu made his way directly to the president's office, pushing the door open to find Shang Zikuan seated at his desk. What brings you here in such haste? Shang Yu inquired. At your age, you still haven't learned to knock? Shang Zikuan retorted, unable to suppress his critique. I'll be leaving now. Good luck with everything. Shang Yu remained silent, merely gazing intently at Shang Zikuan. Adopting an expression that conveyed he would depart should no further information be forthcoming. With a sense of urgency, Shang Zikuan, recognizing his need for Shang Yu's assistance, spoke kindly. Today marks the anniversary of my marriage to your mother. I promised to take her out for dinner, but I haven't finished my work yet, and time is running short. I must leave. The rest is up to you. After all, this company will eventually be yours, so it's good for you to gain some experience. With that, he exited, leaving Shang Yu no room for refusal. Watching his father's retreating figure, Shang Yu felt a tumult of emotions. How could he flaunt his affection in front of him, especially after a breakup? Was there truly no love left in this world? Shang Yu contemplated abandoning the company altogether. The unfinished work bore no relevance to him, as it was not his enterprise. Just as he reached the office door, his steps faltered, and ultimately, he approached the desk and seated himself, picking up the documents to review. His conscience did not compel him to stay, but rather the thought of Munanyan still laboring downstairs lingered in his mind. While he could not descend to seek her out, remaining in the office to work could be considered a form of companionship. Unbeknownst to Shang Yu, as he turned to depart from the design department, Munanyan had just completed her design draft. Sensing a presence behind her, she glanced over her shoulder and caught a fleeting glimpse of Shang Yu's retreating figure. However, she did not recognize him, mistaking him for a colleague from the company, and thus paid little heed. She secured her design draft in her drawer, tidied her belongings, and left the company. At the flourishing Sheng Group, as soon as Liu Yiran's workday concluded, he promptly exited the office. Song Rui cast a forlorn gaze at Liu Yiran as he departed from the president's office. Once Liu Yiran's silhouette vanished, he redirected his attention to the pile of documents before him. He felt utterly despondent, These papers had no place on his desk as the president's assistant, but should have been on the president's own desk. Suddenly, Su Nanqing approached and greeted Song Rue, saying, "Assistant Song, I'm leaving as well. Good luck." "All right," Song Rue replied with a subdued tone. Su Nanqing hastily exited, eager to pursue Lu Yiran. But it seemed she was too late. Since Su Nanqing began her employment, Lu Yiran had consistently left work early. She assumed this was his routine and did not question it. For the past few months, she had been engrossed in familiarizing herself with the company's operations, often working late, and had not developed a close rapport with Lu Yiran. She publicly claimed to be his sister, and the opinions of other employees were of no concern to her. Song Rue felt utterly forsaken, left alone in the president's office. He was baffled by Lu Yiran's recent behavior. Previously, Lu Yiran would work nearly 12 hours a day. While it was understandable for the assistant to follow suit during overtime, now Lu Yiran departed promptly at closing time, seemingly carefree. Did he not consider the feelings of his assistant, who, like anyone else, yearned for companionship? Why does the president leave so early every day? Could it be that he is in a romantic relationship? Yet, I have not heard of any recent scandals involving him. Surely, it cannot be with the president's wife, especially since she has already tarnished his reputation. Any man would find that unacceptable, Song Rue pondered, unable to fathom the situation. Finally, he resigned himself to work, wondering when he might finish for the day. With a sigh, he began to review a document pulled from the stack. Meanwhile, Lu Yiran descended to the underground parking garage via the elevator. Just as he entered his car, his phone rang. Ding-ling-ling. Lu Yiran retrieved his phone from his pocket and, upon seeing the caller ID, answered without hesitation. "Hello? Yiran, come out for a drink," came the boisterous voice of Chu Si on the other end, amidst a cacophony that suggested a lively atmosphere, possibly with someone singing in the background. "Enjoy yourselves. I want TV joining," Lu Yiran replied. "What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. It's quite noisy here," Chu Si exclaimed, incredulous. Lu Yiran, unusually patient, repeated himself. Chu Si, in disbelief, responded, "Did you not say you were in a marriage of convenience? Wasn't it stated that there were no feelings involved? What is going on?" Chu Si, with a heart still intent on uniting him with Xin Qi, had specifically invited her out for a day of leisure. Initially, he had planned to also summon Lu Yiran to facilitate their match, yet the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Lu Yiran had seemingly grown closer to his hastily wed wife. Chu Si was acutely aware that Lu Yiran's rejection was firm and unlikely to change. Further discussion would be futile. He jested, "Should you ever find yourself genuinely enamored with that woman, do remember to introduce her to us. You've been married for quite some time, and we have yet to meet her. Be wary, lest I decide to pay you a visit." The prospect of Lu Yiran developing feelings for Munanyan seemed improbable. Even Lu Yiran could not ascertain that outcome himself. "I understand. I'll hang up now. I must drive," he said. Chu Si had merely spoken in jest, unaware that Lu Yiran would not only refrain from denial, but would also acquiesce. It appeared that the woman held a unique place in Lu Yiran's heart. After their conversation, Lu Yiran promptly ended the call. Just as he was about to start his car and leave the office, a knock echoed against his car window. Chapter 80. My mother has been mentioning you quite often lately. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yiran looked over and saw Su Nanqing standing outside his window. He lowered the window and inquired, "Nanqing, is there something you need?" Initially, Su Nanqing had merely wished to engage Lu Yiran in casual conversation, perhaps even share a meal together. However, upon overhearing him decline another invitation, citing his commitment to dining with Munanyan, a wave of unease washed over her. She had not anticipated that, within such a brief span of months, Munanyan had secured a significant position in Lu Yiran's affections. Su Nanqing believed that by excelling at work, she might capture the attention of her beloved Yiranji, allowing them to stand together. Thus, she had diligently toiled over the past few months to demonstrate her capabilities, yet she had not foreseen that such efforts would inadvertently provide an opening for Munanyan. Her frustration simmered. She found Munanyan to be a scheming woman, previously feigning disinterest in Lu Yiran, only to now pursue him with brazen audacity. Understanding that a direct invitation for a meal would likely be met with rejection, she contemplated the importance of her mother in Lu Yiran's eyes. Su Nanqing gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, and Lu Yiran ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, it has been quite a while since I visited Lu Ma." Upon hearing this, Su Nanqing's face brightened with joy as she eagerly opened the passenger door and settled in. Lu Yiran noticed her presence in the passenger seat and frowned slightly, but chose not to voice his concerns. He started the car and exited the underground parking lot. "How is Lu Ma's health improving?" Su Nanqing asked, delighted by Lu Yiran's willingness to engage. He replied nonchalantly, lapsing into silence once more. Noticing his abrupt withdrawal, Su Nanqing felt a pang of disappointment but refrained from forcing a conversation, allowing the car to fall into a quietude. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Su Nanqing suddenly had a thought. She picked up her phone, pretending to capture the scenery outside, snapping a few pictures. Then leaning against the car door, she feigned a selfie, yet her camera was directed at Liu Yiran. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Su Nanqing covertly took a candid shot of the two of them together. Liu Yiran caught a glimpse of Su Nanqing taking pictures out of the corner of his eye. Puzzled by her actions, he wondered what was so captivating outside that warranted a photograph. However, as she was the daughter of Liu Ma, he refrained from commenting and focused on driving instead. Upon arriving at Xing'an apartment, Liu Yiran parked the car and both exited together. A figure resembling a bodyguard hurried over, carrying several gift bags. "Mr. Liu, here are the items you requested." It was indeed Mr. Liu. Liu Yiran took the items from him, and the bodyguard turned to leave. Su Nanqing, observing the items in Liu Yiran's hands, curiously inquired, "Yiran, when did you have someone prepare these?" "I had no idea. I sent a message to the bodyguard before we drove here," he replied. "Oh, I see. Let us head upstairs then." Indeed. Su Nanqing felt a sense of joy witnessing Liu Yiran's regard for her mother, and they ascended the stairs. It was a peculiar moment, reminiscent of a son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the door, Wang Ilio rushed to open it. Upon seeing Liu Yiran at the threshold, her smile was uncontainable. "Yiran, you've come. Please come in. I had been meaning to invite you for dinner, but I feared your busy schedule might hinder that thought. So I hesitated to say anything." "Not at all, Liu Ma. If you miss me, feel free to call. There's always time for a meal," Liu Yiran assured her. Wang Ilio beamed at his words. "All right." Liu Yiran and Su Nanqing changed their shoes and entered. Wang Ilio urged, "Yiran, please take a seat. I will prepare dinner right away. It won't take long. If you feel hungry, there's fruit on the coffee table." "I appreciate it, Liu Ma. You needn't worry about me. Go ahead and tend to your cooking," Liu Yiran said, settling onto the living room sofa. Wang Ilio, noticing this, remarked, "Fine. Nanqing, please keep Yiran company while I cook." "Rest assured, Mom. Yiran is no stranger here. He can take care of himself," Su Nanqing replied, picking up an orange and sitting on the adjacent sofa. Wang Ilio thought it wise and refrained from further comment, heading to the kitchen to begin her preparations. The community where they resided was constructed by a company under the auspices of the Dingxin Group, classifying it as an affluent neighborhood. After Wang Ilio departed from the Liu family, Liu Yiran arranged for her to reside here, and she had been living there ever since. During this time, Liu Yiran had visited several times and had indeed become familiar with the area. Chapter 81. Did you not know I am allergic to alcohol? I understand. You carry on with your tasks. Nanqing, you've been at Dingxin for several months now. How do you find it? Su Nanqing was taken aback by Liu Yiran's initiative to engage her in conversation. Assuming he was genuinely concerned for her, she pondered for a moment before responding. "The colleagues in the president's office are quite amiable, and I have become familiar with my work. Have you decided which department you wish to join? Is there a particular one that appeals to you?" Su Nanqing was taken aback to find Liu Yiran waiting for her here, having worked hard to remain by his side. How could she possibly leave so easily? "Brother Yiran, I have just begun to acclimate to the responsibilities of a secretary, and I have recently formed relationships with my colleagues in the secretary department. If I leave now, I would need to get acquainted with a new team. Why not let me stay in the secretary department?" Su Nanqing's tone carried a hint of coaxing. Being the daughter of Liu Ma, she felt hesitant to insist that Su Nanqing depart. Liu Yiran recalled what Song Rui had mentioned about Su Nanqing's diligent work ethic and her lack of causing any disturbances. Thus, it was not out of the question to keep her in the secretary department. "Have you made your decision? Do you wish to remain in the secretary department?" "I have made my decision, and it is quite clear." "Very well, then do your best in the secretary department." "Yes, I understand." Seeing Su Nanqing so obedient and compliant, Liu Yiran chose not to press the matter further, and thus the decision was made. "All right, young madam." The butler received the instruction and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Munanyan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a series she had been following. Having had a relatively idle few months, she enjoyed watching dramas after work. Just a couple of days ago, she had come across a new series that had just released its latest episode, and she was thoroughly absorbed in it. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting her viewing. Upon checking, she was surprised to see it was a call from Mufeng. He had hardly called her in recent months, and his sudden call was likely not a harbinger of good news. She paused the television and answered the phone.
"Hello, Dad."
"Yan Yan, have you eaten?" came Mu Feng's overly solicitous voice. Sensing his tone, Munanyan felt apprehensive. It was as if a weasel were wishing a hen well, clearly with ulterior motives. "Not yet." Is there something you need? Do you remember the condition you agreed to earlier? Yes, have you made up your mind?
I have.
Recently, the Moo Corporation is keen on securing a partnership, and I have a dinner meeting with the other party this Saturday. If you can help me finalize this collaboration, I will consider it as you fulfilling one of your conditions. You want me to accompany you for drinks? Are you not aware of my alcohol allergy? Munanyan was astonished that Mu Feng would request her to accompany him for drinks. It seemed he believed that since she was now married, he could no longer rely on marriage alliances and thus sought other means. Knowing her allergy to alcohol, he still insisted she accompany him, which only deepened her disdain for him. Mu Feng appeared genuinely oblivious as he suddenly realized, look at me. I must have forgotten since we haven't lived together for so long. It doesn't matter if you can't drink. I don't care how you manage it. As long as you help me secure this partnership. Munanyan understood all too well the implication of his words. Expecting a woman to negotiate a business deal without the ability to drink was preposterous. Having called him dad for over 20 years, she was appalled that he would want her to exploit her body for his benefit. Her fingers clenched tightly. Thankfully, Mu Feng was not her biological father, or she would have been utterly heartbroken. As Mu Feng observed that Munanyan remained unresponsive, he threatened her. Yan. You have lived in the Mu family for over 20 years. If you are unwilling, then the gratitude I owe for raising you all these years cannot be repaid. You cannot sever ties with me. I expect you to send me the client's information. With gritted teeth, Munanyan replied, I understand. Mu Feng readily acquiesced, very well. I shall send you the information at once. His intent in seeking Munanyan was indeed to persuade her to spend the night with him. He had already made arrangements on that end, promising that should he manage to sleep with her, the collaboration would be swiftly finalized. His request for her to accompany him for drinks was merely a formality. Any ensuing events would bear no consequence for him. He promptly dispatched the information via email. I have sent it to your inbox. Please check. Understood. Munanyan responded before hastily ending the call, eager to escape the sound of Mu Feng's voice. Her days had become a monotonous routine, and had it not been for Mu Feng's intrusion today, she might have entirely forgotten this predicament. She was resolute in finding a way to delineate her boundaries with him. She no longer wished to refer to him as father. And she was determined to investigate her mother's accident thoroughly. While she was silently fortifying her resolve, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Young mistress, the meal is ready. You may dine now. All right, I will be there shortly, she replied, switching off the television and making her way to the dining room. It was Thursday, with only a day remaining until Saturday, and she realized she needed to expedite her review of the materials. This collaboration was imperative for her. As her thoughts raced, she reached the dining room and seated herself at the table. She gazed at the sumptuous dinner laid out before her, yet her appetite had vanished. This is all Mu Feng's fault, calling me at such an hour, ruining my meal, she lamented inwardly. After a few lackluster bites, she set down her chopsticks. Butler, I've finished eating. Please have someone clear the table. Noticing the untouched plates, the butler kindly inquired, Young mistress, is the food unsatisfactory? Would you like me to have something else prepared? No, I'm not particularly hungry. I have matters to attend to, so I will head upstairs now. Very well. Chapter 82. Did I offend her in any way? Thus, Munanyan only needed to secure Su Fenghai's agreement to utilize Mu's construction materials, which did not seem overly challenging. She felt a temporary sense of relief and proceeded to research the company online. The firm was quite prominent in the capital and well-regarded within the construction industry. Upon discovering that the owner was named Su Fenghai, she searched for additional information about him. Most of what she found pertained to his rise to success, and as she continued scrolling, her brow furrowed upon encountering details of his romantic history. At the age of 43, Su Fenghai had already been married 5 times, his current wife being only 20 years old, a veritable case of an old bull with a young calf. If he had children earlier, he could have fathered a daughter of that age himself. It was unfathomable to her how he could even contemplate such relationships. Moreover, it is quite astonishing that all of his previous wives succumbed to illness, which raises a curious suspicion about Su Fenghai's fate with women. One cannot fathom why those young women would still choose to marry him. Su Fenghai is also the father of 3 sons and 1 daughter, all from different mothers. With his eldest son having reached adulthood this year, the disarray of this man's familial background is truly bewildering. The mere thought that his eldest son refers to a woman 2 years his senior as stepmother sends shivers down Munanyan's spine. In her quest for information, Munanyan explored the entertainment section and discovered videos discussing Su Fenghai's familial relationships. The content echoed her findings from Baidu, and as she perused the comments, she stumbled upon a troubling revelation. Some users alleged that Su Fenghai had a penchant for manipulating women, particularly those who are young and beautiful, and that he harbored certain peculiarities involving props. There were even insinuations that his previous wives may have met untimely ends due to his whims. These comments garnered significant attention, and Munanyan felt a chill run down her back. If the assertions were indeed true, it appeared that the upcoming dinner gathering would not be straightforward. The crucial question remained, did Mu Feng know of Su Fenghai's true nature? Was he intentionally inviting her to accompany him to please the elusive Mr. Su? Or was he entirely oblivious? Munanyan leaned towards the belief that Mu Feng was aware of Su's character. Otherwise, he would never have abruptly summoned her for a business discussion, given his usual reluctance to involve her in company affairs. It seemed that she would have to adapt on the fly that day, ensuring she did not fall into their trap, and she sincerely hoped to negotiate the collaboration successfully. With a clearer understanding of this individual, Munanyan felt less anxious than before. She picked up her phone and scrolled through her social media feed, noticing Tang Yutong had shared a series of stunning photographs, to which she promptly liked. Continuing her scroll, she came across Su Nanqing's update. Just off work. Irangage is taking me out for dinner. Had she already dined? Meanwhile, Lu Iran, noticing the butler's hesitation, furrowed his brow and impatiently urged, "If there's something to say, just say it. Why the hesitation?" The butler replied, "Madam has only eaten a little today, hardly touching her food." Lu Iran then inquired, "Where is Munanyan? She should be watching television at this hour." Initially, Lu Iran found it bothersome when Munanyan watched dramas in the living room, but seeing her smile had made it more tolerable. Over time, he even found a certain warmth in the scene, feeling it imbued their space with a semblance of home. Yet, today, the absence of Munanyan rendered the living room unexpectedly quiet, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. "Understood. You may go," he instructed. As Lu Iran settled onto the couch, he noticed a blanket draped over it, one that Munanyan often used while engrossed in her shows. Normally, she would neatly fold it away when finished, but today it lay carelessly tossed aside. Was her mood soured by a phone call? Who could have contacted her? Had she encountered some trouble? Lu Iran pondered for quite some time but could not discern anything meaningful, so he decided to ascend the stairs to seek out Munanyan. He knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing the sound, Munanyan hurried to open the door, initially believing it was the butler seeking her for some matter. To her surprise, it was Lu Iran, and this was the first time he had knocked on her door, which struck her as rather unusual. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. Lu Iran did not anticipate Munanyan's rather indifferent demeanor. Had he offended her in some way? "I heard from the butler that you haven't been eating much. Is something troubling you?" he asked. Munanyan felt that the issue at hand was one she could resolve on her own, and did not wish to involve Lu Iran. Nor did he have any obligation to assist her. Therefore, she was unprepared to divulge anything to him. "It's nothing. I'm just not very hungry, so I haven't eaten much."
Ah.
Lu Iran observed that Munanyan's expression was quite normal and assumed he was overthinking things, thus he did not dwell on it further. Munanyan looked at Lu Iran with a calm expression and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing more." "All right." With that, Munanyan promptly closed the door, leaving Lu Iran with little time to react. His nose nearly collided with the door. What an ungrateful little wolf, he thought to himself, feeling a tinge of displeasure. He turned away from the door to Munanyan's room and retreated to his own. Chapter 83. Who is slandering me behind my back? The following morning, Munanyan and Lu Iran carried on as usual, having breakfast together before departing from Yujing Tiancheng, as if nothing had transpired the day before. Everything remained unchanged. Upon arriving at the office, Munanyan spent the entire day contemplating her design drafts, determined to complete them within the next couple of days, so that she would have time for revisions afterward. At Dingsheng Group, Lu Iran, as per his usual routine, took the elevator to the top floor to the president's office. As he passed by, he noticed Song Rui asleep at his desk. He approached him directly and rapped on the surface of the desk. Bang, bang, bang. Startled awake by the noise, Song Rui blinked groggily, initially irate at being disturbed, but his frustration dissipated upon seeing Lu Iran's handsome visage. The words he had intended to utter were swallowed back, and mustering his energy, he managed to say, "Good morning, President Lu." Lu Iran's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Who sleeps during working hours? What would others think if they saw you like this?" Song Rui gazed at the president with a hint of melancholy. "President Lu, you look quite invigorated while you've offloaded all your work onto me. I was up until 3 in the morning processing these documents. It's rather cruel to treat your employees this way. I've been working overtime for several months now." Upon hearing this, Lu Iran felt a pang of guilt. He was well aware of the volume of work he had been delegating to Song Rui. Previously, he had spent nearly all his waking hours working, and now, having shifted his responsibilities onto Song Rui, it truly was a burden for him. Noticing the dark circles under Song Rui's eyes, Lu Iran, feeling sympathetic, said, "Is that so? Really, President Lu?" Song Rue's eyes sparkled at the prospect of being granted some respite. Indeed, go ahead and hand over your tasks to the other assistants. Deliver it to my office later. Yes, Mr. Liu. Liu Yiran paid him little mind as he strode towards his office. Song Rue was packing up his belongings, preparing to depart when he stumbled upon a folder that seemed to ignite a thought. Grasping the folder, he hurried towards Liu Yiran. Mr. Liu, wait a moment. Is there something else? This contains documents regarding the collaboration with the Shangguan family from Haiqing. Secretary, he mentioned that he would be arriving in the capital tomorrow and wishes to meet with you to discuss the partnership. The Shangguan family is a prestigious lineage in Haiqing, boasting a history of over a century, and Liu Yiran valued their collaboration greatly. Understood. Please send a secretary with me tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Liu. He arrived at the elevator, awaiting its arrival, watching as it ascended slowly from the first floor to the top.
Ding.
The elevator doors opened, and he coincidentally collided with Su Nanqing, who had just arrived for work. Upon seeing Song Rue, Su Nanqing greeted him warmly. Good morning. Assistant Song. Good morning, Miss Su. Noticing his briefcase, which suggested he was heading out, she curiously inquired, Are you off to work this early, Assistant Song?
Yes.
But who will handle matters for Brother Yiran? Su Nanqing's reminder jogged Song Rue's memory about the task Liu Yiran had just assigned. With only Su Nanqing present in the secretary department, he had no choice but to entrust her with the responsibility. You reminded me just in time. The others have yet to arrive. Please inform Xiao Chun to accompany Mr. Liu to a dinner tomorrow night. That collaboration is crucial. It must not go awry. Upon hearing that she might be spending time with Liu Yiran tomorrow, Su Nanqing could not let such an opportunity slip by. How about I accompany Brother Yiran instead? I've been following the company as projects closely. I can manage. But those dinners are typically for secretaries to deflect the drinks. It may not be appropriate for you. A young lady. Song Rue was hesitant to assign this task to Su Nanqing. After all, if anything were to happen while she was there, Mr. Liu would undoubtedly hold him accountable. He knew well the esteemed place Wang Ilio held in Liu Yiran's heart. If anything befell her daughter, his job would be at stake. Rest assured, I can hold my liquor. I haven't wasted my time abroad these past few years. Are you certain? Su Nanqing swiftly pushed Song Rue into the elevator, hastily pressing the close button, leaving him no chance to refuse. The thought of seeing Liu Yiran in his office today filled Su Nanqing with excitement. Previously, it was always Song Rue managing Liu Yiran's affairs. They, as secretaries, felt more like Song Rue's subordinates as he orchestrated their tasks. If Liu Yiran did not emerge, they would have no opportunity to see him. Upon reaching her workstation, Su Nanqing retrieved her cosmetics from her bag, touching up her makeup. After ensuring she looked impeccable in the mirror, she casually selected a document from her desk and made her way towards the president's office. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Liu Yiran mistakenly thought it was Song Rue and spoke without raising his head. Haven't you left yet? Are you not looking forward to the holiday?
Yiran.
Upon hearing a female voice, Liu Yiran finally lifted his gaze to see Su Nanqing, and he expressed his surprise. What brings you here? Assistant Song left early. He arranged for me to take over his duties. If you have anything to discuss afterward, you can also approach me. By the way, I'll accompany you to the social gathering tomorrow night. Are you really sending a girl to accompany me to a social event? Song Rue is becoming increasingly incompetent, Liu Yiran remarked, his brows slightly furrowing. Just as he arrived at the underground parking lot, Song Rue could not hold back 2 sneezes.
Damn.
Who's talking behind my back? Seeing Liu Yiran's frown, Su Nanqing mistakenly thought he was worried about her, which filled her with a sweet sense of joy. She smiled and clarified, Yiran Ge, this is not arranged by Assistant Song. I wanted to accompany you, and I'm quite familiar with that project. I can definitely be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Liu Yiran chose not to argue further. After all, he was to meet Shangguan He tomorrow, who was rumored to abstain from alcohol during business dealings. It would likely just be a simple meal, and there shouldn't be any issues. Alright then. You may join me tomorrow. Chapter 84. I knew you were the best. Su Nanqing playfully said, Thank you, Yiran Ge. I knew you were the best. Liu Yiran did not respond to her words but shifted the topic. Did you need something when you came to find me? Su Nanqing quickly handed him a document. This document requires your signature. Liu Yiran took it, glanced over it, and promptly signed his name before closing the document and returning it to Su Nanqing. I've signed it. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I need to start working. Alright then, Yiran Ge, I'll take my leave, she replied. Carrying the document, Su Nanqing exited with a hint of disappointment. She could not fail to notice that Liu Yiran was urging her to leave. Never mind. She decided not to disturb him while he worked to avoid being a nuisance. Su Nanqing realized that while Liu Yiran was generally amiable, he was rather unsparing when it came to work. Meanwhile, Munanyan visited the sample room of the technical department today. Having sketched the initial draft yesterday, She felt there were areas needing adjustment and thought a change of environment might inspire new ideas. Representing the company in this fashion design competition, she was granted numerous privileges, allowing her unrestricted access to both the design and technical departments. A gentle stream of natural light poured through the half-drawn curtains, softly illuminating the spacious drawing table, casting a dreamlike golden hue upon it. Immersed in her creative realm, Munanyan wore a simple yet elegantly designed white linen gown, the hem swaying lightly with her subtle movements, reminiscent of jasmine dancing in the morning breeze, exuding a faintly artistic aura. Her long, silky hair was casually tied into a low bun, with a few stray strands falling effortlessly onto her forehead, adding an unrefined touch of natural beauty to her appearance. Scattered across the table were a myriad of design sketches, some with fluid lines and others adorned with vibrant colors. Munanyan's fingertips delicately brushed against her latest creation, a gown inspired by the cosmos. The deep gradient of blue and purple mirrored the most resplendent stars of the night sky, while the interplay of sheer fabric and satin seemed to capture the faint glimmer of the Milky Way, evoking a sense of vastness and mystery within the wearer. Her gaze shifted from contemplative seriousness to the spark of excitement, and an idea suddenly illuminated her mind. She picked up her pencil and began to refine her design, the soft scratching sound on paper marking each pursuit of perfection, each line a redefinition of beauty. As her creation gradually took shape, she gently blew away the pencil shavings, admiring her work with a tender smile gracing her lips. This is it. She felt a deep satisfaction with this piece, designed for an upcoming competition. It marked a significant departure from her usual casual attire designs, representing her inaugural venture into evening wear. At that moment, Zhou Ruoxuan entered, noticing Munanyan's joy. "Have you completed your dress design?" she inquired. "I just finished." "You arrived at the perfect time. Could you help me choose some fabric?" "I wish to create a sample garment, as there is always a distinct difference between the physical piece and the drawing, and I aim to perfect it as much as possible." "Of course. I was just lamenting my lack of tasks since Director Liu assigned me to assist you. Yet I have done nothing, and felt quite embarrassed." "No worries, now you can indeed help me," Munanyan replied with a smile. Standing in the spacious, well-lit courtyard of the studio, surrounded by an array of fabrics that resembled a vibrant rainbow, her gaze flitted among them before settling on a deep blue satin, subtly shimmering like the Milky Way. "Ruoxuan, look at this one," she gently called, her fingers lightly gliding over the fabric. Zhou Ruoxuan approached, scrutinizing it closely.
Wow.
"This fabric is stunning, as if a piece of the night sky has been cut out. But would it be too daring for an evening gown? Its unique luster and texture could be challenging to handle." Munanyan smiled subtly, her eyes sparkling with the distinct gleam of a designer. "Precisely because of its uniqueness, it is worth our challenge. I envision a gown that allows one to feel as though they are stepping into the galaxy. Wearing it would be akin to embracing the entire universe." Zhou Ruoxuan nodded, excitement igniting in her eyes. "I understand now. How shall we convey this celestial essence? Should we implement special treatments in the tailoring and design?" "Indeed," Munanyan replied, picking up a piece of silver sequin fabric. "I plan to use these sequins to trace the trajectory of the galaxy along the hem and cuffs and employ sheer organza to create a light, cloud-like effect. This way, as the gown moves, it will embody both the profound depth of the starry sky and a flowing beauty." "Wow, that sounds incredibly promising," Zhou Ruoxuan exclaimed. "Let us get started right away, beginning with cutting the main fabric." The two individuals seamlessly divided their tasks. Munanyan was responsible for the final confirmation of the design and the meticulous cutting of key areas, while Zhou Ruoxuan diligently measured dimensions and marked, ensuring that every inch of fabric was flawlessly precise. It was essential that the lines at the waist were tailored to perfection, accentuating the figure without restricting the wearer's freedom of movement. As Munanyan guided her, she demonstrated the fluid technique of cutting the fabric. Zhou Ruoxuan operated with unwavering focus, occasionally looking up to exchange knowing smiles with Munanyan. As time passed, the fabric in their hands gradually transformed from ordinary cloth into a dazzling evening gown, destined to shine like a starry sky at the upcoming gala. Every stitch and seam embodied their pursuit of beauty and passion. "Look, it's taking shape." Munanyan stood before the dress form, surveying the nearly completed creation, her eyes brimming with pride and anticipation. "Ruoxuan, thank you for your assistance. Without you, I could not have finished this so swiftly and so flawlessly. Your design has bestowed upon us boundless possibilities, and I am honored to contribute to this masterpiece. This gown is truly exquisite. So our work for the preliminary round is this one. When it's time to submit, we will hand in the design." Indeed. Just then, the ringing of Munanyan's phone interrupted their moment.
All right.
After Zhou Ruoxuan left, Munanyan stepped onto the adjacent balcony and retrieved her phone. But upon seeing the caller ID, her brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 85. The mysterious call. It was an unfamiliar number, and the call was from abroad. She typically did not receive calls from unknown numbers, especially from overseas. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose to answer. Hello, who is this? Hello?
Can you hear me?
The voice on the other end remained silent, and in the end, Munanyan hung up the phone. How peculiar, who is this? Calling and not speaking. She muttered to herself, then put her phone away and headed to the design director's office. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
A steady male voice resonated from within the office. Upon hearing the voice, Munanyan grasped the doorknob and entered. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a dappled warmth across Lu Dahai's spacious and minimalist office, adding a touch of warmth to the tranquil space. Munanyan gently pushed the door open, clutching several design sketches, her eyes sparkling with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Director Lu, I have completed the design sketches for the competition, and I would like to present them to you. Her voice was soft yet resolute as she slowly unfolded the papers in her hands. Lu Dahai looked up, momentarily distracted from his busy work, gazing at her with mild surprise. So soon? Nanyan, you always manage to astonish. Lu Dahai's eyes gradually lit up as he savored the design, as if envisioning the person who would don it, shimmering in the night and conversing with the stars. Nanyan, this is not merely a design for a garment. It is a fluid painting, a narrative. Your creativity is truly breathtaking. Lu Dahai's praise was sincere and fervent, for he understood that such a creation was destined to shine on any design stage. Munanyan smiled gently, her face radiating the joy of being recognized. In truth, Director Lu, I have transcended mere blueprints. I have brought this garment to life and would like to invite you to see the actual piece. Her voice held a tinge of excitement, as if she were on the verge of unveiling a meticulously prepared secret. Upon hearing her words, Lu Dahai's eyes flickered with surprise and delight. Really? Then let us go at once. Without hesitation, he rose and accompanied Munanyan towards the sample room of the technical department. Inside the sample room, the lighting was soft, and the starry evening gown hung gracefully on the display rack, resembling a dream that had leaped from the blueprints. Silver threads intertwined, sequins glimmered, and under the illumination, it seemed to capture the brightest stars of the night sky. Nanyan, this far exceeds my expectations. It not only perfectly embodies the design concept, but also showcases an unparalleled artistic beauty in its physical form. Lu Dahai sincerely praised, deepening his understanding of Munanyan's talent. After a brief moment of silence, he made a decision. Nanyan, I believe the person most suited to wear this gown is you. Please take it home with you after work. Consider it a reward for your efforts. Really? While I truly adore this gown, I use materials from the company, so... Munanyan hesitated. Her initial intention in creating the dress was merely to see the outcome, not to keep it. Yet, the gown held special significance for her, and she longed to possess it. Don't worry, I can make this decision. Moreover, it is indeed your creation. Although you have only been with the company for a few months, everyone has witnessed your contributions. It is merely a gown, take it. Upon hearing this, Munanyan's eyes glistened with tears, as it was the utmost affirmation of her talent. She nodded gently, her heart swelling with gratitude and excitement. Thank you, Director Lu. I will give my all in this competition and strive to secure a commendable outcome for the company. Lu Dahai regarded Munanyan with admiration. I believe in you. You possess a true talent for design. From the very first moment I saw your work, I knew you had the capability to create beautiful garments even before graduation. In a few years, you might even become a nationally renowned designer. Work diligently to establish your name in this competition. It will greatly benefit your future. I understand. Thank you, Director. I have learned so much in the design department these past few months. I am truly grateful to you. Yes. I just showed the design to the director, and he said it was quite impressive, so I took him to see the gown. Really? Even the director praised it? It seems we have a chance to enter the preliminary round. Entering the preliminary round is certain. I aspire to reach the finals. I have heard many esteemed designers will participate in this competition, and I am eager to see their creations. Is that really possible? Last year, designer Yao was eliminated in the semi-finals. Zhou Ruxuan felt uncertain, as Yao Yizhou had been their department's most formidable designer. Yet this year, Nanyan surpassed even Yao Yizhou. Surely, she could advance. The design director has given his approval, so there should be no significant issues. We shall soon commence preparations for the semi-finals. Although I have yet to experience a live performance, I have full confidence in your abilities. Let us strive together. As Munanyan exited the technical department, she unexpectedly encountered Shangyu. Since that day, she had not laid eyes on him again and had presumed he might no longer come to the company. Months had passed, and seeing him again evoked a certain awkwardness within her. She greeted him with a smile. "It's been a long time, Mr. Shang." Shang Yu paused momentarily upon seeing Munanyan, taken aback by her gentle demeanor today, which suited her exquisitely. She remained as stunning as ever. "Are you heading out today?" "It has indeed been a while. How have you been?" Shang Yu retained his sunny disposition, though he appeared slightly more composed and mature now. Given the events that transpired previously, it was remarkable that they could greet each other with such tranquility. Observing that he bore no trace of anger, Munanyan felt a twinge of guilt for having publicly embarrassed him. He still regarded her as a friend. "I've been quite well, and you?" she replied. "I am also doing well. I didn't expect to run into you at this hour. I thought you would have left for the day. I hope I'm not causing you any inconvenience." Munanyan's pupils dilated as she realized the significant impact her casual remark had on Shang Yu.
So,
He hadn't returned to the office to avoid creating an awkward situation with her. Not only was he unperturbed, but he had also chosen to distance himself for her comfort. This thought deepened her sense of guilt. She felt compelled to apologize to Shang Yu. Furthermore, her relationship with Liu Yiran had been progressing positively, which she hoped would mean he would no longer trouble Shang Yu. After steadying her emotions, she addressed him. "Do you have some time? Shall we sit at the cafe next to the company?" "Of course, I would be delighted to accompany you. Let us go." As they walked towards the cafe outside the office, they chose a more secluded spot to facilitate conversation and avoid prying eyes from passing colleagues, preventing any potential gossip. Once seated, Munanyan initiated the conversation. "I am sorry, Shang Yu." Shang Yu looked at her in astonishment. "Why do you suddenly apologize?" "The things I said before must have troubled you. I hadn't realized the extent of my words' impact." "You need not apologize. I too mishandled the situation, causing you distress. My position does indeed invite prejudices from others. In truth, I do not mind what people at the company say. Our own understanding suffices. However, when my family learned of the rumors, they were not pleased, which left me with no choice." That is why you previously suggested we be friends, only to later state that we were colleagues." "I pondered that matter for quite some time. I apologize for treating you this way after all your support." "Not at all. It has been some time since then, and I have long forgotten about it." Shang Yu, with an air of nonchalance, seemed entirely indifferent. However, whether he truly felt this way was likely a mystery only he could unravel. The two individuals had resolved their misunderstandings, leading to a thawing of their relationship. Shang Yu tentatively inquired, "So, are we now friends? Although we cannot meet often, if you ever need assistance, I will certainly help you. Should you have anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me." They exchanged smiles, and it seemed that the previous barriers had genuinely been dismantled. "Why don't we go out for a meal together?" Upon the suggestion from Munanyan, Shang Yu recalled the purpose of his visit to the company.
all right.
Munanyan picked up her bag and, with a graceful rise, departed the cafe. Shang Yu lingered for a moment before leaving. He had come to understand the reason behind Munanyan's shift in attitude. With the rumors finally dissipating, it was best to avoid being seen together by their colleagues to spare Munanyan any discomfort. As for pursuing her, he decided to take a more measured approach. On Saturday morning, the first rays of sunlight gently filtered through the curtain seams, softly illuminating Munanyan's face and awakening her from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stretched languidly, basking in the dawn of a new day. After a brief freshening up, Munanyan donned her comfortable loungewear and descended the stairs with a light step, eager to indulge in a delightful breakfast. In the living room on the first floor, the dining table was set with exquisite tableware and steaming breakfast, the air rich with enticing aromas. Seated at the table was Liu Yiran, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, his tie perfectly knotted, engrossed in the documents before him. The morning light accentuated the contours of his strikingly handsome face, rendering him even more appealing. Noticing Liu Yiran's formal attire, Munanyan paused momentarily. Then a gentle smile graced her lips as she inquired, "Are you going out today? You look so formal." Her tone carried a hint of curiosity and concern. Liu Yiran looked up, his gaze softening as it met Munanyan's, and a subtle smile appeared on his lips. "Yes. I have to work overtime at the company today, and I have a social engagement in the evening. Work is a bit hectic. You need not wait for me to have dinner." His voice held a touch of regret, as if he felt a pang for not being able to share dinner with her. Munanyan nodded lightly in understanding. "It's all right. Your work is important. Just take care of yourself and don't overexert." Her eyes radiated warmth and concern, warming Liu Yiran's heart. As they enjoyed their meal, their conversation flowed easily, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Munanyan inquired about Liu Yiran's work, occasionally sharing snippets of her own life, their dialogue effortless and natural, as if any topic could spark mutual resonance. After breakfast, Louis Ran stood to adjust his suit and picked up his briefcase, preparing to depart.
Approaching Munanyan.
He softly said, "I'm leaving." Munanyan nodded in response, her voice gentle. "All right. Please be careful on the road." She diligently researched a plethora of information regarding architecture online. As she had never engaged with this industry before, her understanding was rather limited. Fortunately, her aptitude for learning was commendable. With merely a day's effort, she could grasp the essentials well enough to mask her inexperience from others. Chapter 87. Achieving Cooperation. As nightfall approached, the city's neon lights began to twinkle, adorning the bustling metropolis with an enchanting veneer. At around 6 or 7 in the evening, Munanyan meticulously prepared herself and, after exchanging greetings with the butler, she drove to the Supreme International. At Supreme International, Munanyan donned a well-tailored professional suit and stepped gracefully in high heels, her stride steady. Upon entering the grand lobby, she felt somewhat ill at ease amidst the opulent decor. Although she was there to discuss a collaboration, an undercurrent of nervousness coursed through her. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and proceeded towards the reserved private room. As she entered the lavish chamber at Supreme International, Su Fenghai had been waiting for quite some time. Clad in a designer suit, his hair impeccably styled, he wore a disingenuous smile. Upon seeing Munanyan, he immediately rose to his feet and approached her with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Miss Mu, it is truly an honor to meet you. You are even more stunning than in your photographs," Su Fenghai proclaimed, as he accepted a glass of red wine from the waiter and offered it to Munanyan. With a smile, Munanyan accepted the glass but refrained from drinking. She was acutely aware of her alcohol allergy, knowing that even a sip could trigger a rash or potentially lead to shock. Thus, she gently swirled the wine in her glass, deftly steering the conversation away. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su. Let us first discuss the collaboration. I believe both parties possess the sincerity required to cultivate a mutually beneficial project." Noticing that Munanyan was not easily swayed, Su Fenghai felt a twinge of displeasure. However, he masked his discomfort with a continued facade of cordiality. As they discussed the partnership, he frequently poured wine for her and offered delicacies, attempting to bridge the gap between them through these gestures. Yet, Munanyan remained vigilant and maintained a respectful distance, politely declining his toasts and culinary offerings, all the while preserving her professional demeanor. Seeing this, Su Fenghai grew increasingly anxious. He understood that if he failed to secure his intentions tonight, he might never have another opportunity. Consequently, he devised a scheme, opting for a different approach to achieve his goals. He feigned concern and said, "Miss Mu, you seem a bit unwell this evening. Are you feeling fatigued? Perhaps I could pour you a glass of juice? It wouldn't hurt to take a moment to rest before we continue our discussions." Though cautious, Munanyan felt reassured by Su Fenghai's personal gesture of pouring the juice and nodded in acceptance, taking the glass from him. After sipping the juice and finding it palatable, she relaxed and drank more. Unbeknownst to her, however, Su Fenghai had tampered with the beverage, adding a special substance designed to induce weakness and unconsciousness in a short span of time. As their conversation progressed, Munanyan began to feel a wave of dizziness, her consciousness gradually fading. She yearned to rise, yet discovered her body lacked strength, and the scene before her began to distort. Su Fenghai's smile twisted in her eyes, taking on a sinister aspect. "Ms. Mu, what troubles you?" He feigned concern, extending his hand to support her, a flicker of triumph flashing in his gaze. Munanyan struggled to resist, but the effects of the drugs swiftly took hold, her consciousness gradually fading. Shortly thereafter, she felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping her, dizziness clouding her vision. Attempting to stand, she realized her legs had turned to jelly, rendering her powerless. In terror, she gazed at Su Fenghai, wishing to cry for help, only to find her voice had become faint and hoarse. Witnessing her plight, Su Fenghai's face broke into a triumphant smile. He approached Munanyan, lifting her with ease.
"Miss
Mu, you seem quite fatigued today. How about I assist you upstairs for some rest? Once you feel better, we can resume our discussion on collaboration." Fear and despair swelled within Munanyan. She was acutely aware that she had fallen into Su Fenghai's trap, utterly unable to resist. Thus, she had no choice but to allow him to escort her from the private room. Meanwhile, within the VIP suite on the 18th floor of the Supreme International, soft light bathed the exquisite furnishings, creating an ambience that was both warm and dignified. Louis Ran sat poised in the main seat, clad in a tailored dark suit, exuding vitality. Beside him, Su Nanjing, elegantly dressed in professional attire, with a delicate countenance and graceful demeanor, was engrossed in reviewing the documents in her hands, making final preparations for the impending meeting. "Brother Iran, Mr. Shangguan He, the head of the Shangguan family, should be arriving shortly," Su Nanjing whispered. her gaze darting towards the entrance, revealing a hint of tension. Lu Yiran smiled slightly, confidence and composure shining in his eyes. No worries, we are well prepared. This collaboration represents a rare opportunity for both parties. As his words faded, the door to the suite was gently pushed open, revealing a middle-aged man in traditional attire. Exuding an impressive presence, Shangguan He, the head of the Shangguan family. In his 50s, he bore a kind yet authoritative visage, with deep-set eyes that seemed to penetrate the souls of those before him. Mr. Shangguan, it is an honor to finally meet you. Lu Yiran rose to greet him, his tone imbued with a mix of humility and warmth. You flatter me, Mr. Lu. It is indeed my honor to be invited by you, Shangguan He replied graciously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the attendant timely brought tea and water, and the two quickly delved into the heart of the matter. As Lu Yiran spoke, he presented a meticulously prepared collaboration proposal, his words sincere and organized. Shangguan He reviewed the proposal attentively, nodding in approval from time to time. Mr. Lu, your youthful prowess is evident. This proposal is truly exceptional. The Shangguan family values our partnership with your esteemed company, and I am confident that under your leadership, we will achieve remarkable success together. As the discussion deepened, their rapport flourished. From business strategies to market trends, and even their entrepreneurial journeys, the conversation flowed seamlessly. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the framework of their collaboration gradually took shape amidst the enjoyable dialogue, culminating in a harmonious agreement. Mr. Shangguan, it appears that our collaboration is a fortuitous match. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to celebrate modestly? Lu Yiran proposed, his face radiating the joy of success. However, Shangguan He gently waved his hand, a hint of apology in his smile. I appreciate your kind intentions, President Lu, but I am allergic to alcohol and cannot indulge in drinking. Instead, let us toast with tea to commemorate the smoothness of our cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiran chuckled heartily. I was remiss. Mr. Shangguan's health is of utmost importance. Come, let us raise our cups in unison with tea instead. The two clinked their cups together, the crisp aroma of tea wafting through the air, symbolizing the purity and beauty of their partnership. Chapter 88. What is the relationship between her and this man? Shortly after dinner, Shangguan He, needing to attend to other matters, expressed his intention to take his leave. Lu Yiran personally escorted him to the door of the private room, where they shook hands once more, agreeing to follow up on subsequent matters. Mr. Shangguan, take care. I look forward to our cooperation flourishing. Lu Yiran watched as Shangguan He's figure gradually receded from view. Su Nanqing smiled faintly, a warm sensation swelling within her. Thank you, Brother Yiran.
I'll take my leave now.
You should rest early as well. We have much work awaiting us tomorrow. With that, Su Nanqing tidied her documents, gently closed the door of the private room, and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Yiran stood alone by the window, gazing at the vibrant nightscape outside, his heart brimming with dreams and plans for the future. Emerging from the VIP room of Zhuanzhong International, Lu Yiran walked briskly, a smile still gracing his face from the successful negotiations. The corridor's soft, amber light added a touch of warmth to the opulent hotel atmosphere. At that moment, a scene caught his eye not far away. A middle-aged man was supporting a seemingly intoxicated woman, her long hair cascading down and obscuring much of her face.
Yet,
from the visible contours, her features appeared strikingly delicate. Lu Yiran dismissed it as a common occurrence in such settings and intended to proceed, but for some inexplicable reason, he found himself unable to divert his gaze from the woman. Her silhouette seemed to evoke familiar memories within his mind, compelling him to follow. The middle-aged man staggered forward, assisting the woman, while Lu Yiran maintained a respectful distance to avoid detection. Their figures turned at the corridor's end, preparing to enter the elevator. At that moment, the woman suddenly raised her head, revealing a face Lu Yiran knew all too well. Munanyan. His heart tightened in disbelief. How could Munanyan be here? What was her relationship with that man? Questions surged like a tidal wave within him, and, with little time for contemplation, Lu Yiran swiftly turned and dashed towards the adjacent elevator, pressing the button for the floor they were headed to. As the elevator doors slowly closed, his heart raced, and his thoughts spiraled. That floor was exclusively suites, igniting an ominous premonition within him. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. The elevator doors finally opened, and he swiftly dashed out, traversing the corridor in search of the two figures. Su Fenghai had brought Munanyan to a lavishly and warmly decorated suite, one he had reserved long in advance. However, to Munanyan, everything appeared terrifying and foreign. She collapsed helplessly onto the bed, watching Su Fenghai approach her step by step, her heart brimming with despair and helplessness. Su Fenghai, observing the vulnerability in Munanyan's eyes and her delicate frame, felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. He believed he had complete dominion over her, free to toy with and possess her at will. Just then, the door to the room was abruptly flung open. A tall, handsome man strode in, his gaze ablaze with fury and hostility. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Munanyan pinned against the wall by Su Fanghai, her expression dazed and devoid of resistance, he erupted. "Release her!" Lu Yiren shouted as he charged forward, forcefully pushing Su Fanghai aside. Caught off guard, Su Fanghai, seething with rage, attempted to retaliate but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Lu Yiren's punch. The unexpected arrival of Lu Yiren left him flabbergasted, his eyes wide as he confronted this uninvited guest. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su Fanghai's voice quivered, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. "Munanyan, awaken," Lu Yiren urged, and as she drowsily opened her eyes to see him before her, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "Lu Yiren, save me," she pleaded, her voice faint and hoarse. Hearing her words brought a slight relief to Lu Yiren's countenance. It seemed this was not a voluntary situation for Munanyan, but rather one of coercion. The thought darkened his expression further as he glared at Su Fanghai. "You dare to lay your hands on her? Have you lost your mind?" Su Fanghai, initially oblivious to Lu Yiren's identity, soon recognized him and pondered the nature of their connection. Isn't he the esteemed president of the Dingshan Group? How could someone from the Mu family know him, and they appeared quite familiar with one another? Hadn't Mu Feng claimed she was his adopted daughter, without any connections? "President Lu, you cannot blame me for this. It was Miss Mu's father who sold her to me, seeking a partnership. He suggested I spend a night with her. Had I known she was acquainted with you, I would have never dared to entertain such thoughts," Su Fanghai stammered, now terrified of the repercussions of his actions. Lu Yiren's anger intensified upon hearing this. The audacity of their dealings was shameless. He lunged at Su Fanghai, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Su Fanghai, caught off guard, rolled several times before coming to a halt, clutching his bleeding nose and mouth, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at Lu Yiren and Munanyan. "You better get out of here, now." Realizing his defeat was imminent, Su Fanghai struggled to rise and fled the room in disgrace. When Munanyan beheld Lu Yiren's presence, her heart was instantly filled with hope and a sense of security. She struggled to sit up, propping herself against the headboard, and gazed at Lu Yiren with eyes brimming with gratitude. "Yiren, thank you for saving me," she uttered, her voice faint and hoarse, yet imbued with genuine appreciation. Lu Yiren approached her side and gently clasped her hand. "Nanyan, do not be afraid. I am here. I shall not allow anyone to harm you." His voice was resolute yet tender, bestowing upon Munanyan boundless comfort and strength. Chapter 89. Could she still be thinking about that ex-boyfriend? Munanyan watched Su Fanghai's retreating figure, her heart swelling with anger and resentment. She had previously suspected that Mu Feng had sent her to accompany drinks, yet she never anticipated such dealings behind closed doors. Mu Feng was unworthy of the title of father. "Are you all right?" Lu Yiren inquired with concern, studying Munanyan as he noticed her pallor, which tightened his heart. I lack strength," Munanyan replied weakly, her eyes betraying fear. In a surge of urgency, Lu Yiren swiftly lifted her into his arms and made his way to his suite. Along the way, he continually reassured her, attempting to help her relax. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you," he murmured, his gaze steadfast. Upon reaching the suite, Lu Yiren carefully placed Munanyan upon the sofa and hastily poured a glass of water, hoping to arouse her awareness. As her consciousness gradually returned, her body remained enervated. "Why am I like this?" Munanyan murmured to herself, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. "It must be the drug he administered to you." Lu Yiren's voice was low, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, I will not let him go unpunished. By the way, is your relationship with your father strained? Why would he act this way?" At the mention of Mu Feng, Munanyan's expression shifted, tears unwittingly pooling in her eyes. "He is my adoptive father. In gratitude for his upbringing, I promised him 3 things, and coming here to discuss cooperation was one of those conditions. I never expected him to have such intentions. Thankfully, you saved me today, or else." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Lu Yiren was equally taken aback by this revelation. He had never delved into her family background and was unaware of her circumstances. "Fear not. I will ensure that such a situation does not occur again." A warmth enveloped Munanyan's heart as she felt Lu Yiren's protective presence, a wave of comfort washing over her. She lifted her gaze towards him, her eyes reflecting gratitude and trust. "Thank you, Yiren," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "Do not mention it. It is my duty," Lu Yiren replied with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with deep affection. As time passed, the effects of the drug intensified. While Munanyan's strength returned significantly, she felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, as if she were ablaze. Her complexion flushed, her gaze hazy, her body trembled slightly. As the discomfort became unbearable, she instinctively tugged at her collar, seeking relief from the indescribable unease that engulfed her. Louis Ran stood beside her, his gaze filled with concern. As he beheld the scene before him, his heart twisted in agony, yet he maintained an air of calm and rationality. "Nanyan, I shall take you to the hospital." Louis Ran's voice was gentle yet resolute as he attempted to assist Munanyan, only to be instinctively pushed away by her. "No, I'm fine," she murmured, her voice delicate as a whisper, yet tinged with an imperceptible stubbornness. Her body unconsciously leaned towards Louis Ran, as if seeking a semblance of solace. Louis Ran gazed at Munanyan's breathtakingly beautiful visage and her luscious red lips. A tide of indescribable emotions surged within him. He understood that at this moment, Munanyan had lost her reason, yet her unconscious gesture ignited a fire of desire deep within him. He stood momentarily transfixed, his heart racing. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint glimmer in her eyes, causing warmth to blossom within him. "All right," he replied softly, silently vowing to protect her. As night deepened, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the room. Munanyan's body gradually relaxed, her gaze becoming dreamy. Louis Ran felt a tightening in his chest, aware that the effects of the medication had rendered her uncontrollable. "Nanyan," he called softly, his heart entangled in complex emotions.
Munanyan smiled faintly,
A hint of anticipation in her eyes. She slowly drew closer to Louis Ran, basking in his warmth, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. In that moment, Louis Ran's reason crumbled beneath the weight of impulse. He lowered his head and kissed Munanyan's lips, their bodies intertwined in that instant, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The night was profound, with only the sound of their breaths filling the air. Under the influence of the drug, Munanyan surrendered completely to this warmth and intimacy, her heart brimming with happiness and contentment. Their lips remained pressed together, their breaths intermingling, as if the entire world had ceased to exist. Guided by Louis Ran, Munanyan gradually relaxed, the heat within her seemingly alleviated. What had begun as a contractual marriage unexpectedly culminated in an uncontainable moment. Louis Ran gazed at the crimson hue on the bed, his emotions a tumultuous sea. Perhaps being with this woman wasn't so bad after all, he mused. Why not make her Mrs. Liu? As he observed Munanyan's slumbering countenance, a myriad of feelings swirled within him. He gently caressed her hair, attempting to smooth it down. However, at that moment, Munanyan murmured in her sleep, "Muyang, stop it, I'm so tired." These words struck Louis Ran like a thunderclap, resonating painfully in his mind. His hand froze midair, a flicker of desolation and anger crossing his eyes. Muyang? Su Muyang? She still thought of her ex-boyfriend. Instinctively, Louis Ran's hand clenched tightly, realizing how absurd his previous thoughts had been. After all this time, Munanyan had yet to forget him. How deeply did she love him? A self-deprecating smile graced his lips. This woman was utterly unworthy of him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his emotions, donning his clothes before departing the suite. As time slipped away, Munanyan gradually opened her eyes. The world before her appeared shrouded in a veil of haze and dreams. Yet the waves of ache coursing through her body felt strikingly real, reminiscent of a tempest that had swept through her life the previous night. She inhaled gently, the air still tinged with the faint scent of tobacco unique to Louis Ran, mingled with her own sweet fragrance. The intertwining of these aromas evoked a sense of bashfulness and inexplicable comfort within her. Attempting to move, she discovered that even the slightest motion was accompanied by muscle soreness, as if an invisible freight truck had indeed run over her. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the scattered garments strewn across the floor. Some crumpled in heaps and others haphazardly draped over the chair, silently narrating the fervor and madness of the previous night. A flush of crimson crept across Munanyan's cheeks, akin to a ripened apple, as she shyly tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions, curiosity and shyness from her first experience, mingled with apprehension and unease about the uncertain future ahead. With utmost care, she donned her clothes, each movement deliberate and cautious, fearful of disrupting the delicate tranquility that enveloped her. Once dressed, she began to search the suite for Louis Ran, a flicker of anticipation and anxiety igniting within her. However, the room was empty save for herself, and Louis Ran's presence seemed to have evaporated with the morning breeze. Had he departed? A wave of despondency washed over her, tinged with confusion and reluctance. The events of last night had been an unexpected twist in her life, a profound connection that she struggled to comprehend. Why, after such intimacy, had he chosen to slip away, leaving her in a hollow room filled with questions? Approaching the window, she gently drew back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to pour in, attempting to dispel the shadows lingering in her heart. Gazing out at the bustling cityscape, she felt an unusual calm, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream, beautiful yet ephemeral. What, indeed, had transpired between them last night? The question echoed in her mind, a heavy stone pressing down upon her heart. Finally, Munanyan let out a soft sigh, resolving to release her grip on the past. Regardless of whether the events were orchestrated by fate or a mere jest of destiny, she believed that time would ultimately unveil the most profound answers. Her feelings towards Liu Iran began to subtly shift as a result of this experience. She refrained from calling him, acknowledging that it was Liu Iran who had rescued her. Compared to the advances of that older man, she found solace in the embrace of her husband. As for what lay ahead, she would address it in due course, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. On the sofa, she discovered her bag and retrieved her phone, scrolling through her contacts until she found a familiar number. Dialing it directly. "Hello, Yan Yan? I was just about to call you," came the voice on the other end. As soon as Munanyan answered the phone, she was greeted by the overly solicitous voice of Mu Feng. Sensing his demeanor, a sense of doubt crept into her mind. Clearly, the contract had fallen through. Why was Mu Feng behaving this way? Shouldn't he be angry? Suppressing her curiosity, Munanyan addressed him directly. "What do you want from me?" "This morning, General Su mentioned that you know President Liu from the Dingxin Group. Is that true? If you had informed me earlier, I certainly wouldn't have sent you to negotiate the contract." So it was because of Liu Iran. No wonder he was so eager. Munanyan felt more assured and spoke with resolve. "How can you still bring up the matter of cooperation, Mu Feng? You claim to treat me like your own daughter, yet your actions suggest otherwise. You reached an agreement with Su Fenghai in private, suggesting I negotiate the contract merely to facilitate your ulterior motives." Mu Feng was taken aback that Munanyan was aware of this, his expression faltering. Fortunately, they were on the phone, so she could not see his face. He feigned composure. "Nanyan, what are you talking about? How could I ever treat you that way? Have you been misled by someone? I had no idea Su Fenghai was such a person. I will never collaborate with him again. I would never sell my daughter for a business deal." "I find your words utterly unconvincing."
Munanyan silently scoffed.
She had no belief that Mu Feng would cease collaborating with Su Fenghai out of concern for her. It was more likely that he saw her connection with Liu Iran as a means to elevate the company. She would never allow him to succeed. "Enough of your excuses, Mu Feng. Regarding last night's incident, you have drained our meager father-daughter bond completely. The 3 promises I made to you are void. I shall not assist you in any capacity." As she uttered these words, her face was resolute, devoid of any regret. She desired no further ties with the Mu family. Observing that gentle persuasion had failed, Mu Feng's countenance darkened. "Nanyan, after raising you for so many years, do you think you can simply sever our relationship? Even a dog raised for 20 years has feelings. Are you truly going to walk away so easily? You're mistaken if you think I will allow you to escape this. If you do not help me connect with President Liu and aid our company through this crisis, I will not let you off the hook. Besides, this situation was partly your doing. After raising you for over 20 years, is it too much to ask for you to entertain a client? Who you sleep with is irrelevant. You're already married." Munanyan was astonished by Mu Feng's audacity. This was likely his true mindset, now laid bare. "I do not know President Liu of Dingxin. He merely helped me out of kindness before leaving. I do not possess his contact information. I have recorded your earlier remarks, in which you admit to your intentions to harm me. If I were to report this, can you imagine the consequences?" Mu Feng's expression turned pale in an instant. He had never anticipated that Munanyan would record their conversation. If she decided to report him, he could very well end up in prison. He could not believe that he had unwittingly provided her with leverage against him. This time, he had truly underestimated her. After regaining his composure, Mu Feng spoke with restrained emotion. "What do you desire?" "What I want is quite simple. You have raised me for many years, and I am not ungrateful. I will not send you to prison, but from now on I have no ties to the Mu family. You can forget about relying on me for anything in the future." Mu Feng hesitated. If those individuals discovered that Munanyan was no longer connected to him, he might lose his source of assistance. However, Munanyan was merely a young girl. She likely would not cause any trouble. She did not even know of their existence and would not seek them out. Perhaps this situation could be kept under wraps. "Very well, from this moment onward, you are no longer my daughter, Mu Feng. You have no association with the Mu family, and I shall not seek you out again." Munanyan was somewhat surprised by Mu Feng's swift acquiescence. Was he genuinely threatened? In truth, she had not recorded anything. It was all mere fabrication. When had Mu Feng become so easily deceived? Chapter 91. Weren't you with the eldest young master last night? So, could you delete the recording? I cannot. If I delete it, what will happen when you come seeking me again? Rest assured, as long as you do not exploit me in the future, I will not harm you. Seeing that Munanyan was not falling for his tricks, Mu Feng realized he could no longer extract benefits from her. Fortunately, the other party was still unaware of the situation. Very well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up. With that, Mu Feng abruptly ended the call. Munanyan gazed at the disconnected line, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She had finally freed herself from that family. She wished never to see a member of the Mu family again. Dingshim Group. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Damn it. Has President Liu forgotten that he granted me a day off? Here I am, trying to enjoy a lazy weekend at home, and he calls me back. With so many subordinates at his disposal, why must he summon me for an investigation? This job of a presidential assistant is truly not for the faint-hearted. Song Rui approached the desk with a file in hand, respectfully presenting it to him. President Liu, this is the information you requested on Su Muyang. Please review it. Liu Yiran took the file and began to read without issuing any further commands. Song Rui stood by, observing Liu Yiran with a peculiar expression. Is that a love bite on President Liu's neck? What is going on? Has President Liu become more adventurous? Moreover, his attire appears somewhat disheveled today, starkly contrasting with his usual meticulous appearance. Recalling the information Liu Yiran had asked him to investigate regarding Su Muyang, who seemed to be Munanyan's ex-boyfriend, Song Rui pondered why President Liu was suddenly interested in her past. Could it be that Munanyan had shared a night with President Liu? Good heavens! Had he stumbled upon a monumental secret? Liu Yiran perused the documents provided by Song Rui, his expression darkening with each passing moment. He had not anticipated that Munanyan's affections were directed towards a scoundrel, someone like Su Muyang who had already discarded her. What could possibly be admirable about that man? It seemed she held a significant fondness for him. After all, Su Muyang was the president of the student council, while Munanyan was renowned as both an academic prodigy and the campus belle. They indeed appeared well suited for one another. A sense of discomfort washed over Liu Yiran, akin to that of an interloper in a romantic affair, as if he had intruded upon their relationship. Had he known of Munanyan's lingering feelings for another, he would have refrained from pursuing her. Now, he found himself unwilling to continue his pursuit. He held no desire to be with a woman who did not reciprocate his feelings. He understood that love forced into existence seldom results in a fortunate outcome, as exemplified by the tumultuous relationship of his parents. Do you know why Su Muyang left so suddenly? Liu Yiran inquired, looking up at Song Rui, seeking answers. I am unaware, Song Rui replied. It seems that all information regarding him has been deliberately erased. I could only uncover details about his time at university, but his whereabouts after parting ways with Miss Mu are entirely untraceable, as if he vanished from existence. Even his identity remains elusive. I only know he hails from Haicheng. Liu Yiran was taken aback by the mysterious nature of Su Muyang's identity, realizing that someone had intentionally obscured his details. However, he pondered why not all information had been erased, as traces of his university life still remained accessible. Despite this, Liu Yiran chose not to dwell on it too deeply. His primary concern was understanding the relationship between Munanyan and Su Muyang. Now that he had clarity, he felt indifferent towards Su Muyang's identity. Since Munanyan was still enamored with Su Muyang, he resolved to limit his involvement with her. However, recalling the events of the previous night, he finally instructed Song Rui investigate the Mu family's affairs and create some trouble for them. If they dare to treat Munanyan in such a manner, they should not expect his courtesy in return. Consider it a form of compensation for her. Understood, Mr. Liu, Song Rui acknowledged before departing to fulfill his task. He found himself increasingly perplexed by the dynamics between Mr. Liu and Miss Mu. The Mu family referred to by Mr. Liu must be Miss Mu's family. And given their intimate encounter, shouldn't their relationship have progressed further? Shouldn't he be protective of the Mu family? Why then would he seek to trouble them? Song Rui pondered, questioning whether Mr. Liu could truly win his spouse's affection. No, he had already married her. Perhaps it was best for him, a single man, to refrain from meddling in their marital affairs and simply follow Mr. Liu's directives. At Yujing Tiancheng, Munanyan was taken aback to discover that the butler was aware of their rendezvous the previous night, leading to a moment of awkwardness. I see. I shall head upstairs now, she replied. Very well, young mistress, the butler responded. As Munanyan ascended the staircase, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn back and address the butler. By the way, could you allow the chefs to have a day off today? I would like to prepare dinner myself. Munanyan's face was illuminated with joy as she suddenly realized it had been quite some time since she last prepared a meal for Liu Yiran. He consistently accompanied her for dinner every day, and it was only fitting that she reciprocate his kindness. The butler, upon hearing Munanyan's intention to personally cook for Louis Ran, felt elated at the evident closeness of their relationship and promptly replied, "Yes, young madam. I shall arrange for the ingredients to be prepared." With that, Munanyan ascended the stairs. Chapter 92. Were all these merely deceptions? Around 4 o'clock, Munanyan made her way downstairs to commence her dinner preparations. Clad in a simple cotton linen apron, her hair loosely tied into a low ponytail. A few rebellious strands fell gracefully over her forehead, adding a touch of homely tenderness to her demeanor. In the kitchen, various utensils and ingredients were neatly arranged, as if awaiting her inspection. Taking a deep breath, she embarked on her culinary adventure. She first retrieved a fresh sea bass from the refrigerator, its silvery skin glimmering like a jewel. With meticulous care, she handled the fish, each movement reflecting her skill and focus, as if she were tending to a precious work of art. Once the fish was prepared, she sprinkled it with chopped scallions and ginger, drizzled soy sauce and cooking wine over it, allowing it to marinate in anticipation of steaming. Next, she turned her attention to the other ingredients. The eggplant was sliced into uniform strips, each piece radiating a tempting sheen. She meticulously separated florets of broccoli, their vibrant green hue more pronounced after washing. Chili peppers and pork were also expertly chopped, ready for stir-frying. Her motions were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a silent dance. At last, all the dishes were ready. Munanyan arranged them on the dining table, 4 dishes and a soup, each a feast for the eyes and palate. She gazed at her creations with a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. However, when she glanced at the clock once more, she noticed that time had quietly slipped past 7:30. Finally, as the clock struck 9:30, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Munanyan sprang to her feet, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She clasped her hands tightly, eagerly anticipating that moment. The door opened, but it was the butler who entered. Noticing Munanyan's expression, which had shifted from hopeful to despondent upon realizing it was him, he gently said, "Young madam, perhaps the young master has been delayed by some matters. Why not start your meal without him?" "It's fine. I shall wait a little longer," Munanyan replied with a strained smile. The butler, unable to bear witnessing her disappointment, kindly suggested, perhaps it would be best to eat something. Munanyan had indeed considered calling Louis Ran, as just the previous night they had shared a pleasant time together, and she vividly recalled the reassuring words he had spoken. "Do not fear. I shall protect you. Rest assured, such a thing shall never happen again." The sincerity in his eyes and the worry reflected therein were unmistakable. Yet, why had he vanished without a word after that fateful night? Were all those declarations mere fabrications? Surely, Louis Ran could have any woman he desired. He would not resort to insincere words merely to win her over, would he? Munanyan found herself in a state of confusion. She initially believed she might be overthinking the situation, assuming that Louis Ran had merely left early due to some pressing matter in the morning. In an effort to alleviate the tension, she intended to prepare a meal for him, hoping to engage in a heartfelt conversation that evening. However, Louis Ran continued to avoid her presence. Perhaps this was indicative of his attitude. He seemingly dismissed the incident as a mere fleeting encounter, considering that it was she who had been reluctant to seek medical attention at the time, thus absolving him of any blame. Once Munanyan came to terms with her thoughts, she decided against calling him, opting to spare herself further humiliation. With a faint smile directed at the butler, she remarked, "Could you please have someone clear the dishes from the table? I find myself rather fatigued and shall retire to my room." Having spoken, she ascended the staircase, leaving the butler gazing at her solitary figure with a heart full of concern. He remained oblivious to the circumstances that had transpired between the young master and mistress. Not long ago, all seemed well, with the mistress eager to prepare meals for the master. How had it come to this? Meanwhile, a news headline regarding Fong High Construction Company, which had been found guilty of substandard practices, causing a financial breakdown and impending closure, stirred considerable discussion online. Yet, Munanyan remained unaware of this unfolding event. Today was significant, as her design for a starry evening gown had successfully progressed past the preliminary round. It was the day of the semi-finals for the Dongfang Cup Huaguo Women's Fashion Design Competition, where contestants would be assessed on their ability to perform under pressure. Each participant was assigned a private room, meticulously arranged to foster both professionalism and warmth. The walls displayed a variety of design sketches, while an array of tools was neatly organized on the tables, ensuring that all necessities were at hand. In one corner, a surveillance camera silently documented the creative journey of each designer, transmitting the palpable tension and excitement to the audience and judges beyond the screen. As Chapter 93 of the competition unfolded, Munanyan stood in the center of her room, inhaling deeply to calm the tumult within her. Suddenly, the host's voice resonated through the room's sound system with clarity and vigor, instantly immersing Munanyan in the competitive atmosphere. The host's words carried an undertone of exhilaration, as if he shared the anticipation for each designer's remarkable display. Now, allow me to unveil today's esteemed guest judges, who will provide invaluable feedback and scores for your creations. The host continued, his tone imbued with an air of mystery. As he introduced the panel, familiar faces of renowned designers and critics emerged on the screen, eliciting a surge of reverence within Munanyan, further solidifying her resolve to present her finest work. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition officially commences. Unleash your creativity and talent, and let us bear witness to this timeless celebration of fashion. The host's words brimmed with encouragement and anticipation, rallying support for all participants. Munanyan swiftly entered her creative state, first sketching several preliminary concepts on a piece of draft paper, her pen dancing across the surface, each stroke infused with her inspiration and dreams. After careful contemplation, she ultimately settled on a design that harmoniously blended elements of Han Dynasty attire with modern tailoring. The design featured a streamlined skirt paired with exquisite cloud shoulders, preserving the classical elegance while embracing contemporary simplicity. As the competition progressed, Munanyan became completely immersed in the realm of creation. Occasionally, she would lower her head in deep thought, quickly sketching lines, or picking up fabric to compare dimensions, each movement reflecting her focus and proficiency. As night fell, the room's lighting took on a particularly soft glow, casting Munanyan's silhouette in a way that appeared both solitary and resolute. She occasionally glanced at the monitoring screen. Though she could not see the specific progress of other competitors, the palpable pressure of competition left no room for complacency. Meanwhile, the host's voice would intermittently resonate, reminding the contestants of the passage of time and the advancement of the contest. The host's words carried a sense of urgency, as if urging each participant to cherish the final moments of creation. Finally, as the first light of dawn approached in the early hours, Munanyan completed her masterpiece. Standing before the mirror, she carefully adorned the dress on the mannequin, and in that moment, it felt as though she transcended time, becoming a beauty spanning millennia. The gown shimmered on the model, a perfect fusion of classical and modern aesthetics at that instant. Munanyan smiled gently at the figure before her, her eyes reflecting both satisfaction and anticipation. Time is up. All contestants, please submit your designs to the staff at the entrance. You may now take a meal and rest. Tomorrow morning at 9, we will announce the results at the competition venue. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, quietly awakening Munanyan. Despite her fatigue, her heart brimmed with anticipation for the results. The room provided by the organizers was comfortable, yet she had not slept a wink, her thoughts surging like a tidal wave. Rising early, she tidied her makeup and followed a smiling staff member to the competition venue. Upon arrival, the competition hall appeared spacious and solemn. With only a few contestants sparsely seated in designated areas, their expressions a mix of tension and expectation, the air thick with a subtle sense of nervousness. Munanyan chose a seat, her gaze instinctively scanning her surroundings, attempting to glean insights from the faces of other competitors. As time passed, more contestants gradually gathered. Suddenly, her attention was captured as she spotted several recently acclaimed designers in the industry, the exceptionally talented Lin Wanqing, the uniquely styled Li Haoyu, and the highly regarded Zhang Zihan. They sat confidently not far away, exuding an air of composure and assurance, as if victory was already within their grasp. An invisible pressure surged within Munanyan. She realized that this competition was far more intense than she had anticipated. Just then, the host's voice broke the silence, punctuating the atmosphere. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, microphone in hand and a smile gracing his face, he stood on the stage, his voice resonant and captivating. Good morning to all esteemed designers, distinguished guests present here, and friends watching the live stream. In this vibrant and creative moment, we gather to witness the remarkable highlights of the semi-finals of this fashion design competition. After an entire night of intense competition, each participant has poured their heart and soul into showcasing their design philosophies and skills. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panel of judges, whose professional insights and meticulous evaluations have brought depth to each piece. It is through their dedicated efforts that we are able to experience the brilliance of this design feast. Now, the exhilarating moment has arrived. Following the rigorous selection and scoring by the judges, we are delighted to announce that the top 30 designers of this semi-finals have successfully advanced to the finals. As the host's words echoed through the venue, the atmosphere shifted into a tense yet fervent anticipation. Munanyan clenched her pen nervously, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. She yearned to hear her name, yet feared that her hopes might be dashed. Next, I shall unveil the names of the top 30 designers from this semifinals. The first place goes to Zhang Zihan from the Dingxin Group, the second to Li Haoyu from Feihuang Apparel, and the third. Finally, when the host announced the 29th place, Munanyan from Pingshan Clothing Company, an inexplicable surge of joy and relief washed over her. Although she barely made it to the finals, for Munanyan, this was the utmost affirmation of her past efforts. With a buoyant step, she traversed the busy cubicles of her company, her heart fluttering like a small rabbit. Pushing open the door to the design department, a wave of lively energy enveloped her. Design director Liu Dehai stood in the center of the office, beaming like a blooming flower, surrounded by colleagues whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if awaiting a grand performance. Nanyan, come over here. Liu Dehai's boisterous voice resonated throughout the room.
Today,
We must celebrate you properly in our design department. Munanyan paused for a moment, then her lips curved into a crescent moon of a smile as she hurried over. Thank you, director. Thank you all. I truly didn't expect. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. For this was the finest testament to her abilities and hard work. Liu Dehai patted her shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. No sooner had he spoken than the room erupted into a thunderous applause. Her assistant, Zhou Ruxuan, could no longer contain herself, breaking through the crowd to embrace Munanyan. Her voice slightly choked with emotion. Nanyan, I always knew you could do it. Your designs are phenomenal, and I am so happy for you. Zhou Ruxuan's warm hug seemed to convey all the joy and pride she felt for Munanyan. Gently patting Zhou Ruxuan's back, Munanyan felt her own eyes welling up. Thank you, Ruxuan. It's truly wonderful to have you by my side on this journey. At that moment, her colleagues gathered around, some presenting small gifts, while others held Munanyan's hand, chattering incessantly. Those who had previously doubted her now wore smiles, their eyes reflecting newfound recognition and respect. After all, Munanyan had brought honor to the company this time. Who could not admire that? A colleague who had always shared a good rapport with her patted her shoulder and said, Nanyan, our department faced immense pressure before, but your advancement to the finals has truly vindicated us. From now on, the design department will rely on you. Munanyan smiled, feeling a warmth envelop her heart. She understood that this acknowledgement was not solely for her, but also a source of encouragement for the entire team. Suddenly, her phone rang, and she stepped out onto the balcony, noticing it was a call from Mu Feng. A frown creased her brow. Had he not previously declared a severance from the Mu family? Why was he calling her now? After much hesitation, she ultimately answered the call. Hello? Nanyan, do you genuinely not know Mr. Liu from Dingxin Group? Mu Feng inquired, his tone deceptively cordial, though he was on the verge of exasperation. Suppressing his anger towards her, Munanyan failed to comprehend why he was once again mentioning Liu Yiran. Could he still be contemplating using her to get closer to Liu Yiran? I have no ties to your family anymore. Whether I know him or not is irrelevant to you. It is very much relevant, Nanyan. The Mu Corporation still holds your shares. Currently, we are facing relentless oppression from Dingxin Group. Are you truly indifferent? If this continues, the Mu Corporation is on the brink of collapse.
what?
Dingxin Group is targeting the Mu Corporation?
How can that be?
The Mu Corporation is not even in the same league. How could Liu Yiran arbitrarily choose to antagonize us? How do you know it's Dingxin that's oppressing the Mu Corporation? Could it not be other competitors? Have you not seen the news? Su Fanghai's company is also under attack. He was scrutinized for material quality issues. Such incidents have never occurred in his company before. Obviously, it's a scheme. Recently, the only entity we have offended is Liu Yiran. Nanyan, if you are acquainted with Mr. Liu, you must speak to him. This matter has nothing to do with me. And the Mu Corporation holds your mother's shares, her final legacy to you. Do you truly wish to witness its destruction? At the mention of her mother, Munanyan felt a tremor of doubt. Although the fate of the Mu Corporation was of no concern to her, she could not bear to see the last remnant of her mother vanish. I understand. I will address this matter. After concluding the call, Munanyan stared at her phone, reluctant to dial that number. Since that fateful night, she had not reached out to Liu Yiran, believing he had forgotten his promise. Yet, if he remembered, why was he unwilling to meet her? All the joy she had felt earlier dissipated, as what Liu Yiran offered was not what she truly desired. After much hesitation, Munanyan finally dialed the fateful number. The phone rang incessantly until, just as she was about to hang up, it was answered. Hello, what is it? Came Liu Yiran's indifferent voice. Though it had only been a fortnight since their last meeting, Munanyan felt as if it had been months since she last heard his voice. Did you orchestrate the crisis at the Mu Corporation? She inquired, her tone remarkably calm, as if nothing had transpired at all.
Yes.
Why did you do this? An extended silence filled the line before Lu Iran slowly responded, "Consider it compensation for that night." Noticing Munanyan's prolonged silence, he continued, "If you feel it insufficient, I can provide you with an additional sum." Was all of Lu Iran's actions merely a token of reparation for their encounter, a mere acknowledgement of having taken her innocence? What did he regard her as? Was she any different from those who sold themselves? "I do not require your compensation. I have not dwelled on that night. And you may regard it as if nothing occurred." Did she truly not care at all? Lu Iran was taken aback by Munanyan's apparent indifference. Perhaps it was her disdain that led her to wish to erase that night from memory. "Then, could you refrain from further undermining the Mu Corporation? I have resolved that previous matter. The Mu family owes me nothing. I do not wish for them to suffer because of me." In that moment, Lu Iran was astonished by her defense of the Mu family. After all his efforts to assist her against them, it seemed he had erred instead. "I understand. I shall no longer involve myself in your affairs." With that, he abruptly ended the call, bemused that someone had dared to interpret his goodwill as disdain. Lu Iran pressed the intercom on his desk, and the call connected swiftly. "President Lu."
Come in.
"Yes, President Lu." Once the call ended, a knock resonated at the door. "Enter." President Lu. Song Rue greeted briefly, awaiting further instructions. "How goes the task I assigned you?" Uncertain of which task Lu Iran referred to, Song Rue reported every detail. "The Fanhai Construction Company has been investigated. They utilize substandard materials and are now facing widespread boycotts, with many partnerships dissolved. They are on the brink of bankruptcy due to massive compensations and a severed financial chain. Several collaborations with the Mu Corporation have been seized by our companies, further exacerbating their predicament." Having concluded his report, Song Rue anticipated praise, having executed all of Lu Iran's directives meticulously. Perhaps if Lu Iran was pleased, a salary increase might be in his future, which filled Song Rue with elation. "Who instructed you to seize the Mu Corporation's collaborations?" Lu Iran's expression darkened as he glared at Song Rue, his eyes brimming with hostility. Despite the warmth of the heating in the room, Song Rue suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Song Rue was taken aback by Lu Iran's unexpected remarks. Was it not President Lu who had initially instructed him to create trouble for the Mu family? Had he misinterpreted the situation? He dared not provoke further trouble and could only endure the discomfort, fearing that if President Lu were displeased, he might not only forfeit a salary increase but could also be dispatched to excavate coal in Africa. "I apologize, President Lu. It is my oversight. The subsequent course of action should be clear to you, I trust?" Lu Iran cast a sidelong glance at him, prompting Song Rue to nod fervently in affirmation. "Understood. I shall take my leave." "Yes, President Lu." A sigh of relief escaped Song Rue. Fortunately, President Lu did not cast blame upon him this time, for his very life might have been at stake otherwise. Under Lu Iran's watchful gaze, Song Rue exited the president's office. Investigate the matters concerning the Mu family and create some complications for them. Was President Lu implying trouble for the company, or was he suggesting targeting individuals? Had he genuinely misunderstood? This time, Song Rue felt genuinely at fault. He promptly rescinded the orders directed at the subsidiary concerning the Mu family and even offered 2 projects as compensation. "Yan, what troubles you? Everyone is celebrating. Why have you secluded yourself here?" Zhou Rushuan, having failed to locate Munanyan in the office, stepped outside and spotted her standing on the balcony. She approached with joy, but upon reaching Munanyan, she noticed the tears streaming down her face. With a hint of concern, she asked, "Yan, what is the matter? Why are you crying?" Munanyan composed herself and forced a smile towards Zhou Rushuan, responding, "It's nothing, just overwhelmed with emotion." "Is that truly so? You seem rather distracted."
Yes, you?
"It is nothing. This is my first time participating in such a competition, and I never anticipated reaching the finals. It is only natural to feel a bit emotional."
Well,
"I am quite excited as well. Although you won the competition, I, as your assistant, shall also participate in the finals. This is splendid. Indeed, we shall go together. The finals are just days away. We must prepare diligently. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and we might secure an award. Our brand, Pingshang, would gain significant recognition. Rest assured, I shall strive with all my might. This competition holds great importance for me. Yes, let's head inside. It has grown rather chilly outside now that November has arrived. Let us go." In the following week, Munanyan busied herself with preparations for the finals, which would take the form of a runway show. Designers were required to create garments in advance to be showcased by models, with the final results determined by audience votes and judges' scores. In 1 week, Munanyan successfully designed a series of evening gowns, with the grand finale piece being modeled by the renowned Elena, whom Pingshang had procured for the event. Throughout this period, Elena cooperated seamlessly with Munanyan, and their rapport was excellent, with the garments tailored to her precise measurements. Nanyan, you truly possess a gift for design. This collection is simply stunning. Elena gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes alight with admiration, clearly enamored with the exquisite gowns. Thank you. This dress looks exquisite on you, perfectly showcasing its beauty. Munanyan feels elated that her design gown has garnered admiration. She has named this collection Moonlight and Shadows. The inspiration draws from the traditional Chinese elements of the moon and clouds, harmoniously blending them with modern Western tailoring to create a gown that embodies both the classical elegance of the East and the minimalist grandeur of the West. The bodice features a traditional Chinese qipao's high collar, adorned with delicate pearls that reflect the grace and poise of Eastern women. Building upon the high collar, the shoulders are designed in a Western off-shoulder style, accentuating the collarbone and adding a contemporary flair. Flowing cloud patterns, embroidered in golden threads, extend from the shoulders to the waist, symbolizing auspiciousness and beauty through the imagery of clouds chasing the moon. The waist is designed in a Western high-waisted style to highlight the silhouette, embellished with a slender waist belt featuring a traditional Chinese knot design. A touch of tassels below the belt adds a sense of movement. The skirt boasts a high slit, subtly revealing the leg lines, blending the sensuality of the qipao with elegance. A Western-style train graces the back of the skirt, embroidered with motifs of the moon and clouds, resonating with the cloud embroidery of the bodice. The outer layer is crafted from lightweight chiffon, while the inner layer is lined with silk, creating a sense of depth and fluidity. Wearing this gown feels akin to being a fairy under the moonlight, embodying both the mystery of the East and the romance of the West. Munanyan is thoroughly satisfied with her creation. Nearly all preparations are complete, and now they await the finals. Chapter 96. The finals commence. At this moment, Zhou Ruxuan approached, holding an invitation. Yan. The organizers of the fashion design competition have delivered the invitation, Zhou Ruxuan said excitedly as she hurried over. Munanyan felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news. Really? Let me see. When does the competition start? Zhou Ruxuan promptly handed the invitation to Munanyan, who opened it to find that the finals would take place at the International Exhibition Center on December 5th, just 3 days away. It seems our preparations have been timely. The competition begins in 3 days, she remarked. Fantastic. I can hardly wait to participate. This competition has kept me from resting well lately. I would rather it be over soon. Zhou Ruxuan commented on her deepening dark circles, feeling more anxious than Munanyan despite being merely an assistant. Yan. Why do I feel like you are not nervous at all? Zhou Ruxuan looked at Munanyan with a hint of melancholy. Munanyan smiled and replied, I suppose it's because the competition hasn't begun yet. Perhaps I will feel nervous when we arrive at the venue. Besides, we have already made it to the finals. Qualifying to perform is half the battle won. I am not a banknote. I cannot expect everyone to adore my designs. Ultimately, the audience's appreciation is beyond my control. It is in the hands of fate. It seems so. If only I could possess a mindset like yours. Zhou Ruxuan gazed at her with admiration. When Elena suddenly spoke up, regardless of whether others appreciate it or not, I truly admire Nanyan's design. This gown is genuinely exquisite. Indeed, I concur. I previously believed that qipaos were only suited for those of a more mature age, yet with Nanyan's design, I feel as though I have stumbled upon a new realm. It is simply stunning. All right, you need not lavish me with further praise. I shall become quite embarrassed. Let us tidy up. The work is complete, and everyone can enjoy a few days of well-deserved rest as we await the upcoming competition. Yes, indeed. Elena changed out of the gown and placed it into a gift box, which she handed to Munanyan. After bidding farewell at the company entrance, they departed. 3 days later, Munanyan, clad in a minimalist yet tasteful professional outfit, sat at her desk, meticulously inspecting the gown set to make its debut. Zhou Ruxuan busily organized various accessories and cosmetics, making the final preparations for the impending competition. Where is Elena? Munanyan glanced up at the clock on the wall, her brow furrowing slightly. According to the schedule, Elena was supposed to arrive at the company half an hour ago to accompany them to the competition venue. However, as time ticked by, Elena's presence remained elusive. Munanyan picked up her phone and dialed Elena's number. Hello, Elena, where are you? We should be leaving now. On the other end, Elena's voice sounded rushed. Nanyan, I sincerely apologize. I have an urgent matter to attend to and might be delayed for a bit. How about I meet you directly at the competition venue? Although Munanyan felt a twinge of displeasure, she reluctantly accepted Elena's suggestion, considering the urgency of the competition. She ended the call and said to Zhou Ruxuan, Elena stated she will go directly to the competition venue. Let us head there first. The two hurried to the International Exhibition Center, with Munanyan's mind swirling with thoughts of the gown's design and her anticipation mingled with anxiety for the competition. Upon arriving at the venue, Munanyan and Zhou Ruxuan immediately immersed themselves in the bustling preparations. They engaged with other models, arranged makeup, and tried on outfits, all progressing in an orderly fashion. However, as the competition officially commenced, Elena was still nowhere to be seen. Zhou Ruxuan anxiously glanced at her watch and called Elena once more. On the line, Elena's voice remained hurried. "I am on my way and shall arrive shortly. I truly apologize for keeping you waiting." As the host's opening remarks resonated, the atmosphere at the venue surged to a crescendo. Clad in a magnificent gown, the host stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and with a beaming smile addressed the camera. "Distinguished guests and esteemed judges, welcome. We are delighted to have you at the final of the Oriental Cup Huagua Women's Wear Design Competition. Today, we shall witness a feast of visual artistry, as each participating designer showcases their talent and creativity, offering us a unique and unparalleled fashion spectacle. Today's competition takes the form of a fashion showcase, where each designer's exquisite creations will be worn by professional models, taking the stage in the order of their rankings from the semi-finals.
Now,
Let us hold our breath in anticipation for this extraordinary event." As the host introduces the show, the audience erupts into applause and cheers, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming performances. With the spotlight gradually converging, the host, in a nearly poetic tone, begins to unveil the upcoming masterpiece. Next, let us witness a creation that seems to have stepped forth from the realm of dreams, Starlit Stride. This gown, meticulously crafted by the esteemed designer Zhang Zihan of the Dingxin Group, features a skirt fashioned from ethereal, translucent fabric, adorned with countless tiny silver sequins and beads that shimmer like stars in the night sky under the luminous lights, embodying both enchantment and romance. The bodice is tailored to fit snugly, exquisitely accentuating the model's graceful silhouette, complemented by delicate silver accessories and headpieces. The overall appearance resembles that of a princess straight from a fairy tale. No sooner had the host finished speaking than the backstage curtain gently parted, revealing several models clad in the Starlit Stride collection as they gracefully entered the stage. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and all eyes were captivated by this resplendent vision. The models moved with a lightness and elegance, as if truly strolling among the stars, each step radiating brilliance and wonder. Under the spotlight, the Starlit Stride gown displayed an unparalleled brilliance. The skirt, airy and translucent, resembled the softest clouds in the night sky, while the multitude of tiny sequins and beads sparkled like a constellation, casting a mesmerizing glow. These star-like embellishments swayed gently with the model's movements. As the model stood center stage, turning to face the audience, a wave of gasps and applause erupted from the crowd. The audience rose in unison, their expressions filled with awe and admiration. It was as though they were truly witnessing the scene of Starlit Stride, feeling the romance and mystery that emanated from the cosmos. Even the judges, typically reserved, displayed rare expressions of wonder, whispering praises to one another about the gown's design. Zhang Zihan's creation not only garnered unanimous acclaim from the judges, but also sparked extensive discussion and admiration online, adding notable intrigue to today's finals. Standing off to the side, Munanyan clasped her hands tightly, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and helplessness. As she observed the unveiling of her fellow designers' works, she couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for her own creation. She understood that Elena's tardiness could potentially have unforeseen repercussions on her performance, but all she could do was silently pray for Elena's swift arrival. Munanyan's gaze frequently darted toward the entrance, yearning for Elena's figure to appear. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruxuan busied herself with various items, attempting to mask her own inner turmoil with activity. However, as moments ticked by and Elena remained absent, Munanyan's expression grew increasingly grave, aware that the brilliance of her own creation on this stage largely hinged upon Elena's performance. As the runway show continued, the audience's cheers rose and fell in waves. However, when the 20th model descended from the stage, Elena had yet to make her appearance. Munanyan's heart raced anxiously as she dialed Elena's number once more, but this time, an icy voice on the other end announced that the call could not be answered. "What should we do, Yen? Elena hasn't arrived, and if she doesn't come soon, it will be too late. We still need to do her makeup and accessorize her." Zhou Ruxuan was in a state of utter distress, her hands nervously wringing the hem of her garment, her eyes filled with apprehension. Munanyan, too, was burning with anxiety, yet she understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. Gazing at the meticulously designed finale gown, a surge of determination welled within her. "I shall take the stage myself. But Yen, you lack the stunning presence required for a runway. Can you truly manage this? Whether it is feasible or not. It must be done. We cannot place all our hopes upon Elena. Munanyan swiftly seized a needle and thread, altering the gown size on sight. Her nimble fingers danced through the fabric, each stitch imbued with her dedication and aspirations. At last, just before taking the stage, she completed the modifications. Zhou Ruxuan and the other staff hurriedly assisted Munanyan with her makeup, and fortunately, just as she was about to step on stage, her look was finalized. Next, we invite the following entry, Moonlight Flow, designed by the esteemed designer Munanyan of the Pins Hang clothing store. The inspiration derives from the interplay of the moon and clouds in traditional Chinese culture, harmoniously fused with modern Western tailoring to create a gown that embodies both Eastern classical elegance and Western minimalist grandeur. As the music commenced and the spotlight illuminated the runway, Munanyan gracefully emerged clad in the moonlight flow. In that moment, she became the focal point of all eyes. The gown shimmered under the lights, reflecting her elegant strides. A breathtaking spectacle. What am I witnessing? The finale gown is being showcased by the designer herself. In the center of the runway, where the spotlight converges, Munanyan enters the stage of interwoven light and shadow. The gown features a lightweight, translucent chiffon that resembles the softest moonlight cascading upon the earth, ethereal yet pristine. Beneath the chiffon, delicate silver threads intricately embroidered to form flowing patterns sway with Munanyan's movements, reminiscent of the most radiant stars in the galaxy, silently unveiling their own luminescence. A gentle smile graced her face, her eyes sparkling with confidence and warmth, as if she were the brightest star on the stage, perfectly merging with moonlight flow to weave a dreamlike feast of beauty. In the audience, gasps of admiration echoed. Even Liu Yiran, seated in the front row, was captivated by Munanyan, his gaze unwaveringly following her silhouette, his eyes glimmering with astonishment. Liu Yiran could not help but fixate on the radiant Munanyan on the runway, her gown shimmering with a soft silver sheen, complementing her every light-footed step. Akin to the most enchanting verses, beneath the moonlight. Under the illumination of the lights, Munanyan's visage appeared even more exquisite. She slightly lifted her chin, her gaze reflecting both pride in her work and a profound love for the stage. This confidence and poise stirred an involuntary tremor within Liu Yiran's heart. He felt as though he were being drawn in by an invisible force, unable to divert his eyes from Munanyan. Her beauty transcended mere external allure. It emanated a unique charisma, a deep-seated passion for beauty, and a profound understanding of it. In that moment, Liu Yiran found himself irresistibly captivated by Munanyan. Every gesture, every glance she cast, sent ripples through his heart, ensnaring him in this enchanting feast of beauty. This was the first time Liu Yiran beheld such a dazzling Munanyan, wholly different from the one he had known before. It seemed that no matter her guise, Munanyan always stirred his heart. Yet, the memory of her words from that fateful day pierced him like a knife. "Muyang, stop messing around, I am so tired." In an instant, the love reflected in Liu Yiran's eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Munanyan. Sensing his scrutiny, she cast a glance into the audience and was met with the sight of Liu Yiran, her expression one of astonishment. "Liu Yiran? What is he doing here? Did he come to watch the competition? Is it for me, or merely a coincidence?" Beside Liu Yiran, Su Nanqing keenly observed their interaction, her jealousy boiling over. Had she known that Munanyan was participating in this competition, she would have done everything in her power to prevent Liu Yiran from attending. Chapter 98. She would never concede defeat easily. It was she who had initially suggested that Liu Yiran come to watch the finals. Having dealt with the design department, she was aware of the competition today, and with a close rapport with Zhang Zihan, she felt elated to hear of Zhang Zihan's first-place achievement in the semi-finals. Zhang Zihan had implored her to persuade Liu Yiran to attend, hoping to win a prize that might lead to Liu Yiran's delight and a promotion for her. Su Nanqing longed for a moment of solitude with Liu Yiran and thus agreed to the plan, approaching him without much hope, only to be surprised when he readily acquiesced. She had thought it was because of her charm that he was so agreeable, but it now seemed that he was likely aware of Munanyan's participation. Her resentment bubbled within her. When had Liu Yiran become so concerned with this woman? She vowed not to yield easily. After much deliberation, Su Nanqing finally mustered the courage to link her arm with Liu Yiran's, playfully saying, "Liu Yiran, the competition is nearing its end, and there's not much left to see. Why don't we leave now? It might get crowded later, and we wouldn't want to be discovered." As she spoke, she gently shook his arm. "All right." In the brilliantly lit audience, Liu Yiran and Su Nanqing sat side by side, their figures elongated in the soft light. Weaving a warm tableau, Su Nanqing's hand lightly entwined with Liu Yiran's arm, her face aglow with a smile of happiness and contentment. Lu Yiran rose slowly, his movements graceful and composed, as if every subtle gesture had been meticulously calculated, embodying both gentlemanly elegance and a tender care for Su Nanqing. He extended his hand, gently grasping Su Nanqing's, assisting her to her feet. She stood up effortlessly, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. Her gaze lingered on the stage, momentarily resting on Munanyan, where a flicker of complex emotion passed through her eyes, an acknowledgement of beauty intertwined with a subtle flaunting of Lu Yiran's attentive affection. At the moment of departing from the audience, Su Nanqing deliberately turned, casting a glance at Munanyan with an almost provocative demeanor. Her eyes brimmed with confidence and pride, as if to declare, Munanyan, your designed gown is indeed beautiful, yet it is I who stands beside Brother Yiran. In that instant, Su Nanqing's expression seemed to speak volumes, every nuance revealing her inner satisfaction and pride. Subsequently, Lu Yiran and Su Nanqing walked side by side, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance under the dimming lights. Watching this scene, Munanyan felt a sharp pang in her heart, yet she bore it with composure, maintaining an unaffected demeanor as she completed her walk on the runway, eventually descending from the stage. As the spotlight dimmed, the grandeur of the runway seemed to fade into silence with the night. Munanyan stood alone in a corner backstage, the surrounding clamor gradually dissipating, leaving her in solitary silence. Her head bowed, long hair lightly veiling half her face, the eyes that once shimmered with confidence now lost their focus, shrouded in a veil of mist, revealing an indescribable sorrow. The moonlight, once vibrant, now hung quietly on the ground, devoid of the stage's vivacity and brilliance, mirroring Munanyan's current sentiment, empty and without support. A faint bitter smile graced her lips, a blend of self-mockery and melancholy, as if she were ridiculing her own unrealistic expectations. How could Lu Yiran possibly be here for me? It's truly laughable, she whispered, her voice soft yet piercingly clear, striking at the heart. Munanyan gently shook her head, attempting to erase those images from her mind, but the harder she tried, the more vivid they became. She chuckled at her own naivety, mocking her own misplaced affections. She understood that Lu Yiran's world was never one she could easily enter. Between them lay vast mountains and rivers, an insurmountable distance. Tears fell unexpectedly, splashing onto the cold ground, vanishing instantly, much like the hope that resided within her, quietly extinguished in the endless darkness. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her emotions, reminding herself that everything prior was merely a dream. Now awake, she must continue onward, even if the path ahead is lonely. She must walk bravely. After regaining her composure, she headed to the dressing room, shedding her gown and makeup. By the time she emerged, the competition had already concluded. Yan, why are you still here? Zhou Ruxuan rushed over anxiously. Munanyan regarded her with calm composure, inquiring, what's the matter? In a state of astonishment, she exclaimed, hasn't our competition concluded? Indeed, the results are about to be announced. The staff has been searching for you for quite some time, and you are here. Munanyan did not anticipate that the results would be revealed so swiftly, and she hastened towards the venue. Fortunately, she was quick on her feet, arriving at the scene while some were still absent. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. As the night gradually descended, the tension and anticipation of the competition peaked. The stage lights sparkled like brilliant stars, focusing on the central microphone. The host, adorned in a resplendent gown, wore a warm yet solemn smile, ready to unveil the most anticipated moment of the evening. He gently adjusted the microphone, ensuring that every word would be clearly conveyed to everyone present. After this evening's series of spectacular and creatively boundless performances, alongside the rigorous evaluations from judges and the audience alike, we have finally arrived at the exhilarating awards ceremony. Before we proceed, I would like to share a special piece of information regarding the audience voting results. The venue fell into a hushed silence, with every individual holding their breath, as if the very air had stilled. The host excitedly announced, please direct your attention to the large screen. All eyes turned towards the display, including the designers who glanced back at the screen, where everyone's votes were showcased. Munanyan quickly spotted her name. Her audience vote count placed her second. The realization filled her with both excitement and astonishment. She had not anticipated that her work would be so beloved by many. The audience votes constituted 60 of the competition results, ensuring her place in the top 3 was secure. Even she was surprised to achieve such a remarkable standing. The host continued, the recipient of the third place in audience voting is Su Qing, whose work, Frosty Snow at Dawn, garnered a total of 12,587 votes. We thank her for presenting this enchanting journey. The venue erupted in encouraging applause, and Su Qing revealed a satisfied smile backstage. The host then announced, The second place in audience voting goes to Munanyan, whose work, Lunar Shadows, captivated with an astonishing 18,923 votes, exemplifying unparalleled beauty and creativity. Let us applaud Munanyan once more. The applause thundered. Munanyan stood backstage, her eyes shimmering with a mix of surprise and a hint of regret. She understood that while her vote count was high, it had not secured her the championship title. Finally, the host took a deep breath, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement, and the champion of this competition's audience voting, triumphing with an absolute advantage of 23,765 votes, is Zhang Zihan. Her work, strolling through the galaxy, profoundly touched the hearts of every audience member. Congratulations to Zhang Zihan. The venue erupted into even more fervent applause and cheers, with flashes of light capturing this glorious moment. Subsequently, the host shifted the focus, officially entering the climax of the award ceremony. Tonight, we not only celebrate the audience voting champions, but also honor the exceptional performances of all participants.
Now,
I declare that the esteemed judging panel of this competition has awarded Zhang Zihan a score of 975 and Munanyan, also 975, resulting in a tie for first place. The second position is held by Li Haoyu with 953 points, and the third place goes to Su Qing with 945 points. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, taken aback by the unexpected outcome, not anticipating that the judges would bestow two high scores this year. Regrettably, Munanyan lost the audience vote. Otherwise, she too could have claimed the championship. Next, we are to announce the final winners. The third place goes to designer Su Qing, the second place to designer Munanyan, and the champion is designer Zhang Zihan. Let's once again applaud these three remarkable individuals. We express our gratitude to all designers for their participation, which has allowed us to witness a visual feast. To those who did not win, do not be disheartened. Continue to strive forward. We can take a brief respite backstage. As the designers departed the stage, only Munanyan and the two others remained.
now,
We invite the esteemed judges to the stage to present awards to our designers. The judges ascended the stage bearing trophies and certificates, bestowing honors upon the three recipients. With the conclusion of the award ceremony, this competition draws to a splendid close. Upon reaching the backstage area, Zhou Ruxuan excitedly rushed over to embrace her. Yan, you are incredible. Achieving second place is no small feat. I never expected it either. When I saw the works of others, I felt quite pressured and lacked confidence. Munanyan admitted. It's a pity that your audience votes did not match Zhang Zihan's. Otherwise, you would have been first. There's nothing to be done about that. The judges' scores affirm my capabilities, Munanyan reassured. I had heard of her before. Her designs are indeed exceptional. And she is already well known in the design community, with a dedicated following. Your loss lies in being a newcomer. Few recognize your talent. However, after today, many will surely come to know of this gifted designer. Zhou Ruxuan expressed this with a beaming smile, almost as if she were speaking of herself. It was evident that she was genuinely happy for Munanyan, who felt fortunate to have encountered such sincere friends in her professional journey. By the way, Elena just called me, Zhou Ruxuan mentioned. Almost forgetting about her, Munanyan's expression soured. If Elena had not been late, they would not have encountered so many troubles. What did she say? She claimed she was in a car accident and got stuck on the road, which is why she could not arrive on time. I'm not sure if it's true, Zhou Ruxuan replied, her frustration palpable. When we first started collaborating, I thought Elena was quite agreeable, but I never expected her to become an obstacle in the end. Had it not been for you stepping up today, all our prior efforts might have gone to waste. Regardless of the truth, I will not collaborate with her again. I cannot work with someone who lacks a sense of time, Munanyan firmly stated. Indeed. Yujing Tiancheng. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. As Munanyan retrieved her phone from her bag, she noticed a message from Tang Yutong. Darling, you appeared on television. Absolutely stunning. Accompanying her message were two images. Upon opening the pictures, Munanyan saw herself on the runway, illuminated by the lights, truly looking magnificent. She responded with a heart emoji. Tang Yutong continued, Yan, a true scholar indeed. How long have you been working? To have secured second place in the competition is remarkable. Munanyan modestly replied, let us keep it low-key. Tang Yutong teased, isn't it a bit late to be low-key? I opened Weibo today, and your stunning picture is trending. People are already digging into your information. Munanyan questioned, could it really garner such attention? It's just a fashion competition. She believed that apart from those within the design community, few outsiders would be interested in such events. Tang Yutong clarified, the competition itself might not attract much attention. But your photos have gone viral online. Many are requesting the live stream of the event, all eager to see you. Munanyan was taken aback. Is that truly the case? It seemed she had indeed gained some level of fame, as even classmates with whom she had never conversed were reaching out to congratulate her, as if everyone was aware of her award-winning achievement. At that moment, another message pinged on her phone. Instinctively, she opened it to find a text from an unfamiliar number. Congratulations, your wish has come true. Puzzled by this message, Munanyan wondered who had sent it. Sensing familiarity in their words, as if the sender knew her long-standing desire to participate in the competition. Chapter 100. Miss Mu, you are pregnant. Ding ding ding. The incessant notifications from her phone prompted her to check WeChat, where she found several screenshots sent by Tang Yutong. Upon viewing them, she realized many were searching for the live stream recording, with inquiries about the beautiful young lady, undoubtedly referring to her. Just then, another message from Tang Yutong arrived. Take a good look for yourself. You are indeed popular. After a considerable pause, Munanyan finally felt steadier. Exiting the restroom, she picked up her phone again, finding numerous unread messages, all from Tang Yutong. Have you seen how popular you are? Are you still watching? Where are you, Yan? Did someone trap your hand? Oh no, Yan is gone. Munanyan replied, I was feeling unwell and went to the restroom, but I did see it. Tang Yutong expressed concern. Unwell? What happened? Munanyan reassured her, it's nothing serious. I've just been busy with the competition and haven't been eating well, so my stomach feels a bit off. Tang Yutong suggested, perhaps you should get checked at the hospital. Munanyan replied, no need. If I don't get checked, I won't be sick. The only notable difference was that Munanyan had ascended from a junior designer to a senior designer, having gained a loyal following due to her newfound online fame. Another month has swiftly passed, and she has completed the required internship hours mandated by the school. Eagerly anticipating the graduation certificate in June. Yutong, have you finished work? I would like to treat you to dinner. Did you win the lottery? What suddenly prompted you to invite me out? No, it's just that the internship assessment at school has concluded and we should celebrate. Yan, why are you so quiet? Realizing her silence, Munanyan quickly replied, I'm fine. If it's that time of the month for you, take some rest. We can reschedule.
All right.
With that, Munanyan ended the call. Normally, if her menstrual cycle were delayed for 2 months, Munanyan would be unconcerned, attributing it to work-related stress and lack of rest. However, after that night, she felt compelled to worry. She drove straight to the hospital, feeling it prudent to get checked, if she were indeed pregnant. She felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her as she gently placed her hand on her abdomen. At the second hospital of the capital, after undergoing a series of comprehensive examinations, Munanyan clutched the heavy pregnancy report in her hand and walked with a heavy heart into the doctor's office. She handed the report to the doctor, who scanned the document swiftly before looking up with a warm yet professional smile. Congratulations, Miss Mu, you are 6 weeks pregnant. The doctor's voice carried a hint of joy, yet retained a professional gravity. From the examination results, both you and the fetus are in excellent health. Next, we will devise a detailed prenatal care plan to ensure the safety of both mother and child. Thank you, doctor. Munanyan's voice was barely audible, her face devoid of any joy, instead shrouded in a veil of subtle sorrow. She took the report and slowly exited the doctor's office. Once outside, she collapsed onto a seat in the corridor, feeling as if the report weighed 1,000 pounds, suffocating her. Her thoughts were a tangled web, filled with turmoil and conflict. Would he insist that she terminate the pregnancy? Yet, this child was her only kin, her sole connection in this world. How could she so easily relinquish it? A flicker of determination crossed Munanyan's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by confusion. She was uncertain of her choice and apprehensive about the future. She could only sit there silently, allowing the internal struggle and pain to engulf her. The corridor bustled with people, the cacophony of voices seeming distant. She felt as though she were isolated in a lonely realm, with only herself and the child within her for companionship. What should I do? She silently questioned herself, yet found no answers. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her racing heart, but the internal conflict intensified. After much hesitation, she ultimately decided to call Lu Iran. Once the call connected, the beeping sound echoed in her ear, each tone striking her heart like a drum. Time seemed to stretch, her heartbeat quickening with each passing second of waiting. She was unsure how to begin the conversation, and even more uncertain of how Lu Iran would respond. Yet she had resolutely made up her mind. If he refused to keep the child, she would divorce him and raise the child alone. However, deep within her heart, she still harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps he would accept the child. At last, the call connected, just as Munanyan was about to speak. A woman's voice, crisp and tinged with a hint of provocation, echoed from the other end. Hello, what business do you have with your engage? Munanyan's heart sank abruptly, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. She struggled to maintain her composure, attempting to convince herself. Perhaps this woman was merely his business partner or secretary. Chapter 101. Iran Gij is currently unavailable to take calls. She inhaled deeply, striving for a steady tone. Who are you? How did Lou Iran's phone come to be in your possession? The other party chuckled lightly, her voice laced with unmistakable mockery. Munanyan, you can't even recognize my voice? Munanyan furrowed her brow, carefully discerning the voice, a vague suspicion beginning to surface. Yet she remained unwilling to believe. Su Nanqing? Seems you aren't entirely foolish. Su Nanqing's voice brimmed with triumph, as if she had long anticipated Munanyan's reaction. Not wishing to engage further with her, Munanyan stated directly, hand the phone to Lou Iran. I have something to discuss with him. However, Su Nanqing merely laughed lightly, her tone dripping with ambiguity. Feel free to share your concerns. Iran Gij is currently in the shower and it's rather inconvenient. In the shower? Munanyan's heart tightened suddenly, unwelcome images flashing through her mind. The thought of bathing in broad daylight. She dared not continue that line of thought. Feeling a pang of anguish in her chest, she suppressed her unease and coldly replied. Just as she intended to hang up, Su Nanqing's next words stopped her in her tracks. Su Nanqing's voice was laced with unabashed disdain and arrogance, causing Munanyan's hand to tremble slightly around the phone, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. She felt as though her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. Every word from Su Nanqing was like a sharp blade piercing her heart. She yearned to retort, but found her throat constricted, rendering her voiceless. On the other end of the line, Su Nanqing seemed to sense her silence, her tone growing more triumphant. This is a matter between me and Lou Iran. It is not for you to meddle. With that, she hung up the phone without hesitation. You are merely in a sham marriage. You are nothing. She tightly wrapped her arms around herself, as if seeking solace in that embrace. Her hand unconsciously grazed her abdomen, where a new life was blossoming. A whirlwind of conflict and helplessness surged within her. What would she do if Lou Iran truly had something with Su Nanqing? What would become of this child? Closing her eyes, she endeavored to regain her composure. Su Nanqing's words struck her like a heavy hammer, forcefully crashing down upon her heart. Suddenly, she jolted awake, realizing that she and Lou Iran were indeed nothing. The marriage was nothing more than a transaction. Even her most cherished first experience was merely dismissed with money, without any thought of responsibility from him. How could she possibly harbor hope for him? Munanyan lowered her gaze to her abdomen, a wave of bitterness surging within her. She had been married to Lou Iran for over 5 months, with still more than 6 months left until divorce. She could not remain in Yujing Tiancheng any longer. Otherwise, the matter of her pregnancy would inevitably be exposed. But how could she possibly leave this place? She sat at the edge of the bed, her thoughts a tangled mess. After a long while, she finally resolved to seek out the housekeeper. Housekeeper, I wish to move out. Is that permissible? Munanyan endeavored to make her voice sound calm and natural. The housekeeper, taken aback, responded, Young madam, why this sudden desire to move? Is it uncomfortable here? Munanyan shook her head, her tone gentle yet resolute. No, it is quite pleasant here. I simply wish to seek a new job, but the company is too far away, and the commute is lengthy. I would prefer to rent a place of my own for convenience. The housekeeper frowned, appearing somewhat troubled. Young madam, I fear you must discuss this matter with the young master. I cannot make that decision. A tightening sensation gripped Munanyan's heart, and she quickly replied, raising her head with a hint of pleading in her eyes, hoping the housekeeper might assist her. I'm truly sorry. The housekeeper ultimately shook her head, her tone laden with regret. This is not something I can decide for you. You should really consult the young master. We are only responsible for attending to your daily needs. Beyond that, we are quite powerless. Observing the housekeeper's unwavering demeanor, a wave of self-mockery surged within Munanyan. She found it utterly ridiculous that she had hoped the housekeeper might shield her. After all, the housekeeper was ultimately loyal to Lou Iran. How could she betray him for the sake of their few months of acquaintance? She had indeed overestimated the situation. Forcing a smile, tinged with bitterness, she said, If that is the case, I will continue with my current job. I shall not leave. The housekeeper seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, nodding in acknowledgement. Young madam, it is good that you understand. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Must she truly wait until he discovers the truth? Munanyan murmured softly to herself, anxiety flooding her heart. She could not remain passive. She must act swiftly. She retrieved her phone and began browsing rental listings, attempting to find a suitable place. Yet, her thoughts remained scattered, the cold visage of Lou Iran and Su Nanqing's triumphant smile haunting her mind.
No.
She could not allow him to hold her captive. Munanyan clenched her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She had to fight for a future for herself and her child, even if it meant facing everything alone. She rose to her feet, approached the window, and gazed out at the bustling cityscape illuminated by the night, silently vowing, "No matter what, I must leave this place. This child, I will protect him." As the night deepened, Munanyan's silhouette appeared particularly solitary before the window. Her heart brimmed with confusion about the future, yet a flicker of hope ignited within her. For the sake of her child, she must remain strong. Chapter 102. You should showcase your talents on a bigger stage. Munanyan was acutely aware that every action she took could raise the suspicions of the steward, so she resolved to maintain a facade of tranquility. Continuing her seemingly placid life at Yujing Tiancheng. Each day, she adhered to her routine, arriving and departing punctually, her countenance adorned with a faint smile, as if nothing had altered. Yet, only she knew that her heart was tumultuously agitated. She began to devise a plan for her departure. Standing at the threshold of Lu Dehai's office, she clutched her resignation letter tightly, inhaling deeply before gently knocking on the door. "Come in," came Lu Dehai's voice from within. She entered and approached his desk, presenting the resignation letter with a calm demeanor, albeit with an imperceptible tremor in her voice. Lu Dehai accepted the letter, glanced at it briefly, then lifted his gaze, his expression warm yet imbued with complex emotions. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. "In truth, I had anticipated your resignation, though I did not expect it to come so soon." Munanyan paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "How did you know?" Lu Dehai chuckled softly, tinged with nostalgia. "Your design talent is evident to all. While Pinshong is a commendable platform, it may no longer suffice for your aspirations. You ought to seek greater opportunities and showcase your talents on a larger stage. Pinshong's ability to assist you has reached its limit." His voice carried a sense of reluctance, yet it was laced with genuine well-wishes. As Munanyan listened, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over her. She understood that Lu Dehai had always held her in high regard, providing her with numerous opportunities and guidance. Lowering her gaze, her voice trembled as she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your constant care and trust. I am truly grateful." Lu Dehai waved his hand dismissively, his tone light yet tinged with a hint of resignation. "No need for such formalities. You are a pride of Pinshong, and I wish for you to venture far. However," he paused, his eyes probing, "do you genuinely only require rest? If you face any difficulties, please confide in me. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Munanyan's heart tightened, her fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. She knew Lu Dehai's concern was sincere, yet she could not divulge the truth. Forcing a smile, she shook her head. "It's nothing, merely a sense of fatigue, and I wish to pause and contemplate my future direction." Lu Dehai scrutinized her for a few seconds, seemingly attempting to discern something from her expression, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. With her eyes glistening, Munanyan fought back tears, softly stating, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I shall remember this." Lu Dehai rose and stepped before her, gently patting her shoulder with a voice that was both gentle and resolute. "Nanyan, you are a gifted individual. The path ahead will undoubtedly widen. I believe in you." Munanyan nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude and reluctance. "Take care, Mr. Lu." She cast one last glance at the familiar office before turning to depart. As she stepped through the company's entrance, her tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks. She raised her gaze to the sky, inhaling deeply, and silently uttered, "Farewell, Pinshang. Farewell, Mr. Lu. Thank you for everything you have once bestowed upon me." She understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, yet she had no alternative. For the sake of her child, she must resolutely forge ahead. She began to quietly gather her belongings, taking only the essentials, leaving the rest behind in her room to avoid raising suspicion. She longed to take some toys with her, but their size would attract undue attention. With a sigh, a wave of reluctance washed over her. As she rummaged through the toys, a USB drive slipped from the pile, landing at her feet. Munanyan paused for a moment, picked up the USB drive, and examined it closely. It appeared somewhat familiar, though she could not recall when it had been placed there. A slight furrow formed on her brow as a flicker of doubt surfaced within her. "What is this?" she murmured, her fingers gently caressing the surface of the drive. Driven by curiosity and unease, she connected the USB to her computer. The screen illuminated, and a folder materialized. Her heart raced, as though sensing the revelation of something significant. Upon opening the folder, the contents left her breathless. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string when she recognized the footage. She had not seen her mother in motion for 16 long years. The computer displayed a video recorded by her mother 16 years ago, capturing the youthful and beautiful Shani, forever frozen in that moment by the passage of time. Yan Yan. Hello, I am your mother. By the time you see this video, I should no longer be here. I am sorry I cannot witness your growth. I do not know what you have become. Have you fared well these years? Have you been bullied? I am sorry I cannot protect you anymore. I recorded this video to convey some truths, for I fear that if I do not speak now, I may never have the chance again. The story may be difficult for you to accept, so I hope you are prepared. It begins before I married your father. I was already carrying you when I wed him. I do not even know who that man was. I was drunk that night and mistakenly entered the wrong room. When I awoke, I was alone, and I had unexpectedly conceived you. When I discovered my pregnancy, I was at a loss for what to do. I dared not inform your grandparents, for the Shin family held strict customs against premarital pregnancies. Thus, I left Haicheng and came to the capital. Later, I met your father, who adored me and treated me well. I did not wish for you to grow up in a broken home, so I married him. Yet I concealed your existence from him, hoping he would love you as his own child. Ultimately, I was at fault from the very beginning. Chapter 103. The Truth Behind My Mother's Death. At that time, your father was merely an ordinary man, yet after our marriage, he unexpectedly presented a substantial sum of money to embark on a business venture. I found this quite peculiar, and later he revealed that it was my father who had secretly approached him, providing financial support and urging him to take good care of me.
Indeed.
Your grandparents were exceptionally kind. It was I who felt unworthy to face them. Subsequently, your father and I utilized that money to establish a company, which has now evolved into the Mu Enterprise. At that time, your father generously allocated a significant portion of the shares to me, even more than he retained for himself, stating that the company was founded with your grandparents' funds, and thus, I deserved the majority stake. He also expressed that as a married couple, the distribution of shares was inconsequential. His words were undoubtedly sincere, and I was deeply moved, envisioning a future of happiness together. As the company flourished, we purchased a villa just before your birth, with the property solely listed in my name. I felt assured that I had chosen the right partner, and upon your arrival, I was determined to bear him a biological child. However, once you were born, I noticed a change in him. He appeared burdened with unspoken concerns. He refrained from voicing them until our child turned over a year old, when he confronted me with a paternity report, revealing that he was already aware of everything. The days passed peacefully until yesterday, when I overheard him on a phone call discussing the orchestration of an accident. Panic ensued as I heard my name mentioned. In my haste to leave, I accidentally collided with something, possibly alerting him to my presence, leaving me in a state of confusion and fear. I had long pondered why, despite his evident emotional detachment and knowledge of my infidelity, he never broached the subject of divorce. Upon hearing his intentions to harm me, everything fell into place. He coveted the assets I possessed. Should we divorce, he would gain little, merely a fraction of company shares. Yet, should I perish as my husband, he would inherit everything. I initially contemplated escaping the Mu family with you to seek refuge with your grandparents, but you were occupied with school, making it impossible to take you away. Time was of the essence, and your ignorance was paramount for your safety. After all, you are a granddaughter of the Shin family, and he would likely hesitate to act against you. Your presence ensured the continued support of the Mu group from the Shin family. Ultimately, I resolved to draft a will, recognizing that you could not inherit until you turned 18, and that you would still be in school as a newly adult. I wished to shield you from these matters, so I instructed my lawyer to delay the will's disclosure until you reached 20, allowing Mu Feng to believe he had gained everything, while in reality, he would attain nothing. This encapsulates the situation with your father and me. I am deeply sorry, Yenner. I often wonder if I had disclosed your existence to him from the outset, would we have avoided this path? Perhaps, at that time, he could have embraced you as his own daughter. We both share culpability in this matter. We failed to provide you with a complete family. I regret many choices I made, but my greatest solace lies in having brought you into this world. Mother will forever love you. As the video concluded, Munanyan found herself weeping uncontrollably. The truth had been unveiled. It was Mu Feng who had caused her mother's demise. How could she have mistaken a thief for a father for over 2 decades? Staring at the computer screen, her hands trembled slightly, eyes brimming with shock and fury. She had never fathomed that the murderer of her mother was none other than the man she had always referred to as her father. The chilling evidence pierced her heart like a sharp blade, rendering her nearly breathless. Her initial instinct was to confront Mu Feng immediately, demanding to know why he had committed such an atrocity, even contemplating avenging her mother's death with her own hands. Yet, as she cast her gaze upon her slightly rounded abdomen, all her impulsive emotions were forcefully subdued. She could not afford to take risks. She could not endanger herself and her child. At that moment, she felt too vulnerable, lacking evidence, strength, and even the police had deemed her mother's death an accident. What could she possibly use to confront Mu Feng? "I'm so sorry, mother," Munanyan whispered, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. "I cannot avenge you just yet. But I vow that one day, he will pay for his sins." Her fingers gently caressed her abdomen, as if soothing the unborn child, while simultaneously calming her own furious and helpless heart. In the midst of her turmoil, another astonishing revelation emerged. She had family in this world. Her maternal grandparents were still alive, residing in Haicheng. No wonder Mu Feng had raised her, fully aware that she was not his biological daughter. He feared that her grandparents would cease to support him if they discovered the truth. A complex swirl of emotions surged within Munanyan. She longed to rush to Haicheng, to seek out her grandparents and reveal everything. However, hesitation gripped her. Her mother had been pregnant out of wedlock, too afraid to inform her family. Would they accept her, their granddaughter, suddenly appearing before them? Moreover, she was with child, complicating her situation further. The weight of these two burdens bore down on her heart, leaving her in a state of unprecedented confusion and helplessness. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she covered her face with her hands, striving to regain her composure. What should I do? She repeatedly questioned herself, yet found no answers. She recognized that her most pressing task was to leave this place, to settle abroad, ensuring her child's safety. As for Mu Feng and her grandparents, those matters would have to be set aside for the time being. She could not allow herself to fall into further danger and trouble. "Mother, please wait for me a little longer." She lifted her head, her gaze resolutely fixed on the window. Taking a deep breath, she wiped away her tears and began to organize her thoughts.
Now.
She had to focus on executing her plan to leave the country. Everything else would have to unfold step by step. Only by departing from this nation could she truly escape Liu Yiran's grasp. Thankfully, her mother had left her a sum of money and shares in a company, alleviating her financial worries. Chapter 104. I have returned to the capital. She understood that when the divorce agreement was signed 7 months later, she would not be able to attend in person. By then, she would be 9 months pregnant, on the verge of giving birth. If she were to confront Liu Yiran then, all her efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, she drafted a divorce agreement, inscribed her name upon it, and ultimately entrusted the document to her mother's designated attorney, Qin Sheng. Qin was the sole individual she deemed worthy of her trust. She instructed him to present the agreement to Liu Yiran after a span of 7 months and to represent her in all matters pertaining to the divorce. "Mr. Qin, I leave this matter in your capable hands," murmured Munanyan, her voice low yet resolute. "Above all, please ensure that this agreement reaches Liu Yiran without fail." Qin nodded solemnly, his demeanor serious. "Rest assured, I will handle everything. Take care of yourself." Munanyan offered a grateful smile before departing from the law firm. A fortnight later, on a crisp morning, Munanyan emerged from the door under the watchful gaze of the butler, her bag in hand, a faint smile adorning her features. The butler, as ever, addressed her with respect. "Madam, please be cautious on your journey." Nanyan nodded, turning to head towards her vehicle. To the casual observer, her silhouette appeared unchanged, yet only she knew that this marked her final day at Yujing Tiancheng. Following that morning, Munanyan was never seen again. At that moment, she had already boarded a flight bound for Country F. Seated by the window, she gazed at the receding cityscape, her heart a tumult of liberation intertwined with lingering sorrow. She was acutely aware that she was about to embrace an entirely new and uncharted realm, but she had no alternative. For the sake of the child, "I must remain resolute," she silently reassured herself, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. As the plane pierced through the clouds, soaring towards the distant horizon, Munanyan's form gradually faded from Liu Yiran's existence, as though she had never been there at all. 7 months later. "I apologize, Miss Mu, but I have not fulfilled your request. Mr. Liu is unwilling to consent to the divorce and insists that you appear in person." "I understand, thank you, Mr. Qin." 5 years later. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. Munanyan stood before the expansive windows of the Beijing International Airport, gazing at the familiar contours of the city, her heart a whirlpool of emotions. The airport's lights cast a gentle glow upon her, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. Clad in a sharply tailored beige trench coat over a simplistic white blouse, she radiated an air of poise and confidence. The moment she stepped outside the airport, the Beijing breeze greeted her, infused with familiar scents. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her gaze to the distant sky, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Within the arrivals hall of the Beijing International Airport, Tang Yutong stood amidst the throngs of people, her eyes fixed intently on the exit. Dressed in a minimalist yet stylish black dress, complemented by a beige trench coat, she exuded both competence and elegance. A steaming cup of coffee rested in her hand, and she occasionally glanced at her watch, indicating she had been waiting for some time. "Where is that girl, Munanyan?" she muttered under her breath, a note of anxiety, laced with anticipation in her tone. Just then, her gaze caught sight of the familiar figure of Munanyan, slowly approaching from the exit. Tang Yutong's eyes instantly brightened, and she hastened forward, a radiant smile illuminating her face.
Munanyan.
"Over here." She waved her hand, her voice brimming with excitement. Upon hearing the sound, Munanyan looked up and, the moment she caught sight of Tang Yutong, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She quickened her pace and approached Tang Yutong, the two exchanging smiles that seemed to bridge the 5 years that had passed in an instant. "Yutong. It's been a long time," Munanyan said softly, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. "A long time? How can you say that?"
Tang Yutong Feigen Enja.
Glaring at her, yet the mirth in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. "Do you have any idea how long I've waited? The coffee has gone cold." Munanyan chuckled lightly, her tone playful. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Boss Tang." "Cut it out." Tang Yutong waved her hand dismissively. Then her gaze drifted to the space behind Munanyan. "You were perfectly capable of handling things while I was abroad for these past few years, weren't you?" Tang Yutong pondered this, and realized it was indeed the case. Reflecting on Munanyan's past tribulations, she suddenly felt that keeping her away from that sorrowful place was for the best.
Munanyan smiled.
A trace of resignation in her voice. "You certainly have a way of managing them." "Of course. I am the boss," Tang Yutong declared proudly, lifting her chin. She then linked her arm with Munanyan's and whispered, "So, Boss Tang has her moments of struggle too? Don't start." Munanyan paused for a moment, her eyes flickering slightly. "Let us see how it goes. We should at least complete the collaboration first." As they exited the airport, Tang Yutong's car was parked by the roadside. She opened the car door, gesturing for Munanyan to get in. Once seated, as Tang Yutong started the engine, she said with a smile, leaning back in her seat. Munanyan gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, her tone serene. "There's no rush. We shall wait for the right moment." Tang Yutong raised an eyebrow, grinning. "All right, after all, you are the great designer. You call the shots. But I must remind you, if our studio's young talents find out your grace, they will surely go wild." Munanyan let out a soft laugh, choosing not to respond. Her gaze remained fixed outside, her thoughts already drifting far away. Chapter 105. I want to reclaim the shares of the Mu Corporation. The vehicle gradually entered an upscale residential complex, where Tang Yutong expertly parked in the underground garage. She turned off the engine and glanced at Munanyan in the passenger seat, smiling. Munanyan nodded slightly, opened the door, and briskly picked up her bag. Tang Yutong retrieved a luggage from the trunk, and they entered the elevator one after the other. Inside the elevator, Munanyan leaned against the wall, her gaze subtly fixed on the fluctuating floor numbers. She appeared somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes remained sharp. Tang Yutong stole a glance at her and couldn't he help but tease. Munanyan chuckled lightly, a hint of weariness in her voice. "I'm just a bit tired." "I haven't adjusted to the time difference yet." Tang Yutong shrugged, opting not to say more. The elevator chimed as it reached the top floor, and they stepped out. Tang Yutong fished out her keys and unlocked the door. The room was spacious and bright, adorned in a minimalist yet elegant style, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant night scene of the capital. Munanyan surveyed her surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, better than I anticipated." Tang Yutong raised her chin with pride. Munanyan smiled but refrained from responding. She settled on the edge of the sofa, casually placing her bag aside, and turned her gaze toward Tang Yutong, her tone returning to its usual calmness. "Have you found the professional manager I asked for?" Tang Yutong set down her luggage and sat across from her, stating earnestly, "Yes, I have found someone who meets your requirements. He has a clean background, exceptional capabilities, and is well acquainted with the circumstances of the Mu Group. I have arranged for him to meet you tomorrow morning." Munanyan nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. "Excellent. Thank you for your efforts." Tang Yutong waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "No need for this formality between us. But are you really planning to take action so soon? Mu Feng is not someone to be trifled with." Munanyan let out a cold laugh, her gaze revealing a hint of frost. "I am well aware of Mu Feng's nature. However, this time, I shall not grant him any opportunities." Tang Yutong observed her, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, but it was quickly masked. She stood up and patted Munanyan on the shoulder. "All right, since you've made your decision, I will support you wholeheartedly. But do not forget, you still have me and Xiao Chun." Munanyan glanced at her, a touch of softness in her eyes. "I know. Thank you, Yutong. Tang Yutong smiled and turned toward the kitchen. Munanyan watched her retreating figure, a slight smile gracing her lips, warmth blooming in her gaze. Leaning back against the sofa, she gently closed her eyes, her mind already plotting the steps ahead. Over the years, although Munanyan had been abroad, she had never ceased her investigations into the affairs of the Mu family. She had not anticipated some unexpected discoveries while probing into Lin Wan's background. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the streets of the city. Dressed in a sharp black suit, Munanyan strode confidently into the Mu Group's headquarters. She exuded an aura that demanded respect, causing the surrounding employees to glance her way. When Mu Feng saw Munanyan unexpectedly appear in his office, a momentary shock flickered in his eyes. After all, it had been 5 years since she last stood before him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mu Feng quickly composed himself, maintaining a facade of politeness, and inquired, "He knows nothing of your affairs. I have come today to discuss serious matters with you." Munanyan's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. "What matters?" Mu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. "By what right?" He scoffed, attempting to intimidate her with his presence. "The company's current success is solely the result of my efforts. This company was founded with my grandparents' money, and my mother bequeathed her shares to me before her death. You, who caused my mother's demise, are unworthy of possessing any of this." Munanyan's words were sharp, each syllable piercing like a blade aimed straight at Mu Feng's heart. Upon hearing the mention of her grandparents, Mu Feng's heart raced with panic. How did she know of their existence? Had they met before? Moreover, how could she possibly know that the one responsible for her mother's demise was herself? Did she possess irrefutable evidence? Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he feigned composure and inquired, "How do you know all this?" Munanyan's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile as she retrieved a USB drive from her pocket, tossing it onto the table with a cold remark. "Take a look for yourself. This is my mother's last words." Upon hearing the phrase "last words," Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, the color draining from his face. He had never anticipated that Shun Yi would leave such a testament. Did she divulge everything to Munanyan? "My mother wanted to live happily with you, but you betrayed her, sleeping with another woman and fathering a child. You are nothing but a complete hypocrite." Munanyan glared at him, her eyes ablaze with righteous fury. "Impossible. It was your mother who deceived me. She became pregnant with you out of wedlock and never truly loved me. I was merely a pawn," Mu Feng retorted, his face flushed and his voice hoarse, desperately attempting to justify his actions. "Is that so? Then perhaps you should take a closer look." Unmoved, Munanyan pointed at the USB drive, her gaze dripping with disdain. Trembling, Mu Feng plugged the USB into the computer, and the familiar visage of Shun Yi gradually appeared on the screen. His hands shook so violently that he could scarcely grasp the mouse. Shun Yi's face remained as gentle as ever, as if time had failed to etch any marks upon her. Her voice was soft yet resolute, each utterance striking him like a sharp blade to the heart. "Becoming pregnant with you was an accident. I was moved by him, wishing to build a life together. Once you were born, I intended to give him a child of his own." Chapter 106. I do not deserve all of this. If only I hadn't slept with Lin Wan back then. Mu Feng murmured, his voice hoarse and fractured. Before him, another scene materialized, he and Shun Yi hand in hand, strolling through a garden with their child beneath the setting sun. That was to be their blissful life. Now shattered by his foolishness and betrayal. Why, oh why, could I not have been forthright and conversed with her? Mu Feng buried his face in his hands, tears slipping through his fingers. He loathed himself, despising his selfishness and cowardice, regretting that he had not afforded Shun Yi the opportunity for an explanation. Had he calmed himself back then and listened to her, perhaps the outcome would have been different. "Do you know what Lin Wan was doing before she married you?" Munanyan asked, her voice laced with derision as he lifted his head, bewildered. "Wasn't she a bar waitress?" With a scoff, Munanyan replied, "Indeed, she was a waitress. But of a different kind. Before she slept with you, she had been working in such establishments for quite some time. Moreover, she was already pregnant then. Mu Yanshu is not your biological daughter. How can this be possible?" Mu Feng stood up abruptly, disbelief and fury coursing through him.
Mu Feng.
"You will never have a biological child of your own. This is the punishment bestowed upon you by fate." Munanyan's voice was frigid and merciless, akin to a sharp blade that severed the last strands of his self-deception. Mu Feng slumped in his chair, his mind a blank slate. He felt like a jest. Having lived for decades while being manipulated by others, all the while unwittingly raising their children. He recalled Lin Wan's tenderness and thoughtfulness and Mu Yanshu's obedience and understanding. Yet all of it turned out to be a facade. How utterly laughable, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with bitterness and regret. He then thought of Shun Yi, reminiscing about her trust and love for him. During those moments, they had been so blissful, yet he had, through his own foolishness and greed, obliterated everything. Raising his head, tears brimming in his eyes, Mu Feng lamented, "I am sorry, mother. I am sorry, Shin family. I am sorry to you." Munanyan regarded him coldly, her eyes betraying no emotion. "Your apology holds no significance for my mother anymore." Mu Feng lowered his head, lingering in silence for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. He approached the desk, retrieved a document, and with trembling hands, signed his name. He handed the document to Munanyan, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "These are all the shares of the Mu Corporation under my name. They now belong to you. This is what I owe Shin Yi, as well as the Shin family. They aided me so generously, yet I caused the demise of their daughter. I do not deserve any of this." Munanyan accepted the document, casting him a glance filled with complexity, ultimately saying nothing as she turned to leave the office. Suddenly, Mu Feng felt a surge of emotion, slamming his palm against the table, seizing the car keys and the paternity test report, and storming out of the Mu Corporation. His face flushed with rage, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing toward the Mu residence. He thought to himself, had it not been for that scheming woman Lin Wan, who had orchestrated their liaison, he would not have found himself entangled in this mess. How could he have harbored thoughts of killing Shun Yi and seizing her assets, while foolishly raising someone else's child for years? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, attributing all the blame to Lin Wan. "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Have you encountered some difficulties at work?" she inquired, reaching out to grasp Mu Feng. However, before her hand could touch him, Mu Feng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lin Wan's face. The blow was forceful, causing her head to jerk sideways, nearly toppling her. Mu Yunshu, startled, rushed over to support her mother, bewilderment etched on her face as she looked at her father, exclaiming, "Dad, what are you doing? Why did you hit Mom?" Mu Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and the veins in his hand, which clutched the paternity test report, bulged ominously. He glared at Lin Wan's insincere visage, suddenly overwhelmed with disgust. "Are you still pretending? How many men did you deceive back when you were a hostess at the Nightingale Bar? With your pitiful act?" Lin Wan's hand, covering her face, stiffened, a flicker of panic flashing in her meticulously made-up eyes, yet she persisted, her voice quivering, "Brother Feng, what are you talking about? Is someone sowing discord?" "Discord?" Mu Feng flung the report at her face, the sharp edge of the paper leaving a crimson mark upon Lin Wan's well-cared-for cheek. "Mu Yunshu is not my blood. You married me with a bastard to scheme for the Shun family's fortune, didn't you?" Mu Yunshu trembled as she picked up the report. Upon seeing the conclusion that negated any biological father-daughter relationship, her nails dug deeply into her palm. "No, it's impossible."
"Mom, speak."
Lin Wan suddenly chuckled softly. She leisurely wiped the blood from her lips, and when she looked up, her face, typically as gentle as water, transformed, revealing a coldness akin to a venomous serpent.
"Indeed.
Yunshu's biological father is a nameless patron. I should thank Shani. Otherwise, how would I have encountered you and become a lady of high society?" She tilted her head towards Mu Feng, her red lips curling into a mocking arc. "Shut your mouth." Mu Feng hurled a crystal ashtray at her. Lin Wan deftly dodged, the shattered glass cutting into her neck. With a deliberate sneer, she retorted, "What? Did I strike a nerve? You were the one who called Shin Yi's child a bastard, claiming she deserved to die. Now you feign affection?" Mu Yunshu sat crumpled on the floor, her meticulously styled curls clinging to her tear-streaked face. Trembling, she reached out to tug at Mu Feng's pant leg. "Dad, even if I'm not your biological child, we've been father and daughter for 20 years. Chapter 107. You will never have your own biological child. Get lost." Mu Feng kicked her away, then turned to seize Lin Wan by the collar. "You made me misunderstand Shani. You forced me to kill the one I loved most. Everything you and your daughter have consumed over the years has been extracted from Shin Yi's bones." Lin Wan suddenly grasped Mu Feng's wrist, her sharp nails sinking into his flesh. "Do you think yourself innocent? It was your greed for the Shin family's wealth that allowed me to tamper with the brake pads. On the day of Shin Yi's funeral, you were still holding me behind the mourning hall. I will kill you." Mu Feng completely lost control, grabbing a vase and hurling it at Lin Wan. The former loving couple tore at each other like wild beasts, the crystal chandelier swaying precariously, and antique porcelain shattered across the floor. Mu Yunshu cowered in the corner, screaming, until Mu Feng gripped Lin Wan's throat, pressing her down onto the scattered shards of glass, the crimson blood spreading beneath her. Retribution. Lin Wan choked on her own blood, laughing maniacally. "You will never have a biological child, do you know that? Every time we were together, I took contraceptives. I never wanted to bear your child." Mu Feng's blood ran cold. He recalled the words from Shun Yi's last testament. Once you are born, I will surely give him a biological child. The only woman in this world who loved him enough to bear his child was, tragically, the one he had killed with his own hands.
Beast.
He clenched his fists in a frenzy until the bodyguards rushed in to pull him away. Stumbling upstairs, he retreated to the study, where he unearthed a long-forgotten album from a corner of the bookshelf, photos taken with Shun Yi during their early days together. The shattered moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window. As Mu Feng beheld Shun Yi's gentle smile in the album, this man, now in his 50s, finally curled up on the ground, letting out a beast-like wail. Meanwhile, Munanyan sat in Tang Yutong's car, clutching the freshly signed equity transfer agreement, her gaze drifting through the window, taking in the swiftly passing streets. Her expression remained serene, yet a subtle complexity lurked in her eyes. Unexpectedly, events had unfolded with such ease. Tang Yutong glanced at her while driving, his tone laced with a hint of nonchalance. I thought it would require more effort. Indeed, I didn't anticipate this either. I had prepared numerous contingencies, yet none were necessary, Munanyan replied, a wry smile playing on her lips. Tang Yutong raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Munanyan cast her eyes down at the document pouch in her hands, which contained the evidence she had gathered over the years regarding Mu Feng's embezzlement and illicit transactions. After a moment of silence, she softly remarked, for now, it isn't required. He has already paid the price. Tang Yutong shrugged, a hint of skepticism in his voice. You've softened your stance. But that works. It saves us the trouble. What do you plan to do next? With the Mu Corporation being such a large entity, you can't possibly take it all on yourself. Munanyan smirked, her tone light. Of course not. The professional manager I asked you to find is already prepared, isn't he? Tang Yutong nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured. I have investigated Cheng Xiao thoroughly. His capabilities are commendable, and his background is impeccable. He is already waiting for us at the company. The car soon halted outside Yihe Tower, the name of the studio. Upon exiting, the two made their way directly into the building. It was the weekend, and the company was devoid of other personnel. In the elevator, Munanyan adjusted her collar, regaining her usual calm and composure. When the elevator doors opened, Cheng Xiao awaited them at the entrance, clad in a well-tailored black suit, his stature tall and demeanor austere, exuding an air of shrewdness and competence. Upon seeing Munanyan, he inclined his head slightly, his tone respectful yet confident. President Mu? President Tang. Munanyan nodded in acknowledgement, extending her hand to shake his. Mr. Cheng. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Cheng Xiao offered a faint smile, his voice steady. President Mu, the pleasure is mine. It is an honor to serve you. The three entered the conference room, where Cheng Xiao presented a contract to Munanyan. This contract has been drafted according to your specifications. Please review it. Munanyan accepted the contract, perusing it thoroughly. Once satisfied, she looked up at Cheng Xiao. Mr. Cheng, you should be well acquainted with the situation at Mu Corporation by now. Munanyan nodded in approval. Excellent. I expect you to assume control swiftly and stabilize the situation. As for specific operational decisions, I shall not interfere excessively, but I require timely updates on monthly financial reports and significant decisions. Cheng Xiao smiled subtly, his tone resolute. Understood. I will provide regular updates on the progress of our work to ensure everything remains under control. Munanyan rose, extending her hand. I look forward to our collaboration. Cheng Xiao grasped her hand firmly, his gaze unwavering. Likewise, I anticipate a fruitful partnership. After signing the contract, Tang Yutong took Munanyan on a tour around the company, helping her to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Tang Yutong couldn't help but chuckle. This Cheng Xiao seems quite reliable. But do you truly trust him with the Mu Corporation? Munanyan gazed out of the window, her tone indifferent. One must trust those they employ. If there is doubt, they should not be hired. Besides, should he dare to play tricks, the evidence in my possession could easily bring about his ruin. Tang Yutong raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in her voice. Indeed. You have kept something in reserve. Munanyan let out a light laugh, choosing not to respond. What are your plans moving forward? Tang Yutong inquired casually, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Munanyan gently twirled the pen in her hand, pondering for a moment before replying. Did you not mention securing a significant order previously? When does the client require the goods, and are there specific demands? Oh yes, had you not reminded me, I might have completely forgotten, Tang Yutong exclaimed, slapping her forehead before hurrying to her desk, rummaging through a pile of documents to retrieve a file, which she handed to Munanyan. This is it. The client is quite generous, investing up to 10 million. As for the clothing design, no specific requirements were mentioned, just that it should align with your preferences. However, there is one peculiar stipulation. You must personally deliver the finished product. I find this demand rather baffling. Munanyan took the file, opening it only to furrow her brow instinctively. I suspect that this individual desires my designs for ulterior motives, perhaps merely wishing to meet me in person. Chapter 108. 5 years have passed. Shall we forget our matters? Munanyan lifted her gaze to Tang Yutong, asking, do we have detailed information about this client? Yes. It's all in that file. See for yourself. Tang Yutong pointed to the document in Munanyan's hand. The file indicated that the client was named Chu Mubai, with scant information provided, merely noting that the enterprise primarily engaged in high-end technological research and had begun to make a name for itself in the industry. From the name alone, Munanyan recalled that she did not know this person, so why would he want to meet her? Yan, will you take this on? If you prefer not to, you can decline. There's no problem with that. Why would I decline? It's foolish to turn down money. You certainly do not need the money.
Deeply Tang Zutong.
Munanyan sat in the living room of Villa Number 6 at the Jincheng Manor, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. The tea had grown cold, and a thin layer of condensation clung to the cup, mirroring her slightly furrowed brow. She glanced at her watch. An hour had already passed. The servant stood nearby, looking respectful, yet providing no definitive answer. How much longer must she wait? Unable to contain her impatience any longer, she spoke, her voice tinged with suppressed frustration. The servant inclined slightly, maintaining a respectful tone. I apologize, miss, but our master will be here shortly. He has a matter to attend to. Please bear with us a little longer. Munanyan pressed her lips together, about to say something more when she suddenly heard the steady sound of footsteps on the stairs. Instinctively, she looked up, her gaze meeting a pair of deep, penetrating eyes. Lu Yiran descended the staircase with measured grace, his tall figure clad in a sharply tailored suit that accentuated the definition of his shoulders. 5 years had passed, yet his visage remained almost unchanged, still bearing the chiseled features of a face whose eyes were as sharp as blades. However, those eyes now held a depth more profound, as if concealing an unfathomable, frigid abyss. Munanyan felt a sudden tightening in her heart, her fingers instinctively clutching the teacup. She had envisioned countless scenarios of their union, perhaps at a corporate gala, or during her collaboration with Dingsheng, but never had she imagined it would transpire in such a manner. Her dress in hand, standing at his villa, like a mere delivery servant. Mr. Liu, it has been a long time. She forced herself to remain composed, her voice steady, as though greeting an ordinary acquaintance. Lu Yiran's gaze lingered on her face for a brief moment, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, tinged with a hint of derision. You left without a word, Miss Mu. Quite impressive. Munanyan's heart sank, her fingers trembling slightly, causing ripples in the water of her teacup. She was acutely aware of what he referred to from 5 years prior. She had departed silently, pregnant, and without so much as a word of explanation, not wanting him to know of the child's existence. You jest, Mr. Liu. She managed a strained smile, her tone distant yet courteous. The past is behind us. I am merely here to deliver the dress. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As she turned to depart, Lu Yiran's voice cut through the air, icy and commanding. Stop. Munanyan halted her steps, her back to him, fingers gripping the garment bag tightly. She could feel his gaze piercing through her, like an invisible blade, sending chills down her spine. Do you believe that after 5 years, our matters can simply be dismissed? His voice was low and frigid, imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. Taking a deep breath, she slowly turned to meet his eyes. Mr. Liu, what we had is long over. The marriage 5 years ago was merely a transaction, of which you are more aware than I. Transaction. Lu Yiran scoffed, advancing toward her, each step seeming to tread upon the very essence of her heart. If it was merely a transaction, why did you flee before the contract expired? Why not leave a single explanation? Munanyan's throat felt constricted, her breath growing labored. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to find herself cornered against the wall. His presence loomed before her, replete with a familiar, chilling aura that brought forth memories of 5 years past. I simply felt it unnecessary to continue. She muttered, averting her gaze, her voice trembling. Unnecessary? Lu Yiran's tone escalated, laced with suppressed anger.
Munanyan.
Do you truly believe you possess the right to unilaterally terminate everything? Munanyan's heart raced, her fingers clenching the hem of her dress. Does the reason for my departure hold such significance? We were wed by agreement. Once the time elapsed, we would divorce. Why must we linger on the past? Munanyan's voice was calm, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Lu Yiran stood before her, his gaze piercing as if seeking to unravel her disguise. His voice was deep and resonant. You are aware that our divorce is imminent. Why then, this sudden departure? Are you concealing something from me? A sudden tightness gripped Munanyan's heart, her fingertips turning slightly cold. She inhaled deeply, meeting his gaze with a facade of composure. What could I possibly hide from you? I merely wished to study abroad, fearing you would disapprove, which is why I left. Liu Yiran pressed on, his eyes betraying a barely discernible anguish. At that time, I was preoccupied with my studies and had no time. She realized she could not continue this line of discussion, for the secrets buried deep within her would surge forth like a tidal wave, impossible to conceal. She swiftly shifted the conversation, her tone laced with detachment. Mr. Liu, what significance does this hold now? We are already divorced. Suddenly, Liu Yiran chuckled, his smile imbued with a hint of mockery and undeniable authority. Who informed you that we are divorced? You remain my wife. Munanyan was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her features. How could this be? We signed an agreement, a 1-year term. Yet we have not finalized the divorce certificate, Mrs. Liu, he replied, his tone light, yet striking her heart like a heavy hammer. He stepped closer, towering over her, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and profound significance. Her heart raced, and she instinctively retreated a step, her voice tightening. Then let us arrange to obtain the divorce certificate at our earliest convenience. Chapter 109. We each find our peace, and do not disturb one another. Munanyan, do you believe you can simply escape this marriage at will? What do you take me for? Liu Yiran's voice was as frigid as ice, yet concealed within it was a trace of unacknowledged pain. He loomed over her, his imposing figure seeming to corner her into a desperate situation. Munanyan lifted her head, unwavering in her gaze as she confronted him, her voice carrying years of suppressed anger and grievance. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, yet she stubbornly withheld her tears. 5 years of resentment, bitterness, and sorrow erupted at that moment, like a flood that shattered her final defenses. Muyang, please stop this. I am so weary. Those words pierced his heart deeply, embedding themselves within both their souls. Even after 5 years, that thorn remained unremoved, burrowing deeper with time. Very well. Next Monday, we shall finalize the divorce. Liu Yiran's voice was low and serene, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Munanyan was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated his prompt acquiescence, a surge of inexplicable joy blossoming within her, though her exterior remained composed. She feared he might retract his decision, worried that this was merely a fleeting impulse. I hope you will honor your word. Her voice was as frigid as ice, yet her eyes concealed a subtle glimmer of hope. The gown has been delivered. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. With that, Munanyan turned and strode away from Villa number 6. Her footsteps were brisk, as if lingering for even a moment would allow him to penetrate the turmoil within her. As Munanyan exited the villa, the cold wind struck her face, scattering her thoughts. Standing at the threshold, she inhaled deeply, as if to expel all the suffocating weight from her chest. The driver had already approached, respectfully opening the car door for her. The vehicle slowly departed from the villa area, yet her heart remained in turmoil. Everything had come to an end. She silently reminded herself of this, though her fingers instinctively tightened around her phone. On Monday morning, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Munanyan donned a simple white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face adorned with light makeup, exuding an air of cool detachment. She stood on the steps, her gaze calmly fixed on the distance, as if awaiting someone of little consequence. Liu Yiran's car gradually came to a halt before her. He emerged, clad in a well-tailored black suit, his expression austere, his eyes profound. Approaching her, he spoke in a low voice, "Are you ready?" Munanyan nodded slightly, her tone indifferent. "Let us go." The two entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, walking in silence. The bustling hall was filled with people, the cacophony seeming irrelevant to them. Unconsciously, Munanyan's fingers traced the chain of her handbag. The procedures were completed swiftly, and when the staff handed them the divorce certificate, her fingers trembled momentarily. She accepted the document, glancing down, and an unexpected wave of bitterness surged within her. It was over, she reiterated silently to herself. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sunlight was so bright it made her squint. She paused, turning to Liu Yiran, her tone steady. "Mr. Liu, let us part ways amicably and refrain from disturbing each other in the future." Liu Yiran gazed at her, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately nodded instead, and Munanyan turned and departed, her silhouette straight and resolute. Liu Yiran remained rooted to the spot, watching her recede into the distance, an inexplicable sense of loss swelling within him. He understood that this time, she was truly leaving. "Mr. Liu, for these years you have been searching for Miss Mu, why not simply tell her?" Song Rue, standing beside Liu Yiran, could not help but inquire. As Liu Yiran's assistant, he had witnessed firsthand how fervently Liu Yiran had sought Munanyan over the past 5 years. From initial urgency to later silence, Song Rui knew that Liu Yiran had never truly let her go. Liu Yiran stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze heavy as it drifted toward the horizon. His voice, though low and calm, carried an undercurrent of barely perceptible fatigue. Tell her? What should I tell her? That I searched for her for 5 years? Or that I never gave up on her? Yet she is intent on leaving me. Why force the issue? Song Rui fell silent. He vividly recalled the day 5 years ago when Munanyan had abruptly vanished. Liu Yiran had turned the entire city upside down in search of her. Initially, Liu Yiran feared she had met with an accident, even suspecting her cruel adoptive father might have harmed her. But despite his relentless inquiries, no clues emerged. Eventually, Liu Yiran visited her former workplace, only to discover that she had resigned voluntarily. It turned out she had long since planned her departure. Liu Yiran was unwilling to accept his fate and sought out Tang Yutong, the closest friend of Munanyan. However, Tang Yutong appeared equally bewildered. She was entirely unaware that Munanyan and Liu Yiran had already tied the knot. It was at that moment that Liu Yiran came to the stark realization that Munanyan truly wished to vanish completely from his life. In the subsequent years, Liu Yiran devoted immense resources and manpower to search for Munanyan across the nation. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he remained utterly fruitless. This endeavor even drew the attention of the elder Liu, who worried that Liu Yiran's actions might tarnish the reputation of the Dingxing group, prompting him to have a conversation with his grandson. Ultimately, Liu Yiran had to scale back his search, publicly ceasing the large-scale pursuit while privately never relinquishing hope. Over 5 years, Liu Yiran took full control of the Dingxing group, while the elder Liu stepped back into a more subdued role. Liu Yicheng, the illegitimate son of the Liu family, was dispatched to a foreign branch under Liu Yiran's directive. He led the Dingxing group to new heights, becoming a figure of immense influence within the capital's elite. Despite his accomplishments, there remained an unfillable void within him, a space left by Munanyan's departure. It was only a year ago that Tang Yutong opened a clothing studio in the capital, collaborating with the internationally renowned designer Grace, that rekindled Liu Yiran's hope. His curiosity about this Grace led him to place an order under a false identity at Iha, ultimately revealing Munanyan's whereabouts. President Liu, Miss Mu may be unaware of your prolonged search for her, Song Rui remarked cautiously. Liu Yiran let out a light chuckle, tinged with self-mockery. Song Rui opened his mouth, intending to say more, but was interrupted by Liu Yiran's raised hand. Enough, Song Rui. This matter ends here. Since she has chosen to leave, I shall respect her decision. Lowering his head, Song Rui ceased speaking. He knew that despite Liu Yiran's words, he had never truly let go of Munanyan. Otherwise, he would not have hastened to meet Grace upon discovering that she might be Munanyan. In the office of Iha, Munanyan sat, her brush gliding smoothly across the paper, crafting an exquisite design. Her expression was one of deep concentration, as if the world beyond was of no consequence to her. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Come in, Munanyan replied without lifting her gaze. The door opened, and Tang Yutong entered, a cup of coffee in hand, a smile gracing her face. Yan still busy? Munanyan looked up, her face lighting up at the sight of Tang Yutong. Yutong, you arrived just in time. I've just finished a design, could you take a look? Tang Yutong approached, glancing down at the design with an involuntary gasp of admiration. You are the internationally acclaimed designer Grace. Do you really need my input? Besides, I know nothing about design. I can only say if it's pretty or not. Munanyan shook her head with a smile. You are my partner. Your opinion is invaluable to me. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Tang Yutong finally composed herself, her demeanor turning serious. Yan, the invitation from Dingxing has arrived, requesting your presence at the company tomorrow to discuss a potential collaboration. Are you truly going? Tang Yutong's voice bore a hint of concern. She was acutely aware that Munanyan had recently divorced Liu Yiran, and visiting Dingxing Group would inevitably lead to an encounter with him, creating an undoubtedly awkward situation. Perceiving Tang Yutong's unease, Munanyan gently patted her hand, offering a soothing gesture. Tang Yutong sighed, resignedly stating, Well, since you insist, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, should you feel uncomfortable, do not hesitate to call me. Munanyan nodded, watching Tang Yutong depart the office. Taking a deep breath, she resumed her artistic endeavors with renewed focus. The following day, clad in a simple yet elegant white ensemble and adorned with high heels, Munanyan entered the grand edifice of Dingxing Group. Her remarkable demeanor captivated numerous onlookers as she stepped through the entrance. Awaiting her in the lobby, however, were two familiar faces, Su Nanxing and Zhang Zihan.
Su Nanxing.
the sister of Liu Yiran and Zhang Zihan, a fellow participant from the fashion design competition years prior, stood in the hall. Their gazes icy as they regarded Munanyan as an unwelcome guest. Munanyan offered a slight smile, preparing to introduce herself, but Su Nanqing interjected with unabashed derision. Munanyan? What brings you here? Munanyan maintained her composed smile, calmly observing Su Nanqing, seemingly unfazed by the mockery. Once Su Nanqing finished, she replied in a steady and assertive tone, Miss Su, I believe you have misunderstood. I am here today as Grace, to discuss a collaboration with Dingxing Group. Grace? Su Nanqing faltered momentarily before scoffing. Your Grace? Don't make me laugh. Grace is an internationally renowned designer. There is no way you could be her. Zhang Zihan chimed in with a sneer. Indeed, Munanyan, do not presume that a fabricated identity will deceive us. Dingxing is not a place where you can act recklessly. With a persistent smile, Munanyan retrieved a document from her bag and handed it to Su Nanqing, stating, This is the collaboration invitation from Dingxing Group, which includes my identification. If Miss Su harbors doubts, you may verify it personally. Why you are truly Grace. Su Nanqing's voice trembled, clearly struggling to accept this revelation. Munanyan nodded, her tone unruffled. Yes, I am indeed Grace. I have come to discuss a new design project collaboration with your esteemed company. However, it seems that your firm is less than welcoming. If this is your attitude, then perhaps there is no need to pursue this collaboration further. Su Nanqing's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, as she had never anticipated that Munanyan was the illustrious Grace, the very individual capturing the attention of the entire design community, and the person she was meant to host today. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile. Miss Mu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take offense. Zhang Zihan quickly concurred. Indeed, Miss Mu, we were quite disrespectful earlier. We hope you can forgive us. Munanyan smiled gently, her tone remaining composed. It is quite all right. I am relieved that the misunderstanding has been resolved. May we now commence discussions regarding our collaboration? Su Nanqing and Zhang Zihan exchanged glances, and though reluctant, they could only nod in agreement. They had never anticipated that Munanyan, whom they once looked down upon, would present herself before them in such a formidable capacity, delivering a stinging rebuke to their prior judgments. Chapter 111. I have little interest in becoming your friend. Zhang Zihan, now the leader of Group A, was spearheading this collaboration with Munanyan, who was set to unveil a new co-design collection. Under Zhang Zihan's guidance, Munanyan entered the office of Qi Li. Hello, Mr. Qi. I am Grace, but you may also refer to me as Munanyan, she said with a smile, extending her hand in a gesture of respect. Hello, Grace. It is a pleasure to have you agree to collaborate with us. I firmly believe that our partnership will yield remarkable creations, Qi Li replied, gesturing for everyone to take a seat. He then picked up a folder from the table and handed it to Munanyan. This contains some of Group A's recent design sketches and concepts for your review, allowing you to familiarize yourself with our style and direction. Munanyan accepted the folder and began to peruse its contents diligently. Her gaze lingered on each design draft, occasionally nodding or reflecting thoughtfully. After a moment, she raised her head and spoke. Qi Li's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Your insights are quite astute. We indeed aspire to incorporate more innovative elements into this co-branded series, particularly the fusion of Eastern aesthetics with modern design, an area where you excel. What thoughts do you have regarding the theme of this collaboration? After a brief moment of contemplation, Munanyan replied, I have recently been exploring the integration of nature and culture, specifically the interplay between the essence of Eastern landscape painting and the vibrancy of modern urban life. We could endeavor to infuse this concept into our designs, preserving traditional beauty while endowing it with contemporary practicality. Qi Li nodded in agreement. This theme possesses considerable depth and aligns perfectly with our brand's ethos. We can initiate our work by selecting fabrics, perhaps utilizing eco-friendly materials and integrating traditional craftsmanship to create pieces that exude both texture and narrative. Munanyan's eyes brightened. That sounds exceptionally intriguing. I have also been researching how to meld sustainable fashion with traditional design. Achieving this in our collaboration would be a profoundly meaningful endeavor. Absolutely. I will promptly compile some preliminary design sketches to discuss with the colleagues at Group A. I hope we can ignite a plethora of creative sparks, Munanyan affirmed. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Qi Li rose, shaking Munanyan's hand once more. To a successful partnership. Munanyan responded, standing with a confident smile. Since our collaboration has been settled, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Munanyan said, smiling as she arranged the folder in her hands. The process of collaboration was not a task to be completed overnight. She merely needed to attend the company's design discussions weekly. Previously, Su Nanqing had left Munanyan at the design department, and this time, Only Zhang Zihan accompanied her to the elevator. Munanyan took the initiative to speak. Let's leave it at that. I can manage the rest on my own. Zhang Zihan nodded, her tone unremarkable. All right, be careful on your way. She was aware of the underlying tension between Munanyan and Su Nanqing, and she preferred not to involve herself further, thus refraining from saying more. Munanyan entered the elevator alone, pressing the button for the first floor. As the elevator door slowly closed, she exhaled softly, contemplating her upcoming work arrangements. Although the collaboration had been finalized, she understood that the true challenge was just beginning. The elevator quickly reached the first floor, and Munanyan stepped out of the grand entrance of the Dingxing group. Sunlight cascaded upon her face, prompting her to squint slightly as she prepared to walk toward the roadside, only to unexpectedly collide with a man. He was tall, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, with striking features and an exceptional demeanor. Munanyan had noticed him from the outset and had even stepped aside, yet she was still taken by surprise. How could he be so oblivious to his surroundings? Annoyance flickered within her, but she maintained a polite smile, murmuring, "I apologize. Are you Munanyan?" he inquired. Munanyan hesitated, raising her gaze to scrutinize him closely. Indeed, he was quite handsome, yet she was certain she did not know him. A hint of confusion creased her brow. "May I ask, sir, do we know each other?" The corners of the man's mouth curved into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a touch of mischief. "It truly is you. You look quite different from your photographs." Munanyan's confusion deepened. "Photographs? What photographs? Iran had asked me to help locate you once. I never anticipated you would appear here after all these years." Upon hearing the name Lu Iran, Munanyan's heart tightened. He had sought her out once? Her expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, her tone growing cooler as she wished to avoid further entanglement. "So, you are a friend of Lu Iran. However, there is nothing left to discuss between us. You must be looking for him. If there's nothing more, I shall take my leave." Yet the man interposed his hand, a teasing tone in his voice. "Don't be so hasty to depart. I am Chu Ci, a childhood friend of Lu Iran. Since we've crossed paths, why not converse? We might even forge a friendship." Munanyan regarded him with a frosty demeanor. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in becoming your friend. Moreover, my matters with Lu Iran have long since concluded." Chapter 112, Unknowing Love. How intriguing. Munanyan hastened to the roadside, hailing a taxi. Once she settled inside, she released a slight sigh of relief. Chu Ci's unexpected presence unsettled her, particularly the implication in his tone when he mentioned Lu Iran, as if hinting at something more. She shook her head, attempting to cast aside these intrusive thoughts. The priority at hand was the collaboration with the Dingxing group. She could not allow past events to jeopardize her future endeavors. As the vehicle gradually set in motion, Munanyan leaned back against the seat, her gaze directed out the window. The cityscape whizzed past her, yet her thoughts drifted far away. Regardless, the past had already transpired. Munanyan silently reassured herself. She took a deep breath, rallied her spirit, and redirected her focus to the tasks at hand. Lu Iran was diligently absorbed in the documents before him, with only the soft rustle of pen on paper and the occasional quiet shuffle of pages breaking the silence in the office. Suddenly, the door to the president's office was pushed open with little regard. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Iran instinctively furrowed his brow, prepared to rebuke the intruder, only to find Chu Ci stepping inside. "What winds have blown you here?" Lu Iran set down his pen, his tone laced with a hint of resignation. Clearly accustomed to Chu Ci's uninvited presence. "Guess who I just ran into?" Chu Ci queried, raising an eyebrow with a more profound smile. "Who you saw or who you fancy is of no interest to me, as long as you don't target anyone in my company," Lu Iran replied, casting a disinterested glance his way. Chu Ci, undeterred, elongated his tone leisurely. "What if I say I've taken a liking to Munanyan?" Lu Iran's hand abruptly halted, the pen leaving a long mark across the paper. He slowly lifted his gaze, sharp eyes locking onto Chu Ci, his expression darkening. "What did you say?" Shrugging innocently, Chu Ci replied, "I said I've taken a liking to Munanyan. Is there a problem?" Lu Iran's countenance grew increasingly grim, a chill flashing through his eyes. "Why her?" With a light chuckle, Chu Ci responded nonchalantly, "I just ran into her downstairs. Honestly, she looks nothing like the photos you showed me back then. She seemed like a fresh graduate, quite inexperienced, which doesn't pique my interest. But the current Munanyan, on the other hand, is mature, confident, exuding charm in every gesture, quite to my taste." Chu Ci. Lu Iran's voice suddenly rose, unmistakably laced with warning. Noticing Lu Iran's genuine anger, Chu Ci quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling. "Don't get worked up. I was merely joking to gauge your feelings about her. If you care so much, why did you divorce her? Louis Rand's expression remained dark, his gaze piercing as it bore down on Chu Si. My affairs are none of your concern. You would do well not to cast your eyes upon her. Chu Si feigned innocence, raising his palms. I was just joking. Must you take it so seriously? Besides, I know where to draw the line. I understand the principle of not encroaching upon a friend's wife. Louis Rand shot him a cold glance, his tone resolute and unyielding. Munanyan is not someone you can pursue. Do not make me repeat myself. After a brief silence, Louis Rand's gaze flickered, as if stirred by Chu Si's words. However, he quickly regained his composure, his tone indifferent. Let the past remain in the past. There is nothing left to discuss between her and me. With a sigh, Chu Si shook his head. You, my friend, are simply too obstinate. You feign indifference while clearly unable to let go. Forget it, I shall not elaborate further. Ponder yourself. With that, Chu Si rose, patted Louis Rand on the shoulder, and turned to exit the office. Was your purpose in seeking me merely to convey this? I did not come to seek you. I merely intended to glance at you. After speaking, Chu Si departed from the president's office, restoring silence within. However, Louis Rand found it impossible to concentrate on the documents. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed out the window, and the figure of Munanyan unconsciously surfaced in his mind.
Munanyan.
Meanwhile, as Chu Si exited the Lu Corporation building, he lifted his gaze toward the sky, a smile gradually deepening upon his lips. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, his tone buoyant. Mubai. I must tell you, Iran has truly fallen into a trap this time. Was it not evident from his grand efforts to seek someone? He is in love, yet unaware of it. Mubai's voice resonated through the receiver. However, I sense their chances are slim. I am uncertain of what transpired between them. They clearly harbor feelings for one another, yet both seem prepared to relinquish hope. During their collaboration, Munanyan not only showcased her professional expertise as a designer but also absorbed numerous new design techniques and concepts through her interactions with the members of Group A. In turn, the members of Group A, inspired by Munanyan, gained a deeper understanding of Eastern aesthetics. Ultimately, the co-branded collection achieved resounding success at the launch conference, garnering unanimous acclaim from the industry and attracting the attention of numerous fashion media outlets. This collaboration between Munanyan and the Dingsheng Group not only yielded commercial success for both parties, but also infused a fresh vitality into the fashion realm. Chapter 113. Attending the celebration banquet. Good evening. Please present your invitation. The attendant smiled, extending a hand with a tone of respect and politeness. Munanyan retrieved an exquisitely crafted invitation from her handbag and handed it over. After a careful inspection, the attendant slightly bowed and gestured for her to enter. Miss Mu, please proceed. With a gentle nod, Munanyan, accompanied by Tang Yutong, stepped into the celebration banquet hosted by the Dingsheng Group. The banquet was held in a 5-star hotel banquet hall under the Dingsheng Group, where crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light, reflecting luxurious shadows upon the smooth marble floor. Huge artistic paintings adorned the surrounding walls, showcasing the profound cultural heritage of the Dingsheng Group. Guests donned elegant attire, holding champagne flutes while engaging in hushed conversations. The air imbued with a subtle fragrance and the melodious strains of piano music. Dressed in a floor-length deep blue gown adorned with delicate sequins resembling stars in the night sky, Munanyan exuded an aura of grace. Her long hair was elegantly styled, exposing her slender neck, while she wore a pair of understated yet exquisite diamond earrings, radiating an air of nobility and composure. Tang Yutong, in contrast, wore a wine-red off-shoulder gown that accentuated her curves, appearing alluringly enchanting. Upon their entrance, they captivated countless gazes. Nanyan, you look simply breathtaking today. Tang Yutong whispered with a soft laugh, lightly tapping Munanyan's arm. Look over there, the eyes of those gentlemen seem glued to you. Munanyan smiled gently, raising a glass of champagne to her lips and taking a delicate sip. In a calm tone, she remarked, please, no more teasing. You look splendid in that gown. It truly compliments your grace. Tang Yutong blinked, feigning mystery as she lowered her voice. Have you found someone special? It's time to consider a father figure for Chen. Munanyan's expression remained unchanged, her gaze steady. I have just emerged from a marriage. I'm not keen on romance. For years, Chen and I have managed just fine without a man. By the way, have you wrapped up your affairs? I believe you're heading to Haicheng in a couple of days? Well, it seems I'll be left here as a solitary figure once again, Munanyan quipped, casting a sidelong glance at her friend. How can you say that? After all these years, haven't you encountered anyone you fancy? Still no partner? You know how I adore handsome men. If I were to settle down, I wouldn't have the pleasure of seeing so many charming faces, she replied. But it's truly you I admire. At this moment, marriage is the last thing on my mind, yet my parents incessantly urge me to find a partner, and it's becoming utterly exhausting. They only wish for you to have support. I have my own career now. It's my greatest source of security. Besides, I already have a godson now. In the future, I can always rely on him for support. I plan to bequeath my fortune to him, Tang Yutong said, winking at Munanyan. I, too, long to see Chunshin. Once this busy spell concludes, we can catch up. Your work is complete, but there is still much to be done. Tang Yutong gazed at Munanyan with a hint of melancholy. Munanyan smiled apologetically. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yutong chuckled, momentarily silent, until a thought struck her. By the way, you are the star of the evening. Prepare yourself for many admirers who will undoubtedly approach you. Munanyan let out a light laugh, shaking her head. I am merely a designer, not a celebrity. However, I will rely on you, General Manager Tang, to shield me from unnecessary socializing. Rest assured, I shall take care of it, Tang Yutong declared with a mock bravado, though if a handsome gentleman approaches, I won't hold back. The two exchanged a knowing smile. The atmosphere lightened. The soiree's focus was undoubtedly on Munanyan. As a key contributor to the collaboration between the Dingxing Group and renowned designers, her creations had not only thrived in the domestic market, but had also garnered acclaim in the international fashion arena. Dingxing Group, a leading enterprise in the capital, boasted formidable strength. This celebration was not only to honor the resounding success of the new collection but also to showcase the group's ambition and prowess in the fashion industry. As Munanyan took the stage alongside the director of the design department to deliver her speech, the room fell silent. Standing in the spotlight, she wore a smile, her demeanor composed and confident. I express my gratitude to Dingxing Group for their support and to every member of the team who contributed to the series. This success belongs to us all. Her voice rang clear and resolute, earning her a thunderous applause. With her speech concluded, Munanyan's responsibilities were nearly fulfilled. Yet as the evening's guest of honor, she could not depart too early. In a corner of the soiree, she and Tang Yutong stood, each cradling a glass of champagne, engaging in a light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere of the gathering remained vibrant, with guests raising their glasses in animated discussions, laughter resonating throughout the room. Munanyan stood amidst the crowd, akin to a resplendent pearl, dazzling yet distant. At that moment, Su Nanqing, clad in an elegant evening gown, approached Munanyan. With a smile, she addressed her, gesturing towards the small garden behind them. Tang Yutong, discerning Su Nanqing's ulterior motives, positioned herself protectively in front of Munanyan. Her expression wary as she remarked, if you wish to converse, it can be done here. Why must we venture out? Munanyan cast a reassuring glance at Tang Yutong and followed Su Nanqing into the secluded garden. The small garden was tranquil, devoid of the celebrants from the gathering, making it an apt setting for discussions of a more delicate nature. Munanyan took a seat in the pavilion and regarded Su Nanqing, prompting her. What is it you wish to say? Speak freely. Su Nanqing, her face contorted with indignation, glared at Munanyan and retorted, finding her response somewhat amusing. Munanyan replied with a hint of significance in her tone. Su Nanqing, taken aback by the retort, fell silent. She had indeed sought to invite Grace for collaboration. Unaware that Grace was, in fact, Munanyan, had she known, she would have surely thwarted the collaboration. Observing Su Nanqing's silence, Munanyan continued. Do you know why I agreed to come and talk with you today? It is, after all, because of Iran Gij. Indeed, he is a factor. But the primary reason lies with you. With me? Su Nanqing inquired, bemused, struggling to grasp the implications of her words.